Once the blood of countless warriors from 3 great factions merged into one, turning into a raging scarlet river that flooded the lands of the Celestial Empire. The whole matter is that in those cursed times the great demonic war broke out. A prolonged nightmare, leaving behind only ashes permeated with flame and despair. Fortunately, this madness finally came to an end, but only thanks to the unification of the rulers of each of the warring sides. 19 years have passed since that fateful moment. The unsuspecting common folk call the current era the time of great peace. However, in reality, hidden from all eyes, at this very moment the greatest war in the entire history of the Celestial Empire was unfolding. A certain warrior, slowly wandering down a dusty street, carefully studied a report on systematic embezzlement of funds from the divine cult and leakage of secret documents of the Murim Alliance. Moreover, unauthorized surveillance was conducted on certain members of the cult. Whoever dared to allow such a thing was definitely a degenerate, unworthy of the right to live. Such scum should be exterminated to the 3rd generation. The traitors continued to penetrate deeper and deeper into the structure of the cult, and finally dared to poke their nose in to spy on the sacred lands of Mount Tianshan. Surely all this was done with the silent blessing of the cult's very leader. Finally, the traveler approached the majestic gates, where the guards instantly became alert and tried to drive the stranger away. The guards believed that the newcomer had no idea who exactly lived in these quarters. However, the wanderer knew perfectly well. This was the estate of a 5th-rank demon, the deputy commander of the military corps. After that, the traveler ordered the guards to stop wasting words and immediately fling open the damn gates before him, for he had a multitude of urgent matters. Of course, the guards were stunned by the audacity of the stranger, who fancied himself someone important, daring to command them to open the doors. The guards were about to explain that the vice commander's residence was by no means for such simpletons. However, the head of one guard was suddenly grabbed by his own comrade, ordering the man to obey the command. Immediately after that, he snapped his neck with a crunch, and the lifeless body collapsed to the ground. At that very moment, the second guard screamed desperately, finally realizing that traitors had infiltrated among their own people. But it was too late. The one who had secretly served the warrior all this time had already brought down his blade, severing the unfortunate man's head from his shoulders. Right after completing the task, both fighters approached, bowing low in a respectful salute, and reported to their lord. They greeted the true leader of the squad. This warrior was the head of the reconnaissance unit of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. The man known as the Reaper of Death personally went hunting for the spy. Zhao Iso thanked his people for the excellent work. They had to sweat considerably to infiltrate the enemy ranks. After that, the commander addressed the 3rd Reconnaissance Corps squad, hiding within the mansion walls. By the authority granted to him by the cult's leader himself, he declared, from this moment on, they were obliged to eliminate the spy from the Murim Alliance. Immediately upon his order, the armed fighters moved to carry out the mission. They moved silently, like shadows in the night, but despite this, the patrolling warriors noticed the approach of enemies. However, it was already too late. The attackers fell upon them from above, instantly arming themselves with short blades. Clamping the mouths of the victims and breaking their necks, the killers immediately cut the vocal cords to avoid raising unnecessary noise. Unfortunately, they were noticed by another small group of soldiers, who immediately drew weapons to fight the mutants who dared to attack them. However, the enemies proved to be ruthless and deadly. The defenders were defeated in a matter of moments. Realizing the loss of control over the situation, one of the surviving warriors rushed to the vice commander to report the emerging threat. Ignoring the crowd of naked concubines lying in his bedchamber, the messenger reported, a few minutes ago, a group of unknowns broke into the estate. They began attacking their people and were doing so quite successfully. Of course, the 5th-rank demon and corpse vice commander Yenwu was extremely irritated by the news he heard. The old man could not even believe that someone dared to attack his own home, and the warrior hastened to explain. The situation is rapidly escalating. They still do not fully understand what is happening, and barely manage to hold back the attackers. Obviously, Yenwu considered his subordinates simply useless idiots distracting him from important pleasures just as he was getting warmed up. The vice commander decided that some bunch of crazy bandits had come to him. However, in that case, his men would have easily dealt with them. The soldier begged the vice commander to hurry up. At this rate, there would be no trace left of their fighters. However, before setting off, Yenwu pressed the blade of his sword to the warrior's throat, demanding that he immediately say who he actually was. Of course, the unfortunate man fearfully begged the vice commander to come to his senses, not understanding why he was behaving so aggressively. However, Yenwu reminded him. He remembered perfectly everything that belonged to him. Money, treasures, women with whom he spent nights, and even the lowest servants under his command, every single one. But no matter how hard the old man strained his memory, he could not recall the face of this warrior. It seemed he had never seen him before. Therefore, the vice commander grimly repeated the question. Who was this man really? To be honest, the newcomer was disappointed that the fifth-ranked demon did not fall for his trick. If he had managed to lure the old man outside, everything would have been much easier. Peeling off the artificial skin from his face, the scout praised the vice commander. Although he was an old man, his attentiveness deserved credit. After all, not everyone in his place would have noticed the deception. Finally, Yenwu realized exactly who was standing before him. It was Zhao Iso himself, known as the Mad Dog of the Counterintelligence Corps. Reeling backward, the vice commander wanted to know, what was this youth doing here at all? The question seemed rather foolish to the young scout. He informed the old man. They had received a report stating that Yenwu was a spy. Of course, he was struck by the monstrous nonsense with which he was undeservedly accused. The fifth-rank demon considered it impossible to find a cultist more reliable than himself, and they dared to call him a spy. However, ignoring the old man's outraged cries, the Reaper explained the essence of the matter. About a week ago, near the Hubei province, Enwu attacked a trade caravan. The vice commander not only killed all the merchants but also raped the women. Of course, Enwu saw no problem in this. Zhao Iso himself should know perfectly well. In their cult, this is just one of the traditional ways to have fun, nothing more. Therefore, the old man found it surprising that the Mad Dog of the Counterintelligence Corps thought to play the saint. But he coldly explained, they also received intelligence mentioning that these merchants were secretly connected with the Murim alliance. So the so-called way of entertainment was just a cover so that Enwu could meet with his handlers. It was obvious. The demon deliberately attacked this caravan to contact his liaison. Although Zhao Iso was unpleasantly surprised that the spy turned out to be such a cruel scoundrel. Of course, the vice commander argued that all this was blatant lies and false accusations. He never gave any reason to doubt his loyalty, and wanted at least to see some evidence, the clues of his supposed guilt. The necessary evidence was already with the Reaper. A secret message with the official seal of the Murim alliance, hidden in Enwu's quarters, as well as all the treasures he received for working as a spy. Most likely the fifth-ranked demon did not know this, but the intelligence corps had very skilled and meticulous people. Honestly, Enwu was still in confusion and fear. He had no idea how the secret message and treasures could have ended up in his house. Something was clearly wrong. Even if the counterintelligence corps really acted according to the direct orders of the cult leader, they would not act so recklessly, bypassing any proper procedures and checks. Now Enwu had the feeling that this entire spectacle was originally constructed just to take him into custody. However, the vice commander was curious. Who could have set him up in such a way? After all, no one would go so far as to get rid of him. But it was enough to look at the Reaper's face for everything to become clear. It was Zhao Iso who was behind all this treachery. Therefore, the enraged Enwu immediately rushed at him with his blade, so as not to allow the bastard to pull off such tricks anymore. However, the young scout easily knocked the weapon out of the fifth-ranked demon's hands with his bare hands. Immediately after that, he intercepted the blade and, as if the old man weighed nothing, slammed his head into the ground. After that, Zhao Iso broke the enemy's leg with a crunch as a warning. Of course, the fifth-ranked demon was extremely angry that some spy dared to accuse him of betrayal. But saying these words, now Enwu behaved exactly like those traditional degenerates. Honestly, the hero could not even imagine daring to say something like that in the presence of the squad leader of the counterintelligence corps, who obeyed only the direct orders of the cult leader. The Reaper ordered the man to kneel and accept his fate, for he was about to announce the leader's decree. It stated that Enwu, a fifth-ranked demon, had committed a crime, the truth of which had reached the leader himself through informants. For the vice commander, this was terrible news. Therefore, according to the doctrine of their cult, he faced the corresponding punishment. However, Enwu still fought with all his might. Grabbing the blade, he tore the cult leader's decree. After that, the old man started running. The disappointed Reaper sighed heavily because this man dared to desecrate the order of their leader. Therefore, he proclaimed, as the leader of the third detachment of the counterintelligence corps according to their doctrine, he is obliged to eliminate the spy Enva. By the time the official part of the announcement was finished, the fifth-ranked demon himself had managed to escape from his dwelling. In his head, only one thought about escape pulsed, for his enemy was the Mad Dog himself. Not a single person whom Zhao Iso accused of betrayal ever returned alive. Of course, the vice commander had no idea why the Reaper decided to pull this trick specifically on him. But if he wanted to live, he should run as fast as possible. He could deal with the false accusations later. But unfortunately, the old man could do nothing. The young scout, using a weapon similar to a sword tip on a rope, pierced the body of his enemy. Immediately after that, using the threads to which the blade was tied, he bound the man by his arms and legs. The threads also turned out to be sharper than any blade. Envu's body immediately shattered into the tiniest pieces. And Zhao Iso, as befits the Reaper of Death, successfully completed his immediate execution. Only at the last moment did the dying man decide to find out who had ordered him. After all, such accusations could not have arisen from nothing. However, the hero, despite this question, maintained absolute composure. In his soul, he smirked, understanding that the old man was mistaken in asking the wrong question. He should have found out why the choice fell on him specifically, and not on someone else. As is known, in their cult it is common to be falsely accused, commit a crime, and then die in vain. In this damn cult, such things happen all the time. Everyone working here must be prepared for this. The events moved to the outskirts of the 10,000 mountains of the heavenly demon cult. The hero finally dragged a huge cart to a small house on the edge of the mountain. It was a real burden, one that almost dislocated his shoulder as he tried to haul it all alone. There was hardly a job more difficult than the one he was doing. But still, Zhao Iso gladly looked at all the riches of that pig Yenwu, which he had amassed in his lifetime. It was obvious that the old man had so much gold precisely because he immensely loved a life of leisure. The young scout could only be grateful to the vice commander. He was an excellent member of the heavenly demon cult, although it was for this very reason that he was eliminated. Zhao Iso wanted Yenwu not to worry in the afterlife, because he would definitely take care of all his riches. After that, the hero decided to take care of the other matters that awaited him. Finally, he flung open the doors of his house, carefully looking around. The hair he left in the doorway was still there. The arrangement of the tables, the folds on the carpets, even the cobwebs on the windows, everything was in its place. Only now, after checking everything, was he able to calm down and finally let his hair down. And the reason Zhao Iso cared so much about his safety was that he was a spy. More precisely, he was a member of the secret organization of the Murim Alliance called the Hidden Pavilion. After signing the peace treaty 19 years ago, the leader of the Murim Alliance completely distrusted the sinister factions. That is why, in order to prepare for the future, he founded the secret organization. It consisted entirely of people who had undergone the harshest training and completed countless secret missions. Several of its members were sent to the lands of evil and demons with a single task: to await further instructions. And one of these sent people was precisely our hero. The reason for his being here was quite strange. Every time he thought about it, he got angry. And the whole reason was that he had not been able to wait for any order for many years. Of course, earning money and having a bunch of subordinates was extremely pleasant for the young man. But to live for a whole 14 years without any support was simply unbearable. Fortunately, thanks to the acquired skills, he was able to provide himself with a comfortable life. Or maybe it just seemed to him that everything was fine. At that moment, the young man felt that a degenerate was above him, watching him. Therefore, immediately grabbing his threads, he attacked the scoundrel who had been spying on him all this time. But to his great surprise, the spy disappeared. However, the young man did not even notice his movement at the moment when he attacked so swiftly. The mercenary, whom he had been trying to detect in every way, by that time had crept up behind him. A fight broke out between these two, and from the wound that appeared on the hero's cheek, it was clear the opponent was extremely strong. It was enough to lose vigilance for just a moment, and he could have even died in this fight. In the end, the duel continued, and the attacker clearly did not notice how, during the battle, Zhao Iso skillfully entwined his body with threads. Only later did the spy realize that he was already entangled in the threads of flying daggers. But at that moment, retreating, the hero forcefully pulled them tight, binding the enemy by hands and feet. Now the enemy was caught in his trap, and the young man was glad that he could interrogate him. But most astonishingly, the spy disappeared as if he had never been caught in these threads before. The fact that the man managed to escape from his threads was already a great achievement, not attainable by everyone. Therefore, looking at the silhouette sitting on his roof, the hero tried to understand. Who exactly was this man? Considering the skills the man possessed, he must be at least at the level of the pavilion leader. At that moment, before disappearing, the spy threw his blade at the neck of the young Master Reaper of Death. Fortunately, he managed to deflect this attack in time, so the dagger stuck into the nearest wall. There was a small note on it, which the young man decided to read. And by the shape of the blade stuck in the wall, one could conclude the message belonged to the Hidden Pavilion. Of course, he could not believe that finally, after 14 years, he was given a mission. But to his great surprise, when he tried to find that spy with his gaze, he had already swiftly disappeared over there. So, this person initially did not intend to kill him. Perhaps he wanted to test him before giving the assignment. So, what was written on the paper attached to the blade was his task. The letter addressed the 103rd number of the Hidden Pavilion with an order: to make the 7th young master of the cult of the heavenly demon the heir of the leader. Frankly speaking, the assigned task plunged Zhao Iso into a real storm of rage. For many years, the agent pondered what mission he would be assigned after 14 years of agonizing waiting. And now it was incredibly difficult for him to believe that his only task would be to turn some worthless boy into the vice leader of the cult. After all, this scion of the demonic clan was a cruel young lord, a true degenerate, the likes of whom are hard to find. Moreover, despite his vicious nature, the young heir still remained a pathetic loser whom even the cult lord himself wished to get rid of. So obviously, the spy considered everything happening to be some kind of mockery of his own person. Perhaps his immediate superior had completely lost his mind by sending such an absurd assignment. By the morning of the next day, the events moved to Hubei province, a land famous for the majestic Dongting Lake and sprawling mountain ranges. Here was located one of the branches of the Murim Alliance. From the outside, this place looked like an ordinary government institution. However, such an appearance served only as camouflage, capable of confusing outsiders' eyes. The whole truth was hidden beneath the very estate. In fact, this place was the base of the Hidden Pavilion, the strongest reconnaissance unit of the Murim Alliance. The names of the operatives were so confidential that they simply were not used. Finally, the arriving assistant respectfully bowed and reported. She had received a report from the liaison sent to the region of the 10,000 Mountains. The messenger had already delivered the order to agent number 103. However, the vice leader of the Hidden Pavilion, a girl named Juge-sami, still had one question for her grandfather. The old man only became angry at the bold manner of his granddaughter's speech. He was already tired of repeating to her that, being here, they were obliged to separate the hidden from the public. Therefore, the former advisor of the Murim Alliance and current leader of the Hidden Pavilion harshly scolded the girl. The patriarch was extremely outraged that the heiress, after such a rude violation, still dared to call herself the vice leader of their pavilion. Of course, the young agent immediately bowed, apologizing to the Lord Leader. But Jugesami still found it hard to understand. Why, when they came here together, everything was fine, but now grandfather was so furiously angry at her. However, the patriarch always behaved quite unpredictably, considering the burden of the pavilion leader's role. Finally, pleased with his granddaughter's reaction, the old man allowed her to voice the question that troubled her. It was about the master's intentions regarding the mission assigned to agent number 103. The girl could not understand. Why did he assign a spy, who had not been active for a whole 14 years, to turn some scum into the vice leader of the cult? However, the patriarch only smirked, fully understanding. Despite the fact that Jugesami was an outstanding talent, the young prodigy still had much to learn. After that, becoming more serious, the sage decided to ask the vice leader of the pavilion. How long, in her opinion, would the peace in Murim last? Of course, Jugesami immediately pondered, trying to estimate the approximate term. However, the elder knew the answer exactly. No more than 3 years, and that only in the most ideal case. Certainly, they managed to achieve the current peace. All those heroes who managed to achieve this 19 years ago had already grown too old. Soon, the storm of a new war would sweep everywhere, and no one would hide from this disaster. Obviously, to protect the current peace and tranquility, one action was not enough. That is why they had to use all possible options. In other words, agent number 103 was one of those tools they could deploy. As is known, very soon the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult will choose a vice leader among his 7 offspring. The most likely candidates for this post were the cold and calculating First Lord, the charismatic and loyal Second Lord, and also the third young lady, known for her sharp intellect. Each of this trio was extremely dangerous. If any of them inherits the cult of the Heavenly Demon, then the second traditionally non-traditional demonic war will begin. This also meant that finally, after 19 years of waiting, the seeds sown by the Hidden Pavilion would finally bear fruit. Each of these seeds, each planted fighter, was nurtured for a single purpose: universal peace. Hearing such wise words, Jugesami respectfully bowed, thanking the pavilion leader for satisfying her curiosity. After that, it was time for the young agent to go meet with other members of the pavilion. The old man said goodbye to his granddaughter, promising that they would meet again during the general report. Left alone, Juk Sanlong remembered the spy who had been inactive for a whole 14 years. The patriarch clearly remembered the first meeting, which had taken place a very, very long time ago. At that time, this boy, being a child, was already filled with hatred for the whole world. However, out of love for his only close relative, the young agent chose to live in the shadows. In exchange, his younger brother was accepted into a worthy family. However, what Jugesami did not suspect was this: no operative was left inactive for so long just like that. After all, Zhao Iso was the best disciple in the entire history of the Hidden Pavilion. At the age of 14, the boy had already mastered elder-level techniques. The Alliance leader himself recognized him as a heavenly genius. The young warrior was called the most lethal blade that had been hidden until that very moment. Therefore, Juge-san could not wait to meet agent number 103. The master was curious to see how much this young man had grown and matured. While the patriarch pondered this, the protagonist had just reached the settlement of the craftsmen of the Heavenly Demon Cult. The agent walked among many people who had no idea what role Zhao Iso would play in their future lives. The operative himself was thinking about the damn elders from the Murim Alliance. The more the spy thought about it, the more irritated he became. The youth was annoyed that first he was thrown into this remote mountain valley, and now he was given such strange orders. They even sent an extremely experienced martial arts master to him. Such are rarely found even in the hidden pavilion itself. Perhaps the elders sent the mentor to make sure the agent was still as strong as before. Zhao Aizo also remembered the very day he became a member of the hidden pavilion, on the condition that his younger brother would be accepted into a worthy family. On the same day, poisonous centipedes were sealed in the heart of the young man. From that moment, he became a puppet allowed only to go in the direction pointed by their blade. Well, now the operative definitely had no choice. He needed to complete the new given mission, and the spy decided to start his journey from the Jagal training pavilion. As is known, every self-respecting agent must have a network of useful connections. The key among them were a group engaged in cleaning crime scenes after missions, the White Raven Pavilion, a group secretly spreading the latest news from the Central Plains, disguised as an ordinary tavern near the 10,000 Mountains, the River Willow Guest House. And there was also a place that looked like an ordinary training pavilion from the outside. But in reality, only the chosen knew its secret. In this place, all the secrets of the cult of the Heavenly Demon were sold. This was the very Jagal training pavilion. The main character thought he could not have imagined. These people would so brazenly conduct their affairs, hiding behind the name of the prestigious traditional Jagal clan as a signboard. The audacity of these dealers never ceased to amaze the operative. But considering that they earned a living with such a dubious business among the most dangerous members of the cult of the Heavenly Demon, no less courage was to be expected from them. Finally, the spy went inside and, to his surprise, found a girl walking between the shelves. Of course, the young man could not help but be amazed that someone had arrived here before him. However, the spy immediately recalled one of the most important skills of an agent: the ability to assess other people with minimal information. At first glance, the stranger had flawless silky hair. She also had an elegant neckline that attracted attention, so the average person would be captivated by this beauty. But if you let all these factors blind your sight, you might miss the most important thing: the true essence of the person standing before you. Obviously, the girl immediately noticed that the stranger was staring at her, and the main character, as if nothing had happened, apologized to her. The young man honestly admitted that he was staring at the beauty, since in these places it was rare to meet such an exquisite disguise. Be that as it may, the operative was very glad to meet this young lady, after which he decided to find out what book she had come for to this study pavilion. The agent suspected that perhaps the stranger was interested in some secret guides on how to enchant her beloved. If this was really true and he guessed correctly, he could even give her some recommendations. After that, carefully watching the reaction, the spy went to the bookshelves where the needed book was supposed to be. The girl, however, was outraged by the vulgarity of this young man. She could not even imagine that even in such a place some strange guys would start harassing her. And of course, the beauty hoped that the young man was ready for the consequences of his actions. However, Zhao Iso, as if nothing had happened, warned, the girl needs to be more careful if she wants to tie her life to some scoundrel, using the secret guide. Although the agent also perfectly understood that this probably should not concern him. The young lady herself must realize the consequences of her actions at such an age. The angry lady could no longer hold herself back, directly calling the main character a degenerate. After that, scorching the operative with her gaze, the stranger ordered the guy to watch his rotten mouth better. Otherwise, his long tongue might soon become the cause of the impudent man's premature demise. However, Zhao Iso was not the least bit intimidated by her attempts to scare him. Therefore, the lady just passed by him, forcefully hitting the young man with her shoulder. The agent laughed a little, admitting that he liked such girls. Tough ones. The spy even suggested to the beauty to meet again. To lure her into his nets, the operative was ready to give recommendations about books in the study pavilion. However, the stranger left, slamming the door and leaving the young man in awkward silence. The agent was pleased. He managed to pull it off on the first try. At that moment, another man appeared behind the young man, wandering in the Jagal pavilion. All his questions about what kind of madman could have caused all this commotion in broad daylight immediately disappeared when he saw the main character. This man was Jagal Guirin, the daring owner of a shop located in the 10,000 Mountains, the heart of the cult of the Heavenly Demon. He was also a man who called himself a descendant of the Juge clan. Now the owner was scolding the spy for behaving so disrespectfully with his dear guests, and demanded that the guy say what he needed and quickly get out of there. Struck by the anger of this stern old man, the young man immediately began rummaging through his clothes. After that, the agent laid out a whole pouch of gold coins on the table and warned that he needed the biography of one person. It was the little demon of the 10,000 Mountains. Of course, the man immediately decided to find out which specific part of the biography interested the fighter. But the answer was obvious. The operative needed to know everything thoroughly about this person. From these words, Juga Guirin immediately understood. The guy was clearly up to something bad. But the main character did not report on his actions for an obvious reason. Therefore, the host leisurely walked to the bookshelf, after which he pulled one of the book spines towards himself. This activated a secret room. The bookshelves immediately slid apart, letting him inside. Thus, the agent found himself in a warehouse with a huge number of documents. The host warned the gentleman who came to him that, considering the person whose biography he needed, they would have to dig through the information for a long time, and possibly many discoveries awaited them. Looking at the number of books, the main character could not say it was a lie, but still, the spy got to work. Only a few hours later, all possible books were in the operative's hands. The agent immediately sat on a bench near one of the restaurants, taking a snack and familiarizing himself with the obtained books. The same girl he had met earlier watched the young man from afar, sitting on the roof of a building. After that, the beauty addressed her spy, wanting to know, was he able to obtain information about what this guy bought from Jagal Guirin? But unfortunately, Naraka, the phantom guardian of the third rank, could not know the answer to this question. Although he questioned Guirin about everything regarding this person's intentions, Guirin could not reveal this information to him. Perhaps the master did not answer Naraka because he had some connections with this stranger. Of course, Naraka immediately suggested looking for other ways to learn more about this person from Guirin. However, the girl understood that there was no point in this. After all, the protagonist had already answered all her questions with his behavior. As is known, there was only one group of people in this cult about whom Jagal Guirin would not speak, the Lord and his 7 offspring. Moreover, this guy managed to see through the disguise created by the best masters of their cult, and also skillfully diffused the situation with the assassin who was about to finish him off. And now the young man was meddling in other people's affairs. One thing was obvious, this person was clearly not ordinary. Therefore, although they could not learn anything from Guirin, the beauty demanded that Naraka find out everything he could about this person, his lineage and connections, after which the girl finally removed the disguise from her face. It was Snowflower, the Empress of the Sword, and also the third daughter of the sect leader named Sahyoryun. Finally, after some time, the protagonist finished reviewing the information. What was hidden in these books was quite enough at least for a general idea of the goal. After which the young man, as if nothing had happened, said, addressing Snowflower Sahyoryun, "Let her not worry about anything. They will meet again soon." After all, it was the beauty who was the first step in the young man's plan. As is known, the third young lady is the smartest and most talented person among the 10,000 mountains. And for a woman, she is surprisingly a strong candidate for the position of vice leader of the cult of the Heavenly Demon. Moreover, her assistant Naraka is a powerful figure. His combat and strategic skills were at the level of pavilion leaders. This made the Phantom Guard one of the most solid figures even among the cult of the Heavenly Demon. Of course, many surely had the question, why does the agent need to get close to Snowflower? And the answer was hidden precisely in this very degenerate, in the 7th adopted son of the Heavenly Demon. He was born from 3 of the greatest noble families of the cult of the Heavenly Demon. He was lucky to be born with the physique of Heavenly Yang, thanks to which he can accumulate internal power even by simple breathing. The young lord is the most golden of all golden spoons, at least that's what they say about him. But in reality, he was just a fool who, because of his ignorance, considered himself the strongest among the 10,000 mountains. Therefore, the young heir had a lazy character that even the most idle person would envy. Moreover, once, while staying in a mountain house, this idiot left the divine item, gifted to him by the Heavenly Demon himself, as collateral. Thanks to all these factors, he was a useless young gentleman who had lost all his support. The only person the offspring could rely on was and remained the third young lady Sahyoryun. In other words, if Zhao Isu needed to gain control over the 7th offspring, Sahyoryun played a key role in his plan. However, something told the young man that he had made far from the best impression on the girl. Soon, returning home, the main character began to ponder how best to deal with this pointless assignment. To begin with, the agent decided to determine the course of his actions. After all, despite the fact that Mao was good for nothing, he remained an outstanding figure. After all, the young master belonged to the 1st rank of the demon. Obviously, for someone like Zhao Iso, who had barely reached the 7th rank, approaching such a person was practically impossible. Therefore, the operative's first step was quite obvious. He was supposed to become the assistant of the 7th young master Mao. Fortunately, this position had been vacant for a long time. If the spy submits his resume, the chances of getting this job are quite good. The only problem was the greedy head of the intelligence unit, who would not let the agent go so easily. Therefore, the hero would have to resort to a bribe. For this reason, upon returning home, the young man dug for a very long time. And finally, the operative uncovered a stash that was hidden right in his yard. 7 years ago, Zhao Iso searched for a long time for a place where he could hide all the valuables earned during his years of service. Then he came across this abandoned well, and at that time could not even imagine what was inside it. However, now the room inside this well was his storage, and at the same time, a treasury taken from the cult of the Heavenly Demon. A single glance at this storage was enough to improve the young man's mood, especially considering that the agent took all these riches from the cult itself. It was especially pleasing that Zhao Iso would not have been able to earn even a tenth of all these treasures, even if 3 generations of his family worked in the alliance until their death. Now the spy came here to find a suitable bribe among his riches. His gaze stopped on an excellent sword decorated with the purest gold. The blade bore the name of the Golden Cleaving Sword. Obviously, if this sword caught the eye of a person obsessed with golden swords, he would simply go crazy. That is exactly why it was an excellent choice for a bribe. But since the operative had already come down here, the young man decided to try his luck again. After that, the agent approached the demonic wall, which seemed to be looking at him threateningly. The whole point was that the Heavenly Demon's vault contained many valuables. The first treasure was a white flying dagger called White Lightning. The second treasure was a demonic art that accelerated the flow of energy and turned it into an absolute storm. This technique was called the Storm Transformation Technique, which the young man had fully mastered. Now, using his dagger and the storm technique, the spy perfectly attacked the demonic gates. They immediately began to fill with energy, which he transmitted using his technique. It only remained to fill the 2 pupils with his power so that the doors would finally open. But unfortunately, there was another failure. The energy completely dissipated, not allowing him inside. The young man, of course, was disappointed. The operative believed that at least this time luck would smile on him. It seems this was already almost the 10,000th attempt. And every time the problem was that his own body began to fail him because of the 9 holes in his body, also known as the 9 holes constitution. Even if the agent gathered internal energy, it continued to leak out. That is why he made no progress. But thanks to the thunder ginseng that the young man found, he gained resistance to thunder energy, which allowed him to achieve some success. But even despite this, over all the years the spy never managed to raise his rank. But the operative had a feeling that at the very moment he filled this fresco with thunder energy, great changes would occur. But for now, obviously, he simply was not capable of it. However, this was definitely not the last time he came here. Perhaps success would happen tomorrow. Therefore, without getting upset, the agent left, planning what to cook for dinner. And already the next day the young man went to the intelligence core of the cult of the Heavenly Demon. In its main administration, the head sitting before his guest barely restrained the trembling in his hands from surprise. He introduced himself as the head of the counterintelligence corps. He was a 4th-rank demon named Guillaume Saik. However, even despite the man's high position, he could not believe that his guest had come to his humble abode. Therefore, the head decided to ask the third lady what he could be useful to her for. However, the girl was even a little disappointed that the man thought she could only visit him on some business. And perhaps the reason for his suspiciousness was that recently the leader had grown very close to her 2 older brothers. For this reason, the beauty could understand if he was a little irritated by her unexpected visit. Of course, Guillaume Saik immediately made the young lady understand that such a humble man as he could not be connected with the young masters. He was only following orders for which he was paid a salary and nothing more. And the lady very much hoped that the man's salary corresponded to the risk to which he exposed his life. In any case, whatever it was, Sahiryan arrived today not to deal with him. Therefore, the beauty decided to get to the point. She was curious to know, was Guillaume Saik controlling the actions of the leader of the 3rd squad named Zhao Iso? It seemed to her that otherwise Zhao Iso would have no reason to meddle in her affairs unless it was an order from the leader. But honestly, Guillaume Saik hastened to admit that he had not even thought about giving such an assignment. Therefore, Sahiryan's statement surprised him quite a bit. The leader did not understand the reasons for the lady's suspicions. Sahiryan watched every action of Guillaume Saik, the head of the counterintelligence corps. The whole problem was that given his appearance and cunning behavior, he could seem quite frivolous. But in this cult there was not a single person who did not take this man seriously. At one time, Guillaume Saik was considered one of the candidates for the post of Ghost of the 2nd rank and Pavilion Leader, titles that only 5 could hold in the cult. He possessed such superior combat power that even among all the children of the Lord of the cult, he was among the top 50. And everyone was aware of this fact. Even though for some unknown reason he was demoted to the 4th rank and head of the intelligence corps, no one still dared to underestimate him. That is why, if he was really in collusion with the 2 brothers, Sahyun considered it best to get rid of him here and now. The beauty was ready to go for it, even if she had to shed blood here. Guillaume Saik himself carefully watched the behavior of the lady who came to him. Looking at her wariness, as well as the wariness of her companion Naraki, one could conclude, the bastard Zhao Isa really caused trouble. As was well known, Zhao Isa was obsessed with money, intoxicated by his power, and was a scoundrel like no other. It seemed that this time the bastard really ran into serious trouble. However, the man himself had no idea what the lady was accusing his subordinate of. However, the chief understood. She came here to obtain information about the man also called the Reaper in the spy hunt. And no matter how hard Guillaume Saik tried, he could only describe the bastard as a true genius when it came to solving various issues. After that, a long silence hung in the room, which no one dared to break. Having heard everything, Sahyun realized it seemed Gyeom Saik had already said all the information he had about this man. However, the beauty warned, if the chief did not tell her something specific, her patience would run out. And Gyeom Saik himself perfectly understood. The lady might be displeased with how he dared to treat her. However, before getting upset, the man decided to find out. Did Sahyun happen to extort money from the young man? Is it possible that she insulted him somehow right to his face or resorted to violence? Naraka, of course, was outraged that Gyeom Saik dared to say such things about the young lady. However, he hastened to explain. If they did not cross Zhao Iso's path in any way, that was a huge relief. But if it turned out that they somehow annoyed him, the guests could be in big trouble. The girl herself was struck by the fact that the head of the counterintelligence corps reacted so strangely in such a situation. It seemed that perhaps Zhao Iso really had no connection with the chief. If the guy acted on his own, the beauty was very interested to know what his goal was. Gyeom Saik himself, after thinking a little, asked the lady not to worry about the problems related to the hero. However, when Sahyun did not understand his words, Gyeom Saik realized the girl seemed to be unaware of all the circumstances. Therefore, the man hastened to warn that all local cult members knew firsthand about the Reaper and the spy hunt. From 4th-rank demons to 5th-rank demons, no matter what power people possessed, they perished by his hand. Strangely enough, all the people who were on bad terms with him were soon exposed as spies with irrefutable evidence. In principle, Gyeom Saik did not need to explain how the lives of those caught spying usually ended, since Sahyun herself should have understood this. And for this reason, Gyeom Saik considered the main hero a true professional in his work. That is why they gave him an appropriate nickname. If something goes wrong, then, no matter who the young man's opponent is, the agent will sink his fangs into him until he dies. Therefore, among people, he was nicknamed the Mad Dog. However, Gyeom Saik perfectly understood that the hero would never direct those fangs against the young lady. But she still shouldn't have gotten involved with the young man. Although the chief was well aware that his former student would not take the foolish mentor's advice seriously. Therefore, he would not be offended if she ignored his words. Sahyun, having learned all she could from this conversation, decided to leave quietly. But in parting, Gyeom Saik promised to reprimand the young man. However, the lady warned that she would conduct her own investigation. If, based on its results, Zhao Iso turned out to be innocent, then they would never meet again. The beauty would simply forget about this misunderstanding. That was the best option. It was thanks to this scheme that Gyeom Saik had managed to survive all this time in his role as head of the intelligence corps. After which the girl, having said goodbye, went to the door. Until suddenly the man heard a familiar voice. It was Zhao Iso who came with a smile to greet the chief. And honestly, Gyeom Saik was quite shocked that Zhao Iso had so unexpectedly decided to show up at work. It was a real nightmare. Therefore, immediately flying up, the chief ordered his guest to hide behind the screen at once. Of course, Naraka was outraged by such rudeness from the corps chief, who spoke to the lady in such a tone. However, he did not listen. Pushing them behind the screen, Gyeom Saik thought that it would be a great opportunity for them to look at the guy from the outside, the one they were going to reprimand. So, while the guests hide behind the screen, the man will find out what the boy was planning. The most important thing was that they had to behave as quietly as possible. Finally, Zhao Iso entered the room, surprised that no matter how loudly he called the chief, he did not respond to his greeting. Moreover, it was surprising that when the agent entered, there was some strange demonstrative silence in the room. Usually, only spies caught red-handed reacted like that to his arrival. And Gyeom Saik was amazed that Zhao Iso's professional deformation had gone so far. After that, the chief decided to find out why the young man had come here. Besides, who allowed him to burst into the office without permission? However, Zhao Iso did not remember Gyeom Saik ever asking for that permission. The agent even thought that he behaved so strangely because maybe he was hiding some beloved girl somewhere here. Hearing this, Naraka was barely restraining his rage, asking the lady to give him an order, and then he would make Zhao Iso pay for his rudeness. However, Sahyun herself wanted to observe this young man a little, to find out, was the head of counterintelligence really unaware of the young man's actions? Maybe the young man was connected to someone else. It was a great chance to find out the truth. At that moment, Zhao Iso himself was amazed at his leader's irritability. After that, he placed an order for approval on the table before leaving. It was a request for a transfer warrant. Gyeom Saik was very curious about who this scoundrel was targeting this time, since he even sacrificed his day off to come here. However, the main character was not going to explain himself, only asking the man to put his stamp so he could return to his business. The chief sighed heavily, realizing that it was useless to seek the truth from the young man who did not even want to listen to him. Well, to begin with, he decided to familiarize himself with the order. However, to be honest, after reading it, Gyeom Saik did not even know how to perceive it. He was insanely angry when he found out that the cursed boy had sent him a request for translation. The agent tried to joke it off, implying that Guillaume Saik had misunderstood him. Perhaps he had read something wrong, but he needed to hurry and just put his stamp. However, the enraged head of the Counterintelligence Corps instantly threw the young man's own translation request back at him, aiming it straight between his eyes. After that, he went mad at this disobedient bastard, who this time had crossed the line. After everything that connected them, this little devil decided to involve even the children of the lord of their cult in his schemes. Of course, the protagonist had no idea what the chief was talking about. He had done nothing yet, and the chief behaved as if the agent had committed some mortal sin. The head of the corps continued to attack the young man as if he was about to kill him. In the end, the frightened Zhao Iso had to ask the man to stop and just talk, since he clearly misunderstood him. However, Guillaume Saik did not want to listen to the snake he had warmed on his chest. Everything was clearly described in the letter. It was unlikely that Zhao Iso would decide to serve that person if it was not some hidden plan. The boss did not want to figure out what this guy had planned, as he was already tired of cleaning up after his messes. Therefore, he simply decided to send the agent to the other world before he caused even more trouble. And to be honest, Zhao Iso was struck by the anger of the head of the Counterintelligence Corps. He continued to accuse him of everything, and did not even want to listen to Zhao Isa, who denied his guilt. In the end, when the man attacked once again, the young man had already drawn his blade, defending himself from the incoming strike. As a result, the tip of the sword's blade was broken off and slammed into the hard wooden floor at speed. He looked stunned at his severed sword when Zhao Yiso explained that it had broken under the power of the golden cleaving sword, and of course, the leader was curious about where the hero had obtained such a treasure. The agent hinted. Guillaume Saik became so desperate during his time working with him that the young man decided to give him a gift, in case he needs a backup plan if he fails to convince the leader with words. After that, the young man handed the head of the corps a new blade and asked to be released, as if the old weapon. The time had come to part ways. The hero had to continue on the path he had chosen for himself. Calmly listening to the request, Zhao Yiso voiced his intentions. For further advancement, he needed to become the servant of the 7th young master of the Mao clan. By this time, the warrior had already accumulated a considerable sum of money, and he was tired of existing at the level of the 7th rank, where he had to bow to all superiors. Moreover, if he managed to become an assistant to one of His Majesty's offspring, the leader of the alliance, then he could reach the position of a 3rd-rank ghost. Even despite his lineage, this was all the young man desired, and he felt that after many years of work, he deserved it. That is why the warrior asked Jem Saik for help. And no matter what kind of scoundrel the head of the Counterintelligence Corps considered the boy, now he saw. The youth was truly serious in his words. Besides, the boy felt that they had spent such a good time together with Jem Saik that the moment had come to let him go. Honestly, the hero's position did not sound as if he had hidden motives. Perhaps he simply craved honors. But even if their conversation confirmed the petitioner's innocence, he was already on the list of the 3rd young lady, so supporting him was not easy. The man wanted to make every effort to dissuade the boy from this venture, but the young lady hurried to contact him, using a sound transmission to give her order. The head of the corps only had to make sure whether the hero would truly not regret his decision. However, Zhao Iso reminded who he was, a mad dog capable of much in intelligence, not some ordinary servant. The youth asked Jem Saik to trust him. After all, everything would become much easier if the man wrote a letter of recommendation for him. In the end, the head of the corps really grabbed the sheet brought by the hero and placed his seal on it. He also took the prepared letter of recommendation and gave it all to the young man. However, he warned that this was not the last thing the warrior would need. He was to go to Madame in the village of Moon River, who was responsible for the guard's exam. As he left, Jem Saik reminded that he decided to help the hero not because the latter had given him an excellent sword. After all, inspiring one's subordinates is one of the leader's duties. Therefore, he hoped that since the young man had taken on this task, he would not mess up or disgrace them. However, Zhao Iso pointed out that before saying such inspiring things, he should at least wipe his mouth, which was all covered in saliva flowing from the beauty of the golden sword. In any case, Zhao Iso was extremely grateful for the help and decided to start preparing for the journey. Of course, he understood that over the long 10 years of work he had endured most difficulties alone, but he was still greatly indebted to Jem Saik, his direct supervisor. However, before letting the boy go, the chief did not forget to remind him. Wherever Zhao Iso ended up, he still remained a member of the Counterintelligence Corps. For this reason, he must not allow anyone's words to corner him. Naturally, Jem Saik knew that the boy was not one to be easily broken, but still considered it necessary to give him this instruction. At first stunned, the young man smiled, thanking the captain for these words, after which he bowed in a farewell bow and hurriedly left, slamming the door behind him. Immediately after this, the head of the corps informed those standing behind the screen that Zhao Iso was going to approach Madame. although they themselves should have heard it perfectly well. However, as they could notice, this guy was only interested in his own ambitions, so it was hardly worth suspecting him of anything and continuing to spy on him. The lady herself, finally emerging from behind the screen, was surprised at how Jemsei cared about this subordinate. She could not deny it. This was very unlike the usual behavior of the head of the counterintelligence corps. But still, she was not satisfied with the selfish goals of this boy. For her, this posed a problem, so she wanted to show Zhao Iso in the near future how confident his hopes and words were. The hero, having left the office, perfectly understood what Saharan, who was eavesdropping on his words, was thinking right now. Of course, the third young lady, more than anyone else, knew that the position of guard was not suitable for everyone. More precisely, not even that. This position cannot be offered to just anyone. After all, a guardian is one who is destined to become the right and left hand of a first-rank demon, the strongest member of the clan. If the one he serves obtains the position of leader, the guard obeys only him alone and has authority over all the others. That is precisely why only outstanding individuals were suitable to serve as assistants to young masters. From Naraka, one of the former leaders of the Pavilion of Five Dragons, to Huanza, who caused chaos in the world of martial arts, there was not a single assistant who did not earn a famous name for himself. Considering the serious nature of the third young lady, the warrior could imagine how difficult it was for her to accept the fact that he, a representative of the 7th rank, had so boldly decided to apply for this position. Most likely she would try to punish him, using the exam as a cover, and all for the sake of maintaining discipline on Mount Tian. For this reason, preparing for the trials, the hero thought that the perfect time had come to gain support. He could not wait to meet Saharan, where they would be alone, just the two of them. Soon the events moved half a month forward, to the village of Moon River. On the shores of the Lake of Moonlight was the most extravagant establishment among 10,000 mountains, filled with pleasures such as singing, gambling, and carnal delights. It was the guest house of the Jade Immortal, and there, in her disguise, Lady Saharan arrived. The servant, running out to greet such a dear guest, immediately decided to ask the woman whether she would rest alone or if guests would come to her. However, when the visitor did not answer him, he simply calmly asked her to call him if she needed anything. But she, as if nothing had happened, pointed to a man who was sitting in the distance. Obviously, he was a hero, and she wanted to know how long ago he had arrived here. The boy servant hurried to introduce the warrior as one of their regular guests, an incredible gentleman who had stayed in the annex at the highest part of their establishment. He had been here for half a month already and was throwing money around as if it were mere paper. Saharan was shocked and angered by the audacity of this boy, who had done nothing but drink for half a month straight. Moreover, she was surprised that, apparently, the guest house had an annex. She did not know about it because it was a place intended for the chosen ones, for the most important guests of their cult. For this reason, the servant receiving visitors thought that this gentleman held some high position, and he even offered to put in a good word for the lady if the gentleman was interested in her. However, the girl was furious that the boy had misunderstood her, and she barely restrained herself from shouting. Suddenly, the main hero's gaze lingered on the graceful figure of the young lady, frozen on the other side of the pond. An instant recognition pierced his consciousness. Standing before him was the very same hot-tempered person from the study pavilion, Jegal. At first, the young man admitted that he had mistaken the stranger for a completely different person, but her truly unique aura left no room for doubt. Such energy could not be confused with anything else in this world. Suddenly, the air was shattered by loud cries about a particularly important guest. Everyone present instantly turned around, trying to guess the identity of the mysterious girl and determine the extent of her influence. The wide-brimmed hat almost completely concealed the stranger's facial features. But the gathered unanimously believed that only a person with considerable weight in the demonic cult could afford such a theatrical entrance. Zhao Iso, not wishing to prolong this noisy spectacle, immediately invited the mysterious visitor to join his table to share a cup of wine in honor of the unexpected meeting. And she, just wanting these deafening shouts to finally stop, swiftly crossed the water barrier as if weightless, moving to the main character's table. Zhao Iso only smiled serenely at her company, realizing that their meeting, which had already happened for the second time, was undoubtedly predestined by the heavens themselves. What especially amazed the young strategist was the fact that the place of their second meeting was a brothel, a place strictly forbidden to noble ladies. The young lady, in turn, was astonished by Zhao Iso's audacity, who continued to spout blatant nonsense even after her unequivocal warnings. It seemed obvious to her that such a boy should have been taught from childhood to weigh every word, for such indiscretion could cost one their life. However, interrupting the flow of her angry speeches, the main character calmly extended a cup of alcohol to the guest. In such establishments as brothels, people have long used intoxicating drinks in the cover of night to enjoy sincere communication. Therefore, the young man suggested to the lady to openly discuss the true reason for her visit, after which he calmly stated that he was well aware that behind this skillful disguise was none other than the third young lady of the clan, Sa Heron. At that very moment, on the second floor of the establishment, several observers were closely watching the development of events. In their hands were the most accurate portraits of both Zhao Iso himself and the disguised Sa Heron, and these images perfectly matched those they were now observing on the ferry. The leader of the spies immediately gave his subordinates a silent order. Exactly 7 minutes later, they had to erase these creatures from the face of the earth. Tension literally oozed from the tense bodies of all the fighters, frozen in anticipation of the decisive signal. Saharan herself was in utter shock that Zhao Iso had just revealed knowledge of her true identity. Moreover, the audacious young man even predicted her appearance for a conversation. However, noticing the noble lady's pensiveness, the protagonist hastened to dismiss his own words as an unfortunate joke, which the girl should neither take offense at nor take so close to heart. After all, he was well aware of the absurdity of his assumption. What sense would it make for a young lady to wander around a backwater village in disguise? If anyone found out that Snowflower visited such disreputable establishments, these escapades would instantly become the main topic of gossip on the city streets. Such a thing meant that the noble lady would never risk her impeccable reputation for such a senseless adventure. Therefore, the young strategist suggested avoiding empty talk and moving directly to the point. He wanted to know exactly what the young lady wanted from him. Even the girl herself was struck by the fact that this young man asked such bold questions to a person he had met only for the second time. However, for Zhao Iso, it seemed completely natural to ask questions to his own examiner, after which he politely greeted Madame Jin-san as was proper. And at that moment, Saharan finally fell into the maddest shock, not understanding how the young man managed to obtain even this information. Zhao Iso turned out to be absolutely right. No madam existed in nature at all. Even the very place where he was ordered to appear literally teemed with deadly traps. But the main character was somehow inexplicably aware of this treacherous plan. Seeing her astonishment, the young man hastened to explain that this was the essence of his service in the intelligence corps. Investigations, interrogations. Obviously, in such work, a person learns things unknown to others, even the most secret secrets. Over time, the longer an agent practices his craft, there remains not a single secret unknown to him. It seems suspicious that in the middle of an ordinary village of craftsmen, someone suddenly appeared claiming to be an examiner. Something about this situation caused troubling doubts, so the young strategist decided not to go to the indicated village, preferring to wait here. All so that the true examiner would eventually come to him himself, and the main character could easily find him. He hoped that this explanation answered all the questions that had been swirling in the young lady's head all this time. Honestly, after such detailed explanations, the girl did not even refuse the alcohol poured by his hands. She sincerely felt sorry for the young man. If he survived the upcoming trial, she would spare him and even consider his candidacy for the position of guard. After all, she could not even suspect that the young man approached his task in such a responsible manner. Having drained the cup of alcohol, the noble lady paid tribute to the hero's extraordinary way of thinking. However, the true problem and the root cause of her righteous anger was the fact that the daring young man did not appear at the appointed place, despite having received a very clear order from a person holding the highest position. Such a thing meant that he did not know how to obey an order unconditionally. It was astonishing that the main character immediately rose from his seat and bowed deeply in respectful obeisance. He was aware of the weight of his own guilt for failing to fulfill his duty, and for that he offered sincere apologies. But the young man fervently hoped that the lady would forgive his regrettable mistake. The young lady was quite surprised that the young man did not start arguing with her, but so swiftly admitted his own error. After that, she handed him her cup for alcohol, asking him to fill it with wine, and decided to inquire, why, in Zhao Iso's opinion, should he become the guardian for the young Master Mao? After all, in this most dangerous position, even the offspring of the noblest families perished within a single night. It was unlikely that a commoner without family or status could change anything. However, the main character explained, perhaps protecting the master was indeed beyond his strength, but he could make Mao so powerful that he would enter the top 3 young masters among 7 heirs in just 1 year. The young strategist sincerely hoped that such a bold motivation would satisfy his examiner as an answer. But honestly, in her eyes, this was an excessively absurd statement. This literally meant that the audacious youth wanted, by controlling Romeo, to overthrow either her herself or one of her 2 brothers. Of course, she had heard that Zhao Iso was somewhat unbalanced, and it seemed the rumors about his madness were not false. But still, the noble lady could not blindly believe loud words. Anyone could talk beautifully. Another question was whether the main character had enough true skills to fulfill this audacious promise. But she definitely liked that Zhao Iso did not back down from his own words. Therefore, she wished for the young man to prove to her that he was truly capable of dealing with a couple of annoying rats. It was about those people who had been tirelessly spying on them from the second floor all this time, watching their every move. The main character also clearly felt this intrusive observation and understood that he had no other choice but to carry out his examiner's order. Therefore, he decided to deal with those guys who were spying on them from behind and suggested that the lady take on those lurking behind her. Honestly, the young lady was amazed by Zhao Yisou's courage, who had the audacity to suggest that she herself join the upcoming fight. But in the end, they drained the last cups of alcohol, dividing the duties among themselves. At that very moment, a gang of about 10 thugs rushed forward to deal with the daring girl and fulfill their main mission. When suddenly the young lady threw a cup of wine at the attacker and crushed his skull into tiny pieces. Of course, his comrades were in shock. How was it even possible to kill a person using only a fragile cup? When they took on this mission, no one warned them that the lady possessed such monstrous strength. In the next moment, she silently crept up to another attacker, armed with an ordinary chopstick. With this improvised weapon, she dealt the enemy several very precise blows, leaving him bleeding. After which she swiftly lunged at the second scoundrel, who could only pitifully beg for mercy for his worthless life. To great regret, at the last moment the scoundrel managed to throw a greenish sphere into the air, which, once airborne, dispersed into the finest powder. At first, the young lady thought it was surely a deadly poison, but it turned out to be a caustic acid corroding the skin. This meant that these little people did not intend to kill her at all. They thirsted to reveal her identity to everyone currently among the establishment's visitors, wanting to portray the noble lady as some depraved nymphomaniac secretly visiting the craftsman's village to satisfy her base passion. Obviously, behind such dirty tricks stood her own brothers, but she did not expect such vile antics from them. Honestly, even the main hero was struck by the audacity of these damned thugs. It seems these bandits did not realize how disrespectful it was to force a girl against her will to reveal her face. The young man smiled and looked at the examiner anew, simultaneously helping to wipe away all the remaining caustic acid corroding the skin. By this time, he had already dealt with all the bandits he was supposed to defeat and grabbed the tablecloth covering the table. The young lady quickly realized that Zhao Yisou not only knew how to talk beautifully, he was truly surprisingly strong. In the end, she took the fabric from his hands and hastily wrapped it around her head to avoid revealing her disguise. Immediately after that, the young lady informed the main character that he had exactly 4 days to arrive at the palace of the 7th young master Mao. However, the young man had to keep the promise he made to her, because otherwise she would personally tear out his lying tongue. With these words, the noble lady vanished as if she had never stood before him. However, the young strategist did not even have time to tell her that he was well aware of the punishment that awaited him. He only wished the examiner lady good luck with a smile. Soon the events moved to the highest floor of the entertainment pavilion. There, one of the courtesans came to the master to report on the work done. They had already taken care of the corpses that were killed during the incident. Although the courtesan did everything as the master asked, she felt that it was not enough to make an impression. The main character was sad that during all this turmoil those guys broke expensive furniture. But despite this, they played their role flawlessly. Therefore, the young man thanked the girl who helped bring his plan to life. Moreover, after that, he flipped through the work record book of this girl. Judging by the records, she once again managed to significantly increase her efficiency. Such a level is impossible to achieve without exerting titanic efforts. This meant that the young lady was surely working extremely hard. However, Chu Honggran objected that the gentleman was too kind to her, and even if the task had been harder, she, as the owner of the guest house, would have handled it without any problems. There was no task beyond her capabilities. She was ready to do a lot to repay Zhao Yisou's kindness, although she became who she was only thanks to him. However, Zhao Yisou felt even awkward listening to her gratitude, so he asked the girl to stop bringing up the topic. After all, as he often repeated, they both benefited from what happened in the past. Although the protagonist could not say that he did not understand the girl's feelings, she had been a completely different person before. A young lady kidnapped by the heavenly demon cult before reaching adulthood. In the Murim world, she had long been considered missing. Zhao Yisou saved her during one of his most dangerous missions. For some reason, since then they had stuck together, and now, thanks to his tireless support and her innate intelligence, she became the owner of the Moon River village and now served as his right hand. If someone asked the young strategist to describe their relationship, he would call it a mutually beneficial relationship in which one gains at the expense of the other. Although the hero had the feeling that Chu Honggran still perceived the situation somewhat differently. Finally, when the awkward topic was closed, the young man asked Chu Honggran to tell all the stories that had happened at the Jade Immortal guest house. The thing is, spies have several ways to obtain information. Sometimes they buy it from local informants, sometimes with the covert support of one of the influential organizations. But an agent like him, dropped into the very heart of enemy territory, needed a more long-term and reliable source, a personal source of information. That is why the young strategist put all his efforts into acquiring the guest house of the Jade Immortal. By that time, Chu Hongren had already gathered all the necessary information as Zhao Iso had ordered. The current state of the heavenly demon cult could be described as the calm before the coming storm. The main character expected something like this, as the further development of events depended on who would become the next vice leader of the cult. This mostly concerned the actions of the two strongest factions in the heavenly demon cult, the Seven Sages, responsible for judicial affairs, and the Five Dragons group, controlling the administration. These two main forces were the hottest topic for discussion, and obviously their support could influence which of the heirs would win this contest. Of course, the young man decided to ask Chu Hongren's opinion about which way each faction would lean. In her humble opinion, the first young lord was loyal and ruthless in everything he did. At the moment, he was considered the obvious leader. On the other hand, there was the second young lord. Every one of his actions was literally filled with a piece of his soul. He treated his subordinates like friends, which helped him gain more and more devoted followers. That is why the girl believed that the elders, who valued stability, would support the first lord, and the Five Dragons group, who dreamed of change, would support the second. Zhao Iso summarized. According to Chu Hongren, the opinions of the two factions would split because of the temperaments of the young lords. And he decided to find out what, in her opinion, would happen to the third lady in that case, since the current leader trusted her the most. Chu Hongren knew perfectly well that even when hidden, true talent still radiates a dazzling light. It was obvious that Sa Heron possessed outstanding qualities that stood out even among the young lords. However, at this rate, she isolates herself even more. The first and second brothers might consider her temperament dangerous. First of all, they will try to get rid of her. In the best case, the noble lady had 6 months. The chance that Sa Heron would die within those 6 months was extremely high. Zhao Isa's forecast for her account was exactly the same. But they could not allow her to die so early. After all, this girl was needed by the main character as a shield, at least until Mao secures his position. It became obvious that the young strategist had many matters, and from the most unexpected sides, so he decided to leave. But finally decided to find out how young Mr. Mao is doing now and how bad everything is. It turns out Chu Hongren continued to treat him as a special guest, asking for nothing in return, just as the main character requested. However, he came here daily with some bandits, had fun with them, and drank excessively. And because of him, their establishment was suffering colossal losses. As the young strategist understood, the guy went off like never before. However, Zhao Iso insisted that Chu Hongren continue indulging him for now, as they would soon squeeze the boy dry. Then the young master would fully return to the girl everything he had managed to destroy and everything Mao had taken. Several days passed since that conversation. The events moved to the gloomy bamboo forest on the southern border of the village of Moon River. There, deep in this thicket, stood a small inconspicuous hut. A man was heading there, muttering to himself how much he did not want to come here. But he was ordered to deliver a message to Mr. Mao, so he could not disobey the order. However, Mao was clearly displeased with this messenger and demanded that he immediately repeat his words. The frightened man stated that according to the report of the third young lady, she sent here an assistant whom she personally selected for the seventh heir. She also said that he was a talented person who had passed the most thorough selection, and she also asked her brother to greet him properly. The seventh heir did not believe the words of this messenger, thinking that he had confused something and was talking complete nonsense. However, the man insisted that these were the words of the young lady. What was even harder to believe was the sincerity of Sa Heron. All because she should have known perfectly well what happened to the previous so-called assistants she sent. It was unlikely that a newcomer would need more than a couple of days to leave this cursed place in tears and snot. But still, since the sister decided to send Mao another assistant, he could not just take and throw him out of here. The first thing the messenger learned was the name of the new assistant, Zhao Iso. Obviously, the seventh heir assumed that this assistant had some impressive title, and considering the young master's past, this guy must be at least the vice leader of the pavilion. However, Mao was furious when he found out that this guy was merely the leader of the third squad of the counterintelligence corps. Obviously, the position of squad leader implied a role quite far from the pavilion leader. That is, he was literally an insignificant person who was even lower in hierarchy than a regular captain. Before completely losing his temper, Mao decided to find out if this guy had some powerful patron behind him. Perhaps he was an illegitimate son of a famous family. However, as the messenger learned, Zhao Isa had no such background. He was an ordinary commoner from a backwater town. It was extremely hard to believe such a report. This caused Mao to burst into genuine wild laughter. It felt like the sister decided to send him an assistant who perfectly matched his status. At first, he wondered why they decided to send him another assistant. But it must be that Sa Heron learned about his financial difficulties and decided to send some poor fool he could use to earn some money. The seventh heir was absolutely sure that this was the case, because such a wise person as Sa Heron would never send this pauper to him without a good reason. Obviously, the young master was convinced that the messenger agreed with him too, and could not help but rejoice in his own genius. However, Mao was already planning to strip Zhao Isa down to his underwear and throw him out of here. And after that, he could not worry about money for drinks for some time. After that, he sent the messenger away, asking him to convey his gratitude to his sister. But before letting him go, he demanded that the man hand over all the money he had with him. Of course, the man tried to justify himself somehow, but the heir smiled and threatened that it was really better for him to give the money than to lose his life. In the end, after completing the work, the man left, deprived of any money. That was the reason why he did not want to come here. This scoundrel, the seventh son, turned out to be an even bigger idiot than the embassy expected. He clearly had problems with his head. Although the seventh heir resembled some capricious child, he was extremely embittered by life. Fortunately, this served as an excuse for the young man. After all, if he had been a complete scoundrel in his right mind, Zhao Isa would have had to kill him. After that, the main character finally removed his disguise. It was pleasing that he would manage to avoid the failure of his mission, but still, he could not help but be furious that this impudent fellow dared to take all his money. After a couple of days, the young strategist came to the house as if nothing had happened, and very soon Mao was lying there on his knees, continuing to cough. The seventh heir clearly did not understand what had happened to him. He only looked fearfully at Zhao Isa, who stood over him, not taking his eyes off him. And all because, despite the idiocy of the seventh heir, the main character could not close his eyes to his misdeed and decided to teach him the first lesson. At that moment, events returned to the Murim Alliance, to the main office of the Hubei province branch. There sat Jegal Sami, carefully studying another report. Fortunately, the operation to infiltrate each of the regions was going completely according to plan. At this pace, soon they would be able to create a much stronger intelligence network in the territory of the unorthodox faction of the Heavenly Demon Cult. However, Jegal Sami still could not understand why her grandfather insisted so much that she wear a mask. Although she was the only one allowed in this archive, she was not even permitted to turn on the light, which made her eyes bulge. Starting from documents with ciphers and ending with special codes, there was not a single letter in this office that was easy to read. But apparently her grandfather was confident that his granddaughter's eyes could endure this trial. Lately, Jegal Sami often thought about requesting a translator, as she was beginning to tire of the eternal stay in this creepy place. And she was always covered in dust. She could try to find herself a job in some sunnier place. But suddenly the young lady came across a report from number 103, who, it seemed, had finally started working. However, the message stated that he had finally managed to arrive at the palace. If he had arrived at the palace, it meant that he had already reached the palace of the seventh young master. Although not much time had passed since the assignment was given, to be honest, the girl could not believe that the young man would really manage to make this psychopath the leader of the cult. Shortly before the main character visited Mao, he inspected the estate where he lived. However, everything here was extremely obvious. Ever since the young strategist arrived here in the guise of an ambassador, from the overgrown grass in the yard to the scattered trash everywhere, it was clear that this place was a real wreck. Be that as it may, the main character was extremely interested in what was on the mind of the seventh heir. No matter how deserted his estate was, he should have had at least a couple of servants. But surprisingly, it was too quiet here. It felt as if there was not a single living soul in the estate. So, wandering through the corridors of the estate, the young strategist thought that perhaps Mao was still resting in the middle of the day. When he approached the door, he heard loud snoring, which fully justified his suspicions. So, sighing heavily, Zhao Isa finally introduced himself as the new assistant and decided to find out if the seventh master was inside. He also asked the young heir to spare him a little of his precious time. The most surprising thing was that the man immediately woke up, allowing the young man to enter. The young man did not expect such a quick reaction, so he thanked him for the permission and apologized in advance for the intrusion. But it turned out that all this was just bait for Mao to attack the alien standing behind the doors, breaking the doors with his hand and aiming straight at the face. He greeted the pathetic squad leader in his palace, after which he demanded that he lay out all his money and get out of here. Otherwise, the seventh heir warned that the guest would get even more punches from him and would eventually run away anyway. However, what was astonishing was that the guy dodged his attack lightning fast and even grabbed the attacker's hand. In the next moment, Zhao Isa pulled the seventh heir after him, dragged him outside the doors, and threw him to the ground. After which he aimed his knee directly at the opponent's solar plexus and delivered a crushing blow. As a result, the young man, who fell to his knees and was breathing heavily, tried to recover from the sudden pain. The main character was finally convinced that Mao was an average scoundrel, which was exactly what one should have expected from him. But Zhao Isa could not let such a person get away with it so easily. As is known, in the cult of the Heavenly Demon there were 3 families occupying leading positions. Besides the duties of elders, they also served directly under the cult leader. For example, the prudent demonic sage, who was the intermediary from Mount Chung, the second elder Chang O-san. Also, the ruthless warlord, unmatched in bravery and loyalty, the third elder Meng Chulyon from the Meng family. But the most respected among all those considered a level above the rest were the silent dragons Imuji, who held the position of the first elder for 4 consecutive generations. This is the first elder Nama Ilsen from the Ma family. It was Mao who was actually from this family, one of the most prestigious dynasties of the heavenly demon cult. As far as Chu Hanren knew, the cult leader chose Mao purely by chance during his visit to the Ma family, after which the young man was adopted as the cult leader's foster son. Outsiders might have thought that the boy was incredibly lucky, and that his life path was strewn only with countless flowers. But in reality, this path turned out to be extremely thorny and filled with rotting poisonous weeds. After all, the 7th young master was actually an illegitimate child, looked down upon by everyone. He was even forced to sweep the family yard like the lowest servant. The hero recalled that around the same time, the Ma family was putting forward Ma Ishin, the eldest son of the first elder Ma Ilsen, for the position of the cult leader's foster son. That is why the Ma family was in complete confusion when he chose the illegitimate child who swept the yards. And he, despite all his shabbiness and worthlessness, attracted the attention of the cult leader himself. From the Ma family's point of view, it looked as if the servant and his master had suddenly switched places. But at that moment, for the public eye, the Ma family received the news with the greatest honor. They even held a lavish celebration on this occasion. However, Zhao Iso clearly understood that this was merely a performance for the public, so that their family would not fall in the eyes of others. Hardly anyone who knew the truth did not already realize the widely accepted fact that the Ma family had long since abandoned Mao. Some even believed that the cult leader decided to adopt the young man only to keep the Ma family under the strictest control. When Zhao Iso told Chu Hanren about this rumor, she was amazed that the main character understood all of this perfectly. And after all, countless informants shed their blood to obtain this information. So Chu Hanren wondered, was there even a single detail in the cult of the heavenly demon that had escaped her master's attention? In the end, the girl continued her story, explaining that the first elder Ma supports the first young master instead of Mao. So it could be said with confidence, their refusal of the 7th heir was almost officially confirmed. The spy was amazed at the ruthlessness of the first elder, who, despite Mao being a half-blood and therefore his own flesh and blood, still treated him with immense contempt. But deep down the hero resented the fact that his superiors from the hidden pavilion, who really wanted to make this fool the vice leader, were either complete eccentrics or the main hero misunderstood something, or maybe it was all prosaic, and the leader simply turned into an old senile man. There was only hope that the hero was wrong, but now his main focus was his goal, Mao, who turned out to be another criminal with his tearful backstory. But Zhao Iso was known for exactly one method that was perfectly suited for training such thugs. Of course, now the 7th heir, writhing in pain, was trying to understand what the hell this freak dared to hit him. However, the hero immediately fell to his knees before him, apologizing for what had been done. Only then did he supposedly realize that before him stood the 7th young gentleman, and explained his reaction by saying he thought the gentleman was being attacked and reacted without even thinking. Of course, Zhao Iso did not want to show disrespect to Mao at their very first meeting. He felt very sorry, so much so that he was ready to burn with shame right on the spot. However, the main character's blow was so devastating that Mao could hardly understand his words anymore. After that, he called Zhao Iso crazy and simply passed out, losing consciousness right on the floor. And the hero just smirked. After all, he liked such an acquaintance with the heir much more. He sincerely hoped that they could become friends, and Mao would soon submit to him. A couple of hours later, the heir regained consciousness again, being in his chambers. Honestly, it was astonishing that his new psychopathic assistant not only put him to bed, but also fixed the door. It was unclear what was wrong with this freak. But suddenly the young man noticed a letter on the bed. There, the hero explained that the heir looked very tired, so he decided to take his leave. Zhao Iso promised to return in a couple of days to greet him again with all the formalities, and suggested Mao get a good rest until the next meeting. But of course, the guy was furious that some pathetic assistant fancied himself someone important, and was giving him orders. It seems this disgusting squad leader has completely lost his mind. Moreover, despite losing consciousness, Mao noticed some oddities about that crazy bastard. It seems that at the moment he was losing consciousness, he was smiling at his pitiful state. And even if the heir made a mistake, he already had enough reasons to give Zhao Iso an unforgettable welcome next time. As is known, all the events of this story unfolded in Tianshan, the homeland and gathering place of all members of the heavenly demon cult. And since this place was a breeding ground for the demonic path, and tens of thousands of cult members who swore allegiance to their leader took root here, they thereby formed their own small country. Thus, the control of the new religion did not affect everyone. Some factions could calmly form their own organizations here and accumulate power. One of the groups among these influential organizations was the Black Dragon faction led by a former 6th rank ghost. They dominated Wonha. It could be said that this organization had an extremely solid foundation, and it was this very organization that Mao himself came to. The leader of the Black Dragon faction immediately noticed that the young lord was clearly not in the mood, so he tried to lighten the atmosphere with a smile. He decided to find out what had brought the 7th lord to their humble abode. Perhaps he wanted to join their gambling games, which they enjoyed with friends. But the angry Mao pointed to his face, which clearly showed that he was not in the mood to entertain himself with any gambling games right now. After that, he explained to the leader of the Black Dragon faction that he had come here on business. He was fed up with one little man. He wanted the guys to deal with the problem. This person was named Zhao Iso, and tomorrow he would take office as his assistant. However, obviously, the leader of the Black Dragon faction thought that since he was Mao's assistant, he was at least a first-rank ghost. They would hardly be able to deal with such a monster. Therefore, obviously, all members of the faction thought that they had somehow displeased Mao if he was so cruel to them. The leader hurried to explain that now, since they had taken on some ephemeral other task, they would not be able to help him with anything yet. Of course, if the matter was very urgent, they could pass this task to someone else. However, Mao, enraged by this news, broke the table they were sitting at in half with one blow. Obviously, the shock of those present was enormous, considering that the young man broke a 100-kilogram table with metal reinforcement with a single strike. Having demonstrated his strength, Mao threatened, "This is what will happen to these guys if they cannot help him." And immediately the faction leader declared that they had plenty of free time to help the 7th Lord with any problem. But in any case, he reminded them that they were ordinary trash, hardly able to resist the assistant of the young lord. Mao was surprised that the leader was so cowardly, although he did not learn the details that this person was a ghost of the 7th rank. Of course, it was hard to believe that such a weak person should become the assistant of the 7th Lord. But for the people of the Black Dragon faction themselves, this was wonderful news. They wanted to know where this freak came from, since obviously some 7th rank ghost was unworthy of spoiling the young lord's mood. The leader himself promised to teach the boy a lesson he would remember for a long time. And, of course, Mao was eagerly awaiting the results of their work. He also asked to bring some stronger alcohol when they came to report on the completed task. When Mao left, everyone immediately saw him off with forced smiles as their greatest benefactor. But in their hearts, they were glad that this scoundrel had finally gone. After all, if he weren't the young master, they would have long since squashed him for his disgusting character. But in any case, the main thing was that he left. Now they only needed to gather people to squash that 7th rank ghost, Zhao Iso. The leader was also curious about the assistant standing next to him. It seemed he was new, so he didn't know that only leaders could attend meetings with the young master. The newcomer immediately apologized to the faction head and ran away so as not to disturb them anymore. But the Black Dragon leader still couldn't recall when he had recruited such a foolish boy into the ranks. Of course, he couldn't remember, because that boy was the main hero himself. Zhao Iso was struck by the ignorance of the 7th Lord Mao, who always behaved like a big naughty child. However, for some unknown reason, the main hero was even pleased that Mao could not simply bow his head and obediently obey him. But it seemed this was even for the best. Otherwise, training the boy would have been far too boring. Finally, the next day, the members of the Black Dragon faction came to Mao's estate as agreed. The leader gathered all his strongest men. He promised that they would not mess up the order for anything and, as was said, would teach this guy a good lesson. At the same time, the strongest and most hardened of his fighters were already behind the gates. Although the leader of the Black Dragon did not want to boast, in the Tiger Dragon faction, which he once belonged to, a 7th rank ghost would only be fit for the role of a horseshoe polisher. Obviously, this assistant was no match for his fighters, so the faction leader could guarantee that very soon he would be apologizing to the master. If, of course, that guy was very lucky and did not wet his pants out of fear during all this. But at that moment, hearing the screams behind the gates, they realized the main hero had finally revealed himself. Many hardened fighters had already lined up on the way to him, not allowing him to go further. And, of course, Mao could not help but be pleased with the unfolding scene of the squad leader's punishment. At that moment, the vice leader of the Tiger Dragon faction, nicknamed Som, approached the young man closely. He had heard that this kid dared to bother the 7th young master and had to pay for it. The main hero was quite surprised that an unfamiliar fighter with such widely set eyes, which looked both at him and at the sun at the same time, boldly reprimanded him. And upon learning that his name was Som, the young man realized this name suited him perfectly. However, the hero sarcastically remarked that a fish like a catfish had no place in the Black Dragon faction. He would understand if the man were an electric eel, but definitely not a catfish. And Som himself was extremely enraged that this bastard dared to compare him to some little fish, so, unable to restrain himself, he attacked. The leader of the Black Dragon faction, hearing the noise behind the gates, suggested to the lord to come out and watch the scuffle. Although he told his men to wait for Mao himself to arrive, it seemed they could not hold back for long. Of course, the leader apologized for his men periodically acting as they pleased. Probably they had broken loose because they were too loyal to the seventh lord. However, to the shock of those present, Zhao Iso, having dealt with some, was rummaging through his pockets. Moreover, he was quite surprised. For a bandit, that one had too few coins. There was hardly anything to take, only a small bundle of golden shimmering coins. Of course, Mao wanted to know how the hero managed to defeat this fighter. The guy then feigned the most plausible surprise at the arrival of the seventh young lord. Bowing, he properly greeted the lord as his new assistant, reporting the start of the first day of service. Although a little earlier, the seventh lord had caught him off guard, causing the protagonist to show disrespect to him. From this day, he intended to make amends. But Mao, obviously, did not believe a single word of his. Therefore, the seventh heir thought that this bastard was only joking, asking about his condition after that scuffle. However, Zhao Iso, showing no sign, as if nothing had happened, decided to ask his lord, who were those people waiting for him near the gates? He even thought that perhaps the lord was so kind as to gather these people for his welcoming ceremony, and was even glad that there were so many people. However, Mao warned that these people had come to congratulate him on his last day of life, and advised the guy to better refuse the position of assistant himself. But the young man reminded that, despite his modest origin, he had grand dreams. He hoped to advance up the career ladder as the assistant to the seventh young master, trying to cling to him like a lifeboy. However, naturally, Mao understood that this idiot had come to the wrong place, since the reputation, like the seventh heir himself, had long since fallen to the very bottom. But the main character understood that the master was smarter than he seemed. Zhao Iso knew him better than anyone else. All the heir needed to do was follow the instructions of his loyal assistant, and then he would lead him to the very top. But honestly, even an idiot like the heir found it very hard to believe such nonsense. It seemed that the boy was a real madman, but he himself did not notice it. And Mao even began to ponder his words, so he had to forcibly remind himself that before him was an ordinary scum, a pathetic ghost of the seventh rank. After that, he growled at the Black Dragon fighters, not understanding how long they would stand idle. And immediately, recalling the main task, to teach this boy a lesson, everyone grabbed their blades and began the fight. Rushing at the unarmed hero, they wanted to give him the warmest welcome possible. However, Zhao Iso was in no hurry to defend himself. Recalling Mao's own words that the more, the better, he realized. In this regard, they thought alike. So the main character was ready for such a warm welcome. At that moment, everyone felt the approach of unknown people from above. The fighters in blood-red clothes surrounded their captain, not allowing anyone to come close to him. Of course, all members of the Black Dragon faction knew perfectly well what this blood-red attire meant. It was the Counterintelligence Corps, which had arrived here incredibly quickly at the first call of their leader, Mad Dog. Now, with their arrival, the hero believed they could rightfully begin the real welcoming ceremony. But soon the dissatisfied Gem Saik appeared, who could not understand the behavior of his former subordinate. He seemed not even to intend to wait for him for this welcoming ceremony. Of course, everyone immediately gaped in surprise when they personally saw the head of the Counterintelligence Corps. He was also the mentor of the third young lady Sa Heron, one of the few chosen who had access to personal audiences with the cult leader, one of the strongest representatives of the new generation. Naturally, they wanted to know what a person of such caliber was doing here. After all, they were sure that Zhao Iso was just an ordinary leader of some squad, and at that moment he was talking to Gem Saik as if he were an old friend. In the next moment, Gem Saik, along with the rest of his men, bowed, greeting the seventh young master and introducing themselves to him. Following him, all the spies under the Death Reaper's command also greeted him. Seeing the young heir's confusion, Gem Saik hastened to explain. Despite Zhao Iso having left his home, he still remained a member of their family. That is why they had come here, to put in a good word for him and also to check his future place of residence. As far as Gem Saik understood, all this did not involve significant expenses, and this option suited him perfectly. At that moment, the leader of the Black Dragon faction had already mentally buried himself. He could not have imagined that by getting involved with a pathetic 7th-rank ghost he would incur the wrath of the fierce counterintelligence members. Moreover, if the head of counterintelligence himself was so worried about this person, then for Gem Saik, Zhao Iso was one of the key figures. The main character immediately turned to the scum who had no idea of their place in society and ordered them to get lost, since respected people had started to converse here. But of course, he could have taught them a lesson so that they would understand when not to interfere in other people's affairs. Therefore, the deathly frightened leader of the Black Dragon faction apologized to the young master for apparently having nothing to do here. After that, they thanked the master for everything and quickly scattered to their homes. Of course, Mao was shocked that these bandits had just abandoned him in such a difficult situation. And Zhao Yiso perfectly understood that for Mao, this had to be a good lesson in reality. When the seventh heir was nearby, these people behaved as if they were completely loyal to him. However, it was only a game, supported by the title of the seventh young master, an ordinary sandcastle that could be destroyed by the slightest touch. After all, in the end, the boy was just an arrogant and pathetic descendant who had not a single loyal subordinate, despite how much time they had spent together. And the very first step in the training of the main character was for Mao to finally understand and realize this fact. At that moment, having finished the greetings, Jem Saik finally realized what Zhao Yiso meant by his debut. Usually, the young man dedicated the head of the counterintelligence corps to his affairs, so the man thought the boy had some problems. But it turned out that he simply decided to break the will of the young heir on the very first day. This approach was quite in his style. The main character thanked the head of the corps for his help, but asked him to leave. After all, although the seventh heir was his lord only in words, Zhao Yiso did not want to make a big scandal out of it, and the man himself understood this perfectly. However, before leaving, he warned that if this job turned out to be too much for the main character, they were always ready to take him back. In the end, all the spies left as if they had never been there. Meanwhile, Mao, left puzzled, wondered who Zhao Yiso really was. It was quite obvious that he was a rather influential figure, but this only gave Mao more questions about his new position. Moreover, it became interesting to understand what Zhao Yiso's words meant about leading him to the top. However, the question seemed too obvious to the hero himself. Therefore, he reminded who was above everyone within the demonic cult. The vice leader of the demonic cult. The person who sooner or later would take the place of the cult leader and rule the entire martial arts world. The main character wanted to make the seventh heir precisely this vice leader of the cult. But of course, the boy thought that Zhao Yiso had problems with his head, and he often heard similar suspicions about his madness. However, these were only unfounded accusations. Therefore, Mao considered the main character a simple talker. After all, he could not possibly make him the vice leader, especially being a seventh-rank ghost. It was obviously impossible. But Zhao Yiso noticed progress. Although Mao called his ideas absurd, he still continued to consider various methods of achieving the goal. This meant that the boy was interested in the main character's proposal. Well, of course, the seventh heir fiercely denied it. He was simply curious to hear how much nonsense this bastard had come up with. However, Zhao Yiso explained that to initiate the plan, he would have to tidy up a bit. After all, as Mao had already realized, at the moment he was surrounded only by useless flies. It would be much easier for them if his other relationships were also in order. But, unfortunately, in his not very long life, the seventh heir had spoiled relationships not only with the sects, but also with his blood relatives. Of course, the guy was furious that the damn bastard like Zhao Yiso dared to bring up that topic. Therefore, he rushed at the young man with fists to make him shut up and close his filthy mouth. But the young man easily defended with one hand against the incoming attack. Moreover, he even reproached Mao for falling for the simplest provocation. He also put all his strength into the strike, but even in this case, it had no effect. Because of this, the main character could draw one simple conclusion. The young man's honor and his martial arts were simply in a terrible state. Honestly, the heir was surprised that some weakling managed to block his strike with such ease. Moreover, when he tried to press harder, using more internal energy, he was simply thrown backward. And Zhao Yiso hoped that from such a vivid demonstration of Mao's strength, he would finally realize how insignificant his power was as the honorable seventh master. However, even in this case, he had nothing to worry about. After all, Mao now had reliable support in the form of the mad dog himself, Zhao Yiso. Of course, first they needed to teach Mao manners. After that, Zhao Yiso would help him gain self-esteem and also improve his martial arts. He would be able to help do everything so that the seventh heir would finally be recognized. And these words instantly transported the boy back to his childhood, where he was more worthless than everyone else. Back then, the elders never forgot to repeatedly say that a scum like Mao should know his place. And every time he forgot himself and behaved inappropriately, they beat him and showed him how insignificant his position was. From these painful memories, unable to hold back, Mao screamed with all his might, literally howled like a wild beast. It seemed he was about to attack the hero, but instead he ran past somewhere, and even threatened that the main hero should never dare to say such nonsense to him again. Zhao Yiso did not expect such an escape at all. After all, obviously, anyone who wants to survive in such a treacherous demonic cult must have at least a little dignity. But this time the young man decided to let him go. Moreover, thanks to their small quarrel, the main hero was convinced that the rumors that Mao had the best energy center in the entire demonic cult were not far from the truth. After all, he made a quite decent strike. For a normal strike filled only with internal energy, it was surprising that the young man had such potential, which you wouldn't even find on Mount Tian. but the demonic cult continued to strongly ignore this young man. Even if he was a child from a mistress, he was still chosen by the cult leader himself. However, the main character could find out all the details during their next meeting. For now, he decided to leave the Wild Lord alone, at least for some time. This meant that now the young man could put all his efforts into tidying up the surroundings of the young lord. At that moment, Mao himself went to the city, and despite being among people, he still continued to curse the hero with all sorts of filth in his mind. Moreover, he was insanely furious because such a degenerate made him burn with shame. Not only was he beaten by an unknown 7th-rank ghost, but he also listened to all that nonsense about honor, martial arts, and how this person would lead him to the top. What upset him the most was that he actually listened to the words of that degenerate, even if only briefly. Although Mao, more than anyone else, should have understood how ridiculous and absurd his words were. But suddenly the 7th Lord was recognized by passers-by walking by. It was a group of 3 guys who gave him a mocking smile. Moreover, it seemed that this trio was very glad to have met Mao in such an unexpected place. After all, they were just about to ask this pride of their clan for a small favor. The central one among these 3 people was one of the trio of brothers who constantly tormented him in the Ma family. The young man was a 4th-rank ghost, a distant relative of the Ma family, and also Mao's cousin named Ma Jun. Of course, Mao had no idea why the first elder Ma Yixin's servant was even in this place. And looking at the 2 behind his back, one could easily conclude they were from the Elders' Council, as they literally wouldn't leave Ma Jun alone. Mao immediately demanded that his cousin explain why he showed up to tell him some nonsense about a favor. However, Ma Jun had heard that the 7th heir had a new assistant. He was curious where his servant had gone. He even thought that Mao had gotten rid of him on the very first day, after which he turned to his friends, with whom he made a bet that their 7th young master wouldn't last a day with an assistant, and he won that bet. Honestly, the rest of his friends thought that this time Mao would last at least a couple of days. However, Ma Jun was convinced. The fragile young master simply was not capable of it. Moreover, he perfectly understood. If anyone found out that he had accepted not just an assistant but an ordinary servant, his family's reaction would be immediate. However, faced with the stern, displeased look of the 7th master himself, Ma Jun tried to pass off his words as a joke. After that, he asked the boy to relax and instead go with them to the Jade Immortality guest house. After all, they had long planned to go there and could even treat Mao. However, the young man was in no mood for a drinking party, so he suggested to his cousin to just shut up and go away. And their behavior only made his headache worse, so he had no intention of putting up with them. And Ma Jun decided to use the fact that the guy was in a bad mood. He thought he had a suitable candidate who could lift the mood. And as soon as he named Brother Ishin, Mao jammed, so he seemed to freeze in one place. From his single reaction, one could say that the young man really did not like this idea. And Ma Jun knew this very well, so as if nothing had happened, he ordered Mao to come to dinner. After all, he did not want that bastard to make him look like a fool in front of his friends. Apparently, before this, Mao mistakenly decided that he could disregard Ma Jun since he became the 7th young master. However, the cousin was ready to quickly remind the underdeveloped one of their brotherly memories. In the end, the guy had no choice left. He agreed to go with them. It would be a sin to refuse a drink. But he reminded that the alcohol was paid for by Ma Jun, so he pretended that it was a great honor for him to treat his cousin. Considering that everyone knew well about Mao's character, they understood. They would get a particularly interesting show for free drinks. By this time, the events moved to the Black Dragon headquarters. Finally, the guys ran up to their house. They guessed about the 7th gentleman, who was supposed to warn in advance that their opponent would be a former member of the Counterintelligence Corps. They were lucky that they at least fled from there in full force. Only because of this did they survive. Some quickly realized that there was something wrong with that guy. He found it amazing that Zhao Iso immediately understood where his blind spot was, and aimed only there. Honestly, Som was meeting an opponent with such sharp eyesight for the first time. This was to be expected from a member of the Reconnaissance Corps. Moreover, the thug remembered that he knew those guys they ran into when they were fleeing down the street. They were in fashionable clothes, and still looked a bit like white crows. Among them, Som, despite his obvious strabismus, recognized a man named Ma Jun. Of course, the head of the Black Dragons got scared and jumped to Som to find out. Was he really not mistaken? Was the discussion about the very degenerate from the Ma family branch. However, Som had no idea what shocked the leader so much. He thought that Ma Jun had come there to help the 7th young master, so he decided to mention his name. Obviously, Som had no idea how the clan had treated the 7th master up to that point, which was not surprising. Even the leader of the Black Dragon faction found it difficult to learn this information due to its extreme secrecy. The Ma clan killed absolutely everyone, from assistants to servants, anyone somehow connected to the palace of the 7th child. They sent assassins there who slaughtered everyone except him alone. Obviously, the young master continued to live alone, not because he liked it. He was simply tired of watching everyone around him die. Initially, the leader of the Black Dragon faction was glad that everything had settled down and thought that the Ma clan had lost interest in the heir. But then Ma Jun suddenly showed up, and at that moment, after these words, an explosion sounded behind the Black Dragon leader's back, causing everyone to tense up. Appearing as if nothing had happened, Zhao Iso apologized for the intrusion. After all, passing by, he overheard their extremely interesting conversation. Therefore, the young man suggested to the guys not to resist and to fill him in on such interesting details. At that moment, Mao, together with his cousin, continued to relax in the guest house. However, even regarding how Mao ate, everyone continued to mock, believing that he clearly hadn't finished eating. Throughout their stay in the guest house, the seventh heir, without stopping, kept stuffing his mouth with dishes. Of course, the seventh heir reminded that Ma Jun had promised to cover the entire bill, and he just laughed, allowing Mao to keep stuffing his mouth. After all, they had all eaten their fill, watching his endless appetite. After that, Ma Jun decided to find out whether the seventh young master had ever met the owner of this establishment. After all, according to rumors that reached him, she was devilishly beautiful. Perhaps for this reason, it was extremely difficult to see her. Even money didn't help here, and even this girl's connections ran very deep. Therefore, Ma Jun wanted to turn to his brother for help, so that he could pull some strings for them. They had to think about their family's reputation, so they couldn't go around asking about the identity and possibility of meeting Chu Honggran. But no matter what mess the seventh young master made, no one would say anything to him. So they wanted Mao to use at least a drop of his influence for them. Since the night air was already quite cold, they dreamed of spending this night alone in the company of the local owner. Of course, Mao did not understand such demands. If Ma Jun thought it was late, then he should go home and go to sleep. He was not going to discuss this matter any further. It is unlikely that the owner of the establishment would agree to sing a lullaby to Ma Jun because he was tormented by insomnia. So the cousin should have just finished his liqueur and stopped behaving like a real yard dog during the rut. And of course, Ma Jun was furious at the behavior of the pathetic seventh heir. So he instantly flipped the table. He reminded the low-born son of the concubine that all this time he had indulged him only because he was the seventh young master. It was foolish that the runt actually believed he was worth something. Moreover, he learned to snap back like that. Of course, the enraged heir immediately jumped up from his chair to finally punish this little bastard. However, the brother instantly reminded the young man what happens when the seventh master goes wild. He could easily report this to the elder brother, and obviously Mao would be in trouble then. Because, as usual, when the elder brother got involved, everyone Mao interacted with suddenly turned into corpses floating in the Moon River. Of course, Mao could not risk that, so he immediately sat back down in his chair, gritting his teeth. And Ma Jun was extremely pleased with his behavior, believing that the heir should have behaved like that from the very beginning. He hoped that he would forever remember the hierarchy in the family, and give up the pathetic attempts to resist. But the cousin warned, if the guy dares to pull something like that even once, he will definitely call the older brother, and the consequences were perfectly known to him. However, the main character who arrived at the guest house could not wait to see what would happen if the elder brother of the gentleman really came here. Immediately after that, Zhao Iso attacked the bastard using his blade as well as his phantom threads. After that, he pulled the young man to himself. The latter fell to the ground, gasping because of how tightly the threads bound his throat. And the main character was not even allowed to get up, and he even stepped on his face with his boot. The young man himself was glad to have met the young gentleman, understanding that he had arrived just in time. After that, he publicly declared that his new assistant was ready to fulfill his duty. At that moment, the frightened Ma Jun tried to tear the threads from his throat, demanding that Zhao Yiso let him go. After all, he could not breathe. He was literally dying, already choking on his own saliva. However, that was the very meaning of the punishment of this serf who dared to insult his master. Looking at everything happening, even Mao himself thought that his servant had gone mad. He did not understand what was happening here and demanded that the main character immediately release Ma Jun. However, thinking about the fact that this idiot might die, to be honest, Mao secretly felt somewhat glad. Therefore, without even realizing it himself, he asked Zhao Iso to strangle him a little more. But very soon he already asked the guy to forget his words and immediately release Ma Jun. Of course, the protagonist could not disobey the decision of the seventh young master. Therefore, since he was obliged to obey, he untied the ropes, allowing Ma Jun to take a deep breath of air. Obviously, he was shocked that this bastard dared to attack him and act in such a way. He was already intending to attack Zhao Iso with his blade when the protagonist hit him again with his shoe right in the face. Immediately after that, as if nothing had happened, he approached the young master. He needed to make sure that he was okay and not injured anywhere. Of course, Mao noticed that in the situation they found themselves in, Ma Jun looked much more wounded than he himself did. And the protagonist was surprised that even in such a situation, The seventh heir was more worried about others than about himself. He, to be honest, was struck by the generosity of the seventh young master, which truly shone brighter than the full moon. So as an assistant, he was delighted with him. Zhao Izo had no idea how the seventh young master could be so kind to a person who tried to harm him. Of course, Ma Jun went mad after these words. After all, he could not understand why Zhao Izo even thought that he wanted to harm this bastard, the seventh young master. However, the main character could not describe what was happening in any other way. After all, the hero with his own eyes saw how Ma Jun hit the young master on the head exactly 5 times. The young man's eyesight was definitely reliable, so the hero had no idea what his cousin wanted to do if he wasn't trying to harm Mao. Of course, he excused himself by saying it was their family custom. And Zhao Yiso was furious that Ma Jun shamelessly admitted that such things had happened before. The despicable worm must pay with his life for such blasphemy. Ma Jun himself was furious at Zhao Yiso's antics and demanded an explanation from the seventh young master. Who this guy was and why some pathetic assistant dared to interfere in the Ma family's affairs? He had the impression that Zhao Yiso did not realize who he was. But the main character was well informed about Ma Jun, a member of one of the branches of the Ma family. But he considered him nothing more than a pathetic 9th-rank ghost who never managed to get an official position, and also a good-for-nothing freeloader living solely off the reputation of the Ma family. After that, he gripped Ma Jun's hand more firmly, where he held his blade, directing it at the seventh young master. And he obviously threatened that because the cousin had pointed a sword at one of the young heirs, he should lose his hand. Immediately after this warning, he knocked the weapon out of the guy's hands and attacked him with a fist to the solar plexus. That one, choking on his own saliva, immediately flew into the wall behind him. The main character, having pinned him down, pressed the blade to Ma Jun's neck, thus warning him of the consequences. He also warned that if his cousin values his life, he should choose his words more carefully when speaking to his master. And to be honest, Ma Jun was utterly horrified that some pathetic 7th-rank ghost possessed such power. Of course, he learned that this man was chosen by the third lady. It seems she was secretly involved in his training as well. In any case, whoever this man was, he was clearly a madly dangerous opponent. Ma Jun, almost in tears, begged the 7th Lord not to stand like a statue and to get rid of this madman. He also warned that the Ma family would not sit idly by after being treated this way, and that Mao would hardly be able to handle it afterward. He swore that he would not let this incident go unnoticed, would report directly to the head of the family, as well as the Ma elder, so they would definitely receive the harshest punishment. Saying all this, he shamelessly pointed his finger directly at the 7th heir. So the protagonist, without any hesitation, grabbed the young man's finger. Before twisting it, he reminded him that he had warned about the consequences. It was Ma Jun's fault for deciding to ignore his words. After that, he slowly, enjoying the opponent's pain, broke his finger. He also pressed a sword to his throat for trying to intimidate the 7th young lord, the adopted son of the supreme leader, an aristocrat, a first-rank ghost, merely by the name of the Ma family. Of course, the protagonist hoped that Ma Jun would remain just as brave and dare to repeat the same words before the leader of the cult himself. And when it came to the family leader, he surely meant Ma Ilsen, the 2nd-rank ghost. And Zhao Iso could not believe that Ma Jun dared to threaten the 7th Lord with such an insignificant figure. This clearly showed the rebellious intentions of the Ma family towards the cult leader and the new religion. So he hoped that Ma Jun would not mind if the protagonist reported everything to the higher-ups. Of course, the frightened cousin immediately began to apologize, explaining to Zhao Yiso that he simply misspoke and did not mean that at all. But the young man could not believe such pathetic and ridiculous excuses. Moreover, considering that Ma Jun himself admitted he blurted out without thinking, the best solution was also to prevent a bigger mistake and cut off his damn talkative tongue right now. And Ma Jun could only beg the 7th Lord for mercy. Of course, he made a mistake and drank too much, but he swore he would never cross the line again. So he begged Mao to help him at least this time. However, the 7th heir himself, more than anyone else, knew that this guy was lying. Naturally, with a blade at his throat, he would beg for mercy in tears. But as soon as the danger passed, he would return to his old ways, because he simply could not resist it. This cruelty was in his blood. But even so, Mao could do nothing, so he ordered his assistant to throw this guy out. Because no matter how much the prince was angered by Ma Jun's words, everything he said was true. Moreover, they really would not be able to handle the consequences. So, after ordering the protagonist to release this guy, the 7th heir immediately headed for the exit of the guest house. Moreover, before leaving, he warned Zhao Yiso that if they continued to threaten Ma Jun, or even did something to him, then most likely, as a consequence, about half of the Moon River village would be buried. And, having obeyed the gentleman, the main character carried out his order. However, grabbing Ma Jun by the scruff, he threw him out, so that he flew right before Mao's eyes. after which the boy with all his might broke the window with his body and fell outside directly onto the ground. His friends, who had come together, could only look down fearfully, and thank God, confirmed that he was still alive. But Zhao Iso, looking at Mao's stunned reaction, had no idea why the seventh young master was so surprised. After all, he himself ordered the hero to throw the boy, and the main character did exactly as instructed. However, looking at Zhao Iso's smile, as if nothing had happened, the heir only became fully convinced of his complete madness. Of course, Mao meant that the assistant should have let him go himself, not thrown Jake out the window. At that moment, the unfortunate boy's body lay sprawled on the ground after falling from the second or third floor. Meanwhile, Zhao Iso was apologizing to the young master for misinterpreting his words and promised to listen more carefully to orders next time. After that, the main character looked back at two more onlookers, who had long since been supposed to leave the stage, and ordered them to also take their comrade lying outside. Of course, these two could not believe that the assistant was addressing them. However, Zhao Iso kindly offered to help them exit the guest house. They immediately got scared to death and, heading towards the exit, fearfully wished the seventh master to have a good time with his new assistant. Finally, when they were alone, Mao panicked. He thought that this madman clearly did not understand what monstrous consequences they would face after such a stunt. However, the hero calmly reminded that he, as an assistant, was only fulfilling his duty as a trusted person. Then Mao reminded this fool that the guy whom the main hero had just thrown out the window was the right hand of Brother Mason. This meant that Zhao Iso had just offended the heir of the greatest Ma clan, the pillar of the demonic sect. And as was widely known, this guy never forgave those who dared to challenge him. The hero had to understand what this meant. A real slaughter was coming. The best assassin guild under the patronage of Brother Mason, a whole gathering of the craziest cutthroats, was already after the main hero. And all this to tear him into small bloody pieces. Obviously, these creatures did not respect that fool Majingo, nor anyone else, and they would stop at nothing. They would kill the hero in the most terrible way imaginable. So if Zhao Iso wanted to survive at least one more day, he should immediately flee from the village Wanhe. It would be better to return to his spies and hide, or even leave the Tian Shan mountains and perish where these psychopaths would not find him. Still, Mao did not want to see another person die before his eyes. He was really fed up with it throughout his miserable life. However, unexpectedly, not letting the heir leave, Zhao Yiso proposed to the seventh lord to make a bet. It seemed, as the protagonist understood, that he still needed to prove to the young lord that he was worthy to be his right hand. He decided to bet whether he would survive escaping the slaughter here in Wanhe, or if he would already go to the afterlife. If Zhao Yiso still won this bet, then the seventh heir would recognize him as his trusted person. The hero saw no reason for the young prince to refuse this fair deal. Mao was finally convinced that Zhao Yiso was a true complete psycho. He decided to agree to this crazy deal. After all, if the assistant was so desperately eager to die, even the heir would not be able to stop him. The seventh lord only asked that the hero would not cry later that no one warned him about anything. After that he left, slamming the door behind him with a bang, while the protagonist pondered the impending massacre. Somewhere at the same time, in the dense forest, a man was sitting, resting on a huge stone. Suddenly, a hawk appeared to him, which brought a sealed note on its paw. It was an order from the boss, who had not contacted the leader for a long time. At that moment, the elder brother was approached from behind by his younger colleague. Seeing the hawk, he quickly understood. It seems they already have new prey for today. To great regret, although today they searched through everything and everyone, inspected the carts and rummaged through the corpses to the last thread, these bandits found nothing valuable. The so-called merchants were carrying only a bunch of worthless junk, and they themselves turned out to be as naked as hawks. They didn't even have a penny on them. Therefore, the younger one decided at least to take these people with him as slaves. At least there was a woman with a child, for whom they could get a good price if sold as merchandise. And the man, hearing these monstrous words, fell to his knees, not understanding what this scoundrel was talking about. After all, the bandits promised that if the merchants gave them the carts, the robbers would spare their lives. The unfortunate man could not believe that they had committed some sin, since they decided to settle accounts with them in this way. However, the young bandit just shoved the man away, reminding him that they themselves were to blame. They trespassed on their territory and even tried to pass without paying the toll. This alone was enough reason to say goodbye to life. However, the beaten man reminded them that their caravan had been passing this way for decades. They had no idea that this territory had suddenly become the bandits' property. He was curious, at least when did this happen, that they missed such important news. However, the bandit calmly explained that this territory became their property from the very moment they took a liking to it. Therefore, from today. Of course, the caravan owner immediately noticed that their words were the most ridiculous. But what infuriated the bandits was that the old man kept arguing, considering that no one would pay even a penny ransom for him in the slave market. Therefore, not knowing what to do with him. The younger one decided simply to finish off this scoundrel so that he wouldn't talk too much anymore. The elder, rising after brief reflection, ordered the brothers to stop the idle chatter and prepare to retreat. After all, an order had come from the Ma clan. The bandits immediately realized that most likely the matter was again connected with the seventh prince. Surely his new assistant had caused some trouble. They were ordered to deal with the boy by sunset the next day. But the robbers still did not understand what to do with the little people they had captured. After all, dragging them along would be too exhausting. Of course, they could have left them here, and people for a moment even rejoiced at their unexpected rescue. However, the leader of the group, passing by his fighters, immediately ordered them all to cover their ears. Immediately after that, he shouted loudly, using the monstrous technique of lion's roar. Even the strongest of men began to be literally turned inside out by this deafening sound. In the unfortunate, capillaries burst not only in the head but throughout the body from sound waves that pierced their flesh through and through. And the leader only mocked those miserable little people, who needed just one of his size to all die. Which was unsurprising for such insignificant worms. This giant was called the sixth in the hierarchy of demon warriors, Magvi, the demon of sound. Glancing briefly one last time at the corpses, including the woman with the child, the sound demon ordered his comrades to move out. The time has come to visit their beloved seventh prince and play a little with his new assistant. At the same time, Mao dreamed of his distant childhood when he was just a little boy. Back then, he had friends who, just like him, performed the duties of servants. And so the boy joyfully showed up to his comrades to tell the amazing news. The elder brother allowed them to also go to the palace of the seventh prince. Of course, the guys could not believe that Lord Mason himself approved it. At the same time, Mao was proud of himself. Now he could allow his friends not to sweep those cursed yards, but to live happily together in the palace of the seventh prince. He hoped his friends were looking forward to it, but seeing their dissatisfied and gloomy faces, Mao was disappointed. After all, he tried so hard to get this permission, and his friends became quite downhearted. However, the reason turned out to be that the young men simply could not go with Mao. Of course, the boy tried to explain to his friends that they should not fear the sideways glances of the clan. After all, he had already settled everything. However, unexpectedly the atmosphere became even gloomier when the friends reminded the comrade that he himself should have known the true reason why they could not go with him. The whole matter was that they had been dead for many years, and the talking severed heads kept repeating over and over that the seventh prince Mao was to blame for all this. In the end, the heir cried in this terrifying nightmare and came to himself, waking up in his bed. Everything was as usual, so he quickly realized that he had dreamed again of that cursed dream about the past. Mao had no idea how long this would continue until he suddenly heard the voice of the hero who came to visit the young master. Zhao Iso quickly understood that if the seventh prince woke up screaming, most likely he had a nightmare. However, it was surprising that when the prince himself looked around, to his amazement he did not see the hero beside him. Obviously the heir had not fully woken up, so he saw a hallucination. Therefore Mao hurried to get dressed and went out into the inner courtyard. To his surprise, looking around, he did not notice Zhao Iso anywhere, although usually he should have already been in the prince's domain. The heir remembered the hero's words, how he threw him his fearless bet. Obviously, Mao was now sure that the assistant got scared and still preferred to run away. This was not surprising, considering that although Zhao Iso was a member of the secret squad, he would not have been able to oppose the coming massacre. Mao should not have counted on anything from the very beginning. Moreover, it was even foolish to listen to his high-flown words that Zhao Iso would help him achieve success. After all, Mao was nothing more than a scum, and the hero did the right thing by running away. Now he could live long and happily somewhere in a paradise corner, and God willing, he will not get into trouble so as not to die prematurely. Therefore, since Zhao Iso was no longer there to keep him constantly tense, Mao decided to take a nap and then visit the tavern to have a good rest. Also, the seventh master decided to take the guys from the Black Dragon to have a great time. But suddenly, the gates to his house burst open with a crash. Of course, the prince first thought it was Zhao Iso, so the question arose what the young man was doing here when he needed to run away. The heir was about to scold the assistant, who did not understand human words, until he saw exactly who had come to him. Magvi, according to the master, quickly concluded that Zhao Iso was not here. However, this was no problem. After all, he had already sent his guys all over the village, so finding the boy would be a trivial matter. Meanwhile, he could properly greet the seventh prince with his friends. After that, the sound demon introduced himself, a man who came on behalf of Boyne to deliver a message to the heir. At the same time, the events shift to the hidden pavilion, Hubei branch. The head sitting there had been sorting through countless reports all night and was just about to leave when suddenly they handed him some kind of paper, and logically decided to ask the lady assistant how important the matter was that she came to him at such a late hour. Jagal-sami hurried to explain that she had received a report from number 103 about his entry into the palace of the 7th prince. The girl was reviewing documents related to this, but some names mentioned in the papers caused her serious concern, and the very book she brought was about Boyne. The name belonged to Jagal-san was well known to him. As far as he knew, the butchery was one of the most formidable killers of the demonic sect. Their leaders and brothers themselves exterminated people with unprecedented merciless cruelty, and their combat skills were comparable to masters of the Archidokian level. Obviously, to ordinary members of the sect, they inspired much greater fear than the sect leader himself. It was precisely for this reason that many bloody stories circulated about them. And the most remarkable thing was that once they killed all the servants who were accompanying the 7th prince to the palace. Having examined the report, Jagal-san clearly recalled that monstrous event. It was such a brazen crime that Hyoryanden quickly tracked them down. But none of the butchery were punished. They were simply released from custody. And the whole matter was that they were backed by the heir of the Ma clan. His intrigues precisely helped the killers avoid deserved punishment. And the purpose of all this cruelty was to make the upstart placed in the Sect clan understand not to get conceited relying on his status. And judging by the fact that no new servant has come to the 7th prince's palace so far, the warning worked splendidly. Jagal-san immediately realized, in other words, number 103, who became the assistant to the 7th prince, could soon become a target for the butchery. And even without the brothers, this organization was already destroying masters of the highest level. Therefore, Jagal-sami was worried. What if it comes to a confrontation? Agent number 103 will not last a moment and will be doomed to certain death. At that moment, the members of the butchery searched the entire city. They gradually gathered towards its center, like a pack of hungry dogs. However, each reported that the hero could not be found, as if he had vanished without a trace. Of course, there were suspicions that this brat had dared to flee the city. However, the killers still did not see this as a problem, considering how many people were in the city. Surely someone had at least caught a glimpse of this boy recently. After that, one of the bandits showed the prisoners a portrait of this rat, and ordered the people to tell everything they knew about this man to help in the search. Just in case, the killers warned, do not even try to escape, because the village was already in the iron claws of the butchery. And if even one of them twitched, the whole village would be drenched in blood so much that songs would be sung about it. So the unfortunate ones should not do anything foolish and should think carefully. Those who give sensible answers will remain safe and unharmed. But if the residents dare to waste their precious time foolishly, the killers will start executing the most useless weaklings one by one, sending them to the afterlife. For example, one of the butchery had already noticed a little girl with whom he could start his bloody crime. This girl irritated him unbearably, because while the adults were talking, this ill-mannered one just cried, and her pathetic, tearful little face caused such repulsion in him that he became furious right before their eyes. Therefore, the scoundrel decided to finish off the girl in order to begin interrogating the others. But the old man stood up for the child, not understanding how these warriors, being masters of martial arts, could threaten a small defenseless child with a sword. He begged to show mercy to the girl. However, they only became even more enraged and grabbed him by his clothes, thinking that the old man was the first to ask for the afterlife, since he did not watch his tongue. They warned that they might start the killing with him, and did not even try to listen to his sane words. Considering that the man was literally asking for trouble, the killers decided to hasten the death of the elderly man. After all, since he did not like them touching the girl, the old man should die first. He did not have long to live anyway, and the other members of Boyne were not surprised by how their comrade had gone off, although before that Magvi, the elder, had already ordered not to kill without orders. Well, in the case of Boyne, accidental killing was an unsurprising and usual matter. Therefore, the comrades decided simply to take a walk and check the town once more for the last time, and the old man watched the departing robbers attentively. He was exactly waiting for this. The bandit, whose expression had changed, clearly noticed nothing, already preparing to finish off the old man as an example. However, the man easily took the blade from the killer's hands, after which he pierced his own neck with the very same blade. Only at the last moment did the warrior notice that the old man had a knife in his hands, and the knife was already at his throat. All the other residents were stunned when they realized that the old man had killed this ruthless bandit with his bare hands. However, it turned out that this was once again a disguised spy, Zhao Iso. He gestured to the residents not to make a single sound, so as not to ruin his legendary plan. At that very moment, Jagal-san finally understood what his assistant Jagal-sami had been talking about. However, the fate of number 103 did not bother him at all. So the old man decided to go rest properly after 2 sleepless nights in a row. He was very exhausted. Of course, Jagal-san was sad that he had aged so quickly. After all, in his youth he could stay awake for 11 whole nights without the slightest fatigue. At the same time, Jagal-sami could not believe that the head of the hidden pavilion would so easily avoid the topic. She asked the master to send reinforcements to number 103, or at least to pass him the data about the massacre. Although number 103 was just one of the agents, she could not be so indifferent to his inevitable death. Even the elder was struck by her sentimentality, not understanding why the girl cared so much about number 103's affairs. He even suspected that she might be in love with the agent, despite the rules that strictly forbid it. When the girl hastily denied her love, the old man quickly calmed down, but explained that she had nothing to worry about, because what she feared most simply would not happen. Of course, Jigalsami had to remember Fenglin well. It was about the legendary guild of assassins that had kept the demonic sect in constant fear for many generations. As was widely known, that group was so strong that they could eliminate even the elder of an entire school. Their power resounded everywhere, but those were matters of long past days. Because 10 years ago they were all completely destroyed by some unknown force. Moreover, this happened immediately after number 103 was assigned to operate in the demonic section. Obviously, having calculated the time, the girl realized. At that time, the hero was only 19 years old. However, what Jaegil-san said was pure truth. Zhao Yiso was incredibly strong, so she had nothing to worry about. If number 103 encountered an enemy, it would not be him who got stuck in the quagmire, but his opponent. In the end, after killing another man, the hero, as if nothing had happened, drowned him in the river so that the corpse would no longer offend his eyes. And this sound was very quickly heard by his comrades. After that, the killers saw the little corpse floating down the river, and thought that their buddy had indeed finished someone off, although they had asked him to act more carefully. Only later did the bandits realize that this was not the corpse of the old man their comrade had threatened. And most surprisingly, this corpse looked very much like the body of their friend. Only then did they look behind their backs and see that the very old man their comrade had threatened was standing there. However, not a moment passed before the hero killed these two, smashing their skulls against each other with a crunch. He was incredibly outraged at the killers, who not only roamed in broad daylight, but also so easily let someone sneak up from behind and slit their throats. Obviously, if these fools did not even know the basics, it would take him about the time of an average meal to finish them all off. At that moment, complete silence reigned in the prince's domains. Magvi kept playing with the stones, constantly tossing them up and catching them back in his palm. Well, to be honest, Mao was already quite fed up with this, so he made the sound demon understand that it was time to simply give the order, no matter why he came, and get out of here. So, it was clear that they had come to deal with the order from the informant Ma Jun, who immediately ran and complained to the elder brother to reprimand Zhao Isa. But unfortunately for those who came from the slaughterhouse, the hero had already vanished without a trace. He was obviously smart and valued his skin, so he would no longer come here or show himself to them. So the heir simply asked Magvi to stop wasting his precious time, deliver the message, and leave. And Magvi perfectly understood that, judging by the lack of news from the servants, finding the hero was not easy, although he wanted to bring the boy here before reporting to the 7th Lord. In short, the sound demon had two messages. The first was that the prince should keep himself under control. And the second, stemming from the first, was that he needed to temper his ardor. Honestly, the prince was even surprised that the sound demon expressed the order so grandly, since it all boiled down to Mao needing to keep a low profile and behave quietly. He promised to remember these words and drove the assassins out of his palace. However, this was not the last order from the Lord. The sound demon needed to catch Zhao Isa and return with his head. However, if he did not find the hero today, then a big fire would accidentally break out in the village. They will not look, whether men, women, children, or old people. This great fire will take the life force of absolutely all the inhabitants one by one. Of course, the prince immediately realized that these people were genuine madmen, ready to cross any boundaries. But he tried to reason with the bandits, since the village was on the lawful territory of the sect leader. No matter how much the massacre tried to arrange something like this, they would not get away unscathed. However, the sound demon reminded that Mao seemed to have completely forgotten about that purge of the miserable insects in the palace of the 7th prince, which went absolutely smoothly thanks to the order of the man who was actually behind the massacre. And of course, the prince panicked greatly, understanding that the hero definitely would not come, would not appear. The young man had no obligations to him to take reckless risks. Therefore, the 7th Lord ordered that these people stop venting their anger for no reason. They needed to calm down. However, the sound demon calmly explained, the hero would have to appear in any case, so that a fire would not accidentally break out. After that, the killers left to visit the market and fill their bellies with something tastier. Mao panicked greatly, not knowing what to do so that innocent people would not die just like his friends did. And of course, the heir again believed that all this guilt, as before, lay only on him alone. Well, the guy could no longer endure this. He had to stop these people, even if he died himself. But unexpectedly, blocking the way for the little people from the butchery, the hero himself returned to the prince's estate. After which Zhao Iso, as if nothing had happened, asked his young master to temper his ardor a little. He sensed Mao's malice from a kilometer away. However, if the young master personally got involved in such trifles, it could harm his majesty. If something irritated the seventh prince, the right thing was simply to give the order to the hero. One single word from Mao about killing was enough. Then Zhao Iso would wipe all these people off the face of the earth in the blink of an eye. Of course, Mao was in complete shock that the assistant had come to him. After all, the heir had clearly ordered him to run if he wanted to survive. However, the hero did not respond to these words, only calmly looked around at the scoundrels who dared to invade the courtyard of the seventh prince. Among them was a sturdy guy with a braid, so the main hero quickly understood who was behind the butchery and decided to play his trump card, because he knew perfectly well that this man was sixth in the hierarchy of the butchery Magvi. Sending him to the vanguard meant playing big. However, while the hero tried to recall the nickname of this odd fellow, he made Zhao Iso realize that the kid had already miscalculated twice. Magvi found it hard to believe that the assistant had come here on his own, let alone that he had come on foot, not beaten and in chains. After these words, Zhao Iso was convinced that Magvi was as stupid as he looked. In principle, the main hero did not expect more from him. After all, he had long figured out that the sound demon would come here. Mao himself could not believe that the assistant knew that Magvi would come here. After all, it was akin to something impossible. The fighter himself realized that for the seventh demon, Zhao Iso was clearly not without talent. However, Magvi warned that the village had long been under the control of his people, so he wanted to know. What trick did the hero pull to slip out of there alive and even uninjured? And Zhao Iso almost laughed at the nonsense that Magvi was spouting right in his face. After all, to come to his workplace he needed no tricks. All he did was simply walk past them, and they couldn't even put up a fight. Thus, the assistant ended up here. This task was as simple as could be. However, the hero could not help but notice that there was an awful lot of trash on the road today. But that still would not stop a real man from fulfilling his duty. After that, he turned to the biggest piece of trash of all those he had encountered on the way today. And because of Magvi's brazen words, he was convinced. The rumors that the hero came from the spy department were true, for his bold tongue was no ordinary one. At the very least, he could pay tribute to this young man and finish him off with full seriousness, and at the same time burn the entire village to the ground. All so that the guy who interested him would not be sad that in the afterlife he would be completely alone. After that, the man took a deep breath and shouted at the hero. His subordinates and even the young master himself hurried to cover their ears at this piercing scream. However, Zhao Iso continued to stand unflinchingly, even though Magvi was really on fire today and was yelling at the top of his lungs. Even his friends and subordinates, whom the sound did not directly affect, found it hard to bear his scream. So it felt like the hero's insides should have already been torn apart. The frightened Mao just kept screaming, demanding that Magvi stop. After all, this man was not his assistant. He also promised that he would not take anyone as an assistant, and declared aloud, they could pass this on to the elder brother. From now on, he would live quieter than a dead mouse, half alive and unnoticed. However, Zhao Iso, having contacted the young master using sound transmission, made it clear that he should shut up and not disgrace himself. Only then did the seventh prince raise his eyes to the hero, and realized that he was standing as if nothing had happened, as if the sound did not harm him at all. However, Zhao Iso calmly, with a smile, reminded the master that all that was needed was simply to give him one single order. And only at that moment did the seventh heir realize why Zhao Iso continued to stand and do nothing. But, infuriated by their behavior, he lost control and ordered his assistant to kill those scoundrels to the last one. And the hero smiled as he accepted this order and instantly drew his phantom threads, as well as his dagger. If he could, Magvi would have even laughed at his pathetic attempts, because he would not succeed in doing anything by drawing his sword at this stage. After all, his sound equipment was the pinnacle of skill, recognized by the sect leader himself. The seventh demon is unlikely to even attempt to oppose him. But how surprised the man was when the sword passed through his throat, and the hero caught his weapon already from the other side of his body. After that, as if nothing had happened, the main character easily pulled the strings to which his sword was tied, and in the end, in an instant, it tore Magvi's head apart, splitting it into two halves. Of course, all the other members of Boini were horrified when they saw how easily their elder brother was defeated, but they had not even managed to scream in fear when in an instant their bodies were also cut into the tiniest pieces. Zhao Iso, as if nothing had happened, approached his master. He needed to make sure that he was safe and unharmed. Well, and he did not forget to remind about the bet that was made. So from this moment he officially became the prince's assistant. After that, the hero offered his hand to the heir, helping the seventh lord to rise from the ground. He took that hand, amazed at the madness of his assistant, who voluntarily decided to become the right hand of a thug even the sect leader who adopted him had abandoned. But Mao decided to listen to this man. But in return, He had to keep his word and make others respect the seventh prince. And the hero understood this perfectly. He promised to fulfill his part of the deal. After that, he solemnly swore to the young master of the sect to make him the next leader. The events move back 2 hours to the clash between Zhao Iso and the butcher. The frightened leader of the Black Dragon faction fled with his close associates, recalling the proverb, "If you get involved with the spy department, 3 subsequent generations will suffer," and this turned out to be pure truth. The leader of the Black Dragons could not have imagined that the butcher would break in at dawn and start spouting such staggering nonsense. It turns out the hero had recently come to the Black Dragon and explained that the butcher would come to the village this morning to intimidate the lord. From these words, one could conclude that the Ma clan was up to some game again. Well, Zhao Iso did not inform the leader of the Black Dragon of all the details. He simply asked these guys to run as fast as they could and report that the butcher was threatening the people from the village, and they needed to run to their former workplace called Hyoryeondan. Hyoryeondan was also called the Hall of the Tiger and Dragon, part of the sect's highest authority. Hyoryeondan was an armed force responsible for order and governance in the Tianshan Mountains. If they appeared, even the butcher, backed by the Ma clan, would not dare to rampage. And obviously, the leader of the Black Dragon faction understood that they had to bring fighters quickly, according to the assistance plan. But first, exhausted, they decided to rest for at least a couple of minutes. They had been running since dawn, during which time they had not taken a sip of water, so Somu felt like he might die prematurely. However, the leader understood, no whining. Because if the hero found out about this, none of them would be spared, especially considering that the butcher was not some kind of barbecue vendors. If they come, it won't be just a couple or 3 wounded. At least dozens of villagers will die. However, while he was saying this, a man suddenly approached them and asked the travelers to tell more about the massacre. The head of the Black Dragon immediately noticed that this man had a belt with an embroidered tiger, a black-orange battle robe, and an aura that literally made legs buckle. Moreover, the man was angry that the leader of the Black Dragon faction had left Hyoryeondan for the life of a bandit. Also, he had come here with such audacity. But for now, they had to answer his question. Was it true that the massacre, those inhuman creatures, dared to threaten the people of their sect? The one who asked this was the second demon and the head of the Hyoryeondan organization. At the same time, Mao, having come to his senses, realized that his assistant had taken on a serious matter. Therefore, looking around the garden of corpses in his estate, he had no idea how to start clearing up this nightmare. However, suddenly, when the young man wanted to go down the stairs to inspect the mess, he was seized by intense pain in his leg. It seemed he had strained his leg badly, causing cramps as if he were burning in hell. Zhao Iso barely suppressed a smile that appeared at the master's behavior. After that, he knelt down beside him to start pressing the right point and relieve his pain. But obviously, the newly appeared head of Hyoryeondan, not understanding what was happening, attacked the hero, rushing from behind. All because he wanted to punish the man who dared to touch the body of the seventh prince. But to the great surprise of the attacker, Zhao Isu managed to defend against this sudden attack. He quickly realized that the guys from the Black Dragon, whom he sent, had clearly overdone it. Although he ordered to call the members of Hyoryeondan, he never thought that the head himself, Ji Daeho, would appear here. After that, the head calmly explained that on the way to the prince's estate he inspected the village. Initially, he received a message that the massacre threatened the innocent people of the sect, but everything turned out the opposite. Anyone would say that it was the massacre that was cut down by some one person. Worried, he came to the Lord's chambers, where corpses also lay as if on display. And obviously Jidaeho considered the hero responsible for this countless lawless massacre. And in principle, the guy could not say that the man was very wrong, although he warned that he had his own circumstances to act this way. Even Mao defended the assistant, explaining that a misunderstanding had occurred. However, when the heir tried to get on his feet to have a normal conversation with the chief, the pain once again gripped his entire body. After that, he began rolling on the ground, clutching his injured leg. And to be honest, Jidaeho was in complete shock. After all, the body of the seventh prince was stronger than steel. Seeing him writhing in pain was practically impossible, so the chief could not even imagine how badly the young lord had been wounded. Therefore, Jidaeho asked the young lord to endure a little longer. He swore by his name that he would immediately deal with that scoundrel Zhao Yi and send the seventh prince to the doctor. And the hero, looking at the seriousness of this fighter, realized that he seemed to have gotten into very serious and unpleasant trouble. In the end, the hero had to defend himself, because killing this fighter was categorically forbidden. So he tried in every way to avoid his attacks and dodge the blows. Jidaeho immediately realized that although the opponent seemed to him a mere trifle that could be dealt with in a single blow, he turned out to be not so simple. After all, some weakling simply could not have taken his fist right in the forehead and still remained intact afterward. Therefore, having confirmed that the opponent was not a simpleton, Jidaeho became even more interested in testing what this enemy was capable of. The more he attacked the young man, the more he understood that his abilities were clearly not accidental. This man met each of his strikes in the most precise way, without the slightest unnecessary expenditure of energy. If the guy relied on brute force, the leader would not be surprised. But this young man was not even 30 years old, and he already mastered flawless high-level technique. After that, Deho decided to test him one last time and attacked the hero straight in the forehead with his foot. However, Zhao Iso dodged the attack, which impressed the opponent even more. But Deho dealt a deadly blow with the true intent to kill, and the protagonist escaped this attack with astonishing ease by using his thunderous energy. So Deho even had to apologize for his imperfect judgment and underestimating a hero-level warrior. Therefore, now the leader decided to pay him due respect and unleashed his true power in this fight. Observing the incredible power of the enemy, the hero was even surprised. The leader of Hyorenden was inhumanly strong. And despite all this, he fought only for the 30th place in the Sect hierarchy. Moreover, Zhao Yisu had no choice but to use his thunder technique, which he had wanted to save for later. But it won't work. This opponent demanded total commitment even in a single strike. If the assistant makes even the slightest mistake, he will obviously die. However, to the hero's immense shock, he noticed that his thunderous energy began to fail because of the weakness of his body and the recent battle with those freaks from the slaughterhouse. And because of the crack in its core, the forces were running out. Therefore, in the next moment, the enemy was already rushing straight at him, using the Tiger's Fury Fist technique, an attack that even a master could die from with a single blow. And Zhao Iso understood that due to panic, he missed the moment when he could have dodged. So he tried to frantically figure out what to do in such a critical situation. But the shocking fact was that the 7th Lord stood in the way between his assistant and the attacking Deho. Of course, at the last moment, the leader managed to slow down, and, thank God, even the prince remained unharmed. A couple of agonizing seconds passed before the prince exhaled with great relief, realizing that everyone was safe and sound. But Mao clearly understood. If the spasm had lasted a little longer, most likely Zhao Iso would already be crossing the river of the dead to the other world. After that, the heir also scolded Deho for not at least listening to the man until the end, instead of rushing to finish someone off indiscriminately. The warrior himself was in complete shock that the 7th prince covered this man, considering that the young lord had shielded him with his own body, ready to take the blow himself. However, the prince, as if nothing had happened, calmly introduced to his assistant Deho, the head of the well-known justice squad Hyorenden. After that, he introduced to Deho his new personal assistant Zhao Isa, as well as the first person he had let into the 7th prince's palace in a very long time. Soon Deho learned the true picture of what had happened and examined Mogvi's body. Judging by the severed head, he was killed by a very unusual technique. So it quickly became clear that in his young years, this guy had also mastered a hidden weapon. But Zhao Iso calmly explained to Deho that he was not very strong in internal energy from birth. Therefore, he had to learn many small tricks. After all, obviously, surviving in the demonic sect with his fragile body otherwise would have been damn hard. The hero Deho's skill could not be called tricks at all. After all, even his fist and foot technique was on par with the boy, who called it merely pathetic tricks. So the more the head of Hyorenden thought about this young man, the more mysterious he appeared to him. Now Deho began to understand why the 7th prince allowed this guy to get close to him. Everything was falling into place. The hero hoped that he would not be accused of using hidden weapons in the fight between sect members. However, Deho knew very well that in the Tianshan Mountains this was common, especially for the safety of the master, so there were no problems at all. However, given the extreme seriousness of this matter, it was impossible to neglect the investigation and the report on today's events. And this meant that the rumors would reach the Council of Elders. Then problems could arise with the Ma clan. This news frightened the heir, but the assistant hastened to report that it suited them perfectly. After all, the hero had left living witnesses in the village, so Deho could take them with him, interrogate, and compile a flawless report. They also had to find the main culprit behind this attempt to suppress the sect leader's adopted son by force and hold him accountable. And, of course, obtain official apologies and compensation. And although Deho perfectly understood what the assistant was aiming for, he warned that it was not as simple as it seemed. But the boy did not agree with Deho brushing off the problem. After all, the hero himself simply did not notice the reasons and difficulties mentioned by the leader. The evidence was clear. The circumstances and witnesses were also present. So the situation was extremely clear. And if Deho still said it was difficult, then Zhao Isu would have to declare the incompetence of Hyorenden in investigations. And that meant he would have to file an official lawsuit, because he would have no other way to prevent this situation from being covered up. Seeing the tension between the two, the 7th prince intervened, who did not understand why the hero was so stuck on this point. After all, the heir had no idea what they would do next if the conflict escalated to incredible proportions. Therefore, he himself would like them to just cover up this conflict this time and live peacefully. However, the assistant did not consider this right. If they had already dared to attack, then the matter had to be brought to an end. Otherwise, those worms who did not know their place would again come crawling to the seventh lord, and the young lord could believe. Next time, the methods would be much dirtier and harsher than today. Obviously, the young lord did not want this at all. Therefore, the matter was closed. Zhao Izo immediately hurried to bow before Jideho. Now that his lord had clearly expressed his intentions, he was counting on the leader's help. The hero very much hoped that in the name of his own reputation and the reputation of Hyoryandon, he would achieve compliance with the sacred laws of the sect. And to be honest, Jideho was amazed that this young man was not only a master of martial arts, but also possessed impeccable business skills and eloquence. And the way he treated the seventh prince, this notorious scoundrel, as if he were a child, was astonishing. From all this, the leader could draw the conclusion that was obvious. An unusual person appeared in the palace of the seventh prince. This meant that the Tian Shan mountains would soon become very heated. In the end, the Bao Jideho promised that he would do everything possible at his level. Of course, he could not promise that the matter would not be covered up at the top, but from his side, he would do everything to publicize what had happened. The leader also apologized to the seventh young lord for the trouble, and promised to send people for cleaning, so the heir should wait a little. And of course, Mao was insanely embarrassed by such respect from the leader, while the latter promised the prince to contact him as soon as the crime investigation was completed. After that, Jideho bowed and immediately disappeared, so his trail instantly went cold. And even after this short conversation, the seventh prince was unusually exhausted, which was not surprising, considering what an eventful day it had been for these two today. It was striking that the hero sympathized with the prince, considering that it was Zhao Iso who was the instigator of the main commotion, either slaughtering the butchery or demanding official apologies from the Hyoryandon clan, right in front of the leader. Mao was curious about how Zhao Iso was going to handle future problems. Surely he must have had some kind of plan, right? However, the young man was simply focused on keeping what they had under control and achieving what they lacked. Of course, there were only two of them for now, but the situation would change very soon. And at that moment, immediately after these words, frightened members of the Black Dragon faction showed up. Their leader hurried to report to the prince and Zhao Iso that they had completed a special assignment and rushed back to report. They were, of course, very glad to see that both lords were in perfect order. And the hero barely held back a satisfied smile, realizing that it seemed there were far more than just two of them now. However, for today he suggested closing this matter and sent the seventh prince to rest. After all, the day had indeed been exhausting. Whether Zhao Iso was running, fighting, or just talking, all this time spies were watching him closely, while the conflicts were happening in the seventh palace. Soon this spy returned to the third princess's domain, reporting everything that had happened to her. Of course, she was surprised that Zhao Iso had managed to destroy Magvi, the sixth in the hierarchy of the butchery, and his entire gang. Naraka hurried to explain that according to the reports of the observer assigned to the seventh palace, these reports were accurate. Moreover, Magvi, known as a master of high-level sound technology, was defeated without much effort and prolonged fighting, and the first reaction of Sakarena was some surprise. But remembering the young man and their conversation, she knew he should have handled this trial with ease if his loud words were not empty talk. But the fact remained a fact. Zhao Iso still accomplished a difficult feat. This meant that she could somehow encourage him and express personal praise for such an impressive result. That same evening, the seventh heir found himself in the pavilion of the drunken immortal, and for the young man it remained the greatest mystery what exactly plans Zhao Iso was harboring. The assistant promised to elevate him to the post of minor sect leader. However, for some incomprehensible reason, the first step towards such a grand goal was visiting an ordinary inn, where commoners simply rested. Mao could not understand how this noisy feast with revelry was connected to the title of minor cult leader. But in the next moment, Lady Chu Hanren herself came out to meet the seventh prince and his assistant. Bowing respectfully, the beauty explained that according to the assistant's command, they had mobilized absolutely all resources of the pavilion of the drunken immortal and arranged a luxurious feast for the villagers. The hostess assured that they tried with all their heart and sincerely hoped that the Lord would approve the work done. The hero immediately thanked the pavilion owner for her efforts. The girl handled the work even better than he expected. Only now did Mao realize that before him stood the very legendary beauty he had heard about not long ago. That very unattainable girl, a meeting with whom could not be bought for any amount of money. Of course, the heir was tormented by curiosity. By what incredible means did Zhao Iso manage to meet the girl whom even the highest officials of the sect could not see even with whole bags of gold? At that time, the main character apologized to Chu Honggran, whom he had recently been burdening with many tasks. Surely her delicate head was already spinning from all the affairs. Fortunately, the beauty at least rejoiced that they had enough people thanks to the workers sent by the assistant himself, so they could breathe easily. The hostess also conveyed that people from the Black Dragon faction were waiting for the hero to finally appear. But at that very moment, they themselves ran up to greet Zhao Iso. The entire Black Dragon gang appeared at once, after which the whole gang bowed before the hero and the seventh prince in a respectful greeting. Mao already had a great many questions. After all, the young man could not understand since when his recent friends had started behaving so compliantly. The whole matter was that after Zhao Iso personally dealt with the slaughter and even killed Mogvi himself, it became absolutely clear this assistant was clearly not an ordinary mortal. The faction leader literally instantly understood. If this mysterious guy did not take on a certain task, then there were good reasons for it. So for the leader of the Black Dragon faction, it was as if the heavens had thrown him a golden rope of luck in the person of Zhao Iso. But the most astonishing thing was that the leader called the hero his brother, despite the fact that he was significantly younger than him. However, the head of the Black Dragon immediately explained that in the world of martial arts, age was a mere trifle. Of course, he could call the hero whatever he liked, for example, older brother or even boss. However, the assistant magnanimously let the leader go away along with his whole gang, allowing them to enjoy alcohol and have a good walk. And their excessive joy amazed absolutely everyone around. But suddenly, the people looking around whispered when they noticed that the seventh prince himself had arrived. All the villagers immediately stopped eating and raised their cups high in the air. They proclaimed gratitude to the seventh prince, who saved their village from destruction and arranged such a luxurious feast for them. Of course, for Mao himself, such honors were completely incomprehensible, so the young man did not even know how to behave in such an unusual situation. Therefore, Zhao Iso hurried to explain that during the preparation of the feast, he had kind of accidentally spread a rumor among the villagers. It was said that this attack was a vile and nasty conspiracy of the slaughter to intimidate the Lord. But thanks to his lightning-fast decisions, the seventh prince was able to neutralize all the fighters, not without losses, of course. The heir perfectly understood that this was an outright lie. All honors should rightfully belong to the hero himself. However, Zhao Iso reminded that there was an ancient custom according to which the merits of a subordinate glorified their lord. Therefore, the assistant asked that Mao not worry about such trifles, but rather look at the result. Everyone praised him and was clearly grateful for the arranged feast and the saving of lives. Looking at the surprised face with which Mao watched the rejoicing people, Zhao Iso asked the gentleman to remember once and for all. Pacifying the hearts of the sect's people was also the greatest virtue of the small leader. Of course, this benevolent atmosphere among the residents was only temporary. The seventh prince had done many foolish things, becoming famous as a notorious scoundrel, so all the karma would not disappear at once like smoke. Therefore, from this moment on, Mao had to show the people not meaningless antics, but sincerity. A true desire to protect these people with all his strength, and then the hearts of the common residents would turn to him with genuine support. And in the future, this would become the most reliable foundation for him, which would help the heir on his thorny path. Honestly, from this spectacle and words, Mao was breathless. The young man could not understand how much time had passed since he had seen looks filled not with contempt or chilling fear, but with sincere expectation and hope. The hero, observing the prince's delight, was glad that he had still managed to more or less change the crowd's mood. Just in case, he mixed among the residents people from the pavilion of the drunken immortal to warm up the mood, and this was by no means in vain. However, unfortunately, because of this, the expenses for the feast and payment to the people doubled. Nevertheless, even this was not a particular problem for the hero, since he would definitely compensate his expenses at Mao's expense. When he promotes the heir to the post of small leader, he will squeeze every last drop of money the young man possessed. But until that moment was still far away. Therefore, the main character with a bright smile decided to ask Mao about his impressions, after which he suggested joining the feast and having a glass of strong alcohol. At the same time, the assistant could tell him something important that had not been possible to explain before. However, when Zhao Iso started this conversation, to be honest, Mao did not even know what to say. The young man was too embarrassed to answer the questions asked by the assistant. The spy, with curiosity, asked why the seventh heir had caught the sect leader's attention. He saw nothing objectionable in this question. After all, before making plans on how to make Mao the young leader, Zhao Iso, as an assistant, needed to understand how much the young man was aware of his current position. Therefore, the hero asked Mao not to complicate things too much and to tell everything as it was directly. To be honest, the guy had never seriously thought about it and considered that perhaps the reason lay in his cool appearance. Obviously, immediately after these words, both fell silent, not knowing what to say. The first to break the silence was the disappointed hero, who explained to Mao as carefully as possible that he did not look that cool at all, but still praised the heir for such an excellent sense of humor. Although, if you think about it, perhaps Mao did answer this question in part. The answer was just not deep enough to fully capture the essence of the problem. As is known, the Sect leader, without the support of clans behind him, but possessing amazing martial arts power, not only destroyed many formidable opponents in the martial arts world, but also, thanks to his renowned wisdom, maintained political order in their cult. It is unlikely that such a person, knowing that at any moment someone could raise a sword against him, threatening his position as the leader and opposing the most influential clans, would choose adopted sons and daughters relying solely on their innate talents. In the humble opinion of the hero, the system of adopted children in the sect was created to direct the greedy eyes of the great clans in a direction convenient for the leader, namely to the position of the minor leader, who inherits the divine technique of the heavenly demon. This ignited rivalry between the clans, depriving them of the chance to unite and plot a rebellion, as well as cutting off the very possibility of betrayal. In this context, it became clear why the leader chose Mao, the seventh prince, rather than the legitimate heir of the Ma family. After all, the Ma clan was already considered the first among the three great clans. If they had taken the first of their sons as an adopted child, and he would have been the perfect heir in every respect, then the balance in the struggle for the position of minor leader would have been hopelessly disrupted. In that case, the rivalry between the clans itself would have lost any meaning. Therefore, they chose a gentleman with sufficient combat potential to look worthy, but with limited origin, because of which the Ma clan would not fully support him. Mao was perfectly suited for this role. Consequently, the seventh heir had the role of maintaining the balance of power in the sect in such a tense equilibrium as it is now. However, in Mao's own eyes, all these political complexities were completely unjustified. Therefore, Zhao Yisou had to explain that in the world of backstage intrigues, hiding many calculations behind the scenes, under the guise of a simple choice, was the most ordinary thing. Also, due to the role that the heirs occupied in place of the young leader, the heavenly demon himself had no attachment to the candidates. They were merely pawns on his chessboard to protect his own position. And this was the ruthless truth of the leader. On the contrary, a simple assistant, who planned to use the youth when Mao becomes the young leader in the future, will become attached to him and rely not on the heavenly demon nor on the native clan, but on the person who placed him on this throne. And that person will be Zhao Yisou. But unexpectedly, when the main character finished his reflections, he noticed that Mao was still silent. It seems the youth was truly deeply pondering the words that the assistant had just told him. Although it was not surprising. Formerly, the sect leader was his adoptive father, and Mao had just learned that he and all his brothers and sisters were merely pawns in someone else's game. Surely such a truth shocked him, for it was indeed capable of overturning all those years he had spent as the seventh prince. Of course, Zhao Yizhou thought that a person who had lived his whole life carefree would not be without shocks. But it seemed that for a couple of days he would feel uneasy, because the heir needed time to carefully consider everything. Finally, at that moment, Mao realized everything the hero had told him. However, the youth was even glad that he was chosen as the representative of the Ma clan. The main character was sincerely happy that the boy took the news lightly. Therefore, he praised the seventh heir for clearly grasping his message. Well, in reality, of course, Mao did not understand all the subtleties, which was even for the better, because Zhao Yisou did not have to spend precious time comforting him. This meant that from tomorrow he would be able to continue his preparation for Mao's promotion to the post of the minor head of the cult. But the girl who suddenly appeared in their chambers with a slight smile noted that the gentlemen were having a very noisy time. They should have informed her earlier that there was such a commotion here. Then she would not have thought to come here at such a late hour. However, Zhao Yisou pretended as if he was even offended by these words. After all, as is known, the more guests at the feast, the better the festive atmosphere. After that, the assistant warmly greeted the master, explaining that they had been waiting for her arrival with the greatest impatience. Immediately, upon hearing the mention of the master, the seventh prince jumped up, not understanding how this man could be here. However, bowing in a respectful salute, the girl, as was proper, greeted the seventh prince, after which she expressed due respect and introduced herself as Jin Shan. At the very same moment, Saharan used sound technique to explain to her brother that many eyes were watching them now, so he should not make any noise. The beauty herself appeared to his assistant as she was passing by. Therefore she asked so that Mao would not fill his head with nonsense and would continue to enjoy the feast. Obviously, the heir himself was extremely curious about what connected his assistant and sister. If Zhao Yisou were an ordinary servant, Saharan would surely have contacted him using the seventh prince himself. But apparently, the matter was even more important than Mao could realize. However, for some reason, the young man sincerely wanted to believe that Saharan had come here to warn that insolent Zhao Yisou not to stick out too much, and to behave more decently with the young master. Therefore, the seventh prince smirked maliciously, looking at the assistant. The main character immediately noticed how the heir's eyes suddenly became cunning. At that moment, the master, as if unaware of the changed atmosphere, suggested to Zhao Yusou to take a little walk together. Obviously, Sakharin did not suspect that despite her skillful disguise, Zhao Yusou knew perfectly well who she really was. Already in a private conversation, the lady admitted that she was impressed by the achievements of Zhao Yusou. The assistant not only stopped the slaughter attack, but also arranged a lavish feast for the sect members, which was a completely unexpected act. Moreover, he demanded an apology from the SA brothers, through the head of Corendon himself, and even at the moment when he had a serious quarrel with Bonya. However, Zhao Yusou with a slight smile reminded of his promise, to make Mao part of the strongest top 4 heirs within a year. For this, he first needed to wash away the stigma of shame from the name of the 7th prince among the common people. After all, if even the people of the sect did not recognize the 7th young master as a worthy heir, then the head of the sect certainly will not recognize this thug. The demand for an apology was for this very reason. After all, the brazen bastards dared to challenge the authority of the prince and even offend the people of the sect under his protection. Such scoundrels needed to be dealt with without any ceremony to earn true recognition. The lady was struck by the eloquence of the young man, who was merely another assistant from the spy sect. For this, she could duly appreciate him. Moreover, she could not ignore the fact that everything Zhao Yusou undertook was done extremely well. And for such a merit, he deserved a worthy reward. Obviously, Zhao Yusou decided to find out what he could request as a reward. Could he ask for the secret elixir of the sect or some ancient treasure? Fortunately, there was nothing Sakharin could not obtain if the hero was confident that the reward was worth such greed. However, as is known, Zhao Yusou was extremely greedy by nature and could not refuse such a tempting offer. But to his greatest regret, the time for the reward had not yet come. However, the assistant promised the master that he would definitely make a request for a reward when something truly worthy and necessary appeared. Of course, the princess immediately understood that the hero wanted to record this reward as a debt, which was very clever on his part. For this reason, appreciating this cunning, the girl decided to give one important piece of advice for the future. Soon there would be a regular morning reception of the sect leader with his adopted children, starting with the first prince and in order. Therefore, in half a month, the turn would come to the 7th heir. The hero knew this perfectly well. Formally, this reception is when the sect leader meets alone with his adopted children over a morning meal. But in reality, it is one of the most important events of the sect, where the cult leader evaluates the achievements of his children and gives them guidance. However, this event was an internal secret, not spoken about publicly. Being the former 7th demon, the main hero had to pretend that he was aware. Therefore, he expressed surprise at such an event with the sincerity he could muster. Sakharin, however, was not surprised by the assistant's ignorance, knowing that the 7th prince surely would not have reported this to the new servant. Most likely, the reason was that Mao was ashamed to talk about it. At that moment, the hero noticed how the face of the 3rd princess changed sharply. So he became worried. Perhaps his delinquent ward even managed to cause some kind of scandal during the sect leader's receptions. The guy wanted to believe he was overthinking it, because for such a scandal, Mao would surely have been beheaded long ago. However, what was surprising was that Sakharin ordered the hero under no circumstances, for any reason, to attend this reception. He could say he went into closed training, or that his leg was cramped, find any excuse just to officially refuse to participate in the reception. Otherwise, Sakharin was sure that the 7th prince would lose his status as prince one way or another this time, and Zhao Yusou could only stand in complete bewilderment, trying to understand what this brat had done. The next day, the events returned to the palace of the 7th prince. There, the heir was struggling to recover from a hangover that he was almost dying from. So it quickly became clear, finishing that jug of alcohol entirely was the greatest mistake. Mao himself wanted to cleanse his stomach to feel better. But unfortunately, nothing was coming out of him. Therefore, he even wanted to ask the hero to come over and pat him on the back. After all, maybe then he would feel better. And fortunately, the hero, sneaking up from behind, hurried to help his lord. However, this slap was so heavy that the prince not only did not clear his stomach, but almost spat out his intestines through his mouth. After which, landing on the ground knocked off his feet, the heir screamed like a wounded beast. He clearly wanted to know why the hero was hitting him on the back early in the morning like a madman. However, Zhao Yusou was so furious that even when he apologized to the young lord, it was clear. He wanted to beat him even harder. But still, the assistant excused himself, saying that it seemed to him that Mao's throat was blocked, and he wanted to help clear it, but overdid it with force. After which he began to apologize to the young man to death, looking extremely intimidating at that moment. Finally, after the fear he had experienced, Mao's nausea disappeared as if by magic. Therefore, kneeling before the prince, the hero demanded that he tell him the truth. Zhao Yusou had accumulated a great many questions throughout the night. Why did Mao act that way? What was the reason? The assistant wanted to know where the heir got the courage to ignore all the morning treatments arranged by the sect leader. Obviously, under the serious gaze of the hero, even this poor fellow was frightened, not knowing what to say in his defense. Soon, finding himself at the table, Mao, overwhelmed by the hero's gaze, spilled the whole truth. Of course, the hero almost started to rave, but he couldn't believe it. The thing was, every time Mao reached the hall of the heavenly demon on the day of the reception, he simply could not open the door. It was not easy for the heir to speak about this disgrace right away. Of course, if he had known the reason why the door wouldn't open, he wouldn't have come to the point of ignoring the leader for many years. He himself wanted to understand why this cursed door had never opened before him. It felt as if someone had set up some kind of trick. No matter how much he pushed, pulled, or kicked, it was all useless. The door did not move an inch under the pressure of his body. Here, Zhao Iso pondered what kind of door this could be that wouldn't open by pushing. Although Mao was not a genius by birth, the natural strength of his body did not fail him. So the problem was clearly not a lack of strength. If the hero solved this mystery, he would finally be able to understand everything. But the problem was that less than 2 weeks remained until the reception, and to figure it out, every precious minute had to be saved. So, having immediately decided on the first action, the hero jumped up from the table. After that, he explained to Mao that he needed to leave for urgent matters and asked the young man not to wander anywhere. Instead, the heir should look after the palace. Zhao Iso went off to spend a little money from his own pocket once again. As the name suggests, the Hall of the Heavenly Demon is the abode of the Lord, as well as the center of the Tian Shan Mountains, located on Mount Mahe, one of the greatest and most sinister peaks in the world of martial arts. This hall is surrounded at the back by a huge lake resembling a sea, and at the front by 5 paths spreading out like fingers, where Corindon settled, one of the main forces of the sect, strictly limiting access to all outsiders. Only Corindon, located on the middle path, allows those who have received an invitation from the heavenly demon to ascend the mountain. But even if one manages to get onto the mountain, reaching the hall of the heavenly demon is impossible, because at the foot of this hall lies a suspension bridge about 300 steps long, guarded by the magical moon squad of the Shin, as well as 3,000 steps, which are guarded by the strongest warriors of the mountain. They were also called the Heavenly Demon Squad. Therefore, outsiders not only cannot penetrate there, but will not even learn the exact location of this hall. It was literally an impregnable sanctuary. Obviously, Jegalgviren knew perfectly well that this story was surely well known to the hero. So the librarian wondered with curiosity what the hero had forgotten here. Moreover, the old man was amazed that Zhao Iso turned out to be such a greedy miser. Everyone had heard that he was literally a money demon, the likes of which the white world had never seen. But suddenly the assistant was offering him such a modest sum of coins for the necessary information. However, Zhao Iso calmly explained that he did not need to know superficial information about the Hall of the Heavenly Demon. What mattered to him was the essence itself. After all, as is known, every time the morning reception begins, their 7th prince returns from yet another failure. The problem lay in that very mysterious door. But the man believed it was foolish to think that a simple information trader would know anything about the top-secret Hall of the Heavenly Demon. Zhao Iso was amazed by the acting skills of this merchant. However, considering his line of work, he was obliged to behave that way. Outwardly, Jigal Gwiren appeared to everyone as an ordinary information dealer from the Jigal clan, connected to the righteous faction of the sages and living in the demonic sect. But in reality, this elder was one of the secret masters responsible for the main mechanisms and traps of the entire sect. And this was a secret that someone like Zhao Iso, of course, was not supposed to know. Therefore, so as not to reveal his true knowledge, the hero tried to somehow justify his sudden interest. He explained with a disarming smile that he thought Jegal Gwiren, being the reincarnation of the most legendary informant in the world of martial arts, would surely be aware of the secrets of these mysterious doors. Of course, Jegal Gwiren was struck by the hero's cunning, which could only be compared to the blackest earth. Surely Zhao Iso knew a lot about him, since he claimed such things with such a confident smile. But still, the elder reminded that he could not disclose such information left and right. After all, revealing this secret was a grave crime he did not even want to think about. However, as a regular and generous client, he decided to give the hero one wise piece of advice: to watch what the swarms of flies buzzing around his reputation were currently whispering about. Everyone around was whispering that some 7th demon had become an assistant, and had recently killed Magvi himself and the entire slaughter. Therefore, they managed to spread a great many different rumors. Of course, the interest of ordinary people in the hero was by no means mere curiosity, but rather caution towards someone who could become a most dangerous enemy in the future. Naturally, Zhao Iso hoped that the old trickster had managed to earn well from the information about him. However, in order to earn from the hero, Jegal Gwiren had to know at least something worthwhile about him. They only knew that the assistant had a reputation as a maniac obsessed with money. Moreover, Jagal Guirin could give his regular clients sincere advice, not to get involved in unnecessary matters and to keep quiet for a while if he did not want to perish overnight. From these words, one could conclude that Jagal Guirin knew much more about the clients than he said aloud. But since the old man gave him this advice so sincerely, the hero could not reject it. However, he explained with feigned sadness that the bag he had given Jagal Guirin was only a deposit for the answer to his question. He wanted to give him a couple more such hefty purses if he liked the information. However, the young man could do nothing about it, so he decided to take his money back and leave. But unexpectedly, Jagal Guirin grabbed his hand with an iron grip and did not let go. After which, carefully coughing, the old man hinted that he could still tell him something. According to Jagal Guirin's knowledge, the door of the Hall of the Heavenly Demon tests whether a person is worthy of a personal audience with the head of the cult himself. So if a person was truly worthy, all he had to do was just knock on the door, and then the gates would open by themselves before him, which Guirin vividly demonstrated by spreading his arms. However, for the hero, this wonderful information seemed more like some kind of utter nonsense. While the main character was trying in every possible way to get at least some sensible information, the affairs of the seventh prince were also proceeding as usual. However, unexpectedly, when the heir went out into the courtyard, he saw a great many workers. A real construction was underway at his residence. Of course, the prince was extremely curious about what the Black Dragon faction had forgotten in his palace so early in the morning. However, Zhao Yiso asked the lord not to worry about anything. After all, the workers were simply following orders previously given by the assistant himself. At that moment, Mao became curious about what his mysterious assistant had planned this time, as well as who the person was that he had brought along. The stranger immediately bowed before the young lord, introducing himself as the owner of a library who was passing by, and happened to meet the hero by chance. Only later did the elder honestly admit in a half-whisper that Zhao Yiso had forcibly dragged him here, and it so happened that he became responsible for the repair of the seventh prince's palace. The spy asked the old acquaintance to stop slandering him with petty lies. For words from his mouth, Zhao Yiso had already paid a whole lot of money, so it would be fair if the old trickster fulfilled what he promised. Otherwise, he would have to return the money to him, and on top of that with huge interest. Watching their lively quarrel, Mao could not understand at all why he suddenly needed the palace repaired. However, Zhao Yiso asked that his lord not worry about anything. He did not need to bother with these problems. After all, the assistant would settle all the issues himself. After that, he sent the young man to gather all his belongings, for a long journey awaited him. Before they set off to the Hall of the Heavenly Demon, Zhao Yiso prepared one more important matter for the heir that they needed to settle. At that moment, Ji-Daehu was reading another long report in his secluded office. This time, the document concerned the personality of Zhao Yiso. However, it even shocked the leader himself. Although the man understood at first glance that the hero was far from ordinary, he could not have imagined that he hid such a dark past. The events took place 14 years ago, shortly after the signing of the peace treaty between the righteous, neutral, and demonic factions, during the period of greatest chaos and power transition. At that time, the Sect, in search of fresh talents, invaded the lands of the righteous and neutral, abducting abandoned children or buying them on the black market. They were called external candidates of a special class. And before official acceptance, all of them underwent a special selection that determined their fate in the Sect. This cruel process was controlled by the seventh elder and the two-faced demon, who evaluated their abilities. If the talent was recognized as supreme, the candidate received a chance to become the adopted son of a great clan or an apprentice of the sect master. But if the worst verdict was given, he was classified as a low-class wild dog. They became test subjects for the development of demonic techniques or cannon fodder thrown onto external battlefields. And among the children who passed that selection was the young Zhao Yiso, just brought from the lands of the righteous faction. However, no matter how much the right head of the demon looked at the boy, he could say only one thing. The lad was very strange. But his evil brother immediately felt that the boy had holes in his core. He was simply trash that should be classified as the worst. However, the right demon believed that the boy's talent for martial arts surpassed even certain higher ones. Therefore, both began to ponder how it would be best for them to deal with this mysterious boy. In the end, the final verdict for Zhao Yiso was the worst, so he wandered at the very bottom as the so-called wild dog. But by the happiest coincidence, he caught the master's eye and became part of counterintelligence. In 10 years, he achieved incredible success, rising to the rank of squad commander. For a wild dog, this was indeed a considerable achievement. But still, Ji-Daehu sincerely felt sorry for him, for he still remembered the deepest essence of martial arts that the young man had demonstrated to him in battle. This essence, without the slightest doubt, surpassed the highest level, reaching excellence. Even the best masters in the world would not be enough to describe his talent. But to the greatest regret, He was unlucky to be born with those cursed Chu-hyun holes in his body. It was a problem that no one could solve. Even if the sixth elder, the great healer Poisonous Feed, took on the task, he would hardly find a solution. The only one who could at least hint at the solution is probably the sect leader himself. But still Ji-dae-hoo realized that fate was surprisingly incredibly generous. The gentleman, gifted only with physical strength, and the assistant, endowed with boundless intellect. So the elder could only guess how far these two could go. Of course, first Mao needed to succeed at the morning reception with the chief. However, Ji-dae-hoo was confident that the hero could help with such a task. Still, Ji-dae-hoo himself qualified this young man as worthy. At that moment, before setting out on the long journey, they stopped at a small secluded glade so that Mao could practice a little. Concentrating all his strength, he rushed to run at the thick tree with his bare fists. However, at the last moment he stopped, not touching the tree. Honestly, Mao himself was shocked, not understanding why the trick did not work. And Zhao Iso sighed heavily again, realizing that his ward was completely hopeless. Initially, when Jigal Guiran told the hero that the door of the Heavenly Demon Hall tests worthiness, Zhao Iso dismissed these words as nonsense. However, the old trickster was not one to deceive with information, so the hero could at least believe in the partial truth of this data. So, the door of the Heavenly Demon Hall could not be opened by brute force. After all, if it were a matter of physical strength, the fifth princess and the sixth prince would not have been able to open it, and Mao would not have failed. Then there was only one answer left. Another symbol of the warrior's strength, or more precisely, inner energy. The door of the Heavenly Demon Hall must have been checking the person's internal energy. If the hero voiced this aloud, everyone would consider him a real madman. After all, no one had encountered such a mechanism before. However, Zhao Yiso had already faced similar strange magical barriers thousands of times. So for him, this was by no means new. If you consider that the door of the Hall of the Heavenly Demon is something like an ancient repository, then there was nothing surprising about it. But what really troubled the hero was why Mao, born with the body of the Heavenly Sun, could not open the door of the Hall of the Heavenly Demon. Not long ago, he just swung his fist, and his internal energy flowed through the meridians by itself. He broke chips and even thick trees with a single blow. But he could not manage to open a simple door. At the moment this question crept into the hero's mind, he intuitively put forward a hypothesis. And to test it, he gave Mao a special task. He needed to move his internal energy as usual to break the tree, but without touching the tree with his fist. Of course, the boy was initially surprised that Zhao Yiso gave him such a simple and obvious task. However, the result of the so-called simple task was a complete failure and disgrace. When after many attempts the tree did not yield, Mao got so furious that he destroyed it with his fists, breaking the tree at its very base. The spy fully realized what the main problem of his protege was. Mao only roughly drove his internal energy but did not know how to gather and compress it at all. In fact, compressing internal energy is the foundation of foundations for any warrior, which cannot be unknown. And the reason why Mao understood nothing about this at all is that he had a damn incredible body, which made it unnecessary to study such basics. Usually warriors, in order to control internal energy at will, first train to finally control it, and in the process naturally master how to compress it, and gradually grow in skill. But Mao accumulated internal energy simply by breathing, and by mere will. The energy flowed as he wished, like an obedient stream. In other words, his excessively outstanding physical attributes became an insurmountable wall hindering his own development and growth in skill. In that case, Zhao Yiso had no other choice but to help the boy with his own efforts. He had to teach him all the basics of martial arts, even if he had to force Mao to learn through fighting and suffering. Standing before a massive tree, the hero once again patiently explained to Mao that internal energy is not just about wildly rushing it through the body. In this way, the young man will never surpass the truly concentrated power of great masters. He must act with a single thought in his head, not to waste a drop of precious energy. He must focus his mind to the limit, finally concentrate the energy and direct it wherever he wants, without the slightest loss. Only then can he break through the enemy standing before him. In the end, gathering energy at the fingertips, the hero managed to release an energy burst that pierced through the trunk of a wide tree like the sharpest blade. Thus, he showed Mao in the smallest details how to act in order to master the release of inner energy. Only a few masters, who advanced further in their skill, were able to control the released energy and use it to create the quintessence of power. Now the hero, keeping his fingers ready, controlled the energy that swirled like a gentle whirlwind around his body. After that, he launched an attack of embodied impulse, and because of this, he split the tree as if struck by the strongest storm, the lightning of divine wrath. The tree split perfectly into two flawlessly even parts, causing Mao to freeze in amazement with his mouth wide open. The spy hoped that the master finally understood what true inner energy control was. The incredible skill of the assistant, who cut such a huge tree with one majestic sweep of his hand. Moreover, he cut it so cleanly, without a single unnecessary branch. The main hero hoped that now, having impressed the master so spectacularly, he would realize how worthless and pathetic his own inner energy control was. Mao really began to agree with the hero, and was even forced to admit that in terms of skill level compared to Zhao Yisou, he was a completely useless fool. When the offended Mao was about to leave to recover from this humiliation, suddenly the hero collapsed unconscious right at his feet, as if felled by an invisible force. And when the heir, scared to death, woke up from the shock, he saw that a thin stream of scarlet blood was seeping from the young hero's mouth. The unconscious lying young man was recalling his very distant past. Then he was saying goodbye to his younger brother, who was crying bitterly because he did not want to let Zhao Yisou go anywhere. He wanted to go with the young man wherever he went. However, the hero understood that it was impossible. He explained to his brother that he would have to leave alone. The road he was heading to was too dangerous, so his younger brother was not allowed to go there under any circumstances. But Zhao Yisou promised that soon other adults would come and take him to a much better place. There he would definitely be fed 3 times a day to his fill and taught martial arts, which the brothers loved so much. He would live wonderfully and safely. But most importantly, the brother had to obey the adults. Then everything would be fine with him, and soon they would definitely meet again. About 14 long years passed since the hero said goodbye to his younger brother. And during all this endless time, the young man did not keep his promise and did not return to him. However, unexpectedly, the hero came to his senses when a heavy drop of water fell right on his face. After that, opening his eyes wide, he saw a master standing over him with a huge barrel filled to the brim with water. Mao was glad that Zhao Yisou finally came to his senses, because he was just about to pour a whole bucket of ice water on him. However, the bucket in Mao's understanding was so huge that Zhao Yisou would rather have drowned on the spot than wake up from such a flood. Also, Zhao Yisou, looking around, did not recognize the place where they were. However, it turned out to be his abandoned hut in the mountains, which Zhao Yisou had once mentioned in passing during a conversation with Mao. According to Zhao Yisou's original plans, they were supposed to live and train here until the very day of the reception with the cult leader. However, Zhao Yisou was in the greatest shock that this useless, dull-witted heir managed to easily remember the way here, and even drag him without outside help. The prince was quite angry that his assistant considered him a complete idiot. Yet he was extremely curious to find out what had happened to the hero. After all, he was the strongest man who could knock down a master like Magvi with a single blow, yet he fainted after barely using his inner energy. Moreover, in the fight that turned into a slaughter, the hero didn't even use energy, and threatening those fools, the magician did not slip up even once. So the prince had a disturbing feeling that Zhao Yisou might have been practicing some strange demonic skill that was destroying his body from within. The hero did not try to justify himself, for he understood, for a lowly being like him, to become stronger, all that remained was to swallow everything in a row: poisons, medicines, forbidden elixirs. What happened to him was a side effect of this practice. In other words, although Zhao Yisou looked like a cool assistant, he was actually a rather damaged product that could fall apart at any moment. So the 7th prince needed to become stronger as soon as possible and not rely on an assistant. He himself did not know when he would collapse or even die somewhere along the way from another seizure. Obviously, the gentleman did not like that his assistant was saying such sinister and gloomy things. However, Zhao Yisou interrupted him as they needed to get straight to the point. Perhaps Mao himself was unaware, but in terms of the amount of energy in the body, the drunken gentleman had long reached the peak of mastery. However, in controlling that very energy, he was worse than a third-rate warrior from a roadside tavern. These words deeply hurt the prince. He decided to find out how he could fix such a deplorable situation. Should he repeat something like the embodiment impulse technique that the hero demonstrated? The spy knew perfectly well that this technique was a true achievement of the masters, and the 7th prince would definitely come to it in time. However, it is impossible to reach such a level in the remaining 14 days, and there was no need for that anyway. If the embodied impulse were a condition for entering the hall of the heavenly demon, then the other children, most of whom still opened the door, would not have been able to do so. Therefore, their goal was not this technology, but what the hero showed earlier, the level of energy release. And for this, as Zhao Yisou has already said, it is not enough to simply roughly drive internal energy through the body. One must be able to fully control it and compress it to the limit. Therefore, from this moment, Mao will work through proper breathing and control energy without the slightest loss, making it circulate through the body in a perfect rhythm. And if the guy can reach the great heavenly cycle, fully directing energy through all meridians without exception, only then can one speak of entering the hall of the heavenly demon. Only this will give him a chance to get there. But to the hero's surprise, Mao seemed not to take the upcoming trial seriously, as if seeing nothing particularly difficult in it. He assumed that all he needed was simply to circulate internal energy through the body, and that would be enough. Such blatant misunderstanding of basic things already hinted at how long and painful their training would be. Therefore, tired of explaining anything with words, the hero ordered the guy to sit in the lotus position. After that, the assistant placed his hands on the guy's shoulders, pondering that despite his appearance and behavior, Mao was actually the same age as his younger sister. So it was not surprising that from time to time Mao behaved like a spoiled child and even reminded him of his brother with his stubbornness. It was precisely for this reason that the hero mentally promised the young man that in the remaining 2 weeks, he would at least make him into a semblance of a normal person, possessing basic skills. With this mental promise, he began to transfer the energy of his body, directing it into the body of the prince himself, in order to show the right path. Somewhere at the very same moment, one of the senior slaughterhouse members continued his exhausting training. While he was training, a servant approached him and decided to find out from the assistant what had been discovered about that arrogant guy Zhao Iso. However, to the greatest regret, the assistants lost his trail as if he had dissolved into thin air. All they knew was that he had left the Moonlight Village and entered the territory of Horrendon. However, obviously, if the slaughterhouse people started turning everything upside down there, it would lead to a direct confrontation with Horrendon. They could not risk provoking a conflict. Therefore, they had to postpone the surveillance until better times. From this report, the man immediately understood that their target was a rather cunning bastard, since he had guessed to hide under the protection of Horrendon. So, it was not for nothing that Magvi lost to him and died by his hand. However, this complement of mid-level strength did not mean that the man intended to further delay revenge for his younger brother. So the fifth in the slaughterhouse hierarchy, the poisonous demon of lust, decided to deal with this arrogant fellow personally and with his own hands. After that, he fired from his powerful bow. His targets were live prisoners, whom he cold-bloodedly finished off one by one with his shots. After that, the man sternly promised that at any cost he would take the life of that dog assistant Zhao Iso, and, if necessary, even that seventh prince who was involved in the whole affair. From the moment Zhao Iso began lessons with the seventh prince, exactly 13 exhausting days had passed. Zhao Iso sat leaning against the wall in the room, patiently waiting for Mao to finish another training session. However, suddenly he became very cheerful. Mao's 471st attempt finally succeeded, so the hero was eager to find out how the Lord felt after reaching the great heavenly cycle. Honestly, only now did Mao begin to gradually understand what it truly means to control internal energy. Until now, when he swung his fist in the heat of battle, his energy would boil prematurely, outpacing his will and breaking forward, not giving him time to control the flow. Now the energy obeyed his will, flowing in the right direction with the right rhythm, fully supporting his strength without loss. It felt as if, for the first time in his life, the energy became one with his body, like an inseparable part of his being. This description fully confirmed the phrase that it is better to feel once than to hear explanations 100 times. The hero was pleased that Mao finally spoke like a true warrior, not like an unreasonable child. So now, logically, he should also learn to compress his energy to the limit. Checking the condition of his body, the prince was confident that he could do what the hero expected of him. Therefore, without much thought, Zhao Iso immediately stood up to test the abilities and understand what the current young lord was capable of. At the very least, he had to give his all so that the next day he could enter the hall of the heavenly demon and pass the trial. Soon they found themselves near a huge stone boulder, which the prince had to break using the power of his internal energy without direct contact. As soon as he received the signal from the hero to start, he immediately took a fighting stance, concentrating all his energy into his fist. Gradually, he compressed the internal energy to the limit. Then he released it towards the huge stone boulder like a striking lightning bolt. As a result of this powerful energy explosion, a hurricane wind rose, and Zhao Iso continued to watch cautiously the stone's reaction to this crushing blow. But honestly, seeing the result, Mao did not know how to comment on it. The boulder remained completely intact, without a single crack. So no matter how you look at it, it was a complete failure and disgrace. The young man, clearly panicking, tried to understand what he had done wrong. He felt that the energy in his body flowed normally. He carefully gathered it in his fist. But for some reason, nothing worked anyway. In the end, like a little spoiled child, he began rolling on the ground, no longer wanting to deal with this cursed energy. It was easier to give up becoming a prince and die alone. It was still better to live as he wanted than to torment his foolish head with these endless trainings. Meanwhile, while Mao panicked and thrashed in hysteria, Zhao Iso tried to understand the true reason for the failure. It seems the release failed because Mao was so focused on compressing the energy that he missed the critical moment to release it. Therefore, when he struck, the energy scattered in all directions, unable to concentrate the force at a single point. Of course, for a novice like the prince, this was a forgivable mistake. But what impressed Zhao Iso the most was the amount of energy the guy put into his fist. If he had simply directed that energy as he usually did, the huge boulder would have shattered into tiny splinters in a matter of moments. This truth was staggering. The energy of the seventh prince was like the fierce Tianshan hurricane. Even at his primitive level, Mao would have been able to handle even the elders of the martial arts union, and in this he was second to none. This dealt a significant blow to Zhao Yisou's pride, although he could never have imagined that he would envy this guy with monstrous talent. Moreover, the seventh prince, who was now simply crying while looking at the stone, kept insisting that it had unfairly resisted him. He demanded that the stone admit it felt pain after his strike, and hoped that at least inside the boulder everything had cracked and split. Zhao Yisou was surprised that such a naturally strong person's pride was hurt after the very first failed strike. Therefore, immediately pulling him away from the stone, the hero ordered Mao to stop whining, since he had almost succeeded. When he learned to gather energy, he needed to understand when to release it in time. There was no point in keeping energy locked up like a prisoner in a dungeon. Pulling the guy to a safe distance, the spy decided to demonstrate the true meaning of tactics: to compress energy and release it simultaneously, in a single flow. When he made the first small strike using a small amount of internal energy, a small crack appeared on the stone, as if from a lightning strike. Zhao Yisou hoped that even with a small amount of energy he would explain the principle, what is what and how it works. Mao was delighted. He understood everything. Only he resented the hero who, from the very beginning, did not explain everything to him in understandable words. Now the heir was confident that he would make another strike, and this time it would be successful and triumphant. Zhao Yisou was, honestly speaking, amazed by the simplicity of this young lord. However, Mao had already overcome the most difficult barrier: the control and compression of internal energy. This meant that he was very close to successful release. Of course, with the clumsiness of the prince, he would have to try several more times. However, the suddenly standing in a stance guy released a colossal, simply incredible, amount of internal energy. Moreover, it was solar internal energy, which caused absolutely everything around to stir, as if the earth trembled underfoot. However, the point was that Mao, considering himself a genius, understood, or rather, suddenly grasped, the very essence of martial arts. The essence was that the more internal energy a person used, the more powerful his strength became. Based on this insight, he created his own technique. He decided to call this technique Dadai Quan, the majestic fist of great power. In the end, he struck the stone with full force, and immediately the mineral shards scattered in all possible directions, like a hail of stones. The hero remained standing in his place, simply wide-mouthed in shock. He looked with amazement at how the lord had made a perfectly straight tunnel in the huge stone block. The assistant had no idea how Mao managed to do such a thing in such a short time. But the prince himself was insanely proud of himself and his incredibly powerful, majestic strike. After that, he proudly told what name he gave to his great technique, which he had just created. He expected that Zhao Yisou would be endlessly impressed by his talent, and would surely want to learn this technique from such a brilliant master. Although the hero was little interested in such games, he could not deny Mao's power was truly terrifying and intimidating. Ordinary top masters would not even have thought to try to do what Mao had just done in a few seconds. Therefore, the hero asked the prince to repeat his greatest move. The thing was, Zhao Yisou had a hypothesis he wanted to test. Of course, the conceited prince was convinced. The hero just wanted to learn his technique, so he was starting to suck up to him in advance. However, Mao promised that he would tell everything to the hero if he asked directly. And since the guy was his only assistant, he would not even charge him for such valuable knowledge. However, Zhao Yisou only got angry and asked the prince to simply repeat the strike without unnecessary words. The prince was only glad to demonstrate again his monstrous power and the greatness of his technique. After that, he stood in his signature stance to demonstrate the secret technique of the genius Mao in all its glory. However, the surprising thing was that when he tried to swing and strike, he simply fell to the ground, face first into dust and dirt. The hero barely held back laughter, not understanding what had happened to the genius Prince Mao and what problem had suddenly arisen for him. However, Mao quickly realized that something was wrong. After all, there was no internal energy left in his body. Not a drop. This was not surprising to those who understood martial arts. After all, this fool Mao did not think about the side effects. Because of one such punch, he exhausted all his internal energy, which he had accumulated for many years, in a single moment. Of course, the frightened prince had no idea when the hero figured out the essence of his talented energy release technique. However, obviously Zhao Yisou did not even need to be a genius to understand the essence of this trick. But what was striking was that no one except Mao could repeat such a stunt and survive it. This was the true genius of the seventh prince. After all, ordinary warriors would never burn all their energy in one breath, because they intuitively know. If energy is used beyond the limit, the meridians will not hold and will burst in an instant. This can even lead to a painful death. And yet, despite all the risk, Mao got off with just a slight fright. After all, his energy had simply run out a little, nothing more. Moreover, this internal energy that he had just released would recover in a mere half hour of simple breathing. Because this guy, as already mentioned, possessed the highest meridians granted by the heavens themselves. And even despite the current pitiful state of the gentleman, the hero was amazed by the capabilities of his body. He was pleased that he knew Mao's true level. Otherwise, any other master would have taken him for a renowned top-rank martial arts master. Of course, provided they did not meet the seventh prince in his current miserable state, lying in the dust powerless. Naturally, the prince himself was quite hurt that the hero joked about him when he was completely devoid of all strength in his body. He was even worried that he might have been infected with demon possession or some kind of curse. However, if that were true, he would not be able to speak now and would already be writhing in hellish pain in his limbs. But suddenly, reflecting on himself, the hero realized that his thunderbolt technique transforms internal energy into lightning. This meant that theoretically he could channel even more energy than Mao just did, and much faster. If Zhao Iso, like the seventh prince, could use such an amount of energy, then his power would go beyond simple energy release and reach unprecedented heights. Of course, it was pleasant to ponder what could have been, but it made no sense. With his body riddled with 9 Chuhyun holes, even gathering the minimum energy was a problem. He shouldn't have even dreamed of anything good. It was a waste of time. Therefore, focusing on the current problems, he asked the prince to stop crying and sitting in the dust, to sit up straight and start breathing properly. With his body, he would easily recover to his previous state in just half an hour. In the end, as was said, sitting more comfortably, Mao simply began to breathe deeply and evenly. However, at that moment, Zhao Iso literally caught an arrow with a poisonous tip, shining with an ominous green light, just a couple of centimeters from the lord's face. Of course, the prince was quite frightened when he saw the arrowhead right by his face. He immediately realized that they had been ambushed. However, Zhao Iso apologized to the lord for not foreseeing such an outcome. No one in his place could have guessed that in the lands of Horindon there would be a scoundrel who would set an ambush for them. In the end, armed with his flying blade on a thread, Zhao Iso began to fend off dozens of arrows flying towards him and the young lord like a deadly rain. Fortunately, he was lucky. By that moment he had managed to deflect all the arrows, and thank heavens, none of them hit anyone. But suddenly, an arrow tracking the victim flew past him, which, passing by the hero's body, headed straight towards the defenseless Mao. The hero, of course, panicked. He could not have expected that a master who had mastered the technique of curved shooting using internal energy was hunting them. Considering that the seventh prince was currently completely unable to take care of himself, all he could do was watch as the arrow rapidly flew towards him. However, Zhao Iso did everything he could in this situation. He allowed the arrow to pierce his arm so as not to let it hit the body of the seventh prince. Very soon, due to the depth of the wound, his breathing became heavy and intermittent. And through his veins and capillaries, a sinister poison began to spread throughout his body, burning from within. Of course, immediately, slightly recovering from the shock, Mao jumped to the assistant to somehow help him. But instead, the hero forcefully struck the young man in the chest, pushing him deeper into the tunnel carved in the middle of the stone block. After that, he ordered him to hide as far away as possible and focus on circulating energy for recovery. He absolutely must not show himself until the fight was over. Mao was very worried because he saw the face of the young master, on which the effects of the strongest poison had already begun to show. The skin was paling, and the lips were turning blue. At that moment, the young man himself pulled the arrow out of his arm, gritting his teeth in pain. He was insanely angry that some bastard, like a cowardly rat, was hiding and shooting arrows from cover. If this were an honest fighting style, at least some deadly poison should have been used. But no, just a weak, paralyzing one. Well, from such small details, Zhao Iso could easily determine that his opponent had very perverse tastes and inclinations, just as he had expected from the very beginning. After that, calmly, although not seeing the enemy in person, he greeted the poisonous demon of lust, lurking deep in the forest like a predatory beast. The latter was pleasantly surprised that he was revealed so easily. Using sound transmission, the poisonous demon honestly admitted that at first he considered the hero's energy complete nonsense and underestimated his abilities. But he turned out to be much more agile and cunning than expected. Despite the poisonous demon completely hiding his presence using masterful techniques, the hero still managed to uncover his hiding place, although he did not fully dodge the attack. But what interested the demon even more was how Zhao Iso managed to find out who he really was. What trick did the guy use for that? Realizing that the man used only sound transmission, the hero quickly understood that he was not foolish enough to reveal his location by voice left and right. Therefore, the hero calmly explained that he did not need any special abilities to understand what kind of stealth and shooting master would deliberately aim past vital points of the body. Moreover, rumors about the vile tastes of the poisonous demon of lust were well known even to the hero. He carried out the slaughter orders every time, but at the same time kidnapped locals as he pleased. He liked to soak these unfortunate residents with paralyzing poison and make them his toys for perverse pleasures. And the arrow he shot was surely intended for his vile entertainments. But even a slaughter, no matter how reckless it seemed, is not stupid enough to cause chaos in the lands of Corendon. Well, the poisonous demon of lust still dared to do it, which means his motivation was surely rooted in revenge. The revenge was most likely for Magvi, the criminal whom the hero executed for threats against the Lord, and also the sworn brother poisonous demon, with whom he had a close bond, like blood relatives. Of course, hearing how the young man spoke about his younger brother, the poisonous demon of lust was enraged to the limit. Naturally, he was surprised that the boy knew about his connection with Magvi, but he even mentioned how he was killed. So in the eyes of the demon, Zhao Iso was literally a man who was practically asking him to kill him, and the man was not going to refuse this request. Therefore, he immediately tossed a handful of arrows into the sky. Right after that, grabbing them one by one, he immediately began releasing them one after another at incredible speed. As a result, not a single one of his arrows touched the ground, and all of them hit the target. The spy, despite the injury, skillfully wielded his flying blade, fending off all these attacks like a whirlwind of steel. At the same time, the hero, defending himself, analyzed the trajectory of the arrow's flight, the sound force coming from the depths of the forest, and considering all these factors, he quickly calculated the enemy's location. Unfortunately, the paralyzing poison spread through his body faster than the boy expected, so he had to finish off the enemy as soon as possible, before his senses dulled even more and his limbs failed. Fortunately, he did not sense the presence of other minor pawns of the slaughter, so the hero needed to finish the poisonous demon of lust one-on-one. But from the new strike at that moment, the guy barely managed to dodge, as the arrow flew right past his hand, almost piercing it through. He could not have expected that the arrow would come at him directly from behind, considering that he had precisely calculated where the shooter should have been. Of course, even if the poisonous demon of lust was a master of curved shots, it was still impossible. This trajectory was too whimsical. Perhaps the man just managed to change position lightning fast? Therefore, the guy tried to calculate the new direction from which the arrow had come. But just a second of hesitation was enough for another arrow, aimed at his chest, to come from somewhere in front. So the hero had even more questions. Where was this cursed demon sitting if he could attack with arrows from all possible directions at once? Moreover, because the arrows had a curved flight trajectory, they continued to follow the hero like living creatures, which made his life a bit more complicated. Although the spy fended off all the flying attacks, unfortunately, he did not manage to tuck in, and he fell backward toward the ground without using any falling technique. The demon of lust rejoiced, glad that this bastard had finally fallen into his net like a foolish little fish. Immediately after that, at the place where the hero lay, he fired a couple more shots, aiming at vital points. The spy was still conscious, analyzing the flight of the arrows that were coming simultaneously from all sides. It felt as if the opponent was using a lightness technique or shooting on the move, moving at incredible speed. However, no person could move at such speed between extreme points and at the same time demonstrate such precise shooting, unless this poisonous demon was a divine archer of the super elder level. However, as far as Zhao Iso knew about him, the demon had not reached such a level of mastery. Zhao Iso had only one assumption left, which means he also had a couple of ways to deal with these enemies. But the inability to use throwing knives was a very serious problem. Because the arrow had grazed the right hand, it was already completely numb, as if foreign. The only thing that still worked perfectly in his body were his two legs. However, even so, the spy was not one to give up easily. Therefore, he used his thunder power, understanding that he would have to sweat a lot in this fight. Of course, when a bright lightning explosion sounded, the poisonous demon was quite surprised. After all, on such a clear day, it had nowhere to come from. There was not a single cloud in the sky. Obviously, he simply had not heard of the thunder technique that Zhao Iso used. Therefore, when the old man noticed the scoundrel he thought was already dead right in front of his face, he was stunned with horror and shock. And Zhao Iso only smiled happily, pleased that he managed to catch this enemy off guard. Immediately after that, he attacked him, using the legs that had survived the poison, aiming roughly at the opponent's face. Looking at this skill, the poisonous demon immediately recalled the elder of the martial arts union, nicknamed the Seven-Limbed Great Monk, because he delivered 7 deadly hits with one kick. He was a true master of the righteous faction's leg technique. His most powerful strike, his entire essence. With this strike, the hero now attacked his demonic enemy. From just one attack, his body immediately began to crack at the seams and bleed, as if breaking apart from the inside. And the poisonous demon himself screamed with unbearable pain, tearing his body apart with his last strength. Finally, the hero fell to the ground. Following him collapsed the immobilized body of the demon of lust, like a felled tree. While the bloodied old man lay on the ground, the hero finally managed to exhale, not understanding why today was especially hard in every sense. But at that moment another arrow attack came rushing at him from behind. Fortunately, the young man managed to notice it, and deflected at the last moment. Looking at the intensity of all these flying arrows, one could conclude the apprentice was very upset that one of his puppets had already been disposed of. It seems with his behavior, the enemy was literally desperately begging the hero to catch the rest of his accomplices, and the spy decided to fulfill the wish of this arrogant bastard. So he also rushed forward at the sound of gunfire. Finally, he saw the second shooter. The demon hiding in the bushes was clearly panicking that this little bastard had once again managed to reveal his location. In the end, the hero easily deflected the arrows flying towards him with his knees. Moreover, he deflected the arrow perfectly, redirecting its tip with his foot, changing its flight trajectory. And all this despite the fact that this arrow was charged using the internal energy of the lust demon himself. Among other things, the hero also carefully struck her, using the power of his legs and the thunder technique simultaneously. As a result, the arrow shot back at the enemy with double the force. Fortunately, at the last moment he managed to duck and avoid losing his head. But his bow was destroyed in an instant, shattering into fragments. So the man could only panic, as he never expected that when dealing with an assistant of the 7th ghost level, he would face a real death demon. Of course, he noticed that at the very beginning of the fight, the hero was not so powerful and fast. But as soon as he suddenly began to radiate lightning-fast energy, even the poison demon found it difficult to follow his movements. Of course, one of the Slaughter twins suspected that Zhao Iso did not defeat Mogvi for nothing, who had hidden trump cards. But now he was convinced firsthand that the hero was far beyond ordinary talent. He was a true monster. Looking at the poisoned enemy who surpassed him in all combat parameters, he could say only one thing: he would never win this battle. The hero admitted that he immediately noticed that the guest's shooting and the nature of the internal energy of the arrows differed. It seemed to him that the poisonous demon came here with someone like his older brother, but he never expected that the legendary poisonous lust demon would turn out to be just a twin. In the end, a rather amusing picture emerged. While one of the twins distracted the hero with conversation, the other hid in the bushes and shot with an unpredictable trajectory. The tactic was not bad. After all, they really managed to confuse the hero for some time. Of course, Zhao Iso was very attentive and immediately noticed that there were 2 shooters. Therefore, he changed his battle tactics. But it was hard for him to imagine that there was even one more person possessing the same level of skill and inner energy, like him, to understand the deception of that first shooter. Surely in such chaos, most warriors would have already gone to the other world, because their shooting strategy was based on the principle: strike in the west by attacking from the east, a classic military trick. Even so, Zhao Iso was surprised that among the dull thugs from the slaughterhouse, there was someone who truly knew how to use his brain and build tactics. However, Zhao Iso hastened to upset the man. His relative had already gone to the realm of the dead, so his tricks would no longer work and were useless. But still, the hero could not help but thank the man for such an epic spectacle he arranged for him. As a reward for this entertainment, Denny decided to spare the poisonous demon of lust and leave him alive, albeit crippled. Obviously, the enemy himself understood. Purely out of some mercy or reward, this guy definitely would not show him mercy. He thought the guy intended to drag him into some game or trap. However, Zhao Iso simply gave him a chance. It was a kind of warning for the future. If the man dared to touch him or the 7th prince again, he had to be ready for harsh consequences. So in the future, it was better for this guy not to cause him problems, but to do as instructed. Apologize to the 7th prince for the shown magnanimity. If he decided to make a move and act on his own, the reckoning would not take long to come. It would catch him instantly. The hero realized that making a deal with someone like the poisonous demon of lust would be much more profitable than simply killing a minor shooter and gaining even more enemies in the slaughterhouse. Of course, the demon was quite outraged that Zhao Iso regarded him as a small fry and a nobody. However, the main hero did not even intend to temper his opponent's ardor. Now he had to realize how shaky his position was. The determination of the poisonous demon had already cracked, and it was blatantly obvious that the villain felt genuine fear when faced with the enemy without his twin. Still, the demon continued to protest and foam at the mouth to prove his own righteousness, but he hardly had the courage to back up his words with actions. Burning his opponent with the most contemptuous look possible, Zhao Iso openly challenged him to take the risk and try to defeat him right here and now. Obviously, just from the aura and the expression radiated by the young man, the confidence of the poisonous demon was melting before his eyes. Therefore, the villain immediately fled back into the forest thicket, as if tucking his tail. However, at the last moment, the scoundrel promised the main hero that sooner or later they would definitely meet again, and then the demon would surely take Zhao Iso's life with his own hands. Watching the enemy with his gaze, the hero continued to hold back with all his might so as not to collapse to the ground right now. After all, during this entire display of power, he had expended every drop of energy to the last. Even at the moment when the young man deflected the enemy's arrow, he did so with the last scraps of his strength. His body was at its limit. And yet, by some miracle, the young man managed to destroy the enemy's bow, thanks to which he was able to pull off this clumsy spectacle of threats. But if the enemy guesses his true condition and returns, there simply will be no second chance. So the main hero had only to hold on until the villain went far enough away. However, the young man gradually began to lose his last strength, falling face down to the ground. At the last moment, he noticed the seventh prince, who was flying to him in fear. Honestly, the hero was indignant in his soul. After all, not much time had passed since he ordered Mao not to leave the shelter. But he couldn't stand it and already jumped up to him. However, the boy could not stay angry at the heir for long. After all, he was already losing consciousness, sprawled on the ground. It was clear that Mao fell into a real panic when he saw the pitiful state of his assistant. Understanding that a healer was urgently needed, the seventh prince began to appeal to him. Zhao Iso could barely hear his words anymore, but upon realizing that it was about a healer, he was outraged. After all, there was less than an hour left before the morning meeting with the chief. The main hero was fighting so desperately only so that Mao could stand out before his father. Therefore, he ordered the boy to stop talking nonsense and immediately go to the Hall of the Heavenly Demon. If the young man was even a moment late, the hero would not leave him alone for the rest of his days. Immediately after these words, the boy closed his eyes and plunged into utter darkness. And when he opened them next time, he found himself in some quiet, calm room, on a soft bed. Most surprisingly, Ji-dae was nearby all this time, faithfully guarding him. The man greeted the assistant with a slight smile whom they had not seen for quite a long time. After that, with the most concerned expression possible, he asked how the boy was feeling. Zhao Iso immediately sat up on the bed after these words, and the worried Ji-dae gently asked him to rest a little longer. After all, despite the successful treatment, the young man still needed to recover his spent strength. However, the hero felt completely fine. Moreover, he understood. Since Lord Horendan was in front of him, it was most likely that Mao was also somewhere nearby. And the main hero was eager to find out if the seventh prince had managed to appear before his father. Of course, the leader was quite surprised by the loyalty of the boy who had barely escaped death and was already worried about the lord. However, this was not surprising. After all, everything that happened to Mao directly affected the well-being of the assistant himself. It turned out that after Zhao Iso was delivered to a safe place, Mao began his ascent of the 3,000 steps to the Hall of the Heavenly Demon. So no matter how this trial ended, the news should arrive soon. Right now they were at a temporary post at the very foot of these countless steps. Initially, the main hero was supposed to be sent to the official Horenden infirmary. However, the decision was influenced by Mao himself. When the seventh prince appeared to the warriors, he insisted that Lord Zhao Iso must go with them, otherwise he himself would not go anywhere. And because of this direct rebellion, the knights had to drag the hero straight up the mountain. The boy barely held back laughter, imagining this scene in his head. It was frightening to imagine what incredible nonsense Mao was spouting to make the proud warriors drag him to this infirmary. However, in reality, Ji-dae felt pleasant surprise seeing how the seventh prince was striving with all his might for someone. After all, after the young man lost friends and hearing at the hands of Boini in the past, he never worried about anyone again. And yet, despite this warm mood, Ji-dae had a special proposal for the hero. He wanted the boy to join the ranks of the Hall of Horendan. It turned out that while Zhao Iso was unconscious, the leader studied his dossier. There were details about the boy's body indicated there, but the man wanted to see it with his own eyes. In the dantian of the main character, there were indeed 9 ruptures. Something hard to believe existed. However, obviously, the guy was extremely displeased that the leader, taking advantage of his helplessness, was so brazenly testing him. But still, he could not understand the connection between the state of his dantian and Ji-dae's offer to enter the hall. The hero felt that the man pitied him. And indeed, he felt pity for Zhao Iso. After all, the boy's entire potential in martial arts was locked in his unfortunate body. The leader thought there were better places where the boy could have spent his gift, since now he clung to a position where death could catch him at any moment. Even the stubbornness with which Zhao Iso lived caused the man regret. Judging by the wounds on the hero's body, he was attacked by a serious master. Ji-dae could confidently assume that it was a member of Boini, as last time, and such clashes would repeat again and again. Behind Boini stood the Ma clan, so as long as Zhao Iso remained a member of the palace family, there would be an endless vicious circle of dangers in his life. But if he became a person under the patronage of Ji-dae, everything would change. For just as the Ma clan stood behind Boini, so the entire Horiden would stand behind the main character. The man was even ready to swear by the name of the Great Horin that the hero's safety would be guaranteed. Honestly, the guy was amazed that for someone like him, Ji-dae was ready to swear by his own name. It seemed the man overestimated him too much, although he was well aware of the deplorable state of the boy's body. However, the leader believed that the hero could use his innate gift differently, to train disciples or create new martial arts. In any case, his work would be much more worthy than rotting in the palaces. Honestly, Zhao Iso was touched that Jideho valued his insignificant flesh so highly. But still, he was forced to refuse even such a tempting offer. Of course, the leader was curious to know the reason. After all, if the hero was worried that Lord Mao would be left alone, then the man could help him protect against the butchery. However, Zhao Iso hastened to explain that the butchery had absolutely no influence on his decision. Simply, the values the hero aspired to could only be achieved alongside the Lord. Moreover, he could say no more to Jideho. After all, it was his personal little secret. Therefore, the young man hurried to apologize to the man for disappointing him with his answer, and went to take care of his lord. But it turned out the leader was not surprised at all. After all, he expected such an answer from such an extraordinary youth. At that time, the hero approached the tall mountain where the Hall of the Heavenly Demon was located. However, without climbing up, the young man pondered for a long time how his ward was doing there and whether everything was all right with him. Looking at the mountain, atop which the very hall stood proudly, Zhao Iso could not contain his amazement. He had already learned all possible information about the Hall of the Heavenly Demon, but the sight in person was much more impressive. Between the place where he stood and the hall where Mao was heading, there were at least 3,000 steps, and the power of a single person was felt even here, at such a great distance. The main character was very sorry that because of the trouble he got into, he could not go with Mao. Even just entering the hall and meeting the current heavenly demon would have been a huge stroke of luck for the spy. However, turning 180 degrees, the young man hurried away. After all, it was believed that dwelling on missed opportunities was the fate of some third-rate warrior. Moreover, he wanted to believe that the seventh prince would still manage the morning council. Then the main character would have plenty of opportunities to get into this hall. However, unexpectedly, right in the middle of the forest, the young man noticed a suspiciously strange well. He had no idea how it ended up here. However, surprisingly, the power of thunder technique responded to this well. Therefore, without thinking for another moment, the hero immediately jumped in, rushing to the very bottom. Of course, already at the bottom, Zhao Iso regretted that he had been so easily led when he felt the familiar energy of the thunder charge. But now, touching the walls, he understood. It was not in vain. They emitted that very charge. On the walls were carved the very secret words of the ancestor, which were also in the original well he had found earlier. These were the words of the one who created the thunder charge technique. This meant that, possibly, this well was another place where the creator of the technique once hid or concealed something important. Meanwhile, Mao finally met with his guide, who voiced the basic rule to him. The chance to open the gates was given to him for the last time. There would be no next time. Therefore, the Demon Throne Guardian asked that the heir approach the task with all seriousness. After which she allowed the gentleman to proceed forward and begin opening the door when he was ready. Already at a distance, the young man felt that behind this door was his adoptive father, who was patiently waiting for him. Moreover, he was extremely serious, as if expecting what his last son would demonstrate this time. At that moment, Mao took a fighting stance, simultaneously recalling all the words that Zhao Iso once told him. Then he explained to the youth that he had collapsed from weakness due to side effects from putting all his energy into a single strike. However, since Mao had come this far, he could not again throw mud in the assistant's face. This time, the seventh prince decided to control the energy and invest it moderately, without excess. The Light Guardian carefully observed all his actions, not taking her eyes off the raging energy boiling around the air. Honestly, the woman was impressed, realizing how radically Mao had changed in just the last year. The young man himself could not believe his true happiness. After all, the gates finally yielded under the onslaught of his power. They began to slowly unfold, and the young man immediately started to rejoice happily, considering himself a true genius who had finally overcome this obstacle. Now he too could, like his other older brothers and sister, taste a proper breakfast together with his father. The Guardian of Light, observing the reaction of the seventh prince, understood. A new miracle had happened today. She expected that the heir would return empty-handed once again. However, he showed even more than she could have assumed from him in case of success. The power of Mao's inner energy was unsurprising, considering that he was the vessel of the Heavenly Sun's body, chosen by the cult leader himself. But the fact that the young man fully controlled this energy and released it steadily was a completely different achievement. This meant that the seventh prince, who had been ignored by everyone until now, had reached the level of a great limit master. Now the outcome of the battle for the title of junior leader, which seemed predetermined, was once again in question. With these thoughts, the Guardian of Light's expression changed, and when Mao noticed it, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Of course, the woman hastily apologized for interrupting the young lord's joy. She stepped closer to explain. The gates of the Heavenly Demon Hall would soon close again after opening, so he literally had a couple of seconds to slip inside. Still, even though Mao was the vessel of the Heavenly Sun's body, repeating such a feat would be difficult for him. And considering that the council was about to begin, the young man needed to hurry. And with these words, the seventh prince dashed forward. After all, as a person who opened this door for the first time, no one told him that it closes so swiftly. The guy was very angry at the Guardian of Light, because due to her silence, all his titanic effort for this moment almost went to waste. The Guardian, looking at the departing figure of the heir, sincerely congratulated him on ascending to a new level. Bowing respectfully, she only wished the young man a pleasant breakfast with the leader of their cult as a parting word. As soon as the gates slammed shut, the guy was left in complete darkness, calling out fearfully for the Guardian of Light to help him, since he was in this place for the first time. Suddenly, torches lit up on the walls one after another, and the adoptive father noted that his youngest son was too noisy. Since he had already dared to come here, he simply had to enter and greet his father properly. Mao listened carefully to this voice, which seemed to come from every corner of the corridor. It was neither too loud nor too high, but heavy, like the mountain itself. This voice did not give direct orders, but sounded like a divine command, so there was not even a thought of resistance. Only now did the young man begin to truly feel the overwhelming, deep demonic energy. This energy overflowed beyond the mountain ridges long before he entered the cave. And finally, having passed through the gates, the youth at last stood before the lord of this energy, the white-haired man, the very leader of the heavenly demon cult. And now he calmly invited the seventh son to sit down. Thus, Mao found himself at the long table, at the opposite end of which sat the heavenly demon Jin Ugwan. Despite this not being their first meeting, the seventh prince still could not believe what he saw. The thing was that Jin Ugwan had a youthful appearance, but the heavenly demon himself was well over 80 years old, something that was hard to get used to. Breaking the prolonged silence, Jin Ugwan honestly admitted to Mao that he experienced truly new sensations during breakfast with the youngest son. After all, he thought this would never happen. Obviously, after these words, the heir felt unprecedented guilt, so he hurried to apologize for having special circumstances that prevented him from coming here earlier. But the heavenly demon did not want to hear excuses. If Mao was late until today, it meant he had exhausted his fate. After that, the man offered the youth some food, for during his entire time at the table, he had not once tried the offered dishes. Of course, the boy immediately grabbed the chopsticks and began devouring the food with both cheeks. Jin Ugwan, watching him, explained that he heard a noise behind the door which Mao had made. Honestly, the energy he unleashed at that moment was impressive, but the seventh prince could never have reached that level alone. Therefore, the father assumed that either the third elder brother helped his son achieve such mastery, or some benefactor did. And so the awkward Mao explained that the person who recently became his assistant grumbled at him a lot, forcing him to work non-stop. However, the seventh prince still understood that the young man was absolutely right, and his instructions were definitely worth following. But as soon as Jin Ugwan heard these words, he immediately ordered the heir to kill this assistant. Mao pretended until the last moment that he did not understand what his adoptive father was talking about. However, Jin Ugwan calmly explained, "A benefactor who extends a helping hand in a difficult moment will forever reside in the son's heart as a kind person. However high Mao may rise in the future, it will not be easy to break free from the hands of this benefactor. The longer they spend time together, the more difficulties they overcome together, the deeper the benefactor's hand will penetrate into the depths of his soul, of which the seventh prince himself is unaware. Then this benefactor will become a being that will sovereignly control all his will and all his choices." Jin Ugwan was sure. The usefulness of this assistant ended with the fact that he had already managed to raise Mao to the current level. Now, even if he continues to improve on his own, he should no longer encounter any difficulties. So the young man had to find a way to eliminate this assistant as soon as possible. At this point, the man decided to finish their breakfast. However, at the end, Jin Ugwan recalled that he gave a gift and set a challenge to all the children who came here. He expected that now it was time to choose a gift for the seventh prince as well. The master poked the boy with his finger at the gift he wanted to give him, and he did not understand until the very end what was being talked about, until a sword fell from the ceiling, almost killing him. Glory to the heavens! Mao managed to move back at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have lost either his head or his manhood. Then, having calmed down, the young man carefully examined the blade made of purest gold, adorned with red jade, with an elegant depiction of dragon scales on the blade. Only then did the guy realize. It was the very dragon blade that he had foolishly pawned at the tavern. As is known, divine artifacts were called weapons endowed with miraculous power, as if forged from the very energy of a deity. Heavenly demon Jin Ugwan bestowed a divine artifact upon each of his 7 adopted children. Their symbolic significance within the cult was so great that they were considered another mark of distinction, certifying the status of the demon's children. For example, the third princess, taking the hieroglyphs of her blades, ice ocean and burning sky, became known as the Ice Fire Blade Master. This shows to what extent the influence of these artifacts extended, even to the nicknames of their owners. Therefore, all adopted children usually guarded their divine artifacts as if they were their own lives, since they were their identification. All except one, the seventh Prince Mao. Now, looking at the sword, the young man could not even recall how many years had passed since he last held it. Back then, being drunk, he lost a little at dice and he ran out of money. Since the moment the guy pawned the blade in that mountain tavern, he had not seen it again. Rumors spread that the seventh prince had drunk away the divine artifact received from the leader. These rumors reached the father's ears, so the sword was confiscated forever. And now this very dragon blade was stuck right between his legs. Of course, Mao was happy, believing that his father had surely forgiven his past sins. After all, he had come this far and now gladly decided to return this artifact to him. So the heir immediately jumped up and thanked his father, who turned out to be so lenient that he forgave his worthless son. He promised that he would never forget this kindness and care, and would guard the dragon blade like the apple of his eye. However, as soon as the boy paid attention to the Lord's energy, Mao quickly realized something was clearly wrong. The thing was, the man simply doubted whether the seventh heir had matured enough to truly accept this gift. Sometimes the seventh prince resembled a sauceboat that couldn't even hold a cup of wine. And on other days, like today, he turned out to be a lake capable of absorbing the night sky. So now, by attacking the boy, Jin Uguan wanted him to show who he really was and reveal to him the true depth of his vessel. Watching the attack fly at him, Mao felt under his skin that death was rushing towards him, from which there was no escape. And therefore, to survive, he needed to use all possible means and fight back. The youth immediately grabbed the blade, which brightly shone with crimson energy, fueled by the Lord's body. And Jin Uguan was impressed. After all, although the seventh prince held the dragon blade at his current level for the first time, he unhesitatingly directed his inner energy into it. So one thing was clear, the benefactor his son had connected with was truly a skilled mentor. He honed this boy's instincts, which had been dulled and lowered for years, to flawless sharpness. And in the end, the boy managed to even repel the attack of the heavenly demon himself, his adoptive father. Immediately after that, the young man was thrown backward by the blast wave, where he tried to catch his breath in fear, still not understanding what sensation had overwhelmed his body. It seemed that before releasing the energy and directing it into the blade, he controlled everything himself. But what followed immediately after was clearly not something Mao was capable of alone. So it felt as if the dragon blade itself had revealed itself, protecting its master. Jin Uguan also realized his seventh son was not a fragile sauce dish at all, since the dragon blade, albeit belatedly, still recognized him as its owner. However, to be honest, the young man had never heard of the blade recognition procedure. Therefore, Jin Uguan hurried to explain in simple terms to his son that if his vessel was deep enough, the blade could accept him. And the head wanted to reward his son for this, so he poured the first cup of alcohol for him from his own hands. And, of course, the son accepted this wine with the greatest pride, then thanked for everything with a smile. After all, although he did not know whether it was because the wine was from his father's hands, or for some other reason, it tasted simply amazing. Jin Uguan, watching the boy, realized his son was much more skilled in handling internal energy than he had expected. So he quickly figured out that, most likely, this was also the merit of that very benefactor. However, Mao hurried to explain that he had learned not only about energy, but many things in general from his assistant. So the prince was convinced. In the future, the hero would be able to teach him much more. So the heir believed it was still too early to kill the assistant. Therefore, he asked his father to trust him and delay his order a little. However, Jin Uguan perfectly understood the true reason. His younger son had already become very attached to his benefactor. He did not enjoy watching this very much, but still the head decided to give the young man a chance. He wanted him to prove at the next council that Zhao Iso was indeed worth keeping close for longer. Of course, Mao was completely confused when he heard about the next trial. It consisted of deflecting exactly the same strike. However, next time to somehow survive without a blade, relying only on his own strength. Of course, next time the young man would not be attacked with a cup of wine, but by the desert wind of the heavenly demon. Thinking about this, Mao quickly realized that most likely the desert wind was a technique where the released internal energy is focused at one point and released. And the heavenly demon wanted him to block this already powerful attack, moreover created by the hands of his own father. Seeing this uncertainty, Jin Uguan hurried to calm Mao. After all, if Zhao Iso was really as valuable as the young man assumed, then the assistant would undoubtedly suggest a way to cope with this task. If not, then the assistant would have to pay for exhausting his usefulness. But before this happens, he, as a father, will also have to take care of the corpse of his own child. All that Mao could do was simply remain shockingly silent, not understanding why everything in this cult boiled down only to death and killings. At that time, the hero was climbing a 3-step ladder. As he had suspected, those secret signs he discovered in the well were not there for nothing. When he pressed the stones in the wall of the well in the specified order, a hidden passage opened. Undoubtedly, this was a place of the same kind as his Hall of the Heavenly Demon, a creation of the hands of a master of mechanical traps. However, the difference was that the hidden room in this well was much more grandiose than what he had found before. Finally, the hero discovered another set of locked doors. Something strange. No presence was felt beyond them. Of course, on this basis alone, safety could not be guaranteed, so the main hero became cautious. However, he still decided to enter. After all, it is hardly possible to call a spy someone who has secrets right under his nose and returns empty-handed. Pulling the doors towards himself, he simultaneously apologized to his predecessor for bursting into his abode without asking. However, what was inside truly amazed the imagination. In the large hall, there were not just one but many of the same sealed doors hidden. The hero called them demonic walls. However, these demonic walls were much smaller in size than those he had encountered before. Also, the pattern carved on the demonic walls of his hall was almost identical. In total, he counted 5 such walls in this long corridor. Their construction was exactly the same. They did not open with a simple application of force. So the way to open the wall was also the same. So the hero prepared, stepping back, to attack. However, to his surprise, the door finally began to open. He had enough strength to overcome it. Soon, by a single surge of his energy, he managed to open all 5 doors at once. But blood evidently flowed from the assistant's mouth. Still, due to the demon wall's inherent ability to absorb internal energy, his chi losses were much more significant. But the young man could come to terms with it. After all, he had not wasted his efforts. And considering how much was inside the rooms, he understood that the energy spent was worth it. At first glance, it was clear that the weapons and armor here were of unknown origin, but they emanated an extraordinary aura. This meant that each of these weapons was worthy of becoming a family heirloom of some clan, a true masterpiece. Also, in one of the rooms there was an innumerable quantity of elixirs and herbs, undoubtedly comparable to precious treasures. There was also a section with manuscripts of secret martial arts techniques, where each book was priceless. In other words, this place itself was a treasure trove of gigantic size. And obviously the hero, in love with everything associated with the jingle of coins, instantly recognized this place as his own little precious hall of the Heavenly Demon No. 2. Whoever the creator of this place was, the hero was insanely grateful to the predecessor. He intended to use this gift to live the rest of his life in warmth and plenty. However, suddenly the young man noticed that the door behind him had closed. Apparently, it was designed to close after some time. What worried the hero was that applying internal energy to open it again was quite difficult. But he still had no need to return now. After all, there was no way to immediately carry all these treasures with him. So he had no choice but to move forward to one of the open doors. But strangely, when he opened the doors and walked down a dark corridor, he came to yet another corridor. Fortunately, the atmosphere in this corridor was significantly different from those spaces where there was still no hint of human presence. It was unlikely that this corridor could be kept clean without daily human presence. It turned out he had ended up in a completely different place. Otherwise, the space through which he passed was a secret passage created to secretly penetrate this corridor, or for an escape route. However, the hero had many questions about what this place actually was. Suddenly, he felt such energy as if his body was chopped into countless tiny pieces in an instant. Of course, the guy immediately dashed back, trying to understand what he had just felt, a hallucination or a mirage. However, judging by the fear in his body, it was definitely not some kind of magic. It was merely the power of the warrior, the man before him. His will was so sharp that it itself turned into a blade ready to cut him at any moment. Only the presence of this man could cause immense pressure at the level of the greatest demon. Of those who reached this level, as far as the hero knew, there was only one person in all the heavenly mountains. It was the heavenly demon who, upon seeing the boy, immediately demanded that he confess what he had forgotten here. As was widely known, the heavenly demon sat atop tens of thousands of followers, being the sole and unique absolute ruler. Those who were honored to behold him were only the highest ranks. For most people, he was an object of worship. Even such lowly followers as the hero could only see the face of such a demon from afar at a single irregular event. Spies captured by the anti-spy squad were brought there. The heavenly demon personally took their lives, absorbing their energy and appropriating it for himself. This was called the purification ceremony. It was also a demonstration of the demon's power, intended to establish and strengthen discipline in the cult. The hero stood at the very end of the line. Every time he saw this spectacle, he looked at the demon from such a distance that he appeared as a tiny dot. Then he understood. This man was the one who 30 years ago invaded the Central Plains, became the main enemy of the martial arts world, and unleashed the war of the righteous against the demons. And for them, the younger brothers who lost their parents in that war, this man was a sworn enemy. And so Zhao Iso knew from the very beginning that one day he would have to overthrow this source of all evil. and now this man was standing right in front of the hero himself. And obviously, Zhao Iso was thinking about only one thing: how to act in order to destroy this enemy. Obviously, there were about 10 steps between him and the demon now. The chance that any of his tricks from such a distance would reach the heavenly demon was 0. No, not even a 1/10%. At Zhao Iso's current level, he was incapable of anything against this man. At that moment, watching the boy, the heavenly demon realized that his mind was filled only with unrelated thoughts. Therefore he attacked, forcing the guy to confess who he was and how he dared to behave so boldly. The attack made by the man was well known to the hero. It was the desert wind of the demon. Well, what struck the opponent the most was that the hero was able to avoid even his attacks. He used thunderstorm energy with a very interesting skill that even surprised Jin Ugwan. However, the Lord still believed that the young man wielding such a curious power should have at least tried to resist him. But he only dodged the blow and immediately fell to his knees, begging for mercy. However, the hero perfectly understood that the Lord of the martial arts world had not a single weak point. So such a worthless creature like him could not even attempt to resist. Even if he found some breach in the heavenly demon's defense, in reality, it would be a direct path to the underworld that His Highness had graciously prepared for him. Honestly, upon hearing these humble words, Jin Ugwan finally realized why his 7th son valued Zhao Iso's assistance so highly. Of course, the hero was struck that the man immediately understood who he was. After all, according to Zhao Iso, the heavenly demon was indifferent to adopted children. But apparently, the man still had an observant eye. However, the hero was incredibly curious. To what extent had this man managed to find out about him? At that moment, he gently placed his hand on the youth's body and realized that his internal energy was incredibly murky. He sincerely felt sorry for this child. After all, his mind had already reached the limit of martial arts, but his body could not keep up. Well, Jin Ugwan knew that his 7th child was deeply indebted to Zhao Iso. As a father, he could not leave this unaccounted for. Therefore, the leader asked the hero to make a wish, and he would fulfill everything within his power. Honestly, Zhao Iso was struck by the unexpectedly warm tone of the heavenly demon. Perhaps he was partly kind to him because the hero was Mao's assistant. But even so, this attitude was too different from what the main hero knew. Therefore, he thought that the heavenly demon decided to give him another test. Bowing even lower, the assistant made it clear that he did not deserve the right to ask anything from the ruler of the martial arts world. All a disciple could do was to revere the leader like the sky, follow his words, and fulfill his duty. What reward should he ask for? Therefore, the hero asked Jin Ugwan to take back his words, and the man was amazed that before him stood such a sincerely devoted disciple. But since he desired nothing, he must die. And immediately after these words, the heavenly demon began to press him with his monstrous energy. The whole point was that the man simply did not believe those people who had no desires. After all, the absence of desire meant that the person had nothing to regret, and this was equivalent to disobedience, in which there was not a trace of submission. Until now, he had not left a single such scoundrel alive. So the hero had one last chance to confess what he wanted. However, without lying, because it was useless. Jin Ugwan's lifetime was quite enough to recognize any lie. The boy had to name what he wanted to obtain even at the cost of his life. If he did not want the gender he was now looking at to be the last scene in his life. Feeling this oppressive, deadly aura, it was foolish to assume that the heavenly demon was joking. To survive, the hero needed to say at least something. However, Zhao Iso had no idea what he desired even at the cost of his life. The only thing that came to his mind was that he wanted to fix his cursed body with 9 holes all his life. And the hero begged the heavenly demon to help him with this. However, the man himself perfectly understood. To ask to heal a body with 9 holes was equivalent to demanding a blind man to see. This was literally a request to go against the will of the heavens from the very first meeting. However, this audacity pleased Jin Ugwan. Still, he believed that as a person who was going to continue protecting his child, Zhao Iso should be very ambitious. Moreover, now that the hero had finally given an answer, the heavenly demon could give him a gift. Immediately after that, he began to infuse the young man with the energy that his body had stored inside. And immediately the boy was seized by the strongest convulsions all over his body. Watching this, Jin Ugwan explained that he had breathed his demonic energy into him. Within a month, the boy was supposed to accept this energy and make it his own. Then he would naturally find the key to healing his body. Of course, if the boy did not succeed within a month, he would die, unable to bear the weight of this burden. So he could consider it a punishment from heaven for penetrating the hall of the heavenly demon. After that, the leader went away, asking the hero to prepare for any consequences. However, if he truly sought to surpass his fate, then mastering his demonic energy would not be difficult for him. But what was most surprising? When the boy regained consciousness after losing it, he found himself outside near a small campfire. Next to him sat Mao, who did not understand what Zhao Iso was doing and felt awkward. This was not the first time the assistant had fainted before his master. Of course, Zhao Iso was surprised when he saw the silhouette of the prince before him. He wanted to know what had happened. After all, he had been in the Hall of the Heavenly Demon with the cult leader, and Mao himself had even more questions. He wanted to know what this fool had done. Literally a few hours ago, Mao, sitting in the Hall of the Heavenly Demon, was concentrating on the circulation of energy after meeting with his father. So many different things happened that he just didn't have enough internal energy to open the doors. And suddenly his father carried the boy out from inside the hall itself. It was hard to describe the fear the prince felt at that moment. After that, scorching with his gaze, Jin Uguan ordered to take the assistant away, opened the doors, threw the hero Mao over his shoulder, and drove them out. Of course, Zhao Iso was surprised that the leader personally opened the doors and decided to find out. Were there other doors in the Heavenly Hall? However, the heir did not think about this due to stress. When he entered the Heavenly Hall, the bright guard was on watch there. When he left, there was no one. But now for the prince, this was not the most important question. He wanted to know how Zhao Iso got into the demon hall at all and what connected the boy with the cult leader. The hero, without answering, pondered about the bright guard, who was known for his impenetrability. This position was the right hand of the demon, enjoying his greatest favor. Such a person could not simply leave the post without replacement. If this happened, it meant it was the will of the heavenly demon, nothing more. Moreover, the forest where they were now was quite far from Hyoryeondan, where he trained Mao. Obviously, if they had found out in Hyoryeondan that Zhao Iso secretly infiltrated the hall, he would no longer be alive. Therefore, the heavenly demon simply did not report about him. Surely the man meant that the hero needed to try very hard to repay for keeping this situation a secret. However, the time came to answer the question that troubled the seventh lord. Therefore, the hero hurried to explain that he found the doors, opened them, and entered. However, the seventh lord only got angrier. Since Zhao Iso was going to go to the Hall of the Heavenly Demon anyway, he could have come earlier to help the guy. After all, he was almost shattered to pieces by the very cup from which he later drank wine. Soon, Mao told the hero the whole situation that happened between him and his father. Very quickly, the main hero realized that the leader had arranged a trial for his youngest son. And as a reward, he returned the lost sword, after which Mao proudly demonstrated his dragon blade, because of which he almost went to the other world. Well, of course, the seventh prince was sure. He managed to pass the leader's trial only because he was a true genius. If he were some weakling like Zhao Iso, he would have long since crossed the river of ghosts. Zhao Iso, however, was surprised that this was the only gift for the seventh prince and still tried to find some hidden meanings in it. As the spy heard, at the morning council, the leader gave gifts to all the children who opened the door to the hall and came out. To the first prince, he gave the greatest elixir, just a drop of which cured demon possession and allowed increasing internal energy for several cycles, the Jade Dew. To the second prince, considered absolutely the best in fist style, he gave the technique of the Lord's Elbow. To the third princess, known for her demonic art of movement, he gave the Phantom Step. And the other princes and princesses also received equivalent elixirs or techniques. But according to the gentleman, he was only returned the confiscated artifact. So the hero thought it was an overkill. Of course, the prince immediately stood up from the nonsense he heard from the assistant and reminded him that his blade was not some pathetic trifle to be so devalued, otherwise he might have taken offense. Apparently, the hero simply did not know due to his naivety how great his dragon blade was. He decided to demonstrate it and, drawing it from its sheath, breathed some of his energy into it. And from it, a fierce fire had already begun to burst forth. With this very sword, the air had just ignited a fire in a second. And if it weren't for this blade, Zhao Iso would have long since died of cold. Zhao Iso was puzzled in his soul that the prince decided to use the divine artifact as kindling. Such stupidity was hard to imagine. But in reality, the return of the blade was a pretty good achievement. The very fact of possessing the artifact is an unlimited pass anywhere within the cult. This significantly expanded a person's freedom of action, and if used wisely, planning further will become much easier. But the hero still lacked something. That Mao had energy was certainly wonderful, but without supporting technology it was nothing more than trickery. So Zhao Iso wanted to know what the heavenly demon Jin Uguan planned to do with his son. But at that moment, the gentleman suddenly raised his blade and attacked the assistant, who was calmly resting on the grass. Having managed to retreat, the young man immediately looked at the lord with interest to understand what had happened to the gentleman. He thought that perhaps because he slightly neglected the blade, the gentleman misunderstood him and became very angry. However, at that moment, having come to his senses, the frightened prince ordered the hero to run away as far as possible. After all, he no longer felt his body. He did not know why, but the dragon blade began to move on its own. And from the very beginning, it seemed to have taken a strong dislike to the hero. In the end, unwillingly, the prince kept attacking, screaming in fear, believing that some demon had possessed him. And Zhao Iso found it difficult to answer the question of what was happening, but he clearly understood that no demon was involved here. At the same time, he felt perfectly that something incredible was happening with this blade. Sometimes light, smooth movements, sometimes heavy chopping strikes, sometimes they surged like a wave, sometimes they spun like the wind, breaking all perception. It was literally incomprehensible fencing. Power, weight, speed, changes, all the principles of the way of the sword in perfect harmony. So it could be said that Mao was now demonstrating the greatest martial art. Apparently, the seventh prince had never possessed such powers. This meant that the matter was definitely with the blade. While Jin Uguan pondered this, the seventh prince literally screeched like a frightened girl, demanding that the hero run away immediately. After all, Mao could not stop the blade, which had broken free from his control. However, the main hero did not think of running. Instead, the entire attack rushed straight at him, as if drawn by an invisible force. As a result, at the spot where the young man stood, a powerful burst of energy occurred. Immediately after that, thick clouds of dust rose from the ground, enveloping everything around in an impenetrable veil. Watching this disaster, Mao could only desperately hope that Zhao Iso was unharmed. The seventh prince begged him to respond, his voice breaking with panic, but it turned out the hero was safe and sound. At the last moment, he disappeared using his thunder technique, then swiftly approached the lord, raising his hand for a strike. The boy asked the heir to endure this unpleasant pain a little longer. Immediately after these words, he pushed Mao away with a sharp shove. The seventh prince, from the pain that pierced his entire body, involuntarily dropped the sword that was in his hands. And, looking at this blade lying on the ground, Zhao Iso could say with full confidence, "Old man Jin Uguan gave a very prickly gift, filled with hidden problems. As is known, some weapons surpass a simple piece of metal. Having lived many years as an extension of the fighter's body, it often merges with the very soul of its owner. In such a weapon, even after the owner departs, his will and skill are deeply sealed, which are sometimes passed on to the next generation. Such a blade does not simply wield its owner. It itself controls the master, presenting a truly strange spectacle. Exactly the same as what just happened to Mao, who was now sitting on the ground, tormented by immense shame." Zhao Iso patiently explained to the heir that the leader's gift was not limited to just the dragon blade. The will of the ancestor, awakening at the moment the blade is filled with energy, was the highest art of the sword contained within it. This art of the sword was the most important gift for the seventh prince. Of course, it was very generous of Jin Uguan, as the skill of that level contained in the blade was by no means inferior to that used by other adopted children. However, this was true on the condition that the gentleman learns to fully master the art of this sword, bending it to his will. Therefore, the main character returned the blade to the young man once again. However, for now, he did not give permission. Mao must not under any circumstances fill the dragon blade with internal energy without authorization. Zhao Iso hoped that explaining the reason for such caution to the seventh prince was unnecessary. After all, he himself knew everything perfectly well after that incident. However, the heir still had no opportunity to focus on the art of the sword right now, so he simply did not intend to use it in the near future. The boy immediately explained that in the next trial he would have to survive without the dragon blade, relying only on his own strength. After that, he awkwardly added, "In a month the prince would need to try to cope with the father's desert wind." Honestly, hearing these words, Zhao Iso himself almost went mad with fear. The main character could only dodge this attack even with the help of a thunderclap, barely saving his life. And at the same time, Jin Uguan ordered Mao to do something with her, and even without his divine artifact, which would have given him at least some tiny chances. The seventh prince himself had no idea what the heavenly demon had planned. However, if he did not complete the task, he would simply die. And after that, the heavenly demon would find Zhao Iso and kill him as well. The man explained that he would execute the assistant for the fault of uselessness, or something like that. Just by the hero's face, one could understand they had gotten into yet another impossibly difficult situation. Therefore, Mao had no idea how best to act under these circumstances. However, Zhao Iso perfectly understood. There was no other answer but to dedicate the remaining month to diligent training. After all, for the seventh prince, this was the only path to survival. Not only for the lord, but also for the hero himself, in whose body now resided a portion of the heavenly demon's own energy, which he needed to accept and master. However, turning toward the exit, the boy first suggested returning home as soon as possible. By that time, the perfect place for the heir's training should already be ready, right in his palace. When these two returned to the estate, the leader of the Black Dragon's faction enthusiastically greeted the hero and the seventh prince, boastfully declaring that they had just finished putting things in order. After that, the gang members began to praise Mao for the long journey he had undertaken, and joyfully greeted Zhao Iso's brother. The seventh prince himself, without responding to the greetings, was stunned as he looked around at the changes that had occurred in just about half a month. His own castle seemed to have doubled in size. The walls had turned into incredibly thick fortifications, so the heir could not believe it. This was the very seventh of the small palaces where he had lived before. The hero sincerely praised the leader of the Black Dragons. After all, the work done looked truly solid and impressive, contrary to all expectations. The leader explained that fulfilling the request of the brother was a mere trifle for them, and none of them had worked so hard to the point of exhaustion for a long time, so they even forgot what it was like to wander the courtyards and do dirty work. Therefore, they were glad to taste the long-awaited flavor of honest labor. However, the leader of the Black Dragon faction subtly hinted to the hero that perhaps he could say a few kind words about them to the master, hoping for his favor. And Zhao Iso, of course, promised that at the very first meeting he would recommend the Black Dragon faction. He would also ask the mentor if he wanted to use the guys for various dirty jobs. After all, although these guys had done many foolish things in their short lives, they were not completely hopeless scoundrels and could really be useful. Immediately after the hero pleased the members of the Black Dragons, he returned to the Lord to ask him about his impressions of what he had seen. And he was sincerely convinced. Master Jigal Guiran was truly worthy of all the praise he had heard about him. And Mao had initially been sure that he was some kind of degenerate, since he was from the Heavenly Mountains, and even bore the surname Jigal. However, the thing that troubled the seventh prince the most was that they no longer had gates. It looked as if any passing merchant or poor beggar could freely enter his estate. Of course, the members of the Black Dragon hastily tried to explain that it is not so easy to enter the heir's domain. But the main character challenged the seventh prince, suggesting that the guy should pass as easily as it looks at first glance. However, as soon as Mao took the first steps into the passage, numerous traps emerged from the walls, attacking the young man from all sides. These attacks rained down as if from a clear sky, coming from everywhere, almost simultaneously from the ceiling and the floor. In the end, unable to withstand the onslaught of these attacks and fighting a little more, Mao, as expected, flew back out of the passage. Landing on the ground, he still continued to ask the hero fearfully what he had come up with this time. However, Zhao Iso calmly reminded the seventh prince. In the last half-month, he had already reached a limit worthy of recognition from any master. However, this only concerned his internal energy. His reflexes and combat skills remained at the level of a third-rate thug. The seventh prince, stuck in his development, could not stand on the same level as the other heirs, who from childhood took precious elixirs and studied with first-class masters. Therefore, in order to catch up with the lag, he, the lagging one, had to hustle non-stop from morning till night, turning his own life into a continuous training session. Of course, Mao was quite furious that the main character called training what was actually him just being beaten by damn traps like a rabid dog in the heat of summer. However, Zhao Iso calmly explained that this system is called the Gates of Fate. There is also the Road of 18 Worries and the Room of Anxiety, but Mao will learn about this later. After all, he will need a lot of precious time just to pass through these gates. The seventh prince simply will not find another way to survive. At that very moment, in the gloomy lair of the slaughterhouse, the chief was scolding his servant for daring to invade the lands of Corendon without permission. At the same time, the poisonous demon of lust so brazenly appeared to him and knelt before him like a guilty slave. However, he explained that despite the punishment, he came to report to the fifth prince about important events. As is known, if you name the most dangerous villages in the Heavenly Mountains, there is one name that invariably entered the sinister trio. Its name is the village of Tonal. As the name suggests, once ordinary butchers lived here, breeding and slaughtering cows and pigs for sustenance. However, what the cult followers slaughtered here many years ago now remains only a bitter memory, for now they have long since become those very cows and pigs, kept in slavery and mercilessly slaughtered on occasion. And the reins are held by the very group that turned Tonal into a cursed place, relying on the only public house here, the blooming brothel, committing all sorts of villainies. The gang of human butchers called the Slaughterhouse ruled with an iron hand. Thus the fifth prince learned that his younger brother fell by the hand of Zhao Iso, and the poisonous demon of lust managed to escape by a miracle. The scoundrel himself guiltily explained that he wanted to resolve the issue of the death of his younger brother Mogvi with the main hero. However, despite managing to corner the youth, the hero suddenly attacked the demon's twin, and exactly 7 sounds of blows were heard, merging into one. This was clearly an art inaccessible to a 7th-level ghost, incomparable mastery of the highest order. That is why the poisonous demon of lust considered the main hero already a serious obstacle to the future task of isolating the 7th prince. That is why he considered it his duty to report everything to the organization. He also explained that as a result of the fight, he had to choose desperate flight to save his own life. However, upon hearing this, the bandit sitting at the table simply laughed. The poisonous lust demon had not a single bruise on his face, yet, like a beaten puppy, without a single attempt to fight back, he fled. From the dramatics with which the poisonous demon told this story, the second of the butchery, a real mad dog, even had tears of laughter welling up in his eyes. Of course, the poisonous demon desperately tried to explain to the brothers that it was a misunderstanding. However, the second had already lost all interest in him, pondering the assistant who had delivered 7 blows in one move. However, unexpectedly, someone interrupted the conversation between the two, tired of listening to the nonsense coming from their mouths. This angry man was the first of the butchery, who was also called the butcher. Of course, the second was curious why the elder brother, as soon as they reached the most interesting topic, immediately spoiled their mood and ordered the conversation to stop. However, he became even angrier at the words of the younger brother, so he roughly ordered him to shut up while his hands and feet were still whole and unharmed. While a tense silence fell, the poisonous demon hurried to explain that he fully understood his guilt for invading the lands of Hornden without permission and for making himself look like a pathetic fool in front of everyone. He promised to atone for his guilt in the future by bringing the head of that very assistant, Zhao Yisou. However, for the 5th prince, it was a mystery why the poisonous demon was apologizing to him so humbly. He did not know which of his actions to consider a mistake. The fact that he did not get permission was not so strange. After all, when a beast smells prey, it does not ask for permission to chase it. The fact that he invaded someone else's lands was also not a problem. After all, tracking ordinary game across a foreign border was in the nature of a predator. This could not be called a misdeed. On the contrary, he might even praise the poisonous demon for his zeal. Therefore, the 5th prince asked him not to burden his head with empty problems. Of course, the man was immensely grateful for the Lord's understanding, promising to definitely repay him for his kindness. However, the 5th prince knew only one true fault of the young man. It was that he returned alive. The fate of a beast that has entered the hunt usually ends in one of 2 ways: to devour the prey or to be devoured himself. Even if he mistakenly assessed the enemy's strength and ended up in his jaws, he must forget about dying alone. He must sink his fangs into the enemy's flesh and hang on until death, dragging him into the abyss together. This primal cruelty was the true dignity of the predator, as well as the symbol of the demon. And the essence of the perfect cult of the heavenly demon was precisely this. All this representation of the world by the 5th prince was no accident. After all, he was the bearer of the great blood, and became the patron of this gang of cutthroats, the slaughterhouse. That is why he highly valued the devouring cruelty of these people, their readiness to sacrifice their lives to finish the intended goal at any cost. However, now the 5th prince realized, the poisonous demon was only pretending, hiding among the beasts, making a pathetic parody of himself. In fact, he was not a predator but merely a powerless victim. No more, no less. So the heir got tired of enduring this man's whining, and he ordered the butcher to kill him so that he would no longer spoil his mood with his presence. Of course, the demon of lust continued to desperately plead for the elder brother to give him at least one chance to atone for his guilt, but he was instantly attacked by the butcher before he could even finish speaking. Finally, the 5th prince only thanked the venomous demon for pitifully fleeing to obtain this valuable information for them. For now, having finally satisfied their curiosity, he could peacefully die, having fulfilled his last duty. However, Miasnik quickly realized from this story that assistant Zhao Yisou would not be easy to eliminate. It would still be necessary to cause a small bloody commotion in the vicinity. However, the 5th prince asked the butcher not to worry. If he manages to get rid of this man, the heir will take all the consequences upon himself, covering them with his name. Of course, the second brother immediately rejoiced, realizing that they had not had a real rampage for a long time. His body was already completely relaxed from idleness, so he wanted to set off right now without hesitation. However, the butcher rudely reminded the younger one that he would not go with him this time. He had to handle the deal with the iron horses in the north of the heavenly mountains. After all, only the second from the slaughterhouse, who knew their customs, could talk to these barbarians. Of course, he was insanely upset by the words of the butcher. After all, he was always left out when it came to something truly interesting. And at the same time, Miasnik explained that he would immediately inform all gang members that a big haul had appeared, and all other orders would be suspended until further notice. They urgently needed to gather at the blooming brothel. Listening to these words, the mistress of the blooming brothel, as well as the third from the slaughterhouse, smiled quite pleasantly. Bowing in an elegant bow, she promised the host that she would prepare everything by the time of their arrival. And Miasnik went to devise the attack plan, promising the 5th prince. They will set out as soon as everyone gathers and discusses the operation details. Their target was the village of Volha, and the operation's duration was extremely simple, until everything burned to ashes. At that very moment, the main character settled in his personal room. Since the estate of the 7th prince had been rebuilt, he also requested to have a separate assistant hall built for him. where only he would be present and no one else. And so, in this hall, Zhao Yisou diligently continued to circulate his energy throughout his body, but it exceeded all his expectations in its power. Therefore, looking at the raging energy boiling inside his body, the main character wondered with great curiosity, what had the heavenly demon done to his body in such a short time?
The sixth young master Manhwa clenches his teeth harder, mentally wondering, who is this his assistant? How did he manage to bring this simpleton to such a level? But most of all, the boy is worried about the question, why did he do this? Small drops of sweat run down his face, revealing his tension. The third elder and head of the Mayan clan, Korin, leaning over the boy, says, "This is feeling. That feeling that is now burning inside him. Let him never forget it." The man adds, "With this feeling, let him grip the spear. With this feeling, let him temper its tip and pierce everything in his path." Korin says that now their Mayan clan, along with the Ma clan, pretends to support the great prince from the Chan clan. However, this is only a trick to lull their vigilance. The clan head says, there was not a day when he did not dream about this, about how the sixth young master, his flesh and blood, will surpass all the heirs. Manhwa listens carefully to him, but fear of not living up to his father's hopes lurks in his eyes. Meanwhile, the man continues speaking and will ascend to the throne of the younger Arcureus. Fixing his gaze on the boy, he adds, "That is why for many years he has invested everything the Mayan clan has in supporting the sixth young master, for he does not doubt that he is worthy of that vessel. But if, despite all their sincerity, Manhwa is surpassed even by that narrow-minded seventh master," Korin, looking down at the boy crushed by his words, adds, "then he will have to reconsider his faith in him," and he prays to him. Sternly looking at his son, the clan head says, "Let him not force him to commit such a betrayal." Unkind yellow sparks flare up in the man's eyes as he asks the boy, did he understand? Manhwa looks at the clan head, and confusion and fear can be read in his eyes. Sighing, the boy respectfully bows his head, saying that he understood the third elder. Chorin pronounces, "Gui Orion." Right behind him, movement arises. The clan leader glances sideways but does not turn his head back. The man kneeling behind him says, yes, the man is wearing a white demonic mask with sharp fangs. The assistant of the sixth lord, Gui Orion, the iron demon with the ghost face, Guimencholma, asks, "Did the clan leader call him?" Glancing over his shoulder, Chorin orders him to immediately go to the Ma clan and find out the situation. They need to know exactly how they will react to the changes in the seventh lord. Gui Orion objects, but if he leaves, who will stay with the young lord? The reply sounds, he can temporarily leave his duties. The sixth lord will soon go to a closed training anyway. Stunned, Manhwa listens with his mouth open, clearly shocked by this news. Coming to himself, the boy anxiously asks, what kind of closed training? What is he suddenly talking about? Manhwa shouts, he was wrong! He will try harder! He can train well outside too! The boy then adds more quietly, so please, just not a closed training. The clan leader, casting a stern look over his shoulder, replies, the situation is already dire, and he is still whining. Sharply turning to the kneeling Gui Orion and pointing at him with his finger, Chorin exclaims, why hasn't he left yet? Every second counts! Gui Orion obediently bows his head and says he obeys the clan leader's order. The man immediately rushes off and disappears. Chorin, turning away from his son and folding his hands behind his back, says, if there are no more conversations, then he may return. He will inform as soon as the training preparation is completed. The man adds, and until then, let him not even think about idling. It is better if he swings the spear one more time. The boy bows his head, not daring to argue further. Manhwa says, well, he will take his leave. With these words, he turns away from his father, who is standing with his back to him, and leaves. The boy's hand clenches into a fist as he mentally addresses the seventh Prince Mao. It's all because of him? How strong could he have become for him to suffer so much because of him? The boy bares his teeth in an angry snarl. No, He cannot just sit idly by. If he really gets locked into this training, he will simply die of anger. Resolutely stepping forward, he thinks. Therefore, he must see everything with his own eyes. Has this fool Mao really reached the master level? Manhwa stands on a cliff, looking at the village lying at his feet. He decided to figure everything out personally, for which he went to the village Volkachjon. And now the boy carefully peers into the valley where the seventh young lord lives. Mount Chonsun, a sacred territory of the cult, where only its followers are allowed to live, and entry for outsiders is strictly forbidden. Therefore, any movement here occurs under constant and vigilant supervision. Only two categories can move freely on Mount Chonsun. The first is high-ranking cult members whose loyalty was personally recognized by the high priest and who were granted the right to free movement. The second category is the black trees. They are marked with a white ribbon so that no one can cut them down. After all, these trees are a valuable commodity sold for large sums in the West. In front of one of these trees stands Jang Iso with his hands folded behind his back. The guy sharply throws his hand in the direction of the tree. A sharp knife, attached to a thin fishing line, bursts out of his sleeve. Jang Iso waves his hand, making multi-directional slashing movements. The guy freezes, clutching a white flying dagger named White Lightning in his hand. The knife disappears into his sleeve, and Jang Iso, placing his hands on his hips and spreading a smile, says, great job. Examining the marks he made on the tree bark, he adds, today's handwriting is just right. The guy reads the inscription again, the meaning of which boils down to the fact that he returned safe, and the Archiraeus is a fool. He thinks that this black tree with the cipher will soon be cut down by the trade guild appointed by the cult and taken out of Mount Chungsan. After that, other agents will secretly approach the caravan and check the cipher. Its contents will be passed on to the Murim Alliance. This is how the mission report happens. Even if the adepts from the caravan discover the cipher earlier, it won't be a big problem. These ideograms were developed in Amgak, and to the uninitiated, they will look like nothing more than low-quality scribbles scratched by a bored rogue. In fact, for Amgak agents sent to the cult for their impeccable skills, regular reports are not mandatory. Jang Iso continues to study his message with a thoughtful look. He went through this trouble only because it was the only ritual that reminded him that he was a member of the Alliance, following the righteous path of this world of martial arts. The guy spends a few more moments looking at the marks he carved on the tree. His hand reaches for the chest's secret pocket. He says, well, that's just him. Casually, since he came. Jang Iso takes out a small paper bag and, looking up, adds, but the real business for today is over there. The guy looks up, where a nest is visible high on a branch. Below it, several crows sit on the branches. The birds, alarmed by the guy's attention, circle above his head. Between two birds that have fearfully fluttered from the branch, Jang Iso's foot descends. The guy jumps onto the branch where the nest is located. Lowering the bag into the nest, Jang Iso says, with this, the preparation is complete. For a few moments, he smiles at his message, thinking that Sado Chol is the head of the slaughterhouse. Analyzing his behavior through information from the Chwinsoru Tavern, the guy identified one habit. If he loses to the same target twice or more, he leads his subordinates to the front line, and that means they will soon rush here. He believes that soon he will have to face Sado Chol and the full power of the slaughterhouse. An anticipatory smile slides across Jang Iso's lips. The guy, standing on the branch with his hands behind his back, says, welcome, slaughterhouse. He promises to greet them with open arms and to arrange a very noisy reception. The seventh Prince Mao, crossing his arms on his chest and shivering, curses with the most miserable look. The youth is wearing old patched clothes, cursing Jang Iso, whose facial features are distorted by an evil grimace at the mention of his name. The young man wonders, does he even know what a home is? Mao lists the misfortunes that befell him on the way to the House of Misery. The entrance where a beating awaits as soon as you step inside. He agrees. All right, that can still be tolerated. The young man continues. A wooden block beating someone half to death just for approaching? Mao recalls the powerful blow that almost knocked out his teeth and sighs. "All right," he admits. "Such things do happen." Standing in the doorway and drenched in sweat, the seventh prince continues. "But if you drive a person to such a state, you must at least leave him one corner where he can rest." The seventh prince looks longingly into the hall where spiked metal balls swing on chains before him. From his lips bursts out, "But how?" The young man breaks into a shout. How is it that in this entire huge palace there is not a single normal room? Shrinking and complaining about life, he leaves the house. Mao, cursing, wonders, where will he sleep today? No, what is even more important? The young man, tears welling up in his eyes, asks, how is he supposed to relieve himself now? Remembering how much time he had to spend washing his pants in the river, he almost sobbing complains that he barely managed to clean yesterday's mess. Mao thoughtfully says, maybe bamboo can be watered with it as fertilizer. Someone's cough, clearly intended to attract his attention, makes the seventh prince stop his complaints. He looks around and the corners of his mouth slip even lower when the words reach him. Dressed in such rags in broad daylight, the boy standing by the entrance to the yard says he heard that Mao has come to his senses. But it seems he still hasn't gotten rid of the rake's habits. The seventh prince is surprised by the guest's appearance. Upon closer look, he recognizes the audacious visitor. Looking at Manhwa, who pursed his lips, the young man says, "Ah, is this the kid from the Men clan?" Mao asks, "What is he even doing here?" The boy shouts angrily, "Ah, he's a scoundrel! Addressing the elder brother informally? What an improper manner of speech!" Manhwa angrily demands that the interlocutor immediately switch to a respectful form. Mao, demonstratively cleaning his ear, grumbles, well, younger than him, yet still, elder brother, just because he was adopted earlier, nothing changes, even the ears hurt from him. He raises his hand in a greeting gesture, saying, yes, yes, he's also glad to see him. The seventh prince's gaze becomes a little puzzled. He asks, by the way, why has he been trembling like that from the very beginning? Mao looks with surprise at the boy's trembling legs. Manhwa, whose body is shaken by a slight tremor, holds his hands behind, covering his backside. The seventh prince says, and this awkward, half-squatting posture of his seems painfully familiar. An enlightened Mao lets out a surprised exclamation. Could it be? Looking at the boy who has turned green and is sweating, biting his lower lip, the seventh prince bluntly asks, you need to go number 2, right? Manhwa is not very pleased with his bluntness and immediately scolds the young man, reminding him that there are rules of decency. He says there is such a word as excrement and asks, why such vulgarity? Making a not very decent sound indicating bowel activity, the sixth prince continues admonishingly. Does he not know about the dignity that a scion of a noble clan must uphold? The eyes of the unfortunate boy, realizing that he might be utterly disgraced now, become wide. His eyes fill with tears and a sob bursts from his mouth. Manhwa thinks, that's it. He can't take it anymore. The boy asks Mao to show him the location of the restroom. He imperatively adds, immediately! Pointing with his finger behind his back, the young man says that they are on every floor in the main building, but in such a state, Manhwa will regret if he goes there. He adds that urgent business is better done in the nearest bushes. The sixth prince angrily shouts, does he suggest that he, the son of the great Archaearius, defecate on the road like cattle? Manhwa says, enough nonsense. He better get out of the way. He takes a decisive step forward, into the archway. A metal spike immediately shoots out from the wall. Noticing the movement, the boy casts a wary glance in that direction. He barely manages to lean back, and the spike flies dangerously close to his face. Mao is stunned. What? He succeeded immediately? He laments that his entire guard had to move away just to dodge a single club. Frozen at the beginning of the passage, Manhwa angrily shouts, insulting the house owner. What has he done to the passage? Could he have known about his arrival and set a trap? Immediately, numerous metal rods shoot out from the walls. Seeing them, the boy utters a questioning and surprised exclamation. Quick! Dodging them, Meng Hui mentally curses. He is sure that in a normal situation he would have dodged such an attack without even touching the edges of his clothes. But now his mind, he still cannot hold back tears. Continuing to move forward, the boy mentally commands himself to pull himself together. He reminds himself that he is the 6th young master of the cult and the pride of the Great Men clan. Clenching his teeth tighter, he rushes forward thinking, can he really not overcome some clubs? And in front of that scoundrel? The boy successfully overcomes almost the entire archway passage. Men Hui shouts to Mao waiting for him in the yard. Does he think he will soil himself? Continuing to run, the boy exclaims, who does he take him for? After being hit on the head with a club, Men Hui falls to the ground at the feet of the 7th prince. Mao cautiously approaches the fallen guest. Squatting next to the boy, the 7th prince extends his hand to him, carefully asking, hey, little one from Men? How is he? Did he hold out? The youth says, or maybe he still didn't hold back. Men Hui's hand clenches into a fist. Struggling to get up, Men Hui curses. The 7th prince is clearly impressed by his resilience. The boy bolts from the spot and rushes to the house at incredible speed, holding his backside with both hands and shouting, out of the way! Mao watches him with a stunned look. Reaching out to Man Hui, the young man shouts, wait a minute! If he goes in there in this state, there will be trouble! But the only response is the door of the mansion slamming shut behind the guest. A heart-wrenching scream comes from the 7th prince of the house, still kneeling a moment before. Then a voice of Men Hui is heard. What kind of crazy wooden dummy is this? Why put such in front of the restroom? A sympathetic expression appears on Mao's face. The 7th prince, hearing these cries, raises his hand to his mouth, clearly sympathizing with the guest. From his lips slips. In the end, clenching his hand into a fist, Mao says, as a comrade in misfortune, he will pray for the little one from the Meng clan. Remembering the wooden dummies armed with clubs, he adds, let his pants and long johns rest in peace. At this time, the crying Men Hui lies on the floor. A specific foul stench spreads from him in all directions. A plaintive sob escapes the boy's lips. Daddy! The many-armed wooden statues look indifferently at his shame. The 6th young master, Men Hui, direct heir of the clan head, Men Chorin, excellently inherited the clan's spirit, famous for spear skills, and showed outstanding talents from a young age. He became the adopted son of the archbishop at a very young age. This boy, created by the demon of the divine spear Manchorin, is the greatest masterpiece. Puzzled, Zhang Yisou thinks. At least, he imagined him that way. Looking at the crying boy, the guy thinks, he understands nothing. Why this very 6th gentleman? He is puzzled. Why is that one crying in front of a stranger's restroom? At this time, Mao tries to somehow comfort Ming Hui, gently patting him on the back. Zhang Yisou continues to wonder mentally. How did it happen that his master, dressed in rags, is comforting him? Meanwhile, the 7th prince tells the boy, come on, that's life. Sometimes you mess up, and that's how you live. Mao adds, later, all this will become a memory. Suddenly pushing his hand away, Meng Hui shouts, what the hell memory? Let him get lost from here, damn rake! The young man exclaims in response, hey, and he was still trying to support him. What a character! Raising his eyes to the ceiling, Zhang Yisou thinks, he has lived as a spy for more than 10 years. During this time, he has seen all kinds of battles. Looking at the princes sitting on the floor and arguing, he mentally adds that he has not seen such a madhouse for a long time. On the clothesline, the wind flutters the caftans of the 7th and 6th young lords. Next to the caftans on the line hang their pants. The sun is setting. A voice sounds. Although it is awkward to ask this of their lords, but Zhang Yisou, maintaining an absolutely serious look, asks, they were thoroughly washed, right? Glancing at the princes standing in identical tracksuits, the young man adds, both, young lords? Mao, beaming with a dazzling smile, answers proudly, uh-huh. They immediately look fresher. Meng Hui, shyly averting his eyes to the side, says, yes. Zhang Yisou suggests they talk on the way. He walks down the corridor and both princes follow him. Without looking back, the young man says that he will ask. He asks the sixth young lord. For what reason did he pay a visit? He asks. Does he not know what it means to come to another brother's palace without prior notice? Jang Iso continues. And without an assistant, not even a single guard. Ashamed, the boy again looks away. The guy suggests leaving it be, and since he came, he could sit quietly and drink tea instead of causing such a grand blunder in someone else's house. The boy is clearly hurt by his words. Manhwa angrily shouts for him to shut his mouth. How dare some assistant scold him? He adds that in the name of the great man clan, he should be punished so that… The guy stops and turns to him face to face. He says, yes. For that, first, a message must be sent to the man clan, and at the same time, tell what blunder the master made today. Will that suit him? Manhwa looks frightened. Slightly leaning towards Jang Iso, Mao asks, why is he putting so much pressure on him? Such mistakes are made by all in their snotty childhood. He says that kids always grow up like that. The guy, glancing suspiciously towards the princes, says, quiet. Mao nods. All right. Manhwa looks astonished at the seventh prince. He so readily obeys his assistant. His next thought, so this fool is actually capable of understanding words? Staring at the back of Jang Iso walking ahead, the boy thinks, could it be that he holds his master so firmly in his hands? If he were just an assistant, that would be impossible. He wonders, could the rumors be true? And this Jang Iso, calmly walking ahead of them now, is Mao's secret mentor? The guy who looks not even 30? Such a great master? Manhwa's eyes widen as he decides. Then it turns out that Mao really opened the gates of the Hall of the Heavenly Demon himself and reached a level above Master. He closes his eyes and shakes his head negatively from side to side, dismissing these ridiculous thoughts. No! Whatever the case, some Mao can't become a master overnight. This is definitely some dirty trick by that handsome brat. The boy decides to expose them, whatever scam they pulled to deceive everyone. Manhwa decides he must see everything with his own eyes. Jang Iso, glancing at the sixth main lord, notices his inner turmoil. Stopping, the guy says, if he has no answer, then it doesn't matter. It seems he had no intention to cause harm, so they will end the conversation here. Jang Iso, respectfully opening the door before the young gentleman adds, to begin with, it's already late. Before their eyes opens a round table standing in the middle of the room, laden with dishes. The young man offers them to eat. He adds, they both must be hungry. After all, both have spilled so much. Mao exclaims joyfully, oh! Manhwa looks wary, looking at the food with hungry eyes. He thinks, before exposing them, maybe first fill the stomach. The young men approach the table and push back the chairs. When only dirty dishes remain on the table, Mao, leaning back on the chair and rubbing his belly, exclaims, ate excellently. Manhwa, primly taking a sip from the glass, says, edible. Raising the glass to his lips, he adds, of course, compared to the food in their Meng clan, this doesn't even count as a midnight snack. Looking at him displeased, Mao calls him a fool. Ate so well, yet still sulking. The seventh prince, standing up, places his hand on the boy's shoulder. He says that the kid from the Meng clan eats well, and how can so much fit into such a frail body? The boy recoils from him and shouts, him! How dare he touch the body of his elder brother? Manhwa angrily shouts for the youth to step away from him. The seventh prince laughs in response. Watching them, Jang Iso thinks that Mao behaves more friendly than he thought. This is unlike him. Propping his cheek with his hand, the young man reflects that the sixth young master is one of the main talents of the Meng clan. The boy grew up in an exceptionally favorable environment. Watching how the laughing Mao places his palm on the head of the angry boy, he thinks, that's why he is famous for his arrogant temper, looking down on everyone weaker. A typical spoiled young master from a noble family. Manhwa quiets down a bit, pressed by the heavy palm of the seventh prince. Jang Iso thinks that this is the main reputation of this guy, but behind it, hides another story. He thinks of the boy as a child created by the Man clan to obtain the post of junior archiereus. For this sole purpose, the Man clan used many talented women of the clan as surrogate mothers, all to bring Manhwa into the world. No, it would be more accurate to say that he was not born, but taken. Because before Manhwa, the bearer of an outstanding lineage, was conceived, countless newborn lives blossomed and withered, impossible to count. Thoughtfully looking at the boy, he reflects. He differs in that his destiny was clear, so he was entered into the family register, recognized as the legitimate heir. But, one way or another, Manhwa, like Mao, is also essentially a bastard. Meanwhile, laughing Mao, wrapping his arm around the boy's neck, demonstrates a chokehold. Jang Iso mentally asks the youth, does he sympathize with his fellow sufferer? He also mentally adds, in competitive struggle, such feelings lead to nothing good. The guy decides, all right, maybe in the future he will become a trump card to use. Rising from the table, Jang Iso says, since we've eaten, let them get up. Mao removes his hands from the guest, and the guy reports. It's already late today, so he will start training with the 7th Lord from tomorrow. Manhwa becomes wary. Training, Jang Iso adds. So today, let them go to the main building and go to sleep. Mao asks fearfully. Go to the main building? He asks Jang Iso to wait and reminds him. He himself said it's already too late. He asks, can he just spend the night here today, in his quarters? Mao adds that lately he's afraid to walk at night. The youth promises he will sleep quietly and won't even snore. Jang Iso looks at him gloomily. The 7th prince, flying out the window, shouts, please! Mao, flailing his arms and legs, rapidly approaches the ground, loudly and obscenely commenting on Jang Iso's character. The young man standing by the open window calmly says, his falling technique has improved over this time. It seems he didn't lie around for nothing while taking those blows. Turning away from the window, Jang Iso addresses the 6th young master, inviting him to follow him. He adds that an uninvited guest is still a guest, so he will allocate a room for him. Glancing at the empty chair, Jang Iso says, well, the etiquette rules of the Meng clan are quite peculiar in many ways. He thoughtfully adds, instructing the spear out of the blue. Meanwhile, Manhwa confidently grips the spear, aiming it at the young man. Jang Iso asks, how should he interpret this? The boy replies that he wanted to ask him that. In his whole life, he has never heard of an assistant who throws his master out of a window. Watching the young man warily, the boy adds, after all, he is not just an assistant. And the gates of the hall of the heavenly demon were not opened by that rogue. But this is simply the result of his scheming, right? Jang Iso calmly listens to Manhwa saying that a worthless upstart of the 7th rank could not have given him great instructions, so the young man surely used some vile trick. The 6th young master angrily demands that Jang Iso immediately tell him the truth. He orders the young man to confess. What vile fraud did he dare to commit in the hall of the heavenly demon? Scratching his temple, Jang Iso says, well, calling a worthless person worthless is, of course, his right, but openly calling someone else's master a rogue? The young man adds, such a noble person, yet he speaks so rudely. Jang Iso makes a swift movement, saying, what if because of this? The guy's hand intercepts the boy's wrist. Getting as close as possible to Manhwa and looking down at him, the guy finishes the previously started phrase. What if he dies? Because of this. For a few moments, the boy looks at his hand, which the guy has grabbed. Manhwa's eyes widen in surprise as with one motion Jang Iso lifts him into the air, then throws him. Falling to the floor and still gripping the spear, the heir of the Kalin Meng cannot believe what is happening. The disheveled boy, whose legs have lost support, is surprised. He was defeated? Flying headfirst, he's both shocked and outraged. Some upstart of the 7th rank with no family. No tribe. Looking at the guy's bored face, Manhwa thinks, just like that, the boy falls backward onto the floor with a muffled scream. The force of the impact is such that the tile covering the room's floor shatters into pieces. Even while falling, Manhwa does not let go of the spear. He thinks he cannot admit defeat. and immediately swings the spear, trying to strike. Jang Iso manages to lean back, and the strike misses its target. The guy is impressed. Unexpectedly, the strike was supposed to be strong, but the boy immediately counterattacked. Watching pieces of the supporting column fly across the room, Jang Iso thinks. He heard that in terms of talent, Meng Hui is not inferior to any of the brothers, so that's what he's like. Looking at his reflection in the spearhead, the guy recalls that this broken spear is the divine artifact of the high priest Mukyuk. If the boy somehow hits him with it, it will be dangerous. Meng Hui, kneeling on one knee and leaning his hand on the floor, mentally curses, realizing that the guy dodged. Jang Iso thinks the situation is delicate, and ideally, it shouldn't end here. In that case, the boy's eyes widen in surprise, deciding that in that case, he will have to apply some force. The guy kicks the boy holding the spear towards the open window. Meng Hui manages to land on the table. He is outraged. This scoundrel dares to kick him with his foot. As Jang Iso's foot lands on the table, the boy shouts that he won't let him get away with this. They freeze facing each other, ready to either launch an attack or defend against one at any moment. The guy says to the young sixth lord, since he's so interested, he'll show him. Jang Iso repeats once more that he will satisfy Meng Hui's curiosity. Climbing onto the table and straightening up, the guy adds, now he will see for himself what allowed his lord to open the hall of the heavenly demon. Raising his hand and making a finger gesture inviting to attack, the guy says, though he assumes the process will be accompanied by some pain. Jang Iso asks, is he not against it? Meng Hui starts indignantly, yes, the boy, waving a spear, exclaims, does he dare to ignore him? The guy deflects the strike with the dagger White Lightning. Meng Hui rushes at the opponent, baring his teeth viciously. With an impassive face, the guy deflects all his lightning-fast attacks. But the boy does not calm down. He continues to shower the opponent with strikes, hoping to find a gap in his defense. The dishes on the table first jump, then fall to the floor and break. Meng Hui mentally curses non-stop. Clenching his teeth harder, the boy mentally asks himself, what kind of guy is he? Watching how confidently the guy stands on the very edge of the table, Meng Hui is surprised. He blocks all his attacks, into which he, a master of the highest level, puts all his strength. He is amazed that despite all this, he has not moved an inch. The boy thinks, could it be that he will have to admit that this guy is not some kind of fraud? Could it be that before him is a real master of assistant level? At that moment, the guy's attack makes Meng Hui lose his balance and stagger. Despair flickers in the boy's eyes, and a thought rushes through his mind. But if he admits it, he understands that in that case, he will be forced to admit Mao's growth as well. Meng Hui recalls the clan leader looming threateningly over him. The boy thinks that then he really is losing to the seventh prince. What should he do then? At that moment, a hand rushes to his face, tightly gripping a sharp dagger. The blade is dangerously close to the boy's eye. Jang Iso, clutching the dagger, says, bad habit. Unnecessary thoughts during a duel. He adds that without an eye, one doesn't last long. Putting away the knife, the guy says with a smile. He's still young, so apparently, he doesn't know yet. For a few moments, the boy looks at Jang Iso in confusion. Then Meng Hui explodes with anger. Oh, him! Rushing at the guy, he shouts for him not to dare treat him like a child. The clash of their energies causes a flash, and they both jump high above the table. The boy's foot touches the tabletop, and in his head flashes, excellent! Standing on the table and looking at the opponent still in the air, Meng Hui rejoices that he was the first to take position. Gnashing his teeth maliciously, he rushes forward, deciding that now he needs to press and seize the initiative. At that moment, the boy lands on the table, clutching a round object in his hands. His feet have not yet touched the table surface, but he already throws the object at the attacking boy. The object, used as a projectile, rushes towards Meng Hui's face. He looks distrustfully at the approaching round thing. Looking at the large bitten dumpling, He thinks that it is an uneaten piece from the dish he ate earlier. The boy no longer manages to dodge, and the piece of dough filled with meat relentlessly approaches his face. Manhwa rubs his face with his hand, complaining that he can't see anything, and swearing that this scoundrel uses dirty tricks. Removing his hand and looking over it with one eye, he sees a thin fishing line rushing towards him. In the blink of an eye, the boy wraps the other boy with the fishing line from head to toe. He waves his hand, on which the fingers are wrapped with fishing line, like a puppeteer controlling a marionette. The boy, whose hands are tightly pressed to his body, not letting go of the spear and baring his teeth viciously, loses his balance. The guy, standing behind his back, watches as Manhwa falls to the floor at his feet. Jang Iso says, he thinks that is enough to fully satisfy the curiosity of the sixth young master. He asks, "So, is he ready?" Viciously drilling the guy with his gaze, the boy asks, "What? Ready for what?" In response, the guy reminds him. He did tell him. Towering over the fallen boy, Jang Iso reminds that because of this, after a short pause, the guy grimly adds, he could die. Staring into Manhwa's eyes, Jang Iso asks, did he think he was joking? Drops of sweat stream down the confused boy's face. Manhwa thinks, what is happening to him now? Is he possessed by some demon? Looking at the guy, he sees a completely different person with long, light hair. Manhwa mentally asks himself, why does he see the bishop in some nobody? Jang Iso says, apparently, the sixth master believes that truly brotherly family relations reign between masters and mistresses. To the one lying on the floor, Manhwa's words are heard. This is why he dared such a startling act and came alone without an assistant to the chambers of another heir. The guy waves his hand, fingers entwined with fishing lines, saying, but this is... Obeying his manipulations, Manhwa rises from the floor, making him hover above the floor. The guy adds, the greatest delusion. A shiver runs through the boy's body as he hears his words. They are all nothing more than fierce rivals, vying to snatch the place of the younger Archiraeus. This is a brutal fight to the death, where even a fleeting encounter can turn into war. The boy's face contorts with anger, pain, and humiliation, as Jang Iso says that in the lands of their cult, victory means achieving the desired at any cost. The guy says, the means can be secret intrigue, ruthless violence, or maybe, raising his gaze to the prisoner he has suspended above the floor, Jang Iso says, and total annihilation. With his mouth slightly open, Manhwa listens as he says that it is better to deal with a strong rival immediately before he becomes an obstacle in the Lord's path. The boy, looking at the guy holding the fishing line, says, annihilation, he said. Manhwa shouts angrily, ah, he is a scoundrel! How dare he threaten him? Does he even know who he is talking to? The boy shouts in the guy's face that he is the adopted son of the Archiraeus, the Lord, and the absolute of their cult, the legitimate offspring of the highly respected third elder, Mankarena. Behind him stands the power of the Great Man Clan, one of the three most noble families of Cheonsan. In the ransacked room, his indignant voice sounds. Everyone in these parts knows what will happen if you touch even a hair on his head, Jang Iso replies, and he still dares to throw dust in the eyes. Let him allow me to note that there is no one from the Meng clan here now. Staring intently at the boy, who has already lost his pride, the guy adds, there is only the bound master and Jang Iso, who holds his life in the palm of his hand. He asks the sixth master, could the mere name Meng possess such power that it stops the blade at his throat? Sweat drops pour down the frightened boy's face like hail. He opens his mouth but has nothing to say. Pressing a dagger to his throat, Jang Iso says that, standing on the threshold of death, he can only present the loud name of his clan. It seems there is no point in detaining him further. Manhwa screams fearfully, let him wait! No! Squinting, the boy shouts, stop! He admits his guilt! He begs him to wait. Meanwhile, the bonds on his body loosen. The boy, begging for mercy, freed from the cord, falls to the floor. Sitting at the guy's feet, Manhwa stammers, what is this? Jang Iso says, He heeded his pleas and spared him. Turning away from him, the guy asks the sixth master to just sit quietly. Looking after him confusedly, Manhwa says, "What?" He lets him go. He never thought of killing him? The guy replies that murder and covering up traces is a troublesome matter. He sighs. So many worries, and it requires a lot of money. Around them on the floor lie shards of dishes, chopsticks, and surviving plates. Amid this chaos sounds the voice of Jang Il-soo. As he already said, they resort to this only when the enemy is worth it. But Manhwa has been only the sixth master from the start. Mocking the boy, he says, "My father Mangkoren," and other nonsense. He tells the stunned boy, it seems, apart from a pathetic sign, he has nothing to accuse him of, and it simply isn't worth wasting effort on him. Casting a glance at Manhwa over his shoulder, Jang Il-soo says with a smile, "So let him step back home carefully." The smile disappears from his face as he adds, "Although, if you looking at the boy, he sees a wooden structure around him and says, 'This is not a fence, but rather,' introducing the boy sitting behind the wooden fence, he adds, 'a real cage.'" For a few moments, silence reigns in the room. The boy continues to sit on the floor, pressing his hands against it. The spear lies before him. From the lips of Manhwa flies off, and what then can be presented to him? Men is one of the most noble and powerful clans in Cheongsan. His hand clenches into a fist as he speaks. That is exactly why the cult followers look at him with reverence and fear. With tears in his eyes, he shouts, "And everything he has, all from the Man clan!" Remembering the hypocritical smiles of the people around him, Manhwa thinks, even for those who support him, he is just. The boy believes that even for them, he's no more than a sign hanging on the facade of this clan. Tears are about to pour from Manhwa's eyes. He says, "And what does he have besides the name Man? If not that, then what?" he asks the boy. What remains in him? Jang Il-soo, silently looking at the boy, mentally curses. What a burden has fallen on his head. As soon as he sees the whining teenager, and he is immediately tormented by memories of a completely different child. Raising his hand to his temple, the boy says irritably, "Hua!" Then he immediately stops himself. He tells the boy, on the day the seventh lord first met the archbishop, he was sweeping the yard. Manhwa's eyes, wet from unshed tears, widen in surprise. The boy continues, "At that moment, his family meant absolutely nothing to the archbishop. After all, there were other bearers of the Ma name in that place, but he shone with something that belonged only to him alone. And the archbishop saw this light," Jang Il-soo says, "and now he shines even brighter. True, personally it causes him nothing but trouble, since he was very late to the beginning. But the essence," the boy adds, he thinks the same story applies to the sixth lord. Looking at the boy who has already stood up, Jang Il-soo says, "Of course, his origin from the Man clan helped him, but the reason the archbishop accepted him as a son was something special that was in him himself." He explains to the confused teenager, the light he carried was not men, but Hui. Folding his hands behind his back, the boy says, and therefore he has an answer to his question. Or rather, not an answer, but a counter-question. Not men, not Menchoren. What is Hui? What lives in him? Turning around and heading to the exit, he says that the conversation is over. Opening the door and not looking back at the guest, the boy says that he can rest in the next room, and at dawn, he should leave. To the confused boy standing with a spear in his hands in the middle of the ransacked room, his voice reaches, and he asks for forgiveness. Manhwa, looking at the floor, says thoughtfully, "In him?" Raising his head and looking out the open window, he says, "It is." In the yard by the stairs leading to the entrance door of the mansion, the seventh Prince Mao is sleeping. The young man sleeps somewhat restlessly. Lying on his back, he periodically snores and sometimes starts smacking his lips. He is awakened by water splashed right in his face. Mao shouts indignantly, "What the? Huh?" Sitting up, Mao looks at Jang Il-soo standing over him and shouts indignantly, "Couldn't you wake me up properly? They don't even bother a dog when it sleeps. Does he not know that?" Looking at the smiling Jang Il-soo, the young man exclaims in frustration, "What a damn assistant." The boy, holding a deep plate in his hand, advises him to watch his language. Throwing the plate over his shoulder, the guy says, "Not when he sleeps, but when he eats, just so you know." Mao replies, "What difference does it make? He even pulls him while he's eating." Zhang Yisou agrees. You can't argue with that. The guy says that apparently he never made it to the bedroom. Judging by the rags he's wearing now, he tried. But sleeping outside is going too far. Wringing out his long, soaked hair, the seventh prince answers angrily. Does he really want to be twisted? Everything is soaked through. The other rooms are full of traps. What else was he supposed to do? Better in the yard. At least it's calm here. The young man asks Zhang Yisou, "Has that little one from the Meng clan already left?" The guy answers, "It seems so." He says that judging by yesterday's antics, it seemed to him that there would be more problems. Zhang Yisou was sure it would not cause a headache, but when he entered the room, he saw that it was empty, and the clothes borrowed by the boy were neatly folded on the bed. The guy says he surprisingly left quietly. Mao says, "What a nuisance! No shame, no conscience. He could have at least had breakfast before leaving." The guy asks, "Why all of a sudden? Is the seventh prince sad?" Mao shouts angrily, "Why would he be sad? If Meng Hui had stayed, he could have eaten peacefully without fearing a trick." The young man grumbles, "You have to leave properly, and first of all, you need to say goodbye to the elders." He calls the boy rude. Zhang Yisou laughs and reminds that the seventh lord is the younger brother. Angry, Mao replies, "He knows, and don't be smart, just happened to say." Rising, the young man, calling the assistant a sore, grumbles that he just wants to latch onto words. They don't notice that someone is approaching them. A light cough attracts their attention. Zhang Yisou and Mao look surprised. The seventh prince says, "What? How did he get here?" He asks the assistant standing before them with arms crossed over his chest. "Didn't the little one go home?" Mao is curious. Did he really return halfway? For what reason? Meng Hui shouts in response that he was struck by inspiration. He remembered about the the emergency training he must complete. The path to the land of the running horses goes through steep mountains, and there it will be difficult for him to fully concentrate on practice. He says, moreover, this training, it absolutely, even under the threat of death, does not tolerate missing a single day. Therefore, he intends to stay here. At the same time, the boy points with his finger at Mao's mansion. Meng Hui adds, "Let them take this into account and take care of him." Zhang Yisou looks at the boy with slight surprise. The seventh prince, pointing at him with his finger, says to the assistant, "He understood, right? Put me on your neck." And with such pathos, "Is he healthy?" The guy thoughtfully examines the boy, wondering, what is he doing? Is he looking for an answer? Meng Hui stubbornly presses his lips together, thinking that he cannot just return. He is troubled by the question that Zhang Yisou asked him last night. The boy thinks that if he does not allow him, he will lose his path forever. He has such a premonition. Meng Hui is sure that if he stays close to Zhang Yisou, he will soon find the answer. Zhang Yisou and Mao silently look at the boy standing before them. Meng Hui tries not to show his excitement. He mentally wonders, if the guy throws him out, what then? Closing his eyes, Zhang Yisou says, "It would be against the rules of decency to refuse a request to the brother of his lord." He adds that they have many rooms. Let him settle wherever he finds convenient. The boy can't even believe that his plan worked and he was not directed to the gate. Zhang Yisou says, only the issue of food should be resolved at his own expense. Meng Hui exclaims joyfully, "Yes, he has plenty of money. Let Assistant Zhang not worry." Turning away from him, the guy says, "Enough chatter, let him begin." The boy hurries to them, looking at Meng Hui running towards them. The smiling Mao slyly adds, "To survival training." The seventh prince, accompanied by an assistant and their guest, stands in the corridor in front of the room door. The guy and Meng Hui do not take their eyes off Mao. The seventh prince, Addressing Zhang Yiso, says for him to watch carefully. The young man lifts his foot over the threshold and freezes. His movement starts the mechanism, and the gears begin to turn. A hatch opens in the ceiling, and from there comes a huge spiked ball. He is swinging intensely on the chain, blocking his way into the room. The young man's foot steps onto the threshold of the room. The mechanism stops, and the gears freeze. The spiked ball rapidly rises upwards. The hatch doors immediately slam shut behind it. Mao stands in the corridor, surveying the absolutely empty, huge hall. Without looking back, the young man asks, "So, did he see it?" Smiling cheerfully, Zhang Yiso replies, "Yes, he saw it. They stuffed it perfectly." Mao says, "Exactly. Now let him repeat what he babbled there." Throwing an angry glance over his shoulder, the seventh prince asks, "What does he suggest he do?" The assistant answers, "If he means his words." The guy says what he said. "From now on, except for mealtimes, let him not leave this room." Mao shouts angrily, "Exactly! This is the ravings of a madman." Grabbing Zhang Yiso by the chest, he yells right in his face. He saw it, and he had the nerve to suggest that? How? Let the devils take him! Will he last a whole day in this room? Rolling his eyes, the guy says, "He complains even about such a simple task, so what should I do with him? How picky he is!" Mao, who starts stammering from indignation, says, "No, just let them look at this scoundrel," Zhang Yiso suggests. "Then maybe he should start with the next room, not this one," Mao exclaims. "And is it better there? Needles the size of logs fly from everywhere. Bamboo spears rise from the floor. It's pure hell there." While they talk, Meng Hui cautiously peeks into the room. The seventh prince, continuing to squeeze the assistant's caftan lapels, shouts, "If it's so easy, then let him try it himself." Zhang Yiso calmly replies, "Perhaps. Why not?" Shaken, Mao releases the boy's caftan from his hands and looks at him in astonishment. He clearly did not expect such a reaction. Stammering, the youth asks, "Seriously?" Straightening his clothes, Zhang Yiso replies, "The seventh lord uses internal energy only to release force outward. However, this is only a small part of its application." A blue haze envelops the boy's body, who continues speaking. Energy, originating in the dantian, directed through the lower part of the body to the entire organism. Taking a step forward, he adds, "If you maintain circulation along a special route," watched by the prince's gazes, the boy literally flies into the room with a giant leap. He stops in the middle of the hall and, putting his hands behind his back, looks around at the princes, saying, "This also becomes possible." Meng Hui silently looks at Zhang Yiso, while curses escape from the lips of the shocked Mao. Looking at the boy calmly standing in the middle of the hall, the seventh prince is surprised. "Nothing is happening," Zhang Yiso reminds him. "Let the Lord not forget how he moved, because it is precisely this." The boy adds, "That will become the only way to salvation for both of them." Mao and Meng Hui look in amazement at the boy standing in the center of the room. The seventh prince cannot believe his eyes. What is this? Squatting, he points a finger at the floor of the room, saying, "No, does this floor have eyes? How does he distinguish people?" Standing behind him, Meng Hui, calling the seventh prince a foolish little brother, says, "Not by eyes, but by the weight of the one who entered, he distinguishes." The boy adds, "Assistant Zhang just now showed him by his own example that one needs to learn to walk again, from the very basics." Mao is outraged. Walk again? What nonsense is he talking? Chuckling, Zhang Yiso says, "To grasp the essence at a single glance." Although the sixth prince is young, his insight is truly exceptional. The guy adds, "Now he understands why among the people the sixth lord is called the greatest talent of Mount Cheongsan." Embarrassed by the praise, Meng Hui blushes and lowers his eyes, replying, "Oh, come on. Really? What is he?" Zhang Yiso says, "As the sixth lord rightly noted, the traps in this room only activate when the weight pressing on the floor exceeds a certain limit." Raising his index finger admonishingly, he adds, "There is only one way to rest here. Lighten your weight, as befits a martial arts master. Pushing off the floor with his foot, the guy says. With the help of this, Jang Iso crosses the room in one leap, rushing straight at Mao. The seventh prince, struck by his speed, freezes with his mouth open. The guy lands with his feet on Mao's head. Jang Iso easily holds himself on the top of the youth's head, who continues to stand with his mouth open. The guy says, "The secret of the art of lightness, in other words, the art of Qigong." Mao, holding the assistant on his head, does not feel his weight at all. The seventh prince thinks, that can't be. A healthy man is standing on his head, and his weight is practically not felt. Mao is amazed, as if a feather was placed on the crown of his head. No more. Manhwa, watching the performance arranged by the guy, thinks that such a perfect qigong is difficult, even for masters standing on the threshold of the highest level. Admiration appears in the boy's eyes. Manhwa understands. The assistant really is not an ordinary master. This is simply amazing. A light smile slides across the guy's lips, as if he is reading the boy's thoughts. Jang Iso adds, "For a warrior, this is like the ability to walk." The guy says that this is the deepest science, whose effectiveness is incomparable to how the seventh lord simply jumps using the strength of his leg muscles. The guy's voice carries beyond the mansion. He suggests Mao imagine himself freely mastering this art. He will not only approach the image of a true warrior, but if he goes further and masters the great step, then would evading the archier's finger wind be something impossible? Mao, on whose head Jang Iso stands, says, "The great step?" If so, the seventh prince imagines how he easily flutters from branch to branch. The young man, realizing the benefit, agrees. Then maybe Jang Iso decides to descend and places his foot on the youth's shoulder, saying, "Of course, this will be a hard path of suffering for a novice who has just embarked on the path of martial science, mastering Qigong in less than a month." Jumping to the floor, he continues speaking. Usually this is considered something impossible. Turning to Mao, the young man confidently declares, "However, the seventh lord will definitely manage, because he is a genius." Mao rejoices as if he has already mastered Qigong. Manhwa clearly does not support such enthusiasm and looks at him with doubt. The young man, pointing with his finger at the wide-open door, says, "Come on! He will watch from here and give advice, so let the young lord go ahead." Jang Iso adds, "Towards their tomorrow?" Inspired by his speech, Mao lets out a cry and rushes forward. The seventh prince jumps into the room, raising his clenched fist above his head in a victorious gesture and shouting for the great stride to await him. Encouraged by the assistant, the youth shouts, "The genius Mao is coming!" And immediately Mao chokes on a scream. A huge ball with sharp spikes crashes into his cheekbone. With a dull scream, the seventh prince flies up to the very ceiling. His voice reaches the smiling Jang Iso. Can such a trifle block the path of a genius? Another dull scream interrupts his speech. The young man thinks, in the future, when this youth becomes the junior archiraeus, the old men of the Murim Alliance can definitely sleep peacefully, stretching out their legs. Jang Iso and Manhwa watch as a young man, whose veins on his forehead and arms have bulged from effort, tries to hold a huge sphere with his hands. Hall of Horrendon. The palace complex is immersed in the greenery of trees, and behind it, mountain peaks are visible. There is a tradition here. Every time a new head takes office, a special ritual is held. The new head must personally defeat the great tiger, the sacred beast of Mount Cheonsan, and skin it. He must decorate the chair in the place of honor in the head's chambers with its hide. This chair, which has become a symbol and pride of the Hall of Horrendon, according to strict tradition, may not be occupied by anyone except the head of the Hall of Horrendon himself. However, today in the Hall of Horrendon, both tradition and principles have lost their power because of one person, the one who on this land first accepts the will of the heavenly demon and carries his will throughout Mount Cheonsan. This being possesses absolute power and at this moment sits in the chair with a bowl in hand. The seventh-rank demon, Guanmen Chwasa, named Baek Ya, White Knight, raises the bowl to his lips. After taking a sip, Baek Ya says, "He heard that the earthly chi in the Hall of Horrendon is strong today, but the aroma of the tea here is also excellent. Placing the bowl on the table, he thanks Ji-dae-ho, who sits opposite him at the table, for the treat. The head of the Hall of Horrendon replies, he's glad that the treat pleased him, but he did not come here to praise their skill in brewing tea. Ji-dae-ho asks, may he know the important reason for his visit? Baek-ya says, there is no need to ask with such tension. The matter is important, but not complicated in itself. He adds, all that is needed is simply to stop. The head of Corendon, apologizing, says that their hall has done nothing that should not have been done. He does not quite understand what is being talked about. Baek-ai, in whose eyes red sparks flare up, decisively interrupts him. Enough. The head of the hall perfectly understood what order he had just given. Ji-dae-ho does not try to object, but he looks quite dismal. From the office door where the conversation is taking place, streams of purple energy burst out, illuminating the people in the corridor. Baek-ya says that what he is going to do is lead his people from the yard to the village of Volkashkon. He orders him to stop exactly that. Drilling the interlocutor with his gaze, Baek-ya asks, isn't that so? His eye burns with a red fire, indicating that he resorts to inner energy, affecting everyone around with his heavy aura. Sweat streams down Ji-dae-ho's face as he answers, yes, after all, it's once again the order to close eyes, plug ears, and sit quietly. He adds, just like back then, when Baek-ya ordered to free the scoundrels from the slaughterhouse, who on the clan Ma's orders brutally killed the servants of the Seventh Lord. Ji-dae-ho's hand resting on his knee clenches into a fist as he speaks. This means turning a blind eye to the Ma clan's outrages that break Chonson's discipline and behave arrogantly. Yes, he understood him perfectly clearly. Ji-dae-ho states that the current situation is fundamentally different in terms of severity. The hall leader says, back then, even if they had punished the slaughterhouse by going into conflict with the Ma clan, the dead servants could not be brought back, so they reluctantly endured it. But now, because of them, an unprecedented tragedy may occur. The murder of all innocent followers in the village of Volkashkon. Baek-ya, silently, with an impassive face, listens to the passionate speech of Ji-dae-ho. The hall leader says, no matter how great the influence of the Ma clan, the indiscriminate extermination of Cheonsan's followers is a clear deception against their common lord. The high priest, Baek-ya answers, if the archbishop finds out about this, he will undoubtedly not leave it unnoticed. He need not worry about that. Because it is originally, he tells the stunned Ji-dae-ho that this is the order of the archbishop himself. The head of the hall freezes with his mouth open, struck by Baek-ya's words. Ji-dae-ho asks again, the archbishop gave the order. Is that what he says? The head of the hall asks confusedly, but why? Why then? Ji-dae-ho asks, is this just a random request from the elder? Baek-ya, folding his hands on the table and intertwining his fingers, says, his heartfelt path is still far from perfect. Does he really believe that a simple elder can influence the decision of that very person? He adds, this is nothing but a test of his will, a test of the Seventh Lord's qualifications as the future heir. Baek-ya says, will he suffer defeat again, or will he stand firm this time? Will he become a victim, or will he himself consume the enemy? Whatever the result, the Seventh Lord must bear this burden. Baek-ya says, if he thirsts for the heir's throne on Cheongsan, then this is his duty. He asks the head of the hall, and yet he dares to oppose his will. Ji-dae-ho, after a barely noticeable pause, answers that he accepts the order. Baek-ya, smiling, says, He noticed that before answering, he was silent for a long time. It turns out he himself became interested in the Seventh Lord. He adds, in gratitude for the tea he was offered, he, an old idiot, will give advice. Baek-ya says that there is no need to worry so much. Ji-dae-ho is surprised by his words. What? The hand with which Baek-ya leans on the table is enveloped in a purple aura. From his lips comes, let him just watch with pleasure. The purple haze seems to dissolve Baek-ya into the air, and Ji-dae-ho hears his words. This discord looks as if it will be a very amusing spectacle, for everyone on the land of Cheonsan. Several days later, the palace of the seventh prince, Meng Hui tells the sitting and quite smiling Yang Iso that he will be honest with him. He says that in any case, it looks hopeless. Watching the swinging spiked ball, the boy asks, "Doesn't he see? He's been standing in that room for several days straight." Meanwhile, Mao rushes towards the ball, trying with his elbow-bent hand to block the strike. Meng Hui continues speaking, and he is still the same broken fragment. Pointing a finger into the room, the boy exclaims passionately, "This is no longer a matter of dulled instinct. It means he has no combat talent at all. And even if he admits for the sake of argument that thanks to this training, he will somehow master Qigong and the stance." Jiang Yiso remains absolutely unperturbed during his tirade. The boy continues, "With such a result, he will not avoid the finger wind of their father, and Yang's assistant knows this well." The guy with a slight smirk watches what is happening in the room. Men Hui says, "Of course, an assistant cannot so easily betray his lord. He fully understands this feeling, but a person who must live should be saved, shouldn't he?" The boy offers Jiang Yiso to join his service. He promises to put in a good word for him before his father, and then he will somehow take care of his life. The guy briefly replies, 2 points. Without looking back at the disconcerted Men Hui standing behind him, Jiang Yiso says that there are 2 mistaken points in the words of the sixth lord. Turning his head to the boy, the guy says with a smile, "First, it is true that the sensitivity of the seventh lord is dulled, but that does not mean he lacks combat talent. On the contrary, he is too outstanding. That is the problem." Men Hui asks, "So, he is talking about his heavenly body of the edge of the world. Of course, the ability to accumulate extreme power just from breathing is an extraordinary talent, which even the father acknowledged." The boy adds, "But if there is a lot of power alone and no talent to control it?" Jiang Yiso interrupts him, saying, "The true strength of the heavenly body lies not in the amount of power." The guy explains, "But in the very extreme power itself, as such." From Men Hui's lips comes, "What exactly?" Pointing a finger into the hall, Jiang Yiso says, "He will be able to understand the meaning of these words by looking at the movements of power in the body of the seventh lord." Meanwhile, Mao escapes by running away from the sphere chasing him. The guy asks the boy to pay attention to the moment when the iron sphere approaches the seventh lord. He says, and at the moment when he notices this, the seventh lord instinctively anticipates pain. Jiang Yiso explains that Mao's strength, his internal energy, responds to instinct. The guy says that she reacts immediately, and he explains how energy moves through the blood vessels to the point of impact, preparing to absorb it. At that moment, the ball catches up with Mao, and he, taking the hit, curses. The seventh prince throws the ball away from himself. Jiang Yiso explains to the boy, "Unity of power and instinct. Many never achieve this in a lifetime of practice." Watching the red aura literally explode around the seventh prince, enveloping his entire body, the guy adds, "And this is the true power of the heavenly body that the seventh lord possesses." Sweat drips down Mao's face. Watching the ball, he wonders, how does this piece of iron move so fast? Jiang Yiso continues explaining to Meng Hui, "Moreover, thanks to such control of extreme power, it then soaks into the wounds of his body, accelerating healing, and further strengthens bones and muscles." The guy adds, although they differ deep in the teachings, this is the same as the diamond body technique from Shaolin. By this time, the seventh lord has long stopped feeling pain from the iron balls. With some sadness, Jiang Yiso says, "And this very thing became his poison." Because of the power of the heavenly body, the sensitivity threshold of the seventh lord has increased tremendously. Meng Hui says, "And the senses needed to dodge danger stopped working, because..." The boy asks Jiang Yiso, "Does it not hurt him?" The guy answers, "Exactly." Meanwhile, the seventh prince wipes sweat from his face with his hand. Watching Mao leap again, Meng Hui asks, "But despite this, he's trying to dodge somehow, right?" The guy answers, "Well, of course. subconsciously, he tries to do what he was shown. Jang Iso says that only by mistake was the 7th prince branded a slacker. But, in truth, he is quite conscientious. Manhwa understood a lot from the words of Assistant Jang. He says that Mao really has become tougher in character, and although he irritates him, he apparently has talent, the boy exclaims, pointing a finger into the room beyond the threshold where they settled. But if his body just becomes stronger and the feelings needed for evasion dull, it's useless. Manhwa says, in such a state, he will not only fail to master the step, but also won't be able to properly learn Qigong, and it will become even harder for him to dodge his father's finger wind. The guy replies that this is actually the second mistake. Jang Iso says, because he does not intend to let the 7th Lord dodge that finger wind. The boy can't believe his ears. He asks again, what? Manhwa, looking at his interlocutor with disbelief, mutters, how is that? What is he saying? Turning away from him, the guy says, they will talk about this later, when the training progresses further, and he will tell the 7th Lord. For now, the guy says he needs to meet a guest and turns his head to the person approaching them. The boy looks shocked. Jang Iso says, welcome after a long time? How are you? Looking at the figure approaching them, enveloped in a haze of red aura, he adds, Jin Shan. The girl, touching the brim of her conical hat with her hand, replies, well, hello. Casting a glance at the smiling guy, she adds, it's been a long time since we last met. She asks, can he talk with her for a short while? Soon they are already sitting at the table opposite each other. Cups of tea stand before them. The guy says, noticing that such an influential person had come here, he assumed that something serious would happen. But this is even more than he expected. He's unsure if he heard correctly. Would she be so kind as to repeat? Saharan, maintaining the guise of Jin Shan, answers, nothing complicated. She just suggested, she adds. And then, before they dare to cross the bamboo forest of the 7th Prince's palace, Jin Shan says that she will deal with Boyne. The girl sitting at the table opposite Jang Iso says that during this time the 7th Prince's palace has changed a lot. Saharan, in the form of Jin Shan, adds that she noticed many unique traps and mechanisms. She asks, is this the work of Zhugal Guirin? The guy answers, correct. The result of his request to make everything so tight and rigid that no small thing could even come close, the guy adds. Although, as expected, their Jin Shan passed through them without even brushing their edges with her clothes. The girl calmly accepts his flattering words. Lowering her eyes, she answers, there is no need to be so disappointed. It was not that bad. She thinks that this level is quite enough to easily stop the approach of any first-class warrior. Even when she heard that the guy involved Zhugal Guirin, one of the best masters of the Panga village, she suspected that he was up to something big. Looking at the assistant sitting opposite, she thinks that this guy always demonstrates changes that exceed expectations. The girl says, among the cult's elite, rumors are already circulating that the 7th Lord has finally reached the peak of mastery and opened the gates of the Hall of the Heavenly Demon. She asks Jang Iso, what kind of trick did he pull? Placing the cup with the drink on the table, the guy replies, can that really be called a trick? He just helped him realize. Recalling the changed 7th Prince, he adds, that power, like Mount Taishan. He says that it was hidden inside the Lord from the very beginning. With a slight smile, Jang Iso says, and after that, he handled everything perfectly on his own. He asks the guest, truly simple, isn't it? The slightly surprised girl says, I see. She, imagining Mao in the hall where he dodges the metal sphere, says that the 7th Lord, for whom breaking was ordinary and giving up was a habit. The girl continues, to make him find the will to stand up and fight himself, and he says that it was simple. Saharan, momentarily dropping her disguise, laughs and says, after all, he is funny, she adds. However, despite his serenity, the situation does not seem so rosy. Rumors reached her that he was wounded by a poisoned arrow and was on the brink of life and death. Placing the cup on the table, the girl asks, how does he plan to resolve the issue of revenge with these scoundrels? Jang Iso, carefully stretching his lips into a smile, thinks, She speaks as if it goes without saying that she knows about the matters secretly occurring on the lands of Zala Horrendon. Looking into the girl's eyes shining with red lights, he decides. It seems she hasn't just one pair of eyes and ears, nor two. The guy says, "What kind of revenge can there be?" The edge of life and death is an exaggeration. Just overworked and slept a little longer than usual. He adds that thanks to this, he got a good sleep, and his body even feels lighter. So he is even grateful to that archer from Boyne. He admits, he even feels awkward that he finished him off on the spot. The girl, pursing her lips, looks at him with distrust, Jin-chan says thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Looking into the eyes of the guy trying to look utterly sincere, she says, so he does not intend to let this slide just like that. She sees that his eyes are full of a thirst for murder. Squinting his eyes, Jang Iso replies, "Oh, is it really that noticeable? Nothing can be done. Those scoundrels have crossed the line." He says that with their dirty tongues they threaten the master. The guy adds, and in situations where he could have been harmed, these bandits did not hesitate to use deadly techniques. And if such creatures are not punished, Jang Iso asks, won't he be disqualified as an assistant? Jin Zhan thoughtfully says, bandits, he says. On this Chongsan mountain, few dare to call it the Sa brothers' slaughterhouse. The girl says that showing mercy to such an insult is definitely wrong. She deeply agrees with him. She adds, therefore, if he wants, she can help a little with this punishment. Jang Iso looks confused. He clearly did not expect such words from her. The guy says, well. Seeing that such a distinguished person had come here personally, he assumed the conversation would be serious. But this surpasses all his expectations. He even doubts whether he heard correctly. Could she repeat it? Jin Shan replies, nothing special. She just suggested asking her once. The girl says, and then, before those scoundrels dare to cross the bamboo forest of the 7th palace, the girl calmly states that she will cause a massacre in Boyne. She asks, well, how? Jin Shan confidently walks across the sunlit courtyard. The girl raises her hand to her face and takes off the mask. Smiling, Sakaran asks, are they ready? Looking at the phantom guard of the 3rd rank, she utters his name. Narak, the fair-haired young man, respectfully addressing her as madam, answers affirmatively. Yes, as she ordered. At the presumed infiltration routes of the slaughterhouse, everyone is already waiting. He reports that the main combat force of their 3rd small palace is engaged. 10 demons of lunar madness, Narak says. She only needs to give the order, and he will personally lead the battle to wipe the slaughter from the face of the earth before sunset. A question arises. What will they do? And the girl looks back. She recalls a conversation at the table with Jang Iso. The guy thanked her, but refused. With a smile, he said, no matter how you look at it, it's too disadvantageous for him. Remembering one of their meetings, the guy adds that to clean up some kind of trash, like bandits, he wrote off the debt she owed him that day. Staring intently into her eyes, Jang Iso says, their Jin Shan also understands this perfectly, right? Laughing, the girl calls him a cunning fox. He noticed after all. How many years has she been spinning on this mountain Chongsan? She has become so skilled in such matters. What insight one must have. The guy says that originally this is a matter of honor for the 7th master. This is not a problem that can be solved by borrowing someone else's strength. He adds that they must put an end to it with their own hands. The girl asks, does he want to preserve pride? Jang Iso answers, no. He wants to declare. A light red aura flares around him as he says, about the highest dignity of the 7th master to everyone on this land of Chongsan. The girl looks impressed by his words. The guy continues, so that no one ever dares even to think lightly about meddling with them. Again, adopting a casual look and smiling, Jang Iso adds, so let them not even think about touching the scoundrels from Boyne. This rabble is a step he must step on to rise, and the prey he has marked. The girl looks at the mansion and the bamboo forest surrounding it. A smile slides across her lips as she thinks. It has come to the point where she is already beginning to regret. Saharan admits, She feels regret for sending a man of such caliber to Mao. The girl orders Naraku to command the 10 demons of lunar madness to return to the third palace. Heading towards the exit, she adds that this is their battlefield. Victory and defeat, survival and extermination. The battlefield is only for them, those ready to bear responsibility for any outcome. Night. At the edge of the forest stands a man with a bare, muscular torso looking into the distance at the mountains rising before him. He tells the members of the butchery standing behind him, among whom is the mistress of the blooming brothel, Kim Hwa Bin, that the clouds have hidden the moon and the weather is just right. The woman listens with a smile as he says that on such a day, even if drenched in blood from head to toe, the bruiser with a mace on his shoulder smiles joyfully, anticipating the bloodshed. Saduchol adds, "It will not be seen." He addresses his army, calling them his butchers, urging them to raise their swords. He tells them to cut, tear, and crave flesh as much as their souls desire. Jang Iso sits on the windowsill of an open window with a bored expression, standing on the cliff, from which there is a beautiful view of the village. Saduchol says that from this moment, this village, Wolhachon, a red aura flares around him as he says, "Their slaughterhouse." At the same moment, boredom flies off the guy's face and his gaze becomes cold and determined. About 10 members of the slaughterhouse walk along the moonlit street. At the front walks a thug, throwing a mace over his shoulder. One of them asks, "Don't they think something is wrong here?" The leader allowed them to rampage freely, so they started here, where the most followers were supposed to gather, he adds. "But it's too quiet here, don't they think so?" Looking around, he adds, "It seems they packed up and ran away." He asks the man with the mace on his shoulder, who has the 4th rank in the slaughterhouse, "What will they do?" Meteor Ironfoot, Yusin Choltwe, Don Tak, stopping, thoughtfully looks around the deserted street. He says, "Definitely. They sniffed something out, but they couldn't have gone far. Most likely, they huddled somewhere in a corner of the village and are hiding altogether." Laughing, Don Tak adds, "They tremble with fear like cattle." He thinks the picture drawn in his imagination looks quite appetizing. Not noticing the archer on the roof of one of the houses, Don Tak says, "Well then, where should they start the search?" Meanwhile, the archer draws the bowstring and the arrow flies toward the target. Don Tak, hearing the sound, becomes alert. An arrow? Enlightened by a guess that came too late to his mind, he thinks, "Could these scoundrels really?" The arrow, hitting the hard street surface, changes trajectory. Don Tak follows it with his eyes. The members of the butchery are a bit confused. They clearly did not expect an ambush to be set on them. The man on the roof, clutching a bow in his hand, grabs his head, exclaiming, "Incredible! He dodged!" Don Tak sees 2 more male figures armed with swords appear behind the archer. The vice leader of the Black Dragon Gang, Sam, continues to lament. Could these people have discovered the weakness of his body in this brief moment, which prevents him from attacking head-on? The man's face pales to a bluish hue, and large drops of sweat run down his cheeks. Shaking all over, he says, just as expected from the butchery, "Terrible masters." The equally pale young man standing behind him exclaims, "No, he just missed by an incredible margin." He reminds that he said he himself would shoot. Some objects, no, but still the first strike should be delivered by the deputy head to save face. Don Tak, examining the people standing on the roof, asks, "Who are these riffraff?" The man standing behind him with a thin beard, clutching a sword in his hand, says, "Judging by their appearance, these are the very bandits rumored to be close to the 7th Lord." Looking at the trembling, bald strongman from whom the young man is trying to take the bow, the man continues, "Apparently, they have some kind of honor since they decided to start a fight with them." Don Tak is pleased. He says, "Not bad." Black energy streams flow from him as he orders his men to cut off 1 arm and 1 leg from each of them, then drag them to him. If possible, do not kill. Baring his teeth in an anticipatory smile, he adds, "If you smash the heads of already dead scoundrels, You will feel no pleasure from the blow. The jaws of the Black Dragon Gang members standing on the roof drop, and sweat streams down their faces even more intensely. Some, settling on the roof and extending his hand to the opponents, asks them not to rush and to wait a minute. He says, "Don't do that," and suggests first calmly resolving everything through talks. Meanwhile, a man appears behind his back. Tightening his belt more firmly, he calls them pathetic nobodies and reminds. He told them he would step away briefly to the restroom, but they couldn't hold back and have already caused trouble. Sam looks back, and relief appears on his face when he hears, "Get lost." Don Tak puzzledly watches what is happening on the roof. In his head flashes that voice. Meanwhile, the man jumps off the roof. The seventh young lord lands right in front of the members of the Boinya gang. The youth says, as expected, half of their forces went down this road, exactly as he predicted. Mao addresses Don Tak, calling him a skull lover, and his henchmen, lackeys. He says that today, no one will pass down this road. Taking a step toward them, the seventh prince says, "So let everyone get out of here if they don't want to die." Earlier, when Mao was sitting right on the floor in the corridor and greedily drinking water from a glass, Zhang Yisou told him that the main forces of Boinya would arrive tonight. He specified, here, in the village of Volkachchon. Meng Hui, standing nearby, silently listened to their conversation. Mao, having heard such news, drops his jaw, and the water spills back into the glass. His scream is heard even outside the mansion. "What?" Jumping to his feet, the youth exclaims, "What nonsense! And why would they suddenly come here?" The assistant calmly replies, "What do you mean, why? Does he think the killers are coming here for a tour?" Running his thumb across his throat, Zhang Yisou says, "Of course, they're coming to spill blood." Mao, insulting the guy and cursing, shouts, "He talks as if it's someone else's problem? Why is he so calm?" The seventh prince grabs his head with both hands and, sweating profusely, mutters, "What to do? Should he run away? But if these are the main forces of the butchery, then running anywhere is dangerous." The youth, pale to the point of blueness, is struck by an idea. Turning his head to the boy, he exclaims, "Exactly! He will ask to live in the Man clan! A housewarming! Exactly! They will have a housewarming!" Shocked by his words, Man Hui exclaims, "What? What nonsense is he talking?" He utters unflattering words towards the youth. The boy says that the Man clan estate was built 100 years ago. What the hell kind of housewarming? Mao, crying bitterly, hugs Man Hui's leg with both hands, trying to convince him. If he is going there for the first time, then it is still a housewarming. Just let him in, please. Trying to free his leg, Man Hui asks him to let go. The pants will be pulled off him. Mao promises to behave well and calls the boy little brother. Watching the scene unfolding before him, Zhang Yisou says, "Sir," the guy says despondently. "He again." The princes freeze, looking at him. The assistant asks, "Does he really want to return?" Zhang Yisou wonders. Does he want to return to the time when he, crushed by power, covered his mouth with his own hand and closed his eyes? He continues to the time when everything dear, which he wanted to hold on to with that hand, was mercilessly taken away from him. His words seem to bring Mao to his senses. The guy asks, "Is he really asking if it is okay to return to that time?" The seventh prince recalls standing over the bodies of his friends chopped to pieces. Shamefully lowering his head, Mao says, "This is..." Zhang Yisou interrupts him, saying that he now is different from himself 3 years ago. A focused expression is noticeable in the youth's eyes. The guy reminds him that he has countless connections that need to be protected. And the seventh prince listens carefully to the assistant's words. He continues, saying that he has gained power corresponding to that. Zhang Yisou adds, and beside him is a capable assistant. Mao kneels on the floor, listening to the guy's speech. Man Hui, freed from his grasping hands, stands a little apart. About those times, the guy says, "So the Lord only needs to make a choice." The words reach the seventh prince, to surrender and allow everything to be taken, or to overcome and protect. For a few moments, silence reigns. Manhwa and Zhang Iso look at Mao, awaiting his decision. A chuckle bursts from the youth's mouth. Mao admits he thought he would live his whole life loudly, like an empty cart. He adds, but it turns out it has quietly become quite heavy. This damn life. With a different, serious, and determined expression, he raises his gaze to the assistant and asks him to tell him honestly if he wants to protect. The seventh prince asks the assistant, "What are the chances of victory?" Zhang Iso, smiling, replies, "If that is the will of the Lord, then whether it is the butchery or anyone else, they are destined for unconditional victory." No options. Mao stands opposite the members of the butchery group, fearlessly examining the opponents. A huge mace strikes the road surface, and a voice is heard. Now that is truly a surprise, Dantak says. The lord he knows should have been lying in a wine vat, quietly drinking himself to death. Casting a glance at the resolutely determined Mao, he adds that he did not expect to meet like this. Dantak asks, "And what brought him here? Could it be that the supplies of murky wine in the palace have run out?" The seventh prince replies, "Incredible. Purely on a human level, he should be the one asking, isn't he?" Looking at the smirking opponents, Mao says, "They broke into a foreign district in the middle of the night, and with swords and spears at the ready. No matter how you look at it, they are clearly here to cause a massacre." Frowning, the young man asks Dantak, "Can he even handle the consequences?" The man mockingly replies, "The Lord has such a fierce spirit. Today is truly a day of surprises, isn't it?" Dantak inquires, "And why then was such a pathetic man so?" He asks Mao, "Does he happen to remember? What was the name of that boy?" The young man answers, "What is he talking about?" Dantak persists, "Come on, let him remember!" His lips stretch into a predatory smirk as he says, 3 years ago when they came here." Dantak adds, "Those little juniors who were in the palace of the seventh lord and died." Mao's body is seized by an angry tremor. Punching his palm, the man exclaims, "Ah, right! One of them was definitely called," Dantak says. "Seems like Chordik?" The seventh prince feels as if he has been punched in the gut. Red sparks flare in Mao's eyes. He mentally insults the man. He recalls 2 cheerful, lively boys named Choren and Zhangduk. Frowning grimly, Mao straightens his shoulders, thinking, that scoundrel didn't even remember their names. Dantak says that he might get the names a little mixed up, but here is what he definitely remembers. He continues, brats whose blood on the crown hasn't dried yet. Among them, the timid skull especially crunches deliciously when cracked open. Anger distorts Mao's facial features. Dantak, smirking, continues speaking, but the chief, upon learning that they were the master's friends, strictly ordered to keep their faces recognizable, so they had to. With a manic gleam in his eyes, Dantak adds, "Limit it to breaking their arms and legs." Recalling how it all happened, he says that a strange hunger remained. Dantak says, "Anyway, back then, when all these friends and servants were wiped out completely, the master just remained silent, tightly closing his mouth, right?" he adds. "So now there's no need to suddenly act brave. Let him hide in some corner." A man with a thin beard steps forward. While Dantak says that back then, even if all the others died, only the master would come out without a single scratch. The man approaches the prince. Mao hears his words. Just like that day, 3 years ago. The young man feels a mountain of unavenged dead bodies behind his back. A shiver runs through the body of the seventh prince. The man's hand falls on Mao's shoulder, and he says, "The master is trembling like an aspen in the wind. Is that acceptable?" Looking at the prince with feigned sympathy, the man says, "Really, with such a delicate nervous system, why even come here at all?" He adds, "All right, enough," and suggests calmly going to the first tavern they find, offering to accompany the prince. Mao's hand presses against his chest. The young man says, "Already forgotten. He said that no one will pass this road today." The man says that he's still treating him kindly. After all, he's still a lord, and he, it seems, really decided that he's worth something. A member of the butchery gang says contemptuously, "What's with the show-off?" But a sharp movement interrupts his speech. Mao delivers a crushing blow, pressing the insolent bandit into the road surface. His fist crashes into the nose of the man with the sparse beard. The prince, enveloped in a red aura, looks very impressive. Don Tak looks in surprise at the blood-red energy blazing before him. The members of the butchery gang look alarmed, and from Don Tak's lips comes, "Oh, this is still... what the?" The jaws of the members of the Black Dragon faction on the roof drop. The body of the man with the sparse chin hair flies swiftly like a projectile into the disorganized ranks of his comrades. Falling just short, the man falls at Don Tak's feet. Mao says contemptuously, "Trash. He will not repeat it again. Let them take note." The seventh prince, engulfed in red energy, adds, "He is here and they are there." Rubbing his chin with his hand, Mao says, "And they must maintain this distance between him and themselves." Baring his teeth threateningly, he warns, "Let them try to cross. If they are tired of living." The assistant's index finger points upward as he says, "There is only one point. Whoever stands opposite the Lord, the tactic is always the same." Jang Iso continues speaking. "The first one who dares must be torn to shreds with all power." Mao asks, "All power means the more, the better?" The reply sounds, "What else could it mean?" The seventh and sixth princes sit at the table opposite Jang Iso. Each has a cup with a drink in front of them. Mao says, "No, well, understood, but..." He knows that he still barely controls his strength, right? Recalling the first days of acquaintance with the assistant, he adds, "Of course, now he doesn't lose consciousness after one hit, but the internal energy still almost burns out to the bottom, and it can be restored in at least one watch." "No less," Mao asks. "And what to do with the others?" Jang Iso answers that it's simple here. He says, "It is necessary to make it so that nothing needs to be done with them." Mao, looking puzzled, asks, "How is that?" The assistant explains, "After all, no matter how much internal energy remains, the Lord cannot directly handle this whole gang. Yes, thanks to the fruits of training of some level of rejects, he will somehow scatter them." Jang Iso says, "But with someone like Don Tak, who likes to riot in the crowd and will surely come here through the main street, the prince is not yet ready to compete." He explains to Mao, who is listening tensely, that Don Tak himself understands this situation better than anyone, and that is why he will try to remove the Lord without the slightest fear or hesitation. The guy adds, "It is precisely then that the strongest technique the Lord currently has must be shown. After that, Don Tak and the others from the butchery will simply petrify with horror, having nowhere to run." Following his advice, the young man dealt with the man who dared to approach him with all the strength he was capable of. Raising his index finger admonishingly again, the assistant emphasizes, "At this moment, you cannot miss. You must give it your all until the very end." Standing before the opponents, Mao recalls his words. With an absolutely calm expression, he seems to hear the assistant's voice saying, "So that they don't even have a thought that they can pounce on him." With a sinister smirk, the seventh prince asks, "What are you frozen for? If you want to come in, then just come in already." Looking at the stunned Don Tak and his henchmen, the young man adds, "Or what? You were showing off, and now you've chickened out? How can that be?" Standing on the roof, Sam asks the young lord, "When did he manage to master such a powerful martial art?" Well, there are simply no words for admiration. Members of the Black Dragon faction cheerfully raise their fists above their heads, shouting, "Did you see the power of their seventh lord? Scum from the butchery!" They shout that it's the end for all of them. Members of the butchery group look puzzled. One of them says, "These bandits dared to." Don Tak still cannot come to his senses. He mentally asks himself, what kind of impossible strike was that? Even he doesn't reach that level, let alone the chief. Looking at the menacing Mao, Don Tak thinks, could it be that the rumors circulating among the top brass were true? And the seventh lord really did gain incredible luck and reach the highest level? The man mentally curses. He thought it was just tales for impressionable simpletons. In that case, with the current forces, there is no chance of victory. Don Tak wonders what should be done. Looking at the prince, he thinks, wait a minute, In the confusion, he couldn't properly take a closer look. He peers at the young man standing before him. A smile appears on Don Tak's lips. Now it is clear to him. So that's how it is. His voice is heard on the street. Indeed, impressive. There is, of course, the expression, "You wouldn't recognize how the eyes opened," said when someone's scholarship or skill suddenly increases astonishingly. But for the seventh lord himself to reach such an extraordinary level, Don Tak asks the prince, won't he say what kind of chance it was that allowed him to achieve such a thing? Mao, a little confused by the opponent's unexpected reaction, says, "What?" Without mincing words, the young man asks, has he completely lost it? Are they closely acquainted or what? Or has his brain leaked out since he still hasn't understood where he stands? Mao says, why would he share such things with him? Don Tak's hand tightens on the mace handle as he says, "Ah, so it is indeed so," he says, then, and immediately with one leap approaches Mao. Grabbing the prince by the hand, Don Tak says he will personally check. The seventh lord indignantly asks, what is he doing? At the same time, he insults the man. Don Tak, not letting go of his hand, says, he feared that a master of such a highest level might even hide a tiny bit of internal energy. He adds that now, having felt the prince's pulse, everything is clear. His guesses were confirmed. With his mouth wide open, Don Tak laughs. He says that the lord's dantian is empty. So that strike really was his maximum, right? His voice reaches the stunned and disheartened guys from the Black Dragon faction. Indeed, a celestial body is an impressive thing. The fact that he, having unleashed all his internal energy in one strike, managed to cause such an effect without a single side effect. The man around whom cold blue energy flares adds threateningly, but against him, Don Tak, this will not work. Surrounded by the glow of a bluish aura, the man adds, if he has no more tricks up his sleeve, then the lord can sleep peacefully. Waving a mace, he says, and when the prince wakes up, he will see something very pleasant. Raising the mace above his head, Don Tak says, just like the palace of the seventh prince 3 years ago, he shouts directly into the youth's face, a landscape soaked with the foul stench of blood. The prince's face lights up with some evil amusement. When he asks, has he been waiting long? Don Tak looks extremely puzzled. Someone is standing on his shoulders. The prince says, it's time to pay for the food. Manhwa, confidently standing on the man's shoulders, squats, clutching a spear in his hands. Waving the spear, the boy says, how many times has he said? The lower part of the boy's face is hidden by a mask. Delivering a strike, he adds, let him not speak to him like that. Blood splatters. The seventh and sixth princes sit at the table opposite Zhang Yiso. Manhwa says, the plan is clear, and, in theory, it will work, the boy adds. But only if the opponents lose spirit. That alone means they are just snotty curs, he says. But if we talk about the commanders of the boil, they are at least masters who have reached the highest level. Manhwa believes that such people should not be underestimated, neither by him nor by the elder brothers nor the elder sister, and especially not Mao. Crossing his arms on his chest, the boy asks Zhang Yiso, does he think such an opponent won't figure out what the better principle is behind this crude technique? Manhwa continues, it's worth noting how sharply the power from the strike has fallen, and he will easily put 2 and 2 together. Mao agrees. Well, in this he is certainly right, the guy replies with a smile. To analyze all this in such a moment, it's incomprehensible how insightful the sixth lord is. Zhang Yiso says that the future of the Meng clan is truly bright. He is convinced of this once again. Embarrassed, Manhwa replies that such praise is probably still far off. Since he himself understands everything perfectly, extra explanations can be omitted. Putting his elbows on the table and interlacing his fingers, the assistant says, he leaves Don Tak's rear to the sixth lord. He adds, since that's the case, it's best to strike exactly at the moment when he sees through the bluff of the seventh lord. Meng Hui, clearly not expecting such a turn of events, asks in surprise. "What?" the boy asks Zhang Yisou skeptically. "Is he seriously suggesting that he fight on their side now?" The guy answers, "And who, besides the Sixth Lord, here even qualifies as a hidden elite combat unit against the commander of the Boil?" The assistant says that the Seventh Lord needs at least one guard to restore his strength. He himself has his hands full, so, of course, they will have to count on him. Men Hui says passionately, "No, anything but—" He, by the way, is the Sixth Master and the legitimate heir of the Men clan. How can he interfere in the Ma clan's disputes and even help Mao's rival? Demonstrating a light veil, the guy says, "If that's all, then let him not worry." Shining with a smile, Zhang Yisou says that for such a case, he has just prepared this mask. It's easy to breathe, and the face is not visible. He, handing the mask to the confused boy, asks, "He hasn't forgotten his oath, right? He promised that as long as he lives in their palace, he will work off his keep." Smiling, Zhang Yisou says, "Then let him consider that they have an agreement." Raising the spear above the head of the confused Don Tak, the boy recalls the assistant's words. From now on, he fully relies on the Sixth Master. The sharp spearhead rushes towards the man's face. Splashes of blood hit Men Hui's face and mask. His eyes widen in surprise. In the boy's mind, gripping the spear shaft, a thought flashes. He did it with bare hands. Don Tak's palm, from which blood flows, tightly grips the spear tip. Men Hui is amazed. He intercepted his hidden strike. The man grits his teeth and says, "The kid, barely a brat, dares." Red sparks flare in his eyes as he says, "To set foot where he stands?" With a sharp movement, he throws the boy away from himself like a kitten, accompanying the action with words. "Let him get lost from here." Worried Mao shouts, "Brat, are you okay?" But the seventh prince immediately stops, seeing Meng Hui rushing swiftly towards the opponent. The boy's hand lowers onto Mao's shoulder. The boy says for the young man not to linger before his eyes. Meng Hui easily throws the struck Mao aside, telling the scoundrel to step back. The sixth prince strikes Don Tak. The man, flying backward, thinks, "Some brat who can't even reach his solar plexus throws him back with one blow." Looking at the boy standing in a fighting stance, clutching a spear surrounded by a green aura, Don Tak thinks, and this weapon, imbued with such deep inner power, he's clearly not below him in level. Looking into Meng Hui's emerald eyes, Don Tak decides, or even higher. Puzzled Don Tak, clutching a mace in his hand, mentally asks, what kind of top-class mercenary from another palace has appeared here? Under such conditions, even he risks attacking head-on. He thinks that first he needs to send subordinates forward and probe the enemy's strength. Don Tak grits his teeth. And who is this figure anyway? The subordinates behind him whisper among themselves. One of them says, "Since even Don Tak's brother was thrown like that, where did such a monster come from?" The second says, "And that's all? No other ambushes anywhere?" They decide that both the seventh lord with his showy strike and this village have changed beyond recognition. They believe that if they press as they are, it will be too dangerous. Maybe it's better to retreat and act with another squad. Don Tak throws an angry glance over his shoulder, speaking disparagingly about his subordinates. His fist forcefully comes down on the bald head of one of them. An angry snarl distorts Don Tak's lips as he watches the man fall at his feet. Blood spurts from the wound on the man's head. Men Hui looks at the scene in surprise. He expected the enemy to attack him, not his subordinates. Showing his subordinates the fist dripping with blood, Don Tak says that an executioner who trembles before cattle is not needed by Boyne. Curling his lips maliciously, he orders his subordinates to raise their blades and move forward, unless they want to die by his hand before these bloody chunks of meat. The man asks the quieted subordinates, "Was he clear?" The response is, "Yes, sir." And a group of men armed with blades rushes forward. A shout sounds, "Kill them!" Men Hui, gripping a spear in his hand, calmly awaits their approach. The boy thinks, it must be admitted, for a dumb butcher, this fat pig has quite a steel backbone. Looking at the faces of the opponents twisted with rage, he thinks, he managed to raise the fallen fighting spirit to such a level again. The approaching men shout, "Kill! Kill!" One of them chokes on a scream as blood spurts from his slit throat. With one sweep, Manhwa cuts the throats of 3 men running ahead. Blood spurts from the necks and mouths of Boinya's henchmen. Manhwa says, "However, it's not scary." He adds, "If anything, they will press them to the ground again." A man attacks the boy. Striking with a sword, he insults Manhwa. The boy's eyes flood with the bright glow of inner energy as a blade approaches his face. With one elusive movement, he glides forward, leaving behind a beheaded opponent. A shout sounds, "Come on, all together, attack!" The men surrounding the boy rush at him from all sides. With a lightning-fast movement, Manhwa, moving as if in a dance, cuts off the hands of the opponents surrounding him. Accompanied by cries of pain, the boy rushes forward, thinking, "The formation has broken up. I need to take advantage of this." Behind him, men with slashed throats fall, bleeding. Manhwa continues to strike, thinking, "And finish them off." The boy freezes in surprise. What is this? He definitely slashed a vital point, so why is this man moving? Manhwa decides that he can no longer swing. The distance does not allow it, so he will deliver a stabbing blow. But under his spear, the opponent places the body of another man, already killed by the boy. Manhwa is struck by his actions. He uses his comrade as a shield. At that moment, red sparks flare in the eyes of the young man attacking him, and he lunges at the boy. In Manhwa's mind, whose spear is deeply embedded in the body of the man placed under the blow, a thought flashes. Here it is. The man attacking him boastfully calls Tak to watch the young man exclaims, "How he did it!" His knife pierces the boy's arm, which he manages to cover. Manhwa mentally curses, watching the veins bulge around the blade. Could it be? Clenching his teeth, he thinks, could it be a paralyzing poison? The boy utters, "Damn." It seems everyone around is frozen, watching what is happening. Sneering maliciously, the young man asks Tak, "Did he see? He managed it." He asks to be remembered. But his rambling is interrupted by a powerful blow to the cheekbone. With a kick, Manhwa knocks him off his feet. The dagger remains stuck in his palm. The opponent flies far back, and his landing can hardly be called soft. Tak says with a smile, "This is what good preparation means." He says he did not expect that the paralyzing poison from Idu-sun's kit, taken just in case, would be so timely. Tak, watching the boy pull the knife from his hand, says, "Although he's still holding up quite well, the stamina won't last long." The bloody dagger falls to the ground. Tak says, "It won't take long for the poison to spread through all the meridians." He adds, addressing Manhwa, "However, no explanation is needed. He himself feels everything better than anyone." The boy looks at his hand, where the poison is rapidly spreading. Casting a contemptuous glance at the opponents, Manhwa says, "Even if they are third-rate killers, to play so filthy and beastly like this, do those scoundrels from the slaughterhouse have even a shred of warrior's honor at all?" Showing strong teeth in a wide smile, Tak says, "Where would honor come from here?" Standing behind his henchman, he exclaims, "That's it! Now this pup can't even move a finger properly. Let them not chicken out and all pile on at once." Tak yells fiercely, "They don't need him alive. To the one who tears off his arms and legs, he will personally demand a reward from the chief." He promises 20 liang of silver for each limb. The men look at him with interest. When he promises 50 for each eye, enthusiasm and excitement appear on their faces. Raising his hand above his head, Tak exclaims, "The one who brings his head will get 100. Sparks light up in the men's eyes, and they rush toward the boy. The members of the slaughterhouse running toward Manhwa divide his body on the go. One of them shouts that the left arm is his. The second suggests cutting off the legs first so he won't twitch. The most sensible among them, cursing, says they will divide him later. First, they need to kill him. Driven by greed, the men approach the frozen Manhwa. Slightly leaning forward, the boy peers at the opponents advancing on him. A thought flashes in his mind. To die. He remembers standing before Jang Iso's assistant, clutching a spear in his hand. Manhwa says, "Just now, what I was looking for. finally found. He raises the hand holding the spear, and the shaft is surrounded by streams of green energy. The boy says, "I haven't even taken the first step on this path yet." Stamping his foot, he adds, "And they, the scoundrels, think he will fall here?" Streams of green aura flow around the enraged Manhwa, who says, if they want to take even one of his nails, then let them stake their lives on it. Tak is stunned that the boy is capable of fighting back. Manhwa uses the art of the Spear of the Great Rift, his first form, Soaring Dragon. Streams of energy around the spear aimed at the enemies turn into a tornado, the base of which rapidly approaches the confused men. Streams of emerald energy reach the frightened and aggression-lost members of the butchery group. A strong energy flow crashes down on the stunned Tak, from whose lips escapes, "What the?" A powerful explosion occurs, and when the green smoke begins to dissipate, the silhouette of the boy, frozen with a spear in hand, becomes visible. Manhwa's face looks stern, but a light chuckle slips from his lips. Looking at the bodies of enemies lying before him and the pools of blood, he says, "It seems I somehow dealt with this." The boy leaning on the spear looks tired and downcast. He says, "This is tough. Hey, if only Assistant Zhang could see all this now. Then about earning your keep." Manhwa sighs and adds, "He wouldn't stammer for a long time." At that moment, Tak attacks him in a jump. The boy hears his voice. "Relax before you are sure the enemy commander is dead." Manhwa glances at the rapidly approaching opponent. Drops of sweat roll down his face like hail. Tak, delivering a blow, exclaims, "Just like snot-nosed kids are supposed to." The boy's face distorts into an evil grimace. A man's strike throws Manhwa high into the air. A muffled scream bursts from his mouth. Cursing, he falls to the ground. Tak says he doesn't know which school this spear is from, but the strikes are brutal. Looking at the mutilated bodies of his henchmen, the man says, if he hadn't sent his subordinates ahead, using them as a shield, and hadn't exerted himself to block everything with inner strength, only rags would have remained of him. Grimacing, Tak admits that both by innate talent and skill level, this pup is at least 2 steps ahead of him. Manhwa listens to him, biting his lower lip. Tak's voice reaches him, but the one who wins on the battlefield, where chunks of flesh fly, is not the one who is simply stronger. Approaching the boy and holding a mace on his shoulder, Tak adds, "But the one who knows how to survive." Blood runs down the man's forehead, but his lips stretch into a wide, malicious grin as he says, "If the boy had learned this truth earlier, this place wouldn't have become his grave, but..." He admits that, for obvious reasons, he feels no regrets. Raising the mace above his head, the handle gripped with both hands, Tak shouts, "But he will smash his glorious head with his own hands." Lowering the menacing weapon onto the head of the man sitting on the ground, "Manhwa," the man shouts, "Die!" The boy looks in horror at the relentlessly approaching metal ball. Memories surface in his mind of when the 3 of them sat at the table, and Mao asked the assistant, suddenly, this kid loses to that Tak, then what happens next? Shocked, Manhwa, examining the mask given to him by Zhang Yisou, shifts his gaze to the 7th prince and exclaims indignantly, "What?" The boy shouts, "Hey, who does he take me for? Who is he talking to? Does he really think he will lose to some cheapo?" Mao, covering his ears with his palms, indignantly replies that he almost went deaf because of him. "Why is he yelling so much?" He said, If. Suddenly, the 7th prince says that he knows himself. "Anything can happen, can't it?" Zhang Yisou says. A fine remark. The guy adds, "Of course, and he is sure that such a worthy 6th gentleman will never lose to some Tak. But their opponent is the slaughter itself. He says that these scoundrels are so low that they do not disdain anything, so no one will guarantee that everything will go without surprises." Zhang Yisou believes that it is quite possible that a fierce battle will break out, or a protracted, exhausting confrontation without a clear winner will ensue. He says, in the end, both the 6th gentleman and the people of Boyne will be in a rather battered state, But by that time, whoever ultimately stands firm, quite a lot of time will have passed, Jang Iso says with a smile, exactly as much as the seventh gentleman needs for his the more, the better, to recover. A strong hand stops Don Taka's mace. Shrouded in a mist of red aura, Mao calmly holds a huge iron sphere and looks at the man with ill intent. Don Tak looks at him in amazement. In his head flashes, what the hell? Yes, he really did spend his inner strength, but physically, even in Boina, they put him right after the head. The man feels that he cannot even move. Mao's eyebrows knit at the bridge of his nose, and his gaze is stern and full of determination. From Don Taka's lips it slips. It cannot be. How? The seventh prince replies. He did say that he should not ask unnecessary questions. They are not friends after all. The young man, clenching his hand into a fist, says, "It is much more important what he must hammer into his pig-headed skull." Streams of blood-red energy emanate from his hand. Mao continues to speak, that there, where his two pig legs now stand, a young man, easily holding a huge metal mace ball with one hand, adds, his line passes, he says, and that his friends are not called Chakoldil at all. With wide, surprised eyes, Meng Hui watches what is happening. Raising his fist to strike, Mao shouts, "And Chorin and Jandik!" Don Tak begs him to wait a second. He asks the seventh lord for a chance to discuss everything. Mao's fist slams into the man's chest, knocking the air out of his lungs. A muffled sob escapes from Don Tak's mouth. The red energy of the seventh prince throws the man far back. It pins him to the ground with such force that the street surface cracks around him. Mao, gritting his teeth, tries to see the results of his strike. From the lips of the seventh prince bursts Chorin Jandik. Kneeling beside the fallen enemy and raising his face to the sky, he loudly and hoarsely shouts, "At least one of them he still sent to them." 3 years ago, after that terrible day, Mao, remaining alone, kept repeating the same thing. Standing before the graves, he repeated only one word into which he put his whole soul: forgive. Looking at the granite slabs under which the bodies of his friends lay, he thought, if they hadn't gotten involved with him, they all could have been alive. In this swamp of self-flagellation, without a single ray of light, only one thing echoed lonely: a feeling of complete helplessness. Drenched in tears, Mao whispered, "It's because of him?" The poisonous whisper of hatred and self-flagellation did not let him live in peace. But today, 3 years later, Mao asks, "Are they here?" The spiritual pain, transforming into physical, cramps the fingers of his hands. From his mouth bursts, "Chkorin, Zhangdik." Throwing his head back to the sky, Mao shouts. His tormented and torn soul screams, "Only now? At least one! He sent to them!" A call, torn out in one breath. His face distorted by torment is turned to the dark sky. Meng Hui, sitting behind him, remains only a silent witness to his pain. Looking at him, the boy thinks, this rake. Meng Hui wonders, has his back always been this broad? The boy decides he will have to acknowledge him, at least a little. Looking at the enlightened face of the seventh prince, Meng Hui understands that even without assistant Zhang, this guy is strong now. Suddenly Mao, as if having lost all his strength, falls to the ground. Men Hui, smiling, says, although of course he's still very far from someone like him. Looking at his trembling hand, pierced by a poisoned dagger, he says, however, he himself still has a long way to grow. Shame that he fell for such a pathetic, dirty trick. With such a face, he simply cannot show himself to Assistant Zhang. He thinks that first, at the very least, the poison must be squeezed out. The boot steps right into a pool of blood. Men Hui thinks, at least thanks to internal circulation, the boy sees a group of armed people approaching them. Their faces are twisted with malice. The man walking ahead says, the cursed rake's seventh lord and the petty youth he dreams of tearing to pieces. Men Hui jumps up and approaches Mao lying face down, cursing mentally. He thought he had covered everyone, but it turns out there were those who escaped the Wind Dragon strike zone. He grabs the seventh prince by the collar, thinking that fighting in such a state is impossible. He needs to take Mao away. Manhwa realizes they need to retreat. He feels his condition worsening and thinks, could the paralyzing poison have already gone this far? The boy falls right onto the seventh prince. Boyne's henchmen laugh. The man with the wounded face leading the group says, it seems even a monster like him still falls short of being invulnerable to any poison. Looking at Don Tak's blood-stained face, he adds, the fact that he managed to deal with Commander Don Tak in such a state is impressive, but that is precisely why he cannot just let him go alive. The man adds, if he doesn't drag at least this glorious head with him, he will have nothing to plead for mercy from the chief. Manhwa raises his head, and in his eyes reads desperate stubbornness. The man says, so let him hold no grudge. Everything that happens is the price for his own foolish urge to stick his nose where it is not asked. He falters and raises his eyes to the sky, from where dark silhouettes of warriors armed with swords attack them. Manhwa watches the events in amazement. The warriors land between the people from the slaughterhouse and the princes. A shout is heard. One more step! They must not get closer to these two. The armed guys shout that as long as they, the Black Dragon Gang, stand here, never. Manhwa is surprised. The Mao gang still hasn't run away? He was sure they had long since fled. Looking at the resolute Som, the boy asks, why? Earlier, Jang Iso, standing before the members of the Black Dragon Gang, says that personally he does not expect or count on them to smash the slaughterhouse to pieces. He tells them that it is enough just to stand a little aside and watch. That will also be their share in this battle. And if suddenly there is a chance to do at least something, the guy, admonishingly raising his index finger, says, so that their lives are preserved. Looking at the guys inspired by his speech, he says, forward. Catfish shouts, well then, weapons in hand, Black Dragon Gang. He tells his brothers that they, thanks to the 7th Lord and Brother Iso, have been reborn as honest workers of the village Volkashkon. Catfish adds that only today, on this battlefield, they become once again those very jackal cutthroats from the back alleys. The guys eagerly listen to his call. Catfish, running at the head of the group towards the enemies, exclaims, how they used to be. The man leading the slaughter squad panics. What kind of lunatics are these? And why on earth did they suddenly? But the Black Dragon guys are already attacking Slaughter, and Catfish's strike sends one of its members flying. Manhwa watches as members of the Black Dragon Gang deal with the people from Slaughter. The boy says excitedly, oh well. In this village, you can't predict what will happen even a step ahead. Glancing at the unconscious Mao lying down, he adds, just like with one familiar person. A female silhouette surrounded by a crowd of people is reflected on the water surface. A voice sounds. They say this is Chinsun-ru, an establishment without lineage or traditions, which barely exists for 10 years. But supposedly, it is the best brothel in all of Chonsun. The mistress of the blooming brothel, Flower Moon Kim Hwa Bin, third in rank in Slaughter, coquettishly adjusting a strand of long hair, says, an outrageously presumptuous rumor, the woman says. And so she decided to check whether this establishment meets at least a minimal level worthy of such an inflated reputation. The elders should still watch over the juniors. The men standing behind her silently listen to her words. Kim Hwa Bin adds, and it must be said, the spectacle turned out to be somewhat unexpected. Looking at her interlocutor, the woman says, she thought there would be at most a couple or 3 poorly armed third-rate fighters here. Examining the owner of the Jade Immortal Guesthouse Chu Honran standing before her, or if you recall her real name, Mo Yunran, Kim Hwa Bin says, it turned out there is only one figure here. The woman says, did the hostess Chinsun-ru personally come down to meet them? Kim Hwa Bin says, interesting. What is this junior colleague thinking? Could it be that she really decided they came here just as clients to have a drink, she adds? Or hopes to be the first to ask for a beautiful death for herself? Chu Honran's face remains impassive. Lowering her eyes, the girl replies, no question of that. She came to apologize to the guests who traveled a long way. Chu Honran, behind whom her guest house rises, says, today their Chinsun-ru is not working. All employees except the hostess have been sent far away to an event taking place elsewhere. At this time, her employees are at the Full Moon Meeting Festival. This festival is arranged exclusively for the residents of the village Wolakchon. Chu Honran says that because of this, they cannot accept guests today. Kim Hwa-bin replies, "So that's why the village is so quiet. Could it be that in the middle of all this, they went off to admire the moon?" The hostess Chin Ru tells her colleague that she is talking nonsense, and as she says just in case, clarifies, "No complaints on this matter will be accepted," she adds. "In case someone tries to cause a disturbance, they will move to harsh measures without further warnings." Kim Hwa-bin's face darkens. Chu Honran, thinking of Jang Iso, says, "Such is the will of the owner of Chinsun Ru, that very person." Red sparks flash in Kim Hwa-bin's eyes, and a smile slides across her lips. A group of Boini people led by Kim Hwa-bin stands on the bridge. Chu Honran blocks their way. The mistress of the blooming brothel says with a smile, "Interesting. What kind of words are these?" "The real owner," she says, looking at the girl standing before her. Kim Hwa-bin adds, "Could it be that the current owner of Chinsun Ru is just a figurehead and the real power belongs to someone else?" the woman asks. "And who is that?" Looking at her coldly, Chu Honran replies that it is difficult to answer that. Taking a book from a hidden pocket, the girl says, "This is first of all the highest secret of their house." Opening the book, Chu Honran adds, "And secondly, their owner is definitely not the one such a worthless person as the mistress of the blooming brothel should even know about," the girl says, emphasizing each word with intonation. Third, in the Boini hierarchy, Kim Hwa-bin. The woman's face shows no emotion, and from her lips slips, The mistress of the blooming brothel, chuckling, says, "I see. So before her is not just a girl who only knows how to pour wine. It seems she is quite well informed about her status." Chu Honran responds, "Although essentially, nothing changes from this." The girl reads from the book. She is originally from the outskirts village of Cheongsan. From the small village of Igachin, she continues reading. Obsessed with lust, she herself became a singing courtesan. On Kim Hwa-bin's face flickers confusion. Chu Honran continues reading. But one day, from a random client who was a martial arts master, she learned the technique of replenishing yin at the expense of yang and rose to the rank of masters. The girl says that at first, possessing such power, Kim Hwa-bin intimidated men and joyfully devoured their life force. She treated them like wild animals. Chu Honran continues reading, but with age, for some reasons, she began to brutalize young and beautiful women. On the faces of her victims remained huge scars, round like the moon. That is how she got the nickname Blooming Moon. The girl says that these strange outbursts began when she turned about 35, that is, approximately 15 years ago. Gnashing her teeth angrily, the enraged Kim Hwa-bin says, "Enough! Let her shut her mouth already!" As if not hearing her, Chu Honran says, "In other words, now she is 50. For a few moments, silence hangs. The tension simply floats in the air. One of Boini's people insults Chu Honran, saying, "What nonsense is she spouting?" The man, once again insulting the girl, shouts, "How dare she touch the most painful spot of the elder sister of the blooming moon?" Pointing at her with his finger, he shouts that now she definitely will not live. The man says that until now, anyone who even stammered about her 50 was alive. His passionate speech is interrupted by the unfortunate fact that his head, in the blink of an eye, is split into two parts. Kim Hwa-bin, without even looking back at him, delivered a deadly blow. The woman finishes the phrase he started, "Did not leave." Chu Honran calmly watches the flowing blood. The woman, holding a blade dripping blood onto the ground, says, "Not one, not once." With a swing of the sword, she cuts the book that is in Chu Honran's hands and asks, "Does she understand what this means?" The bloodied sword rushes dangerously close to the face of the motionless standing girl. Kim Hwa-bin, whose face is twisted with malice, adds, "Does she understand that this is her grave here? The woman insults Chu Honran. Dealing with the book, she finds herself behind the girl. The book cut by her sword falls to the ground. The mistress of the blooming brothel mockingly says, "No, let them just look at her." What exactly does she expect standing here alone and behaving so boldly? Looking at how Chu Honran draws her sword, the woman says, "It seems she really does have some kind of support." Glancing over her shoulder, Kim Hwa Bin says, "Apparently, she also managed to wave a sword somewhere?" Turning around, the woman with a wicked smirk suggests, "Well then, maybe she should try tasting it?" Chu Honran turns to her opponent just in time to deflect her attack. Their blades clash again and again. Both opponents are virtuosos with their weapons. The people from the Bojni watch the duel tensely. One of them says, "Wow," he adds. "They said that if the sister Blooming Moon fights seriously, even their chief finds it not so easy to calm her down. She really is terrifying." The second says, "That woman who manages to spar with her also seems no slouch, but the outcome is only a matter of time." Kim Hwa Bin's blade wounds Chu Honran. The girl glances at her forearm where a small scratch is visible. The people from Bojni think their leader has gotten into the groove. Kim Hwa Bin laughs. "How fun!" With a triumphant smile, the woman swings her sword, saying that nowadays youth only know how to squeal behind someone else's back. No pleasure, not a bit of resistance. Watching how the girl blocks the blows, one of the men says, "That woman can resist quite fiercely." Kim Hwa Bin shouts that tearing her face apart will probably be very enjoyable. Stomping her foot with such force that cracks appear on the bridge, the woman speaks. Although, to be honest, looking at the staggering girl, she adds, "It is still just at such a level." The bridge under Chu Honran's feet shatters into pieces, and the girl realizes that the opponent damaged the support. Stomping her foot again, the woman says, "This flooring." With a mad smile, she attacks the girl in a jump, shouting for her to give this mat to her. Swiftly rushing towards the falling Chu Honran, Kim Hwa Bin shouts, "If she wants her much-suffering body to at least be buried whole, immediately!" The girl throws the sword at the opponent with force. The tip of the blade is relentlessly approaching the bridge of the nose of the woman, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. Kim Hwa Bin raises the blade before her. The sound of metal rings out. A question flashes through her mind. Did she parry? Pushing off with his foot from the falling piece of the bridge, Chu Honran approaches the opponent. The girl's leg pushes off Kim Hwa Bin's shoulder. Chu Honran rushes upward, and her opponent is sent downward by a kick. The woman falls into the river, and the girl rushes upward. Chu Honran glances downward, trying to assess the situation. The girl says, "As they say, the one who truly lived, even if years age them, will retain a beautiful depth." Looking at the opponent sitting on a bridge fragment rocking on the waves, covering her face with her hand, she adds, "And the woman spent her whole life just running away from life itself." Chu Honran says that she aged without any depth and remained simply disgusting. Kim Hwa Bin removes her hand, revealing her face distorted by malice, with many wrinkles turning her into an old woman. The offer from that master, whose name she now barely remembers, Kim Hwa Bin received 30 years ago. In the bedroom of a house of entertainment, where she entered only to taste men. Looking at her, young and beautiful, with luxurious forms, freely sprawled on the bed, he said she was truly beautiful. Leaning over her, the man added that it was a sin for such beauty to rot in a backwater den. He told her he knew a technique worthy of such beauty and asked if she wanted to master it. Meaningfully running his tongue over his upper lip, the man says, however, to master it, she would have to, well, a little inconvenient reservation. He told her that if she learned everything properly, even healthy guys would crawl at her feet like silk, and asked, "So, what does she think?" Kim Hwa Bin, smiling, replies, "Healthy guys. Sounds good. Just what she wanted." Arching under the weight of his body, she languidly says she loves deep. Thus, she adopted from him Chai Boim, replenishing yin at the expense of yang, still not fully realizing what it really means. As the master said, Chai Boim's technique suited her perfectly. The more intoxicating life force she received, the more noticeable her inner strength grew. As a result of secret nightly runs through entertainment districts and numerous connections with men, she became so strong that, if she wished, she could take anyone she wanted. This strength allowed her to do whatever she pleased with men. She often strangled her fleeting lovers, laughing all the while. Her strength increased so much that she punished that pathetic master who dared to go to bed with another woman. She punished him personally by depriving him of his right hand. Proudly straightening up and gripping a sword in her hand, Kim Hwa-bin looks at the man sitting at her feet, trying to stop the bleeding with a sheet. Behind him on the bed sits a frightened girl, covering her nudity with a blanket. From the lips of the elderly woman escapes, "She completely does not understand." She was not against paying for the technique she was given and continuing to keep him company in bed. And he dared to laugh at her like that. Kim Hwa-bin says, "This is no longer just outrageous, but even curious. Will he at least try to justify himself somehow?" The sweating man grits his teeth and says, "Curious, you see. She, who has lived her whole life selling her face in a brothel, still hasn't understood?" He shouts in her face, "If she's so interested, let her come to the mirror. Let her see how Che Boum's side effect has turned her face into ruins." The master says, "How much blood and strength has she sucked from men if she has already come to such a state? If she doesn't use her strength to intimidate, will there be even one man who, upon seeing this face, will feel anything stirring in his pants?" He exclaims, "Well, it's good if it simply doesn't make him retch with disgust." From the lips of the confused woman escapes, "What?" In a sinister voice, promising nothing good to the interlocutor, she says, "Does he want to say now that she is a freak? So much so that she can't seduce a single man?" The master insults her and says that she has gone mad. She ended as a courtesan, as a woman too. A man whose cheeks are streaming with drops of sweat like hail shouts that no man would want to embrace such a crumpled old trash like her. No one would want to hold her in their arms. He shouts, "No one in this world!" The sword of Kim Hwa-bin cleaves his head. Blood gushes from the severed body. The woman freezes for a moment, holding the sword in front of her. Shifting her gaze to the trembling girl, Kim Hwa-bin says, "He thinks she is old and ugly? Does she think so too?" The blood-stained blade touches the face of the girl paralyzed with fear. The woman says, "She, who has nothing but youth." Kim Hwa-bin, whose face is covered with deep wrinkles and whose skin has sagged, asks, "Does she consider herself more beautiful than her?" The tip of the blade cuts the skin on the girl's cheek. Kim Hwa-bin says that for a woman, beauty is power. Only a strong woman is truly beautiful. She swings the sword, inflicting many cuts all over the girl's body, and says, "So compared to her, it is she who should be loved." Sitting on a broken bridge and covering her face with her hand, Kim Hwa-bin repeats the same words she said then. "Among all the women in this area, she is the strongest and the most beautiful." Removing her hand from her face, she insults Chu Hanran. The woman hisses maliciously, Who here is old in her opinion? Whom did she call a freak, huh?" Pushing off the bridge fragment with her feet and soaring upward, the woman shouts, "Let her not make her laugh! She is beautiful! She is magnificent! In all of Cheongsan, no, in the whole world, she is the best woman!" In the jump, Kim Hwa-bin angrily yells, "All hers, and the bodies of all men in the world, hers! Their feelings, their love, also hers. Everything belongs to her." Reaching out her hand to Chu Hanran, she shouts that anyone who dares, no matter who, will deeply regret it. She will tear her to shreds. From the lips of the unperturbed girl flies, "Madam." The girl, surrounded by the radiance of inner energy, hovers in the air above her opponent. She asks her to lower her voice. Blonde hair flashes against the background of the moon. A voice sounds. According to the internal rules of their Shinsun-Ru, excessive shouting and noise that spoil the atmosphere. Hovering over the surprised Kim Hwa-bin, the girl finishes the phrase, are strictly forbidden. The stunned woman cannot take her eyes off the transformed opponent. She notices the graceful hand with impressive long nails. The girl's eyes, filled with the red light of inner energy, do not escape her attention. Long blonde hair hovers like a halo around the head of the transformed Chu Honran. Looking at the girl, Kim Hwa-bin wonders, is she a witch or what? Like a bewitched woman, she looks at her opponent, unable to take her eyes off her. A puzzled expression appears on her wrinkled face. In her eyes, Chu Honggran is seen rapidly approaching her. From the woman's lips escapes, "Beautiful." And immediately, the girl rushes past her like a whirlwind, delivering a blow. The woman releases the sword from her weakened hand. Chu Honggran, leaving her behind, crosses her hands with bloodied fingers in front of her face. People from the slaughterhouse watch as numerous pieces of their leader's body fall. The dismembered body continues to fall. One of the men exhales. The elder. Men standing on the bridge watch as pieces of the body fall into the water. Men, pale to the point of blueness, tremble with fear. What was that even? One of them says. So, behind them, Chu Honggran lands on the bridge. Her voice reaches the frightened men. First of all, she must apologize to them. Slowly, still trembling, the men turn to her. The girl continues speaking. Even if now they wish to leave, unfortunately, she will no longer be able to let them go. Raising her hand to her face and watching the blood flow down it, Chu Honggran says, "This appearance, without that person's permission, no one should see." Licking a stream of blood from her wrist, she looks over her shoulder at the men with eyes shining red, saying that it is a secret. Swiftly approaching them, she asks them to be understanding about it. The men, gripping their swords, scream in terror. The moonlight illuminates pieces of bodies and long hair swaying in the river. Sadochol sits on a cliff, overlooking the village located in the valley. He says, "Strange. From time to time, explosions and screams are heard, but from this silence, one cannot say that the matter is progressing. Could it be that these incompetent idiots?" His thoughts are interrupted by a wounded man who calls out to the chief from afar, shouting, "Terrible trouble!" Sadochol turns to him. Looking at the wounded man, the chief of the butchery asks, "He is Yengu, right? Why is he here if he was assigned to occupy the residential quarter?" He inquires, "And what kind of condition is he in anyway?" Clutching the wound on his forearm, Yengu, stammering, replies, "The thing is, all the soldiers who went with him to the residential area by the chief's order." Blood trickles down the man's chin and cheeks in a thin stream. He says, "They were all completely exterminated." Yengu adds, "By the assistant of the 7th Lord Zhang Iso? By a single person?" Sadochol looks at him in shock. Headquarters of the butchery Seiwar. 2 guards stand at the entrance. One of them complains about boredom. Crossing his arms on his chest, he says that they are, after all, also fighters of the butchery. But in the end, they just stand here like watchmen. The second guard replies, "What can you do? Neither by experience nor by strength are they masters yet." The first one, glancing at him, says, "It pisses me off that it's true, but no matter how important the matter is, can you really clean out the base to complete emptiness like that?" He continues, "As he himself said, only the same green rookies like them remain here, who as a fighting force are a complete zero. If any of the riffraff that have a grudge against them take advantage of this and show up, won't they be swept away completely?" The second guard agrees. "Well, strictly speaking, yes," he adds. "But will there be such reckless daredevils to do that here in Cheonsan?" The first replies, "What's with the madmen? Turf wars here are a common thing." The second objects, "He understands nothing. The level of strength must match. Does he even know who their leader is?" The guard continues, "Even in training he is recognized as a master, one of the 100 strongest, that very brother from the Kalan Sa," he adds. Plus, behind them stands the eldest son of the Ma clan, and everyone in Cheonsan knows about this. Spreading his arms to the sides, the guard says with a smile, "And with such backing, the butchery barely opened the door. So which mutts would dare to climb in here? Do they want to die and face retaliation later?" The first guard agrees. Sounds logical. The second guard says, although, whatever the case, by the rules, usually at least one senior officer is left behind. He adds, but recently, because of this guy named Zhang Iso, there's been a hole in their leadership. That's probably why it wasn't clear who exactly to leave. The elder Saho Jian, who usually stayed, went far away on business with Mihon-san and the Iron Riders. The guard thinks there's still no reason to be nervous. He adds, as long as they are the butchery, they have nothing to fear. A group of people appears before the guards, whose appearance cannot be seen because of long cloaks with hoods. The guard says in surprise, what kind of scarecrows are these? The man leading the group asks to give them potions. The first guard, pinching his nose, says, huh? Did they come after Mikansan? The second, covering the lower part of his face with his hand, says, ugh, what a smell. Have they not washed for a year? Calling them pigs, the guy recommends they at least take water baths sometimes. The first one, pointing at them with his finger, asks, and anyway, wasn't it announced that the deals are temporarily suspended? Or are they so deep in drugs that their brains have melted? He tells them to leave nicely, or else. The second one disgustedly waves his hand for them to leave quickly. A rope loop wraps around the wrist of one of the guards, and immediately another. The man leading the group pulls the ropes towards himself while the guards look at their hands in bewilderment. From under the hood, a red light flickered in the eyes of the man who used the hidden technique of Corendon. He makes a sharp move using the roaring dragon knot technique, and the ropes tightly wrap around the upper bodies of the guards, while the man whose hood fell off his head ends up behind their backs. A smile slides across the man's lips. He understands that the move looked impressive. One of the guards says confusedly, what is this? Where did the ropes come from? His colleague shouts, hey, what are they doing? But gags immediately appear in their mouths, cutting off the further flow of bewildered and outraged cries. Under the attacker's blows, the guards fall to the ground. The man, rubbing his hands, says, they said only green rookies were left here. Yuntai, leader of the Black Dragon faction, rubbing his wrist, adds, everything exactly as Brother Iso said. He turns to his companions asking, are they ready? Joyful smiles serve as his answer. Yuntai, also smiling joyfully, says that it has been a long time since they strolled the old way. He suggests smashing them like in the old days. Throwing open the gates, the leader of the Black Dragon faction exclaims, to loot the empty house. Sadochal looks worried, although he tries to maintain an unshakable calm. On the clearing lie the bodies of people from the slaughterhouse. The corpse of one of them swings on a rope tied to a tree branch. The second sits under the tree, hanging his head. The other bodies are scattered across the clearing. He stands, examining the scene before him. Yengu froze behind his back. Without looking at him, Sado Chol says, let him explain. Yengu, stammering, says, the thing is, he remembers little, but with the most miserable face, he says that by the order of the head, they were walking along the road to the residential quarter. Something flashed before his eyes, and he immediately lost consciousness. And when he woke up, lying on the ground, already, he recalls the moment when he opened his eyes, which were flooded with blood streaming from the wound on his head, and saw the bodies of his brothers. Yengu says, everyone was slaughtered like this, standing, bowing in a bow, behind Sado Chol, he adds. Moreover, besides that, the chief interrupts him. Everything he says next must have value, Sado Chol says. Otherwise, seeing how he breathes with that mouth, he won't have the slightest desire. An ominous red-black aura flares around him, making Yengu recoil in horror. He hurriedly shouts, there is benefit! A big one! He heard it! Yengu tells the chief that he heard another plan of that scoundrel. Sado Chol glances over his shoulder, asking, he heard his plan? The chief clarifies, what does he mean? Stammering, Yengu answers, the thing is, actually, he recounts that when he came to, Zhang Iso was still here. Yengu adds that he was standing right behind him. He says that the guy, thinking there were no ears nearby, apparently relaxed and muttered the following. Yengu recalls how Zhang Iso says, It seems they are gradually finishing with this side, and then adds, then, if those he sent to Tonu-chan do everything properly there, that's it. All the Mihonsen stored in Sewara, they belong to Boini. Sadochol is clearly unpleasantly struck by his words. He thoughtfully says, so that's how it is. So they were waiting from the very beginning for them to leave the base. He does not know how they found out that they have a Mihonsan. The leader adds, but Mihonsan, as something that undermines the faith of followers, is forbidden according to the doctrine. If this is taken as physical evidence and officially brought up for consideration by the teaching, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, Sadochol says, no matter how much their master Ma covers for them, avoiding severe punishment will not be easy. Either they, on the contrary, want to make this a starting capital to expand trade and make big money. The leader of the Boyne thinks that no matter how you look at it, the intriguer is outstanding for a guy. He adds, but it's good that they found out about this in advance and can prepare. Sadochol tells Youngu that it is his merit, and he is indebted to him. Smiling ingratiatingly, he replies, no, not at all. He just did what he had to as a man of Boyne. He has not yet finished the sentence, and his lips are still stretched in a smile when a strong hand grabs him by the throat. Sadochol, gripping his neck, easily lifts him off the ground. Yengu croaks in horror. Leader! Master! He asks, why is Sadochol doing this? The answer sounds, he is still indebted. Indebted. Does he understand that? Staring at Yengu, the leader of Boyne asks, who is he? The man, grabbing Sadochol's wrist with both hands, croaks, what? How is it who? He is Youngu. The leader snorts. Even now he sticks to his lie. Does he take him for a complete fool? Sadochol says, one master who single-handedly killed so many people, by mistake, left only him alive. By mistake, let him hear his words. He continues to speak, and by mistake, made it so that Engu handed him his plan. The chief says, this whole surprisingly convenient picture is not so random that he would believe it all like a simpleton. Lifting a piece of skin on Engu's neck to remove the mask from his face, Sadochol says he acknowledges the excellent acting. Honestly, he almost fell for it, if not for that barely noticeable mark on his neck. Staring at the piece he holds between his fingers, the chief says, from a mask made of human skin. Engu asks him to wait and tries to explain something, but Sadochol interrupts him. Since he himself does not want to confess, he will find out everything himself. With these very hands, he adds, and then with these same hands will tear the skin and bones off him. Standing with his back to the clearing, he does not see how one of the corpses sitting under a tree lifts himself and reaches with his hand for the small axe lying on the ground in front of him. Sadochol says he will scatter all this before Chilsogun. He does not see that the small axe is already approaching them. Blood splashes on the face of Chief Boyne. A voice sounds, as expected. Playing with half-wits is even more interesting. Continuing to squeeze Engu's throat, from whose head the small axe sticks out, Sadochol glances over his shoulder. Chief Boyne watches as the man tears the mask from his face, continuing to speak. Such people are easily sure that no one will ever deceive them. To the motionless Sadochol comes his voice, and they never realize that even this confidence is also part of the deception. Pulling out a dagger, the man adds, and these guys, it seems, are afraid that they will suddenly stop being considered butchers, since they carry carving knives like weapons. They sure have swagger. Although, alright, for this time, it's just right. Jang Iso, gripping knives in both hands, says, for a creature worse than a beast, just right to tear off the bones. Blooming with a happy smile, the guy asks, right, isn't it? Gnashing his teeth angrily, Sadochol says, hey, Jang Iso! Engu, with a small axe sticking out of his head, falls to the ground. Jang Iso stands by a tree, gripping knives in his hands. Sadochol, having thrown Engu aside, turns to face him. Smiling cheerfully, Jang Iso says, the place is great, isn't it? Quiet and secluded. Sadochol wipes blood from his face with his hand. The guy continues speaking. Weeds all around. Trees grow so thick that you can't find gaps. In general, It will be extremely difficult to look for traces here, doesn't he realize? Jang Iso adds, if some person, worse than cattle, suddenly disappears without a trace, the head of the slaughterhouse sharply lowers his hand and drops of blood fall from it. He says, well, yes, as they said, the guy's head isn't all right. So Dochol says he will ask only one thing. Since he masked himself so carefully and waited, why didn't he try to strike him? The guy understands that it was the only chance to hit him while he was relaxed, right? Jang Iso, continuing to smile kindly, replies, what do you mean relaxed? Let him keep unnecessary modesty to himself, all right? Even while he was playing the fool, clinging to an innocent subordinate, piercing his defense was no harder than finding the eye of a needle. The guy adds that he only wanted to cheer him up a little, slightly showing what he's capable of. That way, he will understand for himself the scale of the danger he has touched, and the conversation will go much smoother. Jang Iso says that there is a long-standing score between them that needs to be settled. The head of the butchery is surprised. A score? Playing with a knife, the guy replies. Let him not pretend. He did receive a message from Horrendon, right? That for the sins against the seventh lord, they will have to ask for forgiveness publicly. Stretching out his hand forward and pointing the tip at the man standing opposite, Jang Iso says, the final ultimatum. Sadochol replies, yes, recently there have indeed been a couple of such messages from Horrendon, so the guy still remembers this. The head of the butchery adds, but here's the thing. Has the guy ever seen a butcher who would put down the knife because of the squealing of the livestock on the cutting table? A red aura flares around the man as he says that personally he has not seen it. Looking intently at Sadochol, Jang Iso says, is that so? Spreading into a smile, the guy says, too bad. If he had put the butchery on its knees in front of everyone, the Lord's position would have been noticeably strengthened. So that was his last favor. Jang Iso says, but if the head has decided so, then he will not impose any further. Then, with a cheerful sparkle in his eyes, he says, let the butcher die here so that no one finds out. Sadochol replies, every time the guy opens his mouth, he shortens his own life. The head of the butchery wonders, and yet, does he really believe he can handle him alone? Jang Iso replies, he doesn't even know. To be honest, it's not confidence. The opponents simultaneously burst from their places with such speed that it is simply impossible to keep track of them. Sadochol's fist is blocked by the smiling guy, who places the blade of the knife flat in front of himself. The smiling guy finishes the phrase, but conviction. Moonlight illuminates the clearing where the head of the butchery and the assistant of the seventh prince have met in a deadly duel. Sadochul looks gloomily at the knife against which his fist is pressed. The guy pushes away the opponent's hand clenched into a fist. The head of the butchery swings his hand, putting inner strength into the strike. A flash occurs, and streams of energy rush toward Jang Iso. At that moment, Sadochul attacks the guy in a jump, who meets him with a knife swing. The man, rushing toward the opponent who is forced to cover his face with a bent elbow, raises his fist to strike. Jang Iso barely manages to duck, and the fist flies over his head. The guy from the turn delivers a kick right to the opponent's face. Immediately, he swings the knives, trying to wound Sadochol. Jang Iso delivers slashing blows with both hands at incredible speed. Blows rain down on the head of the butchery one after another, enhanced by the guy's internal energy. Jang Iso does not stop for a moment, continuing to strike. The lips of the head of the butchery stretch into a smile. The guy says, just look, he's even amused. Jang Iso raises his leg to strike, but at that moment, a red, deadly aura literally explodes around Sadochol. The guy immediately closes up, crossing his arms in front of him, gripping the knives. A thought flashes through his mind. Such strong pressure, just from the release of internal power. Sadochol seems to grow to an incredibly gigantic size. Such is the impression made by the pressure of his power. Spreading his arms to the sides and smirking, he asks, does the guy like that he's playing along? The hands of the head of the butchery reach out to the frozen Jang Iso. The guy manages to crouch, and Sadochol's hands catch nothing but air. Jang Iso immediately rushes forward, strikes, and stops, falling to one knee behind the opponent. The guy glances over his shoulder to make sure he succeeded in his plan. Surprise flashes in his eyes as he looks at the muscular back of the man standing with his arms down, enveloped in a red aura, looking at his legs. Zhang Yisou thinks, in this exchange of blows, he barely moved even 3 steps. Looking at the tracks they left behind, the guy is amazed. And even allowing himself to be attacked almost one-sidedly, he got away with just scratches. At that moment, Sa Do-chol turns his head and with a smirk throws a glance at Zhang Yisou over his shoulder. The guy thinks, according to information, in strength and endurance, the head of the butchery does not yield even to the head of Horindon. He realizes the opponent will not be easy prey, Sa Do-chol says with a smile. Let him hit 100 times, 1,000 times. Let him hit as much as he wants. He doesn't care. In the blink of an eye, he bursts from his place and approaching the guy says, his single strike is worth more than his. A huge fist rushes straight at Zhang Yisou's head. The incoming fist is reflected in the guy's dilated pupils. An incredibly powerful explosion occurs in the clearing. A flash of flame soars high above the treetops. The huge fist, enveloped in a red aura, rises upward. Smirking, Sa Do-chol says, all right. That was a hit to the point. The head of the butchery says that while he was concentrating internal power in that fist, the guy took advantage of the weakened defense and stabbed the blade. Zhang Yisou indeed slipped under his raised hand and, ending up behind his back, stabbed a knife into his side. The guy spitting blood hears the opponent's voice. This time it even tickled a little. With a smile, the head of the butchery looks at the assistant of the 7th prince over his shoulder and says, Zhang Yisou. In the night silence, Sa Do-chol's voice is heard. As expected, the guy is clearly not someone to play with half measures. The head of the butchery says, so from this moment on, he will show him due respect as well. Zhang Yisou pulls the knife out of the wound he inflicted on the man, but he fails to pull the knife out. The guy's gaze is alert. He is ready to react to Sa Do-chol's actions at any moment. He thinks the knife won't even budge. The head of the butchery says that, like a butcher, he will pay the cattle the appropriate honors. An incredibly powerful flash of red aura occurs, through which crimson energy streams rush. Zhang Yisou thinks, here it is. This very technique made Sa Do-chol the most fearsome assassin of Cheonsan. The head of the butchery uses the annihilating power of Asura. Red-black energy emanates from his body. The guy leaves the knife in the opponent's body and jumps back to the side. At that moment, Sa Do-chol turns to him and raises his fist to strike. An incredibly powerful flash illuminates the night forest, and the flame almost reaches the sky, rising high above the treetops. Thrown backward by the energy flow, Zhang Yisou lands on one knee and supports himself with his hand on the ground to maintain balance. The guy thinks that the vibration of the internal power is completely different from a minute ago, as if a completely different person is in front of him now. Looking at the mighty figure of the opponent, shrouded in a red haze, he wonders, strange. Yes, Azura Melgon is definitely a technique that inflates destruction to the limit, but he has never heard of such bodily changes. Watching how easily Sa Do-chol pulls the knife out of the wound, Zhang Yisou wonders, what is this anyway? The head of the slaughterhouse immediately throws a knife at the guy. With the remaining knife, Zhang Yisou deflects the dagger flying at him. The guy's eyes widen in surprise. The head of the slaughterhouse simply infused internal power and threw it, and that was enough to break through his defense. In his head flashes, what the? But the thoughts of the 7th prince's assistant are interrupted by a huge fist rushing straight at his face, engulfed in a red aura. At the last moment, Zhang Yisou, showing miraculous flexibility, manages to lean back and the fist passes over him. The tree behind his back shatters into pieces. Sa Do-chol laughs. He hasn't felt this in a long time. That which can only be felt when hunting a truly strong beast. That tight, ringing tension. Raising his fist, the head of the slaughterhouse forcefully brings it down on the guy, shouting, more! 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 Let Zhang Yisou fight even more fiercely! His fist crashes onto the ground. The guy manages to jump back, the eyes of Sa Do-chol baring his teeth in a smirk, emit red streams of inner energy. Pushing off the ground with force, he rushes after the guy, stretching out his hand from which black streams of energy emanate. The guy mentally curses and insults the opponent. Trying to dodge the blow, he continues to retreat, but Sa-do-chol doesn't give him a moment's respite. Jang Iso thinks anxiously that the opponent is getting faster. He keeps retreating, and the head of the slaughterhouse keeps pressing. Jang Iso thinks that if this continues, soon even he will find it hard to dodge. Watching the huge fist, from which black streams of energy flow, rush toward him, the guy throws his hand forward, thinking, to start with, he rushes toward the opponent, deciding to break the flow first. A blue fire of inner energy flashes in his eyes. Jang Iso's hand is surrounded by a blue glow. A flicker of anxiety appears in the head of the slaughterhouse's eyes. The guy's hand rushes towards Sa-do-chol. He wants to let his chi into the opponent's body and then shake him from the inside. This is the Palmar Udana technique. The guy's hand approaches the head of the slaughterhouse. He uses soft palm taiji. His hand touches the man's chest, and a blue lightning seems to run along it, rushing into the body of Sa-do-chol. Chapter Boini looks stunned. A hoarse sound escapes from his lips. The young man's palm turns vertical, and his fingers barely touch the man's body around the solar plexus. Then, he uses a secret Shaolin technique, gathering power in one point and releasing it like lightning. Thunderstrike tosses the powerful body of his opponent into the air and throws it back. The guy freezes for a moment with his arms stretched forward, clenched into a fist. Then, surrounded by the dazzling glow of blue energy, Jang Iso rushes after the opponent. Like a whirlwind, he attacks Sa-do-chol, using the masterpiece of the Elder of the Wulin Union, the technique Seven-Sided Great Monk. Blow follows blow. He uses the technique strike surpassing 7 sides with one movement. In conclusion, Jang Iso kicks the head of the slaughterhouse in a jump, throwing his body far back. In the somersault, he follows the opponent with his gaze, thinking, he hit the target dead on. The guy decides that with such a blow, the concussion must be colossal. But a tenacious hand is already reaching for his leg, flashing in the air. Sa-do-chol firmly grabs Jang Iso by the ankle. The assistant of the 7th prince stares in amazement at the hand holding his leg. The head of the butchery says, "So this is the very technique that Idu-san suffered from?" The man says, "It seems that besides him, the guy also connects other completely different schools, like some kind of witchcraft. What a deep arsenal he has. No wonder their commanders fell by his hand." Grinning widely, baring his teeth, and flashing sinister sparks in his eyes, Sa-do-chol adds, "But he only reaches up to this level." The guy's body moves and he has to grit his teeth harder. The head of the butchery forcefully slams him to the ground. The guy's gaze momentarily becomes glassy and a stream of blood bursts from his mouth. But immediately his body lifts off the ground again, and the voice of the head of the butchery sounds. It's still too early. He raises the hand holding the guy's leg above his head. Black streams swirl around them. Sa-do-chol shouts, "He wants to have plenty of fun!" He exclaims, "Again!" and again forcefully slams the guy's body to the ground. The head of the butchery pulls Jang Iso again, shouting, "Again!" The guy's body flies up and again, obeying Sa-do-chol's hand, forcefully hits the ground. The man roars wildly. "Again!" Sa-do-chol exclaims. He said again. A flash of energy occurs so powerful that nothing is visible around. A hoarse moan is heard. Blood drips onto the ground. With a sadistic smile, the head of the slaughterhouse holds the limp, sagging boy by the leg, saying that now he at least looks a little bit dignified. He insults the boy, comparing him to an animal. Jang Iso's eyes are closed, and streams of blood run down the hair on his body. Continuing to hold Jang Iso by the leg in front of him, Sa-do-chol tells him, "What his eyes see now, let him remember it to the depths of his heart. This is the law of the slaughterhouse." Blood, flowing down the boy's body, drips onto the ground. The voice of the head of the slaughterhouse sounds. The only landscape allowed to cattle is the floor stained with their own blood. Shaking the boy, who nevertheless still has not released the knife from his hand, Chol adds, "And if you disobey this truth and dare to covet what is not your rank," the head of the slaughterhouse adds, "then you die like this." Continuing to squeeze Jang Iso's leg with his hand, he says, however, looking at him, it becomes clear that he no longer has the strength even to listen to his words. He says, "If that's the case," the man swings the hand with which he holds the boy. Sadochol tosses the limp body of the opponent, saying that there is no point in wasting effort on him. A wide, unfriendly smile lights up his face as he says, "Let Jang Iso just fall down and die peacefully, and he will personally strip his body to the bones." Watching the boy fall to the ground, the head of the slaughterhouse adds, "and scatter it as fertilizer in front of Chilsagun." He freezes, waiting for the guy to finally fall at his feet. The ribbon holding the guy's hair breaks, and he says, "It seems there is no choice left." His palm is surrounded by blue-black lightning, as he says that he is not yet able to control it, which is why he wanted to avoid it if possible. Clenching a knife in his hand, Jang Iso adds, "But now there is nowhere to run." He falls head first, but his body is no longer limp. The guy is composed and throws forward the hand holding the knife. A blue aura with black energy lightning surrounds his body. From Jang Iso's lips flies, a beast biting into a beast, another beast. He rushes towards Sadochol, stunned by the metamorphosis that happened to him. A drop of sweat treacherously runs down the cheek of the head of the butchery, and from his lips slips. "What the hell is this?" The assistant of the seventh prince flips in the air and rushes toward the confused Sadochol. His eyes are flooded with the blueness of internal energy. Like a comet, a clump of blue-black energy approaches the confused and frozen head of the butchery. At that time, Sadochol was 9 years old, and his younger brother Ho-jun was 7. The teenager with a stern expression stands, clenching his blood-stained hands into fists, while his brother, whose hands are also smeared with blood, smiles cheerfully. Then they killed a person for the first time in their lives. 2 teenagers stand, looking at the man lying on the ground, around whose head a pool of blood spreads. It was a guy their age from the same village. They offered to share a candy, a mere trifle. Now this bitten candy lies next to the guy's body. If he had done what he was told, instead of being greedy, they wouldn't have had to go this far. The brothers turn their heads and glare at the basket of fruits spilled on the ground. Greed is a luxury allowed only to the strong. He did not know his place and raised his head higher than allowed. A man, a woman, and a child, clinging to her, look at the brothers in horror. The basket with the spilled fruits lies at their feet. The pale people look at them in shock. The woman tries to hold back a scream bursting out, pressing her palms to her mouth. Ho-jun curses irritably. After all, they were just the brother, grabbing an apple with bloodied fingers, greedily bites into it with his teeth. The bodies of random witnesses took their place next to their first victim. They used their right as the stronger and merely exercised it. The boy's clothes, hands, and faces are splattered with blood. Ho-jun carelessly bites the apple, paying no attention to it. So, how can it not be considered unfair that they, having exercised their legal right, by the time the sun hid behind the mountains, ended up in a dungeon located under these rocks? They were thrown into a prison called Earthly Hell, the Doraok Dungeon. Sitting on the floor of the stone sack, the teenager thinks, worse is that it happened because of the denunciation of their miserable parents. Their father and mother, followers of the teaching, were considered by the brothers to be excessively soft. They couldn't even kill livestock. The teenager thinks of them as despicable cowards. But this feeling of injustice did not last long. Soon, all this became the reason for their rebirth. The sound of bare feet steps was heard. The teenager, struck by the spectacle before his eyes, drops his lower jaw. He did not immediately realize that the meeting with this giant, who had a luxurious mane of hair partially braided into plaits, appearing in their dungeon, turned out to be a huge opportunity. Unusually muscular, surrounded by the blaze of a red aura, the previous great demon killer, heavenly evil Asura Ungwan, appeared before them. He was just looking for an heir to inherit his path as a demon, and they caught his eye. Assessing them with a glance, Ungwan said, Rare physique, bones and muscles, and the fact that they have been sitting in this pitch darkness without light for several months, and yet there is neither a shadow of guilt nor regret in them. Sahojong, springing to his feet, clenches a stone in his hand, biting his lower lip. The older brother only leaned forward, towards this man, ready to pounce and bite him with his teeth, for lack of other weapons. Ungwan adds, only a murderous hunger in their eyes. The man, whose lips stretch into a wide smile pointing at them with his finger, says, "Born killers." He says he liked them. Ungwan declared to the subdued boys that from today, they are his students. Thus they bound themselves to the teacher with the bonds of mentor and student, and 10 years later, they and their brother, having served their term, became those who cannot be compared to their former selves. Through this hellish training and a series of battles, they finally understood something. They realized that they were destined to be butchers, capable of coveting any flesh. From then on, everything went in unison with this inevitability. Everything fell into place. They made the parents who dared to betray their own children pay for their rootless sin. They gathered all the more or less worthy fighters nearby and created a squad of killers whose name would go down in the history of the doctrine, the Slaughterhouse. Then the eldest son of the Ma clan, Ma Isin, assessing their value, allied himself with them, and they gained such protection that no one would dare oppose. All the people of Chonsan, whom they simply considered cattle, could not help but fear them, and they stopped fearing anything at all. And Sadochol never doubted for a moment that this was exactly how the world should be, brought into true order. And yet, in the air, scattering blood, a severed hand rises. Sadochol's left hand falls to the ground far behind his back. Nearby, a knife with a broken blade also falls. Sadochol freezes, not believing what is happening and wondering, what is this? He glances back. Looking at the blood flowing from the stump, he feels it beating out from the very depths of his heart, like a river breaking through a dam. Shouting loudly, the head of the slaughter falls to his knee and tries with his surviving hand to cover the horrifying wound. He raises his gaze to Jang Iso standing before him, who laments that he wanted to pierce the heart with one strike, but only tore off a hand. Looking at his wrist, around which blue and red bursts of energy flare, he adds, after all, this is his first time experiencing it in battle. It's not so easy to control. He regretfully says that at the same time he shattered his only weapon to pieces. Jang Iso says that since it turned out this way, there is no way out. Honestly, this is quite enough. Sadochol, biting his lower lip and sweating, thinks, could it really be? Meanwhile, clenching his hand into a fist, the young man says that a beast that has lost one paw. An anticipatory smile appears on Jang Iso's lips, and red sparks flash in his eyes as he says, he will finish it off with his bare hands. Glancing sideways at the 7th prince's assistant, the head of the slaughter thinks, could this be fear? Sadochol, accustomed to treating people like cattle, showed no respect for their bodies. He cut off their heads and was proud that he was a butcher. He felt like a victor in a bloody survival slaughter at the top of the world, where the weak are torn to pieces. Everyone before him was just dead cattle, and he was the butcher who stripped meat and bones from them. Standing on a mountain of dead bodies, he always thought that this was his innate karma. He was sure that his place would remain unchanged forever. Now, kneeling and clutching the wound with his hand, he asks himself, and is he supposed to be afraid? Looking at the guy standing in front of him, surrounded by a blue aura, Sadochol thinks, some pathetic 7th-level devil, a 1.5 assistant like he was recently. Looking at the smiling guy stained with blood, the head of the slaughterhouse mentally asks, does he think he should be afraid of him? For a few moments, silence reigns in the clearing. Sadochol, whose eyes are flooded with the light of inner energy, shouts loudly, let him not make him laugh. Red energy flares around him as he yells that he is a butcher. His power rushes toward the guy who looks at him with a slight smirk. The head of the slaughterhouse shouts at him that he is a bastard. He shouts that Jang Iso is the one who should tremble with fear. Then, pushing off the ground with such force that it bent and cracked beneath him. He lunges at the guy. He raises a fist surrounded by a red aura, intending to deal with the opponent in one blow. A powerful explosion shakes the clearing. The guy, hiding his hands behind his back, jumps back, shielding himself with a blue aura from Sado Chol, who runs as if hitting a glass wall. The head of the slaughterhouse swings his fist, but Jang Iso easily dodges. Sado Chol's fist, radiating streams of red-black energy, passes by the guy's chin, who managed to tilt his head back. Gnashing his teeth angrily, the head of the slaughterhouse tries to land another blow. Gathering all his strength, he brings his fist down on the 7th prince's assistant, but the latter jumps back, and the blow lands where he just stood. Performing an incredible somersault, the guy jumps onto a branch. An angry voice of Sado Chol reaches him. How dare he! Rushing towards Jang Iso, surrounded by a bloody red aura, the head of the slaughterhouse shouts, "How dare he look down on someone!" He directs streams of energy along with a handful of stones at the guy. Jang Iso dodges, and the blow hits the tree trunk. The guy says reproachfully, to what depths he has sunk, now throwing stones. A dazzling explosion shakes the tree, mercilessly shredding it to pieces. Jumping down from the branch, Jang Iso says with a smirk, diligent, no doubt about it. The guy slips under the black-red streams of energy, destroying the tree. Sado Chol laughs, saying, "Look at him running away. Quite a sight." Sweating profusely, the head of the slaughterhouse says with satisfaction, "Yes, that's it. That's exactly how cattle should look." Continuing the attack with streams of energy, he shouts that this is how it should be. Jang Iso's eyes flood with the radiance of inner energy. While the opponent shouts that this is the true order, the guy lands on the branch again. A mist of blue energy bursts from his eye. Pushing off the branch, he makes a jump. Jang Iso lands behind the surprised Sado Chol. The head of the slaughterhouse immediately looks back. He hears the voice of a guy. Well, yes, it suits him. Jang Iso uses Dark Thunder, then strikes surpassing 7 sides with one move. The guy delivers kicks, not giving the opponent a chance to recover. Jang Iso says, "They say dogs bark the loudest." Blood spurts from the mouth of the head of the slaughterhouse. With a sinister smile, the guy whose face is smeared with blood and whose eyes blaze with red sparks adds, "When they are more afraid." A strong blow knocks the air out of Sado Chol's lungs and throws his body far back. Striving after him, Jang Iso thinks, dangerous. Once demonic power mixed with his inner strength, its power doubled, but the energy consumption also sharply increased. Stopping, he decides that instead of rushing forward headlong, it is wiser to stop the thunder equipment and keep a distance, waiting for the tired opponent to open a breach. This way is much more advantageous. He lowers the hand from which a faint mist of red aura emanates, thinking, undoubtedly, this is the right decision. But his lips stretch into a smile. The guy mentally curses. What a problem! It seems the demonic power has already reached the brain. He understands that he is no longer able to suppress her. A mad smile appears on his face, and his tongue slides over his upper lip. The red sparks blaze more intensely in his eyes. He is seized by a thirst for murder. Surrounded by blue energy with black and red streams, Jang Iso rushes towards Sado Chol. Looking at him, the head of the slaughterhouse steps back. Seeing fear on the man's face, the guy thinks, if it goes on like this, if it continues, then he reaches out to Sado Chol, whom he feels like a tiny bug compared to the power bursting inside him. Jang Iso realizes that he is now at the peak of Asura Melgon. Rage distorts the face of the head of the slaughterhouse, and delivering a counterattack, he shouts, "Die!" With a smile, the guy unleashes all his power on him. In the center of the dazzling flash from the clash of two forces, 2 dark silhouettes are visible. They fall to the ground, which cracks beneath them, and Sado Chol ends up on top. His hand grips the guy's throat. A chuckle escapes from the mouth of the head of the slaughterhouse. He says he feels sees. Damn assistant. Rejoicing, the man raises his head and says, "He!" Clutching the guy's throat, Sado Chol shouts, He won! Leaning over Jang Iso and looking at him with mad eyes, the head of the slaughterhouse shouts, "Now he understands!" Squeezing his hand tighter, he shouts, "Who among them is the butcher, and who is the piece of meat?" Opening his eyes, the guy says, "Yes." By drawing out his inner strength almost to the bottom in this last exchange of blows, he just cleared his head. Raising his trembling hand, he adds, "Now he clearly." Spreading his fingers, Jang Iso says, "Sees." A flash of blue energy emanates from his palm, aimed at the opponent. A powerful stream of blue energy strikes the chest of the head of the butchery. It pierces through the body of the man looming over the guy and shoots into the sky. It becomes visible that the man's body was pierced by the dagger White Lightning, secured on a fishing line in the guy's sleeve. With a smile, Jang Iso says, "The very gap where you need to strike." Streams of blood flow from the eyes of the head of the butchery, and a hoarse sound bursts from his throat. Jang Iso's hand pushes him, and Sado Chol falls to his side. The guy, standing up and straightening his clothes, says the ending is, of course, such that there are simply no words. The head of the slaughter lies on the ground behind him, unable to move. From his lips slips, "Ah, if only he had known it would turn out this way." The guy really went all the way to the end. He curses and insults Jang Iso. Standing half-turned to the man, the assistant of the seventh prince replies, "He said it was not about confidence, but about the confidence confirmation that no one can bring you down." Jang Iso adds with a smile, "Then he would have apologized properly, huh?" He looks at the man lying in a pool of blood and adds, "Although back then there would have been no such spectacle." Sado Chol's crooked smile serves as his answer. The head of the slaughterhouse says, "Ha! Just went mad, and this is what his march has turned into." He asks, "The guy really thinks that this is the end. The march is over." Jang Iso smiles. "Definitely not like that. Their master still has a whole mountain of lumps in his chest that need to be untied." The smile disappears from his face when he says that the apologies the seventh gentleman did not receive from him, he will receive twice as much from another. Jang Iso, around whom a red aura flares, speaks, from that very Ma Isin and from the entire Ma clan as a whole. The head of the slaughterhouse says abruptly, "Stubborn, crazy, scoundrel. All right, in the dungeons." The man's eyes close. When his eyelids were almost completely closed, he adds, "They will see each other." Jang Iso turns away from him and lifts her blood-stained face to the sky. Looking at the thin crescent shining in the sky, he says, "The moon has come out from behind the clouds." Continuing to look at the sky, he adds, "Beautiful moonlight." He wonders, is everything all right with everyone? Imagining Chu Honggran in her true form, he thinks that everything should be fine there. The guy recalls the young gentlemen, Mao and Meng Hui, and their usual manner of behavior. The sixth gentleman tries to avoid the hot embrace of the seventh. He thinks, unlikely. A smile slides across Jang Iso's lips as he remembers them. Mao's assistant says thoughtfully, "What's with him? Could something have happened?" His attention is drawn to a movement behind him. A man in a bird mask, standing on a tree branch, says, "Well, they made quite a noise here." He jumps down to the ground, and the guy asks, "What took so long? Did you sort out the affairs of the White Horses sect?" The man in the mask answers, "It's about 350 steps south from the place he mentioned." He adds, "The maidens of the White Horse should erase the previously scattered scent-absorbing powder and tidy up the altar, which is about 200 steps from here." He says, "And the wind could have changed the original pattern of trees and weeds around Silo-chan." The guy throws him a coin. The interlocutor catches the flat round piece with a hole in the middle on the fly. He closely examines it like a monocle. Hiding the coin in a secret pocket on his chest, the man in the mask says, "Tomorrow, everyone will find out what happened here." Jang Iso thinks that in the end, everything, as always, comes down to money. Staring intently at him, the guy says, "What if no one finds out, even if the master himself comes? He won't find out either." For a few moments, the interlocutor thoughtfully looks at him through the round openings in the mask. He says, "People may not see human affairs, but you can't deceive the eye of God." Behind the guy appears a huge, ghostly, demonic face with burning red eyes and a wide-open fanged mouth that seems about to devour him. Jang Iso thinks, God, so the interlocutor says, if it interferes, then there is no one left to protect. The man in the mask crouches next to the body of the head of the slaughterhouse. The guy, slightly leaning and peering at the body lying in a pool of blood, asks, does he conduct identity verification? The interlocutor asks, what is he implying? Jang Iso says, there is one point that bothers him a little. Recalling Sadochol's attacks, the guy notes that he uses a demonic technique with explosive power, but at the same time skillfully masters subtle, opposite in nature, methods. He thinks that in such cases, it all comes down to one of two things. Either he is a genius with extreme talent, like the Hierarch, or besides Asura Megon, he has mastered something else. Jang Iso says, he would like to know exactly which techniques he learned. The man in the mask, showing 3 fingers, says, 3 liang. The guy looks extremely upset. The interlocutor asks, hey, what's with the face? Jang Iso answers, all right, he's gone. The reply is, bless you. The guy walks along the road thinking that the pre-dawn silence covers the whole body. His inner strength is at 0. The consequences of the fight hit with a delay. Such is the life of a spy from the start, the one who, at night, wearing a black mask, plans and acts so that no one knows who he is. Therefore, no glory, no pats on the shoulder. Holding onto the bridge railing with his hand, Jang Iso thinks that to come like the wind and disappear like the wind, that is the fate of a spy. This time, everything was supposed to be the same. Looking at the rising sun, the guy wonders, but why each time they look more like people than a mission object? He does not understand. The guy hears his name being called. Mao rushes at Jang Iso, causing the guy to turn pale and spit a stream of blood from his mouth. The 7th prince shouts joyfully, why so late? He already thought he was dead! Jang Iso is surrounded by Meng Hui and Sam with their guys, who shout joyfully, he has come! Hooray! Mao asks, did the assistant see how he fought today? The 6th lord exclaims, don't make me laugh! He tells Jang Iso that he did nothing at all. He pulled everything himself. People from the Black Dragon faction shout, isn't it they who brought the matter to the Lord's end? Jokingly bickering, they crowd around Jang Iso. Someone exclaims that he's all scratched up. Smiling, the guy thinks, what kind of feeling is this, I wonder? He says that the slaughterhouse will not return here anymore, and thanks everyone for their efforts. The people around him rejoice. Jang Iso thinks, all this is too far from the essence of who a spy should be. Leaning to his ear, Sam whispers that their head sent a message. He reported that in Sewarnu he found this. Smiling, Jang Iso says, excellent. He thinks, whatever it is, only one thing remains. The guy understands that the true culprit of this whole story is the legitimate heir of the Ma clan. His name is Mu Helgon Ma Isen, and he is the only one left, the Gorge of Mountain Rain. Among the rocks behind a high fence stands a multi-tiered building. A voice sounds in the hall. The butchery is defeated and now on the run, pressed by Horrendon. A second voice says, Jingu! The young man, clearly uncomfortable, says, yes, brother. Ma Isen, sitting on the elevation to whom 2 girls cling, says, Jang Iso, right? The one who threw him from the 5th floor. Ma Jingu, a distant relative of the Ma family, tries to smile ingratiatingly, replying, yes, exactly. He adds that he found out. He has no roots, a rare scum. He comes from the outskirts, no family, no connections, no backing. Just riffraff. Icy sparks flare in Ma Isen's eyes. He says, but since this rootless upstart appeared, Jingu got beaten by him, and the butchery was exterminated by his hands. Right? Ma Jingu turns pale to the point of blueness. Drops of sweat stream down his face. Stammering, he admits, well, if you put it that way, yes. But Ma Isen reaches out for the smoking pipe, which the concubine hands to him with trembling hands. He says, that dog. The heir of the Ma clan asks, how soon can Jingu drag him under his arm? Ma Jingu is frightened. What? Does he really want to take him under his wing? Ma Isin replies, he himself said that the guys from the butchery fell to him. Once the old blade broke, it's time to buy a new one. The heir of the Ma clan says that this blade will be that very assistant. Ma Jingu, shocked by his words, says, what? Really? He wants to take him under his wing? Ma Yixin replies, after all, he took down the guys from the boil, so to occupy the freed spot, he's quite suitable. Jingu says excitedly, what is he? Using someone like a blade? He even feels offended. That scoundrel threw him from the 5th floor. Because of that, his hand is… Ma Yixin says coldly, in that case, he will break both his legs. Jingu is amazed. What? The heir of the Ma clan says, he himself said that he feels offended. Then what Zhang Yisou did will stop looking special, and he will also be able to understand it, right? Jingu, stammering, begs, wait. Ma Yixin says, Nogun. And behind the frightened young man appears a grim man with eyes burning with cold light. Jingu feels his presence without even looking back. His aura is that strong. A huge hand descends on the head of the frightened Jingu. Nogun strikes the young man's legs with his foot, whose face has turned pale from fear and pain. The young man's plea to wait turns into a loud scream filled with pain. The man's finger presses a point on the back of Jingu's head. The young man immediately falls backward into the carefully offered arms of Nogun. Ma Isin orders to take him away, and Nogun, throwing the young man's body over his shoulder, heads to the exit. The quiet concubine sitting next to the heir lowers her head in fear and trembles all over. The man presses the frightened girl to himself. A loud scream sounds, Ma Isin! And Nogun freezes, not stepping over the threshold. Before them stands a man in blood-stained clothes. Blood drips onto the floor with every step he takes. Adjusting his kaftan, Ma Isin tells Nogun to call him here. In the doorway, beyond which a corridor sinking into twilight is visible, stands a human figure with 2 glowing dots where the eyes should be. A man in blood-stained clothing enters the room saying, Elder Brother. Behind him are the bodies of warriors lying in pools of their own blood. Deputy head of the slaughterhouse Sahojan says, he heard that he has been declared wanted. He asks, did that one hear about this? Smiling, Ma Yichin looks away. A few hours ago, guest yard. The inn in a neighboring village on the border between the demonic cult and the outside world, where all sorts of dangerous and forbidden deals are conducted. The book lying on the table among bloodstains is pinned to the tabletop with a bloodied knife. The master of the yard, So-O, exclaims, what is this? A slaughter? He is sending the visitor away, saying that they will talk later, and he invites, come in already. A hand forcefully slams down on the table and So-O flinches in fear. Sahojan asks, what about Boinya? The innkeeper raises his hand in a conciliatory gesture and tries to smile. He exclaims, hey! An axe forcefully slams down on the table in front of him. The man curses and drops the axe from his hands. It falls to the floor. Sahojan, surrounded by a glowing red aura, demands, let him answer already. What about Boinya? A drop of sweat runs down So-O's cheek as he looks through his glasses at the formidable visitor. The unwritten law of the guest house. No questions. Do not meddle in others' affairs. Looking at the patrons sitting at the tables, paying no attention to what is happening, the owner says, heartless people. He decides to double the room rate starting tomorrow. Sahojan threateningly says for So-O not to make him ask the same question 3 times. Unwilling to deliver bad news, the innkeeper says, the thing is, closing his eyes, Sahojan says, scoundrel. His hand slides into a hidden breast pocket, forcefully placing a coin on the table and sliding it towards So-O. The man asks, is this enough? The innkeeper takes a coin and studies it under a magnifying glass. He says, silver with the image of Buddha, Western minting. Sahojan, looking at him, says, well, what a thing. What won't people do? A red aura flares around the man as he demands that So-O speak. He adds, If that one spends even one more second of his time, he will crack his skull open. So-Oh casts a careful glance at Saho-John standing before him. He notes the dark streams of energy swirling around the man, thinking, this handwriting. A smile slides across the innkeeper's lips. That night, Zhang Yisou told the masked man that he wanted to know which techniques he had mastered. The man raises his hand in response, showing 3 fingers and says, 3 lion. Looking at the guy's drawn-out face, he asks, why the long face? That was their parting. Smiling, So-Oh mentally addresses Zhang Yisou, saying that he did not know which technique Sado Chol had learned. Then, he just had to pay those 3 lion. So-Oh, the petty owner of Bivomen, who that night hid his face under a bird mask, thinks with a smile that now that information won't be bought even for 300. So-Oh leans his hands on the table and leans forward. He says, I heard that in Volkaken they wiped them all out clean. Saho-John is stunned. The words slip from his lips. What? He says, a squad of elite fighters of the slaughterhouse, personally commanded by his brother, one of the 100 demonic stars. And they were wiped out to the last? Saho-John insults the 7th Lord and his assistant Zhang Yisou. Cholsugun. Sun rays generously illuminate the mansion. Sitting at the table, the head of Horandan of the Heavenly Demonic Doctrine, Ji Daeho, sternly asks, does Assistant Zhang even understand what he has done? The guy sitting opposite, scratching behind his ear with a finger, listens with a bored look as Ji Daeho says, this is a case where one person wiped out 100 of their people. For their doctrine, this is rare. The man continues speaking. 35 of them fell to a short spear. He asks, when did they manage to even involve the 6th prince? Zhang Yisou replies that they themselves went to kill them. What variable is there? They just responded once, involving the people of the doctrine. Ji Daeho says that when they are so modest, it is pure deception. If they could be beaten by a crowd, they wouldn't have survived until now. The guy replies, all right, let him think they were just hooked on a potion. He adds, that's why they didn't die. Ji Daeho sighs and says, the others are fine, but Sado Chol is a completely different matter. He says that, no matter how you look at it, he is one of the 100 demonic stars, masters appointed by the teacher. Ji Daeho adds, whether he died or disappeared, in any case, this is what the teacher needs to report on. The head of Horandan says, Sado Chol disappeared. This guy killed him, right? Zhang Yisou smiles in response. The guy says that Ji Daeho knows perfectly well what heavenly punishment he was born with. After that, saying that he killed Sado Cheol, that's just far-fetched. The man, recalling the chapter of the slaughterhouse, thinks, true. He understands with his head that it is impossible. Sado Chol is one of the 100 masters officially recognized by the teaching. He is pondering. How could such a person, an assistant not yet fully grown into a mentor, and with a broken dantian be able to kill? Incredible. But his intuition, like the heads of Corendon, points to him again and again. Zhang Yisou says he does not know where Sado Chol disappeared to, but he knows how to pin the debt on the slaughterhouse. Ji Daeho asks, what does he mean? The guy slides a small package tied with twine towards him. Chapter Corendon looks at the package in shock. Mikansan. Mikansan is the most potent hallucinogen with monstrous addiction. It is strictly prohibited both in the doctrine and throughout Zhongyuan. Within the cult, only those in the hall of the Poisonous Mountain under the command of the Poisonous Mountain demon Okenro have the right to work with it. Zhang Yisou says, there was a reserve not for a couple of people. It would have been enough for thousands. Such a quantity their teacher brothers themselves could not have created. He adds, it seems this came from outside, not from the teaching. Taking the packet in his hands and not breaking his shocked gaze from it, the head of Horandan says, let him tell more. The guy replies that he does not know the details, but the second brother, Saho-John, should know. A detachment of guards approaches Saho-John and his 4 warriors. The commander unrolls the scroll and examines the portrait of Saho-John. He says, the second of the Sei brothers. Rolling up the scroll, the man says that the doctrine has declared him wanted. so he should not be foolish and should follow them willingly. With a martyr-like expression, Seo-John says, "And everything was already crap. It got even worse, right?" The head of Horrendon, burning with anger, asks the man standing before him, whose body is trembling, "Is it true?" He demands that he repeat it once more. The man says, "During the pursuit of Seo-John," he adds that 5 of their men fell for the doctrine at the hands of Sa's second brother. Ji-Daeho's fist slams down on the table with force. His shout is heard, "How dare they!" Above his head, a tiger woven from fiery energy flares up, baring its teeth menacingly. The head shouts, "Some pathetic thug dared to touch Horrendon." Leaning forward, Ji-Daeho asks, "Where did this happen?" Fearing to raise his eyes to him, the man answers, "In a small inn in the village of Hepnan, north of Sunsan." The head of Horrendon says, "Let them block all approaches so that this scoundrel cannot leave the doctrine's territory." The man bows, saying, "I obey." Ji-Daeho continues to silently look at the place where the man recently stood. There, where a huge tiger skin is half spread out. Exhaling angrily, he rises from the table and crosses the room. Bowing respectfully, the head of Corendon asks for their forgiveness. It seems they still missed him. The man whose hands rest on the top of the staff, shaped like a snake, replies, "Does he think that because he is old, he can be underestimated?" Both he and the staff are enveloped in a poisonous green energy. The 6th elder of the heavenly demonic doctrine, a second-rank spirit, the poisonous devil healer Samagyun adds, "His ears are still intact." Ji-Daeho asks him to wait a little longer. As soon as they find him, they will report to Lord Samagyun first thing. The elder asks, "Who is there? Did he say that the one who dragged that Mihonsen?" The head of Corendon answers, "A certain Jang Iso, currently serving as an assistant to the 7th Lord." The old man thoughtfully strokes his beard. Ji-Daeho asks in surprise, "Where's he going?" Striking the staff on the floor, Samagyun replies that in old age, every minute is precious. Heading towards the exit, the elder says that he must meet this guy personally. A sharp movement of the hand, and drops of blood fly off the blade of the axe. Seo-John stands before the elevation where the heir of the Ma clan is with his concubines. The second of the Sa brothers tells Ma Isinu, calling him elder brother, that rumors have reached him about a warrant issued for him. He asks, "Did he know?" The heir of the Ma clan answers, "Yes, he has heard about it." Seo-John immediately swings and forcefully throws an axe towards Ma Isin. The axe approaches the heir of the Ma clan, whose face remains impassive. A strong hand catches the axe in midair. Nogan, holding the unconscious body of the young man with one hand, catches the axe with the other, right in front of Ma Isin's face. Seo-John curses angrily, then says, "If he had arranged this, they wouldn't have gotten off so easily here." Ma Isin replies that the order came down from Horrendon. No one asked him anything, and that means... Seo-John wearily sits down right on the floor. The heir of the Ma clan continues that they intend to collect the debt from those who lost the fight. Seo-John says, "Oh, how the elder brother knows how to stage things. Why all of a sudden did they lose? It was Ma Isin who lost." He adds that he himself used them as a blade to crush the annoying lion cub. "The blade broke," replies the one who wielded it. Ma Isin, to whom frightened girls cling, says with a smile, "No matter how you twist it, it's a difference in breed. If the rooster lost in the ring, they won't take the owner's life." Seo-John spits right on the floor. "Damn you! Everyone who has power is exactly the same." He swears foully. The heir of the Ma clan laughs and then asks, "So what is he planning now?" Seo-John asks, "What else can he do? He knows that he won't just swallow it like that. So let him clear the way for him," he adds, to Volkaken. Ma Isin looks at him appraisingly, then asks, "How exactly?" Seo-John answers, "Nothing tricky. Let him just prepare one cart." He says that if Ma Isin sits inside, no one will lay a hand. The heir of the Ma clan is interested, and what will he do when he gets to Volkaken? With a sinister smile, Seo-John says, "There, the 7th assistant and everyone else. He will cut them all down first, and then think." He adds, "It will be fun for him too." Isn't that what he wanted? Saho-John says, and Ma Isin will just be a hostage. Yes, exactly. That's what they will say. The Ma heir smiles cheerfully. He says, it will be funny, of course. Nothing to say. Raising his index finger admonishingly, Saho-John exclaims, that's how you deal with him. That's how an older brother should speak. Cool. Jumping to his feet, he suggests going with him to Volkaken. Ma Isin agrees. All right, let it be so. Saho-John says, excellent. Then to start with, he calls out to Nogan, telling him to bring him clothes. Closing his eyes, the heir of the Ma clan says, no need to rush like that. Opening his eyes, he says that he hasn't seen Mao's face for a long time. The setting sun illuminates the multi-tiered building. A loud laugh is heard. Some, placing his foot on the table where the snacks are and clutching a bottle in his hand, says, then the seventh suddenly showed up and he barely dropped his sword from surprise. The man sitting at the table exclaims, exactly! He loved to boss around like that. Remember, this is the distance they must keep between themselves and him. Some laughs, then says, too bad there wasn't someone nearby to wash the blood off his sword. Mao, sitting a little away, looking over his shoulder, shouts, enough chatter. Meng Hui, sitting opposite him, asks, did he seriously say that? Has he completely lost it? Mao angrily shouts for both of them to shut up. Can't they behave more quietly? Zhang Yiso, standing on the second floor platform and leaning his hands on the railing, watches what is happening in the hall. The guy smiles happily. Chu Hanran, approaching him, says, looks like he's in a good mood today. Zhang Yiso says, how can he not be happy? If these brats keep growing like this, living here will become less miserable. The girl says with a smile, he values them a lot. Looking at the people having fun below, the guy replies, values them, she says. It's just nice to see how delinquents are brought to light. Watching the princes pushing each other for the amusement of those present, he says, they may not become heroes of the light, but they don't have to turn into bloody monsters either. The girl looks confusedly at Zhang Yiso. She asks, so he still hasn't found an answer for himself? Closing his eyes, the guy replies, it's not easy. A red aura surrounds him as he thinks that the more Meng Hui and Mao learn, the faster they grow. Literally, day by day, and he himself keeps stagnating, sinking deeper into demonic energy. Looking at his hand surrounded by red glow, Zhang Yiso says, a little more than 10 days left. He thinks that when these 10 days pass, magic will consume him completely, and his mind will turn completely black. Hearing the sound of footsteps and staff tapping, the guy turns around in surprise at the sound. The sixth elder of the heavenly demonic doctrine, a second-rank spirit, the poisonous devil Dr. Sama-gyun, asks him, is he the very Zhang Yiso? Looking puzzled at the old man, the guy says, and he? Zhang Yiso asks, poisonous devil doctor? Sama-gyun, stroking his beard, says, they say he came from the very bottom. But look, he still has eyes, since he recognizes him. The sixth elder of the heavenly demonic doctrine, a second-rank spirit, the poisonous devil Dr. Sama-gyun, became famous in the doctrine for his medical skills and earned the nickname Doctor. He was known for the fact that if he didn't like a patient, he would poison him to death without hesitation. If he found something appealing in the patient, he would pull him out, even if he had already been sentenced. A drop of sweat runs down Zhang Yiso's face, who thinks, the problem is that understanding his criteria is absolutely impossible. Sama-gyun herself says, it is clear that he knows how to examine colors, but he has zero guesses. The elder adds, since he recognized who is standing before him, he should have immediately offered him a seat. How long does he intend to keep the old man standing? He says to the confused guy, at his age, does he know? Zhang Yiso thinks, well, as they said, a completely unpredictable person. Sitting at the table opposite Sama-gyun, the guy reaches for his cup to pour a drink. Placing the bottle beside him, Zhang Yiso asks, could it be that the elder came looking for him specifically? Raising the cup to his lips, the old man replies, why would he? Who is he anyway? Squinting his eye, Zhang Yiso looks at the guest while filling his own cup. He thinks, since he came to him personally, Mao and Meng Hui do not interest him now. He asks, Then what matter was he searching for him? The elder, placing the cup on the table, answers that he came for Mihonsen, whom the guy took from Boini, precisely for this cute little child. Raising the cup to his lips, Jang Iso replies, "If it's for that, then he's late. Everything has already been handed over to the head of Horendan, so let him go to him." Sama-gyun says that he is just from him. The guy replies, "Then all the more he has no business being here." The old man asks, "Does he even understand what kind of Mihon-san ended up in his hands?" The guy answers, "Isn't it a hallucinogen? A poison with strong addiction from which people hallucinate all sorts of things." He adds, "Everything he knows about it ends there." The old man snorts, thoughtfully tapping his index fingernail on the bowl in front of him. The guy pours more drink into his bowl again and asks, "Was he wrong?" The reply is, "No, he hit the mark." Gyun herself says that Mihonsen is a hallucinogen, as its name suggests. But depending on who brews it, both the recipe and the effect change. So in fact, there are over 100 different poisons under one name, the old man adds. And the one the guy got is especially notable for its creator. Jang Iso listens to the interlocutor with full attention. The guy asks, "And who created it?" The old man does not hurry to answer. Stroking his beard, he says, He tells the stunned Jang Iso that he is almost rotten already. He will last at most 10 days. Looking closely at the guy, the old man adds that he hasn't seen such pure, precise blackness in a long time. He asks, "Has Jang Iso met the teacher?" The guy asks, "How did the elder understand that?" Gyun herself answers that the teacher sometimes shares the sacred inner chi of the heavenly demon with those who especially please him. The guy recalls his meeting with the cult Archiraeus. With a smile, he asks, "Please," the elder says. Somehow he doesn't feel that way about himself. Raising his index finger, the old man says, "When would someone like him ever have a chance for such a lofty story?" Looking at his hand, on which the spreading blackness along the veins is clearly visible, the young man asks, "And those who, besides him, received this magic, where are they now?" In response comes an indifferent, "Dead, most likely." The old man adds, "Without the then Mashingon, how, in his opinion, should the body endure such a thing?" His words make an impression on Jang Iso. The young man reminds, "But he himself said they were favorites." Taking a piece from the plate with chopsticks, the elder replies, "Exactly. The favorites are awarded a chance. Couldn't grab it, died." Gun herself adds, "Here you have to blame your own worthlessness. What's the problem?" Jang Iso's trembling hand lying on the table clenches into a fist. He says that in their lands this is called manslaughter. The old man's hand forcefully slams the chopsticks onto the tabletop. From the elder's lips flies, he... The old man asks, "Does he mean that the teacher deliberately eliminated the best geniuses of the teaching?" Gun herself, jumping to her feet, shouts angrily, "And he dared to say that to the elder's face?" Looking at the enraged old man, frightened Jang Iso mentally curses, "Said too much." The elder is both judge and law of the teaching. Respectfully bowing his head, the young man asks for forgiveness. He just got carried away. The response is, "Well said." Stunned, Jang Iso raises his head, thinking he misheard, and asks, "What?" The old man replies, "The teacher said he acted completely correctly." Gun says, "Those whose talent overflows the measure only sow discord and shake dogmas in the end. The teacher understands this and personally puts such cases in order." Waving the wrist from which blackness is spreading, the guy thinks, "What a senile old man." He says, "Understood. So, he knows nothing about Mihonsen. So let the elder look for information elsewhere." Sama-gyun's hand firmly grips Jang Iso's wrist. The guy looks at him with angry bewilderment. The elder says, "That won't do." Looking closely at the guy, he adds, "And yet, what kind of creature is he, if the teacher is so attached to him?" Jang Iso demands that the old man let him go, but Sama-gyun, ignoring him, examines his palm, muttering, "He doesn't even look to the side if the bones and muscles are so-so." Surprise flashes in the old man's eyes, and from his lips escapes, "Oh," Jang Iso thinks, "an old dried-up fist but holds like a vice." Meanwhile, the elder says, Gugyu Jiche, so he didn't think he would see such a cute creature in his lifetime. Pulling his hand away, Jang Iso says, "Cute? What is he talking about now?" The old man asks. "And what does he even know about a body with 9 holes?" Rubbing his wrist, Jang Iso answers, "A little. Only that there are 9 holes in the dantian, and therefore the internal force drains to 0. Samagyun, pulling a chair closer, says, "But in return, intuition and perception reach their limit, so you can instantly see the essence of any technique." Jang Iso says, "If the force doesn't match, often it ends with the person vomiting blood and fainting." Sitting down and stroking his beard, the old man says, "The teacher definitely knows about this. Then why did he pour the heavenly demon's internal force into the guy?" Jang Iso asks. "So what else does the elder know about such a body?" The old man, baring his teeth, says, "So, interesting?" The guy, not finding it necessary to equivocate, answers directly, "Yes." Pointing at him with a finger, the old man says, "No evasions. He likes him. All right. If the guy fulfills one of his requests, he will tell him everything he knows." Jang Iso says, "Let him say what is needed." Sama Gyun is pleased. After all, one can have a conversation with him. The old man's hand lowers onto a staff topped with a massive snake head. He asks, "Does the guy know that the cleaner and more perfect the inner strength, the more intelligent it is?" Jang Iso looks puzzled at his interlocutor, thinking, "Intelligent?" He says this is the first time he has heard of it. The old man explains that he means it literally. "Even a pigeon, if trained, will remember the way home," he adds. "And if you gather only the purest, most exalted spiritual energy of the world into chi." Raising his index finger, Sama Gyun asks, "Isn't that a living spirit?" The guy's face shows that he is impressed by his words. Jang Iso thinks that such a thing had never even occurred to him. Imagining a glowing sphere in the solar plexus area, the guy thinks for the first time in his life about inner strength as a living, breathing being. Demonstrating a wooden stick on his palm, the old man says, "Then he will give an example." Extending the stick to the guy, Sama Gyun says for him to take it and poke him with it. Taking the stick, Jang Iso asks, "Anywhere?" The elder answers, "Yes, wherever he wants. He will not defend himself." Blue inner energy flares in the boy's eyes, and he raises the hand holding the stick to strike. The stick rushes toward the hand lying on the table. Jang Iso drives it into the elder's hand with all his might. He is shocked. Green-black energy surrounds the elder's completely unharmed wrist, and only a part of the stick remains in the boy's hand. The boy put all his strength into the strike, expecting the stick to pin the elder's hand to the table. Looking at the broken stick, Jang Iso says, "Poison. Technique?" The elder asks. "How did it seem to him?" Raising his index finger, Sama Gyun asks, "Was it his will that caused the poisonous chi to manifest, or did the will of the poisonous chi itself manifest in him?" The boy even opens his mouth, but immediately he presses his lips together, thinking, "Here it is!" Looking at Jang Iso, the elder understands. He figured it out. He thinks, while the tiger cub was talking to him, he only believed half of it. Sama Gyun recalls the words addressed to him. On the way, let him stop by and examine the body. The elder asks, "To whom?" Jideho explains, "To Jang Iso, assistant to the 7th master." The old man is surprised. Something new. The squad leader cares about the assistant. Gun herself asks, "Did he really decide to support Mao?" Embarrassed Jideho answers, "No, not that. It's just that he is personally curious about him." Opening the door, the elder looks back at the man saying, he's an empty person, and adds that they will see each other later. A wide smile appears on the elder's face as he thinks. But his eye is sharp, that's for sure. Struck, Jang Iso sinks into thought, covering his mouth with his palm as if afraid to make a sound or lose his train of thought. Watching him, Sama Gyun thinks he looks as if he was shown one thing, but understood a dozen at once. The guy is thinking, if you think about it, he is, like that one, in a similar situation. He represents the 7th Lord Mao. Jang Iso thinks. His inner strength itself heals wounds and sometimes even anticipates a strike and protects the necessary spot. This is what inner strength, living spirit, means. Imagining how the elder's body is wrapped by a huge snake woven from energy, the boy realizes it itself, learning, began to react without command. His thoughts are interrupted by the voice of Samagyuna. Yes, he understood everything correctly, and his inner strength is the peak of the demonic chi of the heavenly demon. Raising his index finger, the old man adds, "So nothing can be smarter than her." The guy slowly gets up from the chair, thinking, maybe. The elder looks questioningly at Jang Iso towering over him, bowing in a respectful bow. The young man thinks he has found a way to heal the body with 9 orifices. He says the elder helped him a lot, and he will not forget this kindness. The old man's lips spread into a smile, more like a grimace. He replies, "Now it is clear why that squad leader is so interested in him. A rare type for their cultivation," he adds. In a righteous sect, the young man would look better. Smiling broadly, Jang Iso asks, "The elder was looking for him to find out where the Mihonsen came from, right?" The old man says, "Correct. The young man was just interested in who brewed this unusual Mihonsan." Samagyun says, "His name is Gonson Chol. They studied under the same mentor, you could say. Brothers from the same school." The elder adds that he did not measure up to him, but in his field he was quite good, but his character was rotten to the core. Samagyun tells that Gonson Chol was more interested not in how to save, but how to maim. That was what gave him pleasure. Jang Iso asks, "Isn't the elder himself one of those?" He asks to forgive him if he overstepped. The old man replies, "No, what he said is correct." Samagyun says, "It's just that if he wanted, he would raise a person whole, but Gonson Chol, even when healing, always took a hand or a leg in return." The elder adds, "For example, he would restore sight to a blind man, but in return cut off both healthy legs." The young man says, "Truly insane." The elder agrees. "Yeah, that's why they called him the Mad Doctor. Moreover, more than 20 years ago, he stole a secret treatise from the Hall of the Heavenly Demon and fled, and now, suddenly, he has reappeared." He admits that this makes him extremely uneasy. Worried, Jang Iso asks, "Does the elder mean that he still has some ulterior motive?" Gun himself replies that this is what they have to find out. Already standing at the door, they continue the conversation. Jang Iso promises that when he finds traces of the Mad Doctor, he will immediately report to him. The elder replies, "Let him definitely do so." The elder leaves the room and walks down the corridor. Looking back, the old man says, however, he asks Jang Iso, "Why exactly the assistant of the 7th Lord?" The young man, not expecting this question, looks a little confused. Smiling, he says, simply. Jang Iso says he does not know why, but feels that something good might come out of this. For a few moments, the old man looks at him attentively. The young man answers him with a direct look and a smile. Someone's too loud laughter reaches them. Looking into the hall, Jang Iso sees Mao holding the struggling Meng Hui close. The 7th prince, raising a bottle over his head, exclaims that he is a genius. Laughing, Mao calls the assistant to take a look at them. The guy sighs, and the elder says, if he's not satisfied with the current place, he will find him another one. Jang Iso turns to him with a smile and says that he will go watch over them. The old man says not to be late. From the hall, Mao's voice is heard asking the assistant, "Did he see? The 6th elder just came down the stairs. Poison here is more than likely. Let no one eat anything." Jang Iso laughs, thinking that they are still far from the required level. The assistant of the 7th prince sits in an empty room in the lotus position. Before his mental vision stands Samagyun, who, raising his index finger, says, "If the inner strength has chosen only the purest exalted spiritual energy of the world, isn't that a living spirit?" The guy immersed in meditation thinks, if Qi has intelligence, it should remember repetitive things and master them. Jang Iso continues to ponder. Then it turns out a blue aura surrounds his body. The guy thinks, if you predefine the path along which the heavenly demon's magic moves, the guy's palms are in the solar plexus area, at the place where a small, dazzling, shining sphere emits blue and red energy waves. He continues and create a circulation technique then make it memorize the route from which it cannot escape. Jong Iso sighs wearily. He understands that now his inner strength is like a bamboo flute, a vessel with holes. To pass through to the end, Chi must bypass all 9 holes. But along the way, part inevitably leaks through the holes, and the strength that escapes the path gradually goes out of control and dissipates. While he is still able to hold it, he needs to push it through to the 9th hole in one go and make the heavenly demon's magic learn exactly this route. The guy thinks that then, he will not only get rid of the magic poisoning, but also be able to overcome the body with 9 holes. Jong Iso clenches his teeth tighter and exerts even more effort. Meng Hui slightly opens the door and calls out to Jong's assistant. Entering the room, the boy says that he called him about 10 times already, but he doesn't answer. Is he really okay? The guy's lips, near the corners of which traces of dried blood are visible, stretch into a satisfied smile. Approaching Jong Iso, sitting surrounded by a red aura, Meng Hui asks, "Is he like alive there?" Extending his hand to him, the boy anxiously says, "Assistant Jong?" Jong Iso, whose eyes are filled with the red glow of internal energy, suddenly lunges forward and grabs the boy by the throat. The guy with a lightning-fast movement grabs the carelessly approaching Meng Hui by the throat. The boy wheezes and desperately tries to tear his fingers off his neck. Looking at his hand, surrounded by a red aura with streams of black energy, Jong Iso realizes that his left hand is not obeying him at all. He quickly makes a decision, and with 2 fingers of his other hand, radiating blue energy, he runs along the entire length of his left arm, pressing on the necessary points and infusing blue energy into them. The guy's hand unclenches, and Meng Hui falls to the floor. The stunned boy raises his eyes to the guy and says questioningly, "Hey, Assistant Jong?" Crawling to the guy, the boy asks, "Is everything okay?" The assistant of the 7th prince, whose cheeks show blackened veins, asks, "Why did he come?" and adds, "It seems he will have to go into seclusion for a while." Standing on one knee on the floor near the boy, Jong Iso says that you cannot burst into a place where someone is training like that. It is dangerous. Meng Hui, stammering, asks for forgiveness. Almost crying, the boy admits that he is guilty and promises that it will not happen again. Looking at him, the guy thinks that for a hired killer, he is ridiculously kind. He explains that he does not say this as a reproach. Just let him be more careful in the future. Leaving the room, Meng Hui looks back and asks, "Is he really okay?" The guy advises him to go about his business. In response comes a promise to return soon. The boy, whose hands were covered in blackness, sits on the floor with a sad look, thinking. It seemed he had found a clue, but today, everything missed. Rising to his feet, he decides that there is nowhere to go. He will have to engage in something else. He remembers the 6th elder and his order to find the source of Mihonsun. Jang Yiso understands that the key to this lies with the supplier, Boini. He recalls the heir of the Ma clan. Then, before the boy's mental vision appears Sa Ho Jun, and Jang Iso decides that he has the answer. He intends no matter what to find him. In the twilight, an angry shout comes from the multi-story building. "It's impossible to work like this!" Falling onto the tiles, paving the yard, and spreading his arms to the sides, Mao shouts, "Where did that bastard Jang Iso disappear to?" An evil grimace appears on the face of the 7th prince as he complains that training is hell and the assistant is always missing. Sitting down, Mao threatens, "Well, let him wait. One day he will use his signature technique, Fist of Many Wings, on that arrogant nose of his." Looking at the carriage and the group of people who appeared in the yard, Mao says, "What the? An attack?" The horses are led by Nogan, who is not at all embarrassed by the absence of boots on his feet. Mao looks at the guests puzzled, thinking, a carriage? Could it really have broken its way through all the mechanical defenses? Who is this? And in the middle of the night, Nogan opens the carriage door, and a man steps out. To the shocked Mao comes his voice, "Long time no see. How has he been?" Ma Isin adds with a smile, "Little brother." The courtyard of Horrendon looks deserted. Sitting at the table, Ji Daeho runs his hand through his hair and laments, cursed Saho Jon dared to trample on the law of Chonsan. A question forces him to raise his head. It seems something is seriously gnawing at him. Looking at the guy who entered the room, he says, "Assistant Jang?" The guy politely asks, "How is Lord Head doing?" Rising to meet the guest, Ji Daeho asks, "What brought him at such an hour?" Handing him a paper, Jang Iso replies that he came to relieve him of a certain headache. The young man shows him a portrait of Saho Jon and suggests taking him together. The man answers, "Unexpectedly, a helper fell from the sky. He's glad about his proposal, but the traces ended after Sinden Hapwolchan." The head of Horanden asks, "Is there at least a guess where he is?" Winking, the young man asks, "Isn't it obvious to the Lord who he will go to?" He adds, "When catching a fugitive, the most important thing is not where he is now," Jang Iso says with meaning in his voice, "but where he will head." Raising his index finger, the young man adds, "And since he is wanted, he can rely only on one place." Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, Ji Daeho says, "Ma Isin." Winking with the other eye, Jang Iso confirms with a smile. Yes, he says that where Ma Isin is, there is Saho Jon. Meanwhile, the heir of the Ma clan clenches a long, smoking pipe in his hand and with a smirk looks at Mao lying face down on the ground. Raising his head, the seventh prince insults him, saying that he appeared and immediately demands something. Mao insults him again, calling him a usurer. Ma Yixin delivers a crushing kick to his jaw, saying that he speaks terribly to his brother. The heir of the Ma clan says, "If the elder comes to visit the younger, is any other reason needed?" The seventh prince mutters, "Since when did he start considering him his brother?" The surprised young man hears the answer. However, he is right. In fact, he was interested in Mao's assistant. Ma Isin says, "Since he managed to finish off the slaughterhouse alone, it is a sin to keep such a person out of place. The youth must be promoted." Gritting his teeth, Mao says, "What else?" He adds, "Nonsense!" And instantly getting on his feet, he lunges at Ma Isin. But the heir of the Ma clan easily dodges his strikes. One of the three great clans of the heavenly demonic doctrine is the Ma clan. Mao inherited the blessed body and outstanding abilities of the Ma clan. The fist of the seventh prince rushes toward the imperturbable Ma Yixin. Mao's fist approaches the smiling man's face, but the same was received by Ma Yixin. Red lights of inner energy flare up in the eyes of the Ma clan heir. He, gliding through space like a ghost, rushes towards Mao. His hand descends onto the head of the seventh prince and forcefully presses the youth into the courtyard floor. Continuing to hold Mao's head, Ma Yixin says, "Like this, correct." Finally, the slaves pose. Blue energy surrounds the heir of the Ma clan with a light haze, and his eyes resemble cold ice crystals. He says that the slave looks from bottom to top, and the master from top to bottom. The seventh prince sends him far away. Ma Yixin's hand presses his head even harder into the hard surface. Mao says, "The loser, who yielded to both Then Muhi and him, still opens his mouth about slaves." The man says, "Hasn't changed at all." Lifting the seventh prince's head by the hair, he adds, "Still the same." Mao insults him, rating his mental abilities very low, forcefully hitting Mao's head against the tile covering the courtyard. Ma Yixin says that the strong are above all. He continues to say that the weak are the prey of the strong. The weak must live as the weak. That is the law. He strikes with his fist and blood splashes in his face. Ma Yixin says, although no, he has changed a little after all. Looking at Mao lying motionless face down in a pool of blood, he adds, "Foolishness remained with him." Ma Yixin, whose face, clothes, and hands are stained with blood, says, "But at least he learned to respond. He is still his assistant, right?" He says to the motionless young man, "Wanted to take him for himself and use him." Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, Ma Yixin says with a smile, but changed his mind. An anticipatory smile appears on the man's lips as he speaks. Now he is curious what face Mao will have when he dies. Turning away from the seventh prince and moving away, the heir of the Ma clan says, "Let him lie here a little, and he will bring him the assistant's head soon. A voice behind him makes the man stop. Stop! He turns his head back in surprise. At that moment, Mao, attacking him in a jump, strikes him with a fist on the cheek he offered. The man's head jerks from the blow, and a dark spot remains on the cheek. Angry Mao shouts, "Zhang Yiso, don't touch him!" He shouts insults directly into Ma Yisen's face, calling him a loser.